I went into Pokémon Brilliant Diamond with tempered expectations, and I enjoyed my time with it. It's impossible for me to convey just how much the original Diamond and Pearl mean to me. So I relished the excuse to replay them with friends when Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl released in November 2021. I have criticisms, of course. I mean, you've seen the length of this video, but that's just it. I wouldn't be able to talk this long about a game that I hated. Ultimately, the reason that I'm making this video at all is I wanted to talk more about a game and a series that I enjoy. So, whether you love Pokemon, are on a long car ride, or are just trying to get to sleep, I would be delighted if you would join me on this trip through Sinnoh. The good and the bad, the laughs and the gaffs. This is an exhaustive look at Pokémon Brilliant Diamond. Before we get started proper, some ground rules. I will be playing through Brilliant Diamond rather than Shining Pearl. Spoiler warning for Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl and, of course, the originals. I know you'd think that I wouldn't have to say that, but keep in mind this is YouTube. There are timestamps in the description so you can pick this up and put it down as you please. I will be repeating some points from the Omega Ruby video, sometimes to give a new perspective, sometimes to better articulate my point, and honestly sometimes just because I'd plain forgot that I had said it. Sorry. And finally, just to head off some comments, I know this is long, I know I have an accent/speech impediment, my name's pronounced Shame, and I know that we probably pronounce some Pokemon names differently. I say Giratina, you say Giratina, it's fine, you know, we're all adults here. Arguing about the names of cartoon animals for children. It seems a little inappropriate to start the game on fast forward, but we all know how this goes. You learn what a Pokemon is for the 14th time, you choose your gender and skin colour, you give your rival a comedy nickname, and you start the game in a town with about 4 houses. Twinleaf Town is a pretty direct translation of its Japanese name Futaba Town, but it struggles a bit to convey the same imagery. From what I understand, Futaba literally translates to twin leaf, but it's used more specifically to refer to a sprout with 2 seed leaves. You and your rival are those twin leaves. You sprout from the soil of Twinleaf Town and you blossom over the course of your adventure. So Twinleaf Town, while being a literal translation, unfortunately can't capture the same implication of growth in English that it can in Japanese. This is more a difference between the 2 languages than it is a problem. I mean, what else were they going to call it? Dicotyledon Town? No. I think it's to the credit of the game's theming then that it's still able to convey that imagery to an English-speaking audience, but we'll get to that in a second. So the story goes that you and your rival, I've just named him Barry, are best friends living in Twinleaf Town. Inspired by a Loch Ness-style documentary on a fabled red Gyarados, Barry decides, seemingly for himself, that the nearby Lake Verity must also have a red Gyarados, and he rounds you up to investigate. You pass a professor on the way in and realise that his assistant has left his briefcase behind. To retrieve it, Barry convinces you to enter the tall grass where wild Pokémon live, and sure enough, you get ambushed by a couple of Starly. So far that sounds more or less standard for the Pokémon series, but I found it to be a really impressive little bit of writing. Within a couple of minutes we are introduced to 3 distinct personalities who all drive the plot forward in their own way. Barry, both through action and by reputation, is shown to be brash and impulsive. That impulsiveness kickstarts the story by hurrying you out of the door and to the lake. You're given no room to refuse or to even question him. He is, at this point, the protagonist. You're the sidekick. But while he's applying a lot of pressure to the player character, he's also relieving a lot of pressure from the player. Because he is such a type A personality, because he has effectively decided for you both what you're doing, you're left plenty of room to fill in the gaps and characterise yourself as you please. You can read your silence in a dozen different ways: resigned, enthusiastic, concerned for your pal, or even just trying to keep up with them. Dawn's carelessness does just as much to move the story forward as Barry's recklessness. She's anxious and easily distracted. It's perfectly believable that she would end up forgetting the case. Then there's Rowan, whom we'll get to in a moment. So while the intro is using the same template as pretty much every other Pokémon game, it doesn't feel contrived. The plot is a natural reaction between these characters. A more careful character wouldn't have forgotten the briefcase, and a more sensible character wouldn't go charging into tall grass to investigate. The series has been insisting for years that you can't go into the tall grass without a Pokémon to protect you, but this is the first time it's ever been credible. It always made sense on some level, of course, but it always felt a bit irrelevant because the player physically cannot enter the tall grass before they get their first Pokémon. They're always blocked by an NPC. It always felt a bit toothless. The games would warn you about the dangers of entering the tall grass without a Pokémon, while also making it impossible to enter the tall grass without a Pokémon. Here, instead, you suffer the consequences when you get pecked to ribbons by dirty birds. And that brings us smoothly to the decision to choose our starter Pokémon. These are another excellent batch, all made discreet by being from a different animal group. Turtwig's a reptile, Chimchar's a mammal, Piplup a fish. They're all great choices. I know it's a bird. They're all great choices. Now, if you were to ask me which was the best, I would probably say Chimchar. Strong, fast, and with basically no other fire-type competition. You could make the case that Turtwig is the weakest. Its low speed and quad weakness to ice make it difficult to use in such a cold climate. But consider this, if you will. When Turtwig bursts out of her Pokeball, she is the happiest creature alive. Look at her wee face. There's only ever been one choice for me. Turtwig is also why I think the imagery of Futaba Town works in English. You hear the name Twinleaf Town, and even if you don't choose it as your starter, one of the first Pokemon you encounter is Turtwig, a baby tortoise with 2 leaves on its head. The image of a sprout with 2 leaves is therefore still closely linked to Twinleaf Town. The theme of growth is seeded in every grass-type starter Pokemon. The sprout on Turtwig's head grows into a mighty tree over the course of its evolution. Sure, it's a little more abstracted, you need to do a little more lateral thinking to get the point, but even with the difficulties translation presents, the game is still able to communicate its themes through its character design. I think that's really strong. For some reason, Rowan has decided to let you little whippersnappers keep his Pokemon, and you head on over to Sandgem Town to explain yourself. So, even if it's just for the short time we're on Route 201, we get to live out the fantasy of being a Pokemon trainer. And it's such a lovely fantasy, isn't it? To spend your days travelling the country with your magical pets. Pokemon has always had a very small but kind of unique advantage in bringing that fantasy to life. The player's actions map onto the player characters practically one-to-one. unlike traditional RPGs, you aren't communicating to a dungeon master or a computer what you want your character to do. Instead, you and your avatar are both communicating what you want your Pokémon to do. In traditional turn-based RPGs, you exist as a liminal entity, almost like a director or something, dictating everyone's actions even though they never acknowledge that you're there. Of course, that's not a problem. Your brain is really good at compensating for the shortfall, especially when you're absorbed into a story. But it's a tiny little translucent barrier that doesn't exist in Pokémon. It's a small detail, I know, but considering the game is about forging connections with these wee critters, the fewer barriers the better. Speaking of which, Professor Rowan, in recognition of our growing bond with Turtwig, lets us keep the little bugger. This Pokémon seems to be rather happy. Yeah, you're telling me. Let's call her Back Garden because Torterra has a back garden. This is where Rowan entrusts you with a Pokédex and asks you to survey how many Pokémon exist in the Sinnoh region. The answer to that is less than I would like, but we'll get to that later. Jokes aside, the game gives the player a strong motivation to hear Rowan out. You've already gotten yourself into trouble at his expense, and Rowan's response to that, nurturing interest you clearly already have rather than punishing you, means that you can't help but respect him. He asks you to record all the Pokémon of the Sinnoh region for him, and even though you can choose no for the comedy haha but seriously response, you kind of can't help but tap yes. Good answer, he replies. Despite his gruff exterior, he's clearly a really kind man. He's probably my favourite Pokémon professor. He's the sort of man that you couldn't help but look up to. You know, if his head wasn't the same size as the entire rest of his body. It's a quick hop back to Twinleaf Town to tell our mum where we're going, and that's us basically done with the intro. We've got our partner Pokémon, we've got our beret, we're full of piss and vinegar, we've got an entire region to explore. The adventure starts here. I'm delighted to be back doing this, folks. Yeah. The game feels a bit cheap, doesn't it? I'm loath to start our adventure proper with such a huge complaint. I truly did enjoy myself with this game, but I feel like I need to start with this. It's both the most striking thing about the game and gives me an opportunity to discuss how my critical approach has changed from an exhaustive look at Pokémon Omega Ruby. I'm going to do my best to avoid naming names. Last time I was reckless in shooting from the hip and attributing intent to Game Freak or Nintendo or the Pokémon Company. But with time and perspective, I realise the flaws with that approach. Blaming developers or companies for the game's shortcomings is futile at best, and more often than not it's extremely unhelpful. First of all, it risks being awfully unfair. The fact is, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. I could sit here and call out ILCA for being rigidly faithful to the original games, for example, but I don't know the development climate. I don't know what kind of time constraints they were working under, and I don't know what kind of mandates they were working with. For the sake of argument, if I blame ILCA, it may turn out it was the Pokémon Company who told them to keep it as faithful as possible to the DS games. In that case, there's no argument to be made. My point is simply incorrect. I can't imagine how frustrating it must be to be called lazy and incompetent for decisions you didn't make. Even if you're a robot that doesn't care about people's feelings, here's a logical reason as well. Attributing blame distracts from the actual criticism. Last time I had a number of people tell me that one of the writers on Omega Ruby had previously worked on a hentai game. Now let's assume that that's true. Here's my question. So what? The problems with Omega Ruby's story include a lot of fluff and irrelevant text boxes, a very literal translation, a lack of focus in the Delta episode, and so on. The problem with Omega Ruby's story is not that a hentai writer worked in it. Or, to put that another way, if Omega Ruby's story were exemplary, none of us would be complaining. What's the end goal here? Do we imagine that if we can get that one guy fired, all of Pokemon's problems will be solved? Not only is that objectively incorrect, it's also kinda monstrous. You see, what we are doing by blaming individuals or companies is we're trying to reverse engineer the cause of the problem. But that reverse engineering process is based on assumptions upon assumptions upon assumptions. It's assumptions all the way down, and the further down we get, the more likely we are to make an incorrect assumption. And if we do, every following assumption and our conclusion must also be incorrect. What I would instead like to do in this video is simply identify a problem and then explain why it's a problem. That way lies constructive, forward-facing criticism that anybody can use. In that spirit, I'm just going to be blaming Brilliant Diamond for Brilliant Diamond's problems. That way, even while we're criticising, we're not attacking anyone, we're not misattributing blame, and we're being as accurate as we can be. Assuming that I don't make any mistakes, and I'm likely to, check the pinned comment if you notice one, we are instead making points about stuff that is actually verifiable. The reason I bring all this up now is because, like I say, I think the game feels a bit cheap. A big talking point about these remakes is the fact that they run on the Unity engine. And, putting into practice what I just talked about, my question is, so what? BDSP uses Unity is a value-neutral statement, and focusing on that foregoes an actual discussion of the criticism being made. The problem, I think, is Brilliant Diamond's mixed priorities. It's caught between being as faithful as possible to the original games made 15 years prior for hardware with a fraction of the Switch's power, and justifying its own existence as a remake with fancy graphical effects. We essentially have two art styles clashing, the original and the diorama. While the DS was of course less powerful than the Switch, the original games still look much better to me, both because my standards for DS games are tempered, but also because the game used more illustrative effects. Grass and trees could be tiled because they were 2D sprites. We understand 2D images as inherently abstract because they don't really exist in our 3D world. So it's much easier to read these repetitive, perfectly aligned plants as representational. They are conveying an idea rather than literally what is there. This is how Sinnoh always looked, but this is never what I imagined. Brilliant Diamond looks awkward because it replaces the 2D sprites with 3D models. They're more concrete, our brains have a difficult time abstracting them. In essence, we read 2D and 3D differently. I think this is most easy to appreciate when an entrance is obscured by trees. The entrance in the originals doesn't look great, but it was functional as shorthand for disappearing into the shadow of the trees. In the remake, the seams are a lot more obvious. The shadow sits underneath the trees like it's a physical object. They're both doing the exact same thing, but going from low-res 2D to high-res 3D and lowering the camera is not a zero-sum act. The same techniques won't work. Combined with the realistic lighting, which shifts shadows with the time of day and bathes the screen a beautiful orange at sunset, these identical uniform models with their simple pastel textures create a kind of uncanny effect. Now, the combination of simple models and realistic lighting can work. It's been used in games like the Link's Awakening remake and Animal Crossing New Horizons to create the impression of a playable diorama, like you're looking down onto little toys and models. Brilliant Diamond even uses the same tilt-shift camera technique to make the game look smaller. It blurs parts of the background to simulate the shallow depth of field you would get when taking a close-up shot of a miniature. This technique is literally called miniature faking. But those games also used shaders and visual effects to make the world feel tactile. You could almost reach out and touch the fuzzy felt grass, or the fine sand, or the wood on the bridge. They also took care to make the world feel alive, even if it never felt real. There's always something moving, a butterfly in the background, the river rushing downstream, or the leaves rustling in the breeze. Brilliant Diamond doesn't have that luxury because it has to be faithful to the level design and layout of a DS game, a game not made with these concerns in mind. And so, realistic lighting is draped over uncanny, uniformly repeating pastel models. Even if the grass sways in the breeze slightly, there's just too much off about this picture for me to really believe in it. The second half of my initial misgivings were the controls. Your character feels floaty, like they're not really touching the ground when they walk. It's something that's difficult to put your finger on and even more difficult to explain, but I'll do my best to point out a few reasons why I think this is. When walking, your character kind of marches stiffly, arms barely swinging and legs barely moving out in front of him. Most of his leg motion is in the backward swing of the leg, which gives the impression that he should be overbalanced, like falling flat on his nose with every step. Running feels better, thank goodness, but it still doesn't feel quite right. There's no animation for suddenly changing direction. The character will jump from facing one way to facing the other in a single frame. The character will also try to snap, to magnetise to the 8 cardinal and ordinal directions, as well as awkwardly shift onto the grid if you choose to use the D-pad. It can leave the game feeling gummy, like it's pulling against you a little bit. I also found my character getting stuck on walls and corners a lot more often than I felt he should, presumably a result of the grid creating some blocky hitboxes. These all seem to be symptoms of the game trying to replicate the immediacy and simplicity of a 2D game with digital input in a 3D game with analog input. Again, it's caught between having to be faithful to the original and having to take advantage of the Switch's hardware. As sympathetic as I am to the reasons behind it though, that just doesn't stop it from feeling a bit naff to play. It's a good thing that Pokémon doesn't live or die by its character controls. If the game takes a minute to show you how to catch a Pokémon, honestly, I'm fine with that. Tutorials are a necessary evil, particularly in a series with such a large audience of children. There is the risk of a player, especially a younger player, losing interest if they don't understand how to play. Most people I've talked to understand this and don't consider tutorials in and of themselves to be a problem. Of course, a skip option would be welcome almost 30 years into an incredibly popular series, but I can understand them not wanting to let impatient kids skip important details. These days, Pokémon is infamous for the opposite reason, for harassing the player with exposition and tutorials throughout the length of the adventure. This leads to fatigue and resentment, even when the game is teaching something completely new. The games even seem conscious of this problem. The interruptions are so eager to let you get back to it that they rarely go into detail. You're usually given a quick overview of a mechanic rather than any specifics, what it is rather than how it works. I'm not going to go too much further into that, partly because I don't want to misrepresent those games with a throwaway comment, but mainly because I want to demonstrate how good this tutorial is instead. I'm not going to oversell it. It's not Pokemon's tutorials are genius actually, and here's why. It's fine. It takes literally only a minute, it's appropriately timed, and it's a fairly comprehensive explanation. You're even given a bundle of Pokeballs. Think of them as a spoonful of honey if you need it. The conscientious tutorials continue in Jubilife City. Our first stop is the trainer school to deliver the parcel to Barry, so you can continue swatting up while you're there. There's some useful information on status effects, a little hands-on battle against trainers who try and buff their stats, that sort of thing. It's all good stuff, but even better if you know all of this, or you just intend to hit flamethrower over and over until everything dies, you can walk away. Just bugger off, there's nothing to keep you here. It's possible that the game felt comfortable being so hands-off because the player's always carrying a guide with them. Every time you open the menu, you get a brief description of where you're supposed to go next, smoothing out any bumps for confused or lapsed players. There's also a guidebook in the menu explaining everything about the game in brief. Conceptually, this is possibly my favourite new idea from Generation 8, and one that I hope is carried forward and improved upon. If you think I'm overselling it there, consider this. A future game that took full advantage of the feature could just have Dawn go, if you need to know how to catch Pokémon, I've jotted it down in your guidebook. Yeah, Now you're hot under the collar. The thing about tutorials is, there's a huge margin of error because they are temporary triggers. If you don't understand the explanation, or you aren't paying attention, or you forget, there's no way to see Don's explanation again except to start a new game. If you do understand going in because you've played these games before, or your pal told you, or you're just quick in the uptake, you're still forced to sit through a minute of unnecessary explanation. Not the worst fate in the world, to be sure, but it's unnecessary nonetheless. What I am getting at is, timing tutorials so they work as intended for everybody is fairly difficult, if not outright impossible. Somebody is going to slip through the cracks somewhere. The guidebook solves both these issues by being both persistent and unobtrusive. If you need a refresher on anything in the game, tap it whenever you like, and if you don't. It's even unobtrusive contextually. I have no trouble believing that the character would carry a wee notebook around. If anything, I feel like the guidebook could be more comprehensive since it isn't interrupting anything. You really have all the time in the world to go into exact detail if the player has to seek out that detail themselves. Regardless, this is excellent. I don't consider the tips or the guidebook concessions at all. And, look, I get it. Here's a grown man complaining about the tutorials in Pokémon. Who's the real clown here, huh? But I think that Brilliant Diamond's focus and its lighter touch has a huge impact on player engagement. The intro is really well paced. The game wastes no time establishing its setting and characters, and then using those characters to guide you towards your partner Pokémon. There are practically no distractions at this point, the major characters waste no words, and the only interesting things in Twinleaf Town are you and Barry's houses. The game is laser focused on getting you to make that first choice, Turtwig, Chimchar or Piplup. It's essential to get the player making important choices as soon as possible. The sooner you are making interesting choices, the sooner you are engaged with the fantasy of the game. Before you show the player how to play, you first need to show them why they want to play in the first place. More important than good or bad tutorials is investment. There's no point lowering the barrier of entry if people don't want to enter. There is no point in explaining Pokemon's rules to someone that doesn't care about Pokemon. Ask your parents, they'll tell you all about it. That said, when it comes to showing the player how to play, Brilliant Diamond is no slouch. It guides your way and marks the entrance to the lake with dirt paths. Notice how the well-worn ground branches more to the left, encouraging you to follow it. You may have also noticed that there's no battling tutorial. There's no need for one. The game tells you everything you need to know using the UI. Each action you can take is a short, sharp command displayed in a big bold font. So long as you understand basic words like battle or run, you have all the context you need for what you're doing. Even if you're too young to be able to read, well, first of all, I don't know what you're doing here. Mum or Dad, if you can hear me, I am going to be swearing. Maybe change the video? Even if you can't watch this video though, you'll still be able to play Pokemon. The actions are clarified by basic colour association. Each move has a coloured border indicating its type. There is simply no need for the game to explain all of this using words. There's no need to explain to anyone capable of even just pawing at the screen that grass is green, for example. This kind of conveyance helps the intro go down smoothly, guiding the player without them even noticing. So the player gets through their first battle and is sent to the next town. They've quickly made progress past the game's first roadblock, a particularly menacing patch of grass, and afterwards they are sent off on what is, essentially, the main quest. I think explaining the buildings and returning to Twinleaf is a bit of a pace breaker, but it takes seconds, and after that the intro has just one more interruption. Catching Pokemon is more involved than battling, and as such, I think that it does require some explanation. But even though it means stopping the player again, that explanation is brisk and comprehensive. And, so far as I remember anyway, this is basically our last mandatory tutorial. The result of all this is, by the time you're in the first major city, the game has already finished all its housekeeping and can get out from under your feet. It directs you towards the trainer school, sure, but it establishes some faith in you by allowing you to just talk to Barry and duck out. All of this, introducing its setting to letting you loose, in about 10 minutes, provided you're not stopping to smell the roses. That is perfect. If all Pokemon intros were like this, I would be happy as a pig in shit. See? I told you I was going to swear. Jubilife City marks your newfound independence with a complete change in scenery. You're not in the sticks anymore. You're no longer under the shadow of your mum or Professor Rowan. You're out exploring this modern urban city all on your own. It's not quite Grand Theft Auto-like, you're just tracking down some clowns, but you do get a smartwatch out of it, so that's something. Inside the parcel you delivered to Barry was a town map for each of you. The game has been a straight line up until this point, but Jubilife is a big crossroads. Navigation is linear, of course, as it's always been, but there's a lot more crisscrossing from this point forward, so this is the perfect time to present the player with the map. The game gets you moving about the city by having you find 3 clowns who are promoting the Pokémon Watch, or Pokéch. Pokéch? I don't know. Pokemon is usually excellent at portmanteaus, but this is possibly the worst one. One awkward word. I just don't associate the ch sound with watch. I actually misread it as Poketech for the longest time. Wouldn't that have been a better name? For 12 years, Pokemon existed on the DS family of consoles, which each had 2 screens, the bottom of which was a touchscreen. What a perfect way to control these games. The menus could take up an entire screen with big bold prompts, and you no longer had to fiddle around with a cursor. You could just prod at the screen with your greasy Pringle fingers. Or Pringers. Going back to a single screen feels incredibly clunky by comparison. In fairness, the Switch does have a touchscreen if you're playing in handheld mode, but it's more cumbersome because the console is so much larger and heavier than the 3DS. Hefting the console in your left hand to stretch your thumb across the screen is a lot less comfortable than just using the buttons. Which is maybe why the touchscreen doesn't work during the battles. You can decide for yourselves if those 2 negatives cancel each other out. Nowhere is the downgrade more apparent than with the Pokéch. The feature was designed bespoke for dual-screen hardware. In fact, it feels a little like the game was trying to justify having a second screen at all. Without a concrete use for the touchscreen on the overworld, the Pokéch just throws everything in the kitchen sink on there. Sometimes useful, often frivolous, never essential. Do you want a digital clock? How about an analog clock? What about 2 different doodling tools? Why decide at all? Why not use the spinner or the coin toss app? Huh. Are there any statisticians in the comments? Because I am going to need a fucking explanation here. Brilliant Diamond, lacking a second screen, has to crowbar an awkward screen-within-screen setup that demands touch controls on a console where touch controls aren't a constant. It's such a poor fit that I'm honestly surprised it made it in here at all. You'll forgive me if I spend most of the game with it turned off. Even beyond the touchscreen, the controls themselves are poorly laid out in my opinion. For me, the most important features or moves should be mapped to triggers or face buttons. They're where your hands rest naturally, and they're clustered for easy access. In Brilliant Diamond, Y is reserved for the Union Room, which I used so rarely, it may as well have been unmapped. Meanwhile, if you want to use the quick menu, the menu literally designed for easy access, you have to stretch across to plus or minus. Personally, I would swap Y and plus, but even if you disagree, you have to admit some control customization would be nice. More annoying are the extra options in the menus, which all just seem to map buttons at random. A, X, Y and plus are all context sensitive, which makes the controls difficult to remember. Here's the worst example I can think of. If you want to teach your Pokemon a TM while you're in the Pokemon menu, you press A to sort their moves, X to go to the TM menu, and then X again to sort the TMs. Do you see what I mean? A is being used to sort, then X to access more options, then X to sort. The series had more elegant controls even as far back as Generation 1, where Select was used to reorder menu options. It was intuitive, easy to remember, and universal. You could even reorder your Pokemon's moves in the middle of a fight. I'm not disputing the need for more sorting options nowadays, of course, but the modern context-sensitive mapping felt so random to me that even 100+ hours into my adventure, I would still find myself looking at the tooltips to remember how to do everything. That's not ideal. I'm always surprised to learn that Route 203 is our first fight against Barry. Turn-based battles have fallen so far out of favour nowadays that they are sometimes implied to be illegitimate, outdated or archaic, or however you want to describe them. They're seen as a holdover from pen and paper RPGs. Before computers were powerful enough to perform complex calculations in real time, players would need to take turns performing simpler calculations. To make that exciting, an element of randomness was introduced. D&D has the players roll die to determine a lot of things, damage numbers, whether an action succeeded or failed, and all that stuff. The appeal of real-time over turn-based is obvious. Rather than have to wait their turn and cross their fingers, players can instead rely entirely on their own skill, with experience and dexterity instead separating the wheat from the chaff. Despite this, I find myself appreciating turn-based battles a hell of a lot. The focus on decision-making over reactions, the tension of luck always being a factor, and the abstraction that turn-based battles introduce all help to involve me in the fantasy. Turn-based battles are, again, representational. They make no sense, so they are impossible to take literally. That allows the imagination to take over. These systems create tension, and that breathes life into the drama. Sure, on screen it's just a little turtle hopping up and down in front of a red monkey, but if you are invested, if you're into it, it's the first exchange in a game-long rivalry. It's a very different attitude to what I came in with last time. Last time I took what I think was a fairly reductive stance. I play Pokemon for the Pokemon battles. That's basically a lie. I don't, and I never have. The idea that Pokemon is just about the battling for me is flawed. If it were, I would get the same satisfaction from a simulator, which I evidently don't. No, the bits in between are equally as important, if not more so for most people, than the battles themselves. Pokemon is an RPG, a role-playing game, a game wherein you can make mechanical choices to characterise the adventure. Sure, Pokemon isn't about story choice, you're not about to be hit with multiple endings here, but you choose your team, you choose your approach, and yes, you choose your strategies in battle, and that is more than enough to change the flavour of the dish to your liking. Battling is definitely an ingredient, but it's just one ingredient among many. Both the overworld and the battles are needed to create the narrative. Emotionally, the battles need context to be meaningful. The fight with Barry wouldn't work to punctuate the end of the introduction were he not established as your best friend and rival who got his start at the same time. Mechanically, decisions on the overworld feed into the battle screen in every way. They create different emotional textures. Think of the difference between fighting Brock with a grass-type starter and fighting Brock with a fire-type starter. These emotional differences will be further atomised through playstyle and preparation. You're going to have a different attitude if your bag is heaving with potions than if it isn't. For a long time, I was trying to figure out how I felt about Barry forcing you into a battle at the beginning of the route. On the one hand, unlimited access to full healing at the Pokémon Center diffuses some tense situations, and the best way around that is to surprise the player. On the other, it feels kind of unfair to thrust the player into a tougher battle without any warning. So, is it good? Is it bad? The answer I've settled on is, it doesn't matter. Barry ambushing you is so in character for him. Ready or not, here he comes. If you aren't prepared, if you are looking to heal up or do a little grinding, tough luck. The character's actions on the overworld create an emotional through line that feeds directly into the battle itself. The emotional friction between you and your rival is emphasised by the mechanical difficulties you face. The reason, perhaps, that I used to make such a distinction between adventuring and battling is the game makes the same distinction itself. It even has a little ritual it performs every time it transitions between the two. From there, the controls, the background, and even your character model change completely. I said it last time, but didn't flesh the thought out. Before we even think of getting rid of turn-based battles, I would much rather see the hard separation between overworld and battle screen removed. Technically, Route 203 is our third route, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Those first two moved us pretty far from our starting point and even into our first thematic break in Jubilife City. Jubilife also gives us two optional routes, 204 and 218, so it's possible that you have travelled even further before hitting Route 203. So even though it's our third route, there are already signs telling you how to cancel evolution, either by tapping B or voting Conservative. It seems a wee bit too early for that, right? But it's definitely possible that one of your Pokemon is ready to evolve, especially if you've caught yourself a Kricketot. Different Pokemon evolve earlier, later, or not at all. Sometimes this affects their usefulness. Pokemon that evolve earlier peak in strength early on, while Pokemon that evolve later are weaker in the earlier parts of the game. More important than any balancing consideration though, is the way that these evolutions characterise the Pokemon and its life cycle. Bugs tend to grow quickly, and they are also fragile. It follows that early game bug types peak quickly as well. So we pass through Oreburgh Gate, we get called a total noob by this wee shaver, and we get to Oreburgh City. Noob. Is it weird that that makes me kinda nostalgic? I've not been called a noob in ages. Nowadays people hit out with two different slurs fused into a compound word. That's the last time I ever played Dota. Oreburgh City, as the name suggests, is a big mining town. If you are familiar with this channel, you may be expecting a joke about a certain prominent British politician, but it's been done. I'm not doing it. I don't want to wear out the gag, you know? Oreburgh seems to be based on Ubarri, a coal mining city that shut its mines in the 1980s. Oh boy, this is going to be more difficult than I thought. Unlike Ubarri, Oreburgh's mines are still operational, with its coal exported to provide power to the rest of Sinnoh. The Oreburgh Mining Museum is one of those bits of intrinsic learning that Pokemon is so good at, teaching kids how vegetative matter is subjected to heat and pressure underground for millions of years to create coal. While it's helping teach though, the museum is also fleshing out Sinnoh as a location. We now understand, at least in part, how the region gets its energy. Energy production actually becomes semi-relevant to the story later on. Now this may be me reading too much into it. Me, never. But there's another little detail about the mining museum that I love. It helps to clarify a thematic choice. Because there's a popular association between coal and diamonds. The idea that diamonds are made from coal is a misconception. Coal contains too many impurities, but both are created when carbon is subjected to heat and pressure over millions, if not billions, of years. So the choice of a diamond to represent Dialga, the legendary Pokemon of time, makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I love that. The Mining Museum is teaching us about the real world, it's fleshing out Sinnoh, and it's introducing us to some of the game's theming all at the same time. I don't care who you are, that's an impressive bit of work. There's also a lot of optional dialogue around town about how the nearby mine works. And like in Hoenn, the ecology seems to be a huge concern for the people of Sinnoh. The Pokemon world is, of course, utopian. Like with the Rusturf Tunnel, where construction was halted for fear of upsetting local wildlife, there's optional dialogue here that states the mine was constructed without disturbing any Pokemon habitats. It's never explained how they accomplished this, but it seems to have something to do with the Pokemon themselves being able to help. The fantasy elements of Pokemon's universe help relieve the logistics of its utopia. It's fruitless to use Pokemon as a one-to-one comparison with real-life ecology and environmental concerns. I mean, there are Pokemon that literally love to eat garbage. That kinda makes disposing of toxic materials a little easier than it is for us. Here, the Machop help to break away rocks and dig tunnels. There's no need for noisy, expensive machinery when you can just get your wee pal to do the same work quicker and easier. Still, even though it's fundamentally unrealistic, there's something to be said for fleshing out the world like this. A kid isn't going to be asking the big logistical questions either in the real world or the Pokemon world, so there's no harm in the game imparting these basic little bits of knowledge, like the fact that coal is brought up from under the sea, and that a slag heap is what we call Maggie Thatcher. Hehe! Got him! No even sorry. Possibly because there's no dangerous machinery around, we're encouraged to head down to the mine to train. The gym leader Roark is down here, so you have to track him down to get him to do his bloody job. The mine itself is disappointingly small for it being such a prominent feature. After having an entire city hyping it up and seeing all these conveyor belts and everything, I was expecting a bit of a dungeon here. But it isn't, it's just this little circle. This little circle that, if you go around it clockwise, you have to retrace your steps. I get it, you know, there's not enough time in the day to make everything sparkle, and it's not like Oreburgh Mine is a particularly important location in the grand scheme of things. But man, I really think this would have been a more compelling setting for Roark than the gym is. You come down here basically just so Roark can show off Rock Smash, then you have to toddle off back the way you came. I think it would have been cooler if his gym was down here instead. Back Garden hit level 13 and learned Razor Leaf, 55 power and a raised critical hit rate. That is a 12.5% chance of raising that power to 82.5. And I keep that move until the end of the game. I'm drawing attention to this now because, hands up, this was a complete mistake on my part. I was labouring under the assumption that Torterra's attack is so much higher than its special attack that there was no point in using any special moves. It turns out I was kidding myself. I don't know how the damage calculations work, do I? Apparently, even with its careful nature, I would have been doing more consistent damage if I had just switched over to Energy Ball. But there's another alternative I could have gone with that would have let me have my cake and eat it. A consistent 80 power running off of Torterra's better attacking stat that I didn't even know was an option. Generation 8 did the wee thing a lot of favours, and I wish that I had known that going in. The series rarely finds a compelling way to introduce the Pokémon League. The game is structured as if this is the main story, basically the goal of the game. Badges are needed to overcome the roadblocks in the overworld, be they HMs or NPCs, and beating the Elite Four rolls the credits. But the story always treats it with a bit of a shrug. It's often framed as a suggestion, you should give it a go, which doesn't really communicate that it's basically essential. Brilliant Diamond is the worst example I can think of, all but turning to the player and saying, "Look, you know the drill. Other trainers want the coal badge, Barry puts in a wee bit of work here bragging that he already has one, and an inquisitive player will also understand they need Rock Smash to get to the next area." That's all you get. It seems like a momentary concern rather than the thread that spools out to the final boss. The game doesn't even bother introducing the league itself, the driving force behind the story, and it's taken as read that you know what it is. The problem is, I don't know what it is. Let me ask you this, what is a gym? Like in a real world context, what is it supposed to be? Is it like a dojo? Do people take classes there? Are the gyms there to be gyms, or are they like museums and swimming pools first and foremost? Is this something that every kid is expected to do, like a rite of passage into adulthood, or is it more like a sport? Sure, none of these questions are super relevant to the story, but the lack of information or motivation leaves the introduction feeling weaker than it should. I've already mentioned how strong the very start of the adventure is, but I always feel like I've missed a page by the time I get to Oreburgh. We are starting with a rock gym yet again. Like last time, starting with a type that has such pronounced relationships with all three of the starter types strikes me as a good idea. But I have two issues with it. Firstly, I wish it weren't the same type and the same Pokémon so often. You've already got limited choices for your team this early on, and starting off fighting Geodude and Onix yet again only makes the beginning that bit more tedious. Secondly, the majority of Brilliant Diamond's early game rock-type Pokémon are ground-type as well, making water and grass ridiculously effective. This does make Rourke's signature Pokémon, the pure rock Granados, the most threatening Pokémon in the gym, which seems appropriate, but it makes everything else real cannon fodder for Turtwig and Piplup. Now, I have a lot of misgivings with Pokémon gyms, and I'm going to try and get right down to the nub to explain why. The core gameplay of Pokémon is resource management. Now, that's a really reductive description, right? It's basically irrelevant to how people experience the games. Imagine if someone told you, I play Pokémon for the resource management. You'd think they were a wank shaft. I am effectively stripping off all of the fantasy and appeal of the series to get here. But resource management is the mechanical core of the game, and concentrating on it allows us to examine problems that do affect the fantasy. So, why do I describe it as resource management? It's because you're always having to make suboptimal decisions. Every choice you make has a trade-off. Even if you land a one-hit KO, you're still giving something up, even if it's just 1 PP for that move. By using that move now, you are potentially giving up the chance to use it again later on. As the battles are turn-based, taking damage is not necessarily a mistake. You're often trading blows, or taking a hit to manoeuvre your pieces more effectively. In some cases, it's advantageous to take damage or even have a Pokémon faint. Again, if you can strip off the fantasy and see Pokémon as ones and zeros, you'll realise that they are resources themselves, and sometimes spending a portion of a health bar is the best way to win the battle. Of course, resource management also takes place on the overworld. Money spent now means less money to spend later. An item used now allows you to replenish your Pokemon's health or buff their stats, but it also depletes that resource forever. It even costs money to buy Pokeballs, and each Pokemon you choose to put in your party also costs you the opportunity to use another. That's something called opportunity cost, funnily enough. My issue with Brilliant Diamond, and many other Pokémon games, is that resources are so abundant, it trivialises decisions. Money, items, and PP are plentiful, so spending one becomes an easy choice. Most of the time, I'm not even really thinking about it. Moves like Recover don't have much appeal in-game when your bag is heaving with items that do that exact same thing. That move slot could be put to better use on coverage or stat buffs instead. You are also never more than a minute or two away from a Pokémon Center, which restores your entire team back to 100% strength at no cost. Pokémon Centres aren't bad in and of themselves. I would never want to see them removed. They cut the game into chunks of management rather than a game-long marathon. I think that's the right decision. It would be too stressful for Pokémon if every mistake was effectively permanent. But it wreaks havoc with the level design. Other RPGs benefit from another kind of resource management, offsetting health against experience. Going through a dungeon, you are constantly deciding whether to fight the mooks and level up, or save your strength for the boss. Brilliant Diamond seems designed for you to make this decision as well. It even hangs a lampshade on how easy it is to avoid trainers in the gyms. But those decisions are rare in Pokémon because progress is effectively permanent. Wild Pokémon are easily avoided, and trainers don't challenge you after they've been defeated. You aren't ever sacrificing any progress to return to the Pokémon Center, so that fundamental decision to either preserve your health or get stronger is now completely discretionary. You can do both incredibly easily. So the question instead becomes, can you really be bothered fighting? Now, it is possible for the game to better capitalise on Pokémon Centres without changing any of the current systems. If there were fewer trainers in the game but each was more difficult, for example, the resource management would be focused onto a few points in every route. You can't return to the Pokémon Center halfway through a battle, after all. As it stands, the resource management is instead spread out across a lot of quick and easy trainer battles. Hypothetically, this would challenge the player to manage resources across a longer period of time. But Pokémon doesn't ask that of the player because the Pokémon Center is an easily accessible, infinitely replenishing resource. I'm not saying that the game should be a lot more difficult, but you see how the decisions are less rich. It smothers the tension and relief that defines the emotional peaks and troughs of the best RPGs. You rarely get the satisfaction of successfully juggling health and items. The game rarely manages to create the tension of working your way through a tough area with dwindling resources, or the relief of cresting a tough boss or finding a town when you're about to run out of potions. The poster child for these issues are the gyms. They all take place right next to Pokémon Centers and marts, they're all filled with trainers who won't re-challenge you, and they're all short and easy to navigate. It's not even a decision anymore, it's basically become a ritual for me to leave, heal and come back before I fight the boss. Right, that's enough of that though, let's get down to some real criticism. Rourke is embarrassed that he lost to a trainer with no badges, but didn't that just happen with Barry? Game sucks. Going back through Oreburgh Gate with Rock Smash gives us the opportunity to explore the basement. Cut is usually the first HM you get, but here it's Rock Smash, which I think is a nice little distinction. Sinnoh is more craggy and mountainous than previous regions. Already we're running up against a dead end. We need a bike to clear out the rest of this cave. Okay, so let's jot down that reminder. Need a bike to finish Oreburgh Gate. And let's move on. There's more to do in Jubilife on our return trip, but top of the list is our first encounter with Team Galactic. The game makes good use of Professor Rowan here. What better way to introduce the main villains than by having them threaten the guy you're indebted to? Still, Dawn is clearly having none of it, and their ridiculous outfits temper the threat appropriately. So, the player is now acquainted with the three driving goals of the game, helping Rowan out with the Pokédex, challenging the Pokémon League, and the ongoing drama with Team Galactic. As far as introductions go, 2 out of 3's not bad. By the way, Team Galactic are known as Gingadan in Japanese. It's the same name as the villainous group in Game Freak's 1994 Mega Drive game Pulseman. That isn't relevant at all, but now that I've said it, you don't have to. BB comes along afterwards to hand us the box link, which lets us access our PC boxes from anywhere. This is one of those quality of life updates that almost objectively makes the play experience smoother. The tedium of trawling back to a Pokémon Center to retrieve a Pokémon is decisively cut from Brilliant Diamond. I have a lot of misgivings with this system, but they're not really in focus yet, and they're tied quite closely to my misgivings with another system. So we will leave the negatives aside for just now and focus on the fact that the box link is broadly well implemented. It makes the experience of catching new Pokémon 100 times smoother. Plans can be enacted as soon as they've been made. Encounter a Pokémon you like the look of, and your entire party can be reorganised without interrupting your progress. Being able to move items around, select multiple Pokémon, trade directly from the box, relearn moves from the box, and see the Pokémon summary before deciding where to send it is such a godsend after replaying the older games. The way that healing works has changed as well. Caught Pokémon are no longer healed when they're sent to the box, but when your party is healed at the centre. Otherwise, you would just send all your new Pokémon back to the PC and then switch them back into your party. This also has the added bonus of making heal balls more valuable. The box link also complements the game's social features. Both the boxes and the connectivity features are accessible anywhere. There would be no point in decoupling the Union Room from the Pokémon Centre if you had to be at a Pokémon Centre to use the PC. Lastly, the box link can't be accessed inside gyms or the Pokémon League. There is at least some acknowledgement here that the game needs to limit you to challenge you. Limiting you to your chosen team of 6 is spot on. Do you want to see some clown AI? Okay, so this fella does something pretty smart. When faced with a Mr. Mime 2 levels above me, my first instinct is to start buffing. So imagine my surprise when Mr. Mime does this. Okay, shit, that's pretty clever. My back is kind of against the wall here. I'm probably going to lose the... Oh. Well, never mind then. There's not a whole lot else to talk about at Jubilife TV. The lotto rewards you for trading Pokemon, and the records room allows you to compete with your pals. This was always something that I felt should have been kept on the player, accessible through a menu or something, rather than tucked away in a little visited corner of the map. Regardless, I never knew anybody that took an interest in these. The game is better at fostering competition in other ways. The reason we are here though is to get Mystery Gift early. Normally, you would get it by beating the 3rd gym, but you can also get it here, presumably in case you've started a new game and are in danger of missing an event. Like I was. Mystery Gift is weird, man. Fundamentally, it's fine. It's essentially just an easy distribution method for special items and events. Which is fine, I'm down with that, but it seems weird having an entire menu icon dedicated to it. Most games nowadays would just automatically give you these gifts if you turned the game on while they were available, rather than having to unlock the option and then put in a code. It feels like a vestigial feature from a bygone age. I'm not even complaining, I kinda like it. I kind of like that Pokemon is still this awkward, lumbering beast, tripping itself up with features that haven't been necessary for like a decade. That said, it would be cool if something more could be done with it, maybe an easier way to trade items with friends or something. Ravaged path is a long and grueling... Oh, it's done. There's a little optional bit to the west, but it's essentially just there to ensure you have Rock Smash. But it draws too much attention to itself to just be a progress check. It's both a named location and a change in scenery. Nevertheless, as far as checks go, this is ideal. The player is given an active role in overcoming the obstacle. You can imagine a more passive scenario, like an NPC who has hung his washing up to dry over the cave entrance and will only move once the player beats Rourke. The game essentially saying, come back later. Getting past that obstacle wouldn't feel empowering, but more like a relief. Finally. The reason being, of course, that the player wouldn't be offered any context for how they cleared that obstacle. It's a lot more difficult to be upset when a literal rock is being obstinate. It creates an adversarial relationship between the player and the environment that creates a sense of adventure and progress. There's a rock in your way, so you need to go elsewhere to find something to break it. It's a tiny bit of storytelling that creates a world of difference. The word Sinnoh is derived from the kanji shi-no, meaning mysterious and profound. It's an appropriate name. The region is packed with myth and superstition. Even an out-of-the-way little town like Floaroma Town has its own history and culture. Floaroma is said to have once been a barren wasteland where nothing would grow, until someone expressed their appreciation for nature's bounty, whereupon the hill flourished into the verdant paradise it is today. Brilliant Diamond takes a lot from Shinto mythology, as we'll see, and a large part of Shinto cosmology is belief in kami, that all things, animal, mineral and vegetable, have a sort of soul or a spirit. Floaroma's myth can be interpreted using this idea, that the flowers bloomed when nature's spirit was respected. The game also offers a literal explanation, if you would prefer, that the Pokémon Shaman's power caused the hill to bloom. Shaman's Shining Pearl Pokédex entry reads, "It can dissolve toxins in the air to instantly transform ruined land into a lush field of flowers." Its Platinum entry reads, "The flowers all over its body burst into bloom if it is lovingly hugged and senses gratitude." It's also shown to have a connection to the Grassadilla flowers you can get here, which are said to symbolise gratitude. Both the literal and metaphysical explanations coexist peacefully, they're not even mutually exclusive. My preferred explanation is that Shaman is the spirit of nature itself. But either way, this storytelling is dead impressive. It says a lot about the world of Sinnoh that these events are kept alive through myth. Speaking of myth, I need to remember to give thanks to the spirit of segues for that one, you can also get Mew and Jirachi here. Well, you can if you've also bought previous games anyway. Pokemon Let's Go for Mew, and Pokemon Sword or Pokemon Shield for Jirachi. Balancing these kinds of rewards, where you're essentially thanking your audience for their loyalty, is a tricky business. If the rewards are too meagre, it doesn't feel like the player's being respected for sticking around. If the rewards are too great, you risk alienating new players. Nobody wants to feel like they're missing out on a core part of the game if they haven't also bought the last two games in the series. Personally, I think this is a reasonable compromise. You don't have to have Mew or Jirachi to get through the game, but nevertheless they are pretty rare and elusive Pokemon. But then, I would say that, wouldn't I? I understand the frustration. I don't care much about Mew or Jirachi, and yet I have them anyway. If you care a lot and don't, I get how that would be annoying. I've been on the wrong side of this sort of thing myself, in this very game even. I'm still mad that I can't use the Platinum outfit. I really like it, but I started this file long after that promotion ended. This practice is designed to galvanise consumer response. Buy more games and buy them quick before these bonuses are gone forever. Unfortunately, fear of missing out is always going to be an inherent aspect of a series about collectible creatures. Valid as I think the frustration is, recently the series has been accused of being anti-consumer or pay-to-win because of these practices, and I don't really agree. I don't get the impression you're expected to spend £100 just to get these two Pokemon. I don't think you're expected to buy a new Pokemon game just to get the competitive powerhouse legendary. Ideally, these are cherries on top of an otherwise fully featured game. The only way to resolve this issue completely would be to release a new Pokemon game with no new Pokemon. I understand that for competitive players, the games themselves are a means to an end, but you have to recognise that competitive play is a small slice of a much bigger pie. I'm not trying to tell you that you shouldn't be angry, mind you. I think that Pokemon's handling of its competitive scene has been atrocious. We'll get to some of the reasons why later. I just don't think it has to be an anti-consumer problem to still be a problem. At the very least, Pokemon's anti-consumer practices are nowhere near as egregious as any other given multiplayer game. After all, in a worst-case scenario, you can trade your friends for these rare Pokemon. Count yourself lucky, there are far worse games that could have gotten their hooks in you instead. Look, I don't mean to tell you that it's fine because there are worse examples out there. That's fallacious. It's just that crass monetization isn't a Pokemon problem, it's a game industry problem. And, like I say, in the grand scheme of things, I think this is a fairly harmless concession. If this is the worst that Pokemon gets, I'll be happy. But honestly, just on a personal note, if the series wants to thank me for my loyalty, the best thing it can do is keep making games that I enjoy. I don't need these baubles or trinkets, especially not if they're going to be held over other players. Look at this cool guy, he's got Mew and Jirachi, man, I don't want your blood Pokemon. Okay, so normally I would put an ad about here, but I would instead like to do some promotion of my own. For those of you using adblock... sorry. First of all, thank you so much to the kings, queens and emperors on Patreon for your patience and support, including, of course, those names scrolling past the screen just now. I'm being completely literal when I say that this wouldn't have happened without you. This video was a hell of a lot of effort to make. If you feel like helping me out, first of all, thank you, but you can do so by clicking one of the thumbs and the bell, or by typing something below. It's a cliche for a reason, even saying something stupid like, Donnie got cheese crumbs in my mother's apple toys, helps a hell of a lot. I've also left my socials on screen if you're interested. Either way, thank you for indulging me. On with the show. Floaroma seems to be based in the town of Tomame, judging by its location and the nearby valley Windworks. This is our setting for the first real Team Galactic incident. The game leads you nicely into getting involved. There's a history between you and Team Galactic, and there's a wee lassie crying because they've kidnapped her dad. Worst of all, two grunts are guarding the bridge, and I am far too socially awkward to tell them where to stick it. Part of me wants to complain about the trainers that are right there on Route 205, like, why have they got the galactic go-ahead? But more than anything else, I just find it funny. I like to imagine that everybody else just tells them to fuck off. Nobody can take the galactic grunts seriously, and that allows the story to account for a lot of the silliness. Moments that should feel like contrivances, like the grunts in Floaroma Town just so happening to drop the key you need, land comfortably since they're so clearly and cartoonishly incompetent. The script plays this up beautifully. I still laugh at the lad locking himself indoors with a triumphant, "In that sense, I'm no longer the loser," only for you to come back 2 minutes later with the spare key. Turtwig evolves into Grotle just in time for one of Pokemon's more infamous battles, Commander Mars. One detail I really like in the galactic battles is the backgrounds. They whisk you away to this weird sub-dimension. The background gets more planets and moons the higher the opponent's rank, which I think is stylish. The battle against Team Galactic is more of a focus than your environment, so this feels like an appropriate bit of set dressing. And Mars really earns her planets. Keep in mind, we haven't even reached the second gym yet, and she sets a fully evolved Pokemon on you, Purugly. Decent attack and bulk for this stage in the game, excellent speed, resistances to fire and ice with thick fat, only a single weakness, and it's even holding an Oran Berry. It's no wonder this thing gets compared to Whitney's Miltank. It's a bit of a difficulty hump to be sure, but that's not a complaint at all. Purugly is fairly high up there in my list of favourite Pokemon, and I think a lot of that has to do with it sticking the boot in this fight. I love its design too. I never realised before the series went 3D that it's holding its stomach in with its tail like a corset. That's really cute. They've managed to balance the cat and the Victorian aristocrat aesthetic perfectly to create this snub-nosed, supercilious wee furball. You always get the feeling it's looking down its nose at you. Anyway, with Team Galactic driven off and the girl's smelly dad rescued, I love this game's script, man, I swear down, we're offered a clue into a rare and elusive balloon Pokemon that sometimes shows up here. Now, Drifloon only shows up on a Friday. Anticipating this, I took the Thursday off so that I could record this segment on the Friday, not realising that Drifloon only starts showing up the first Friday after you beat Team Galactic. Now, I would be more mad at the game about that, it's a very awkward setup, but I already knew about this. The game released on a Friday, And I had the exact same problem then. What a fucking dunce cap. With the bridge cleared, our next stop is Eterna City. Lots of NPCs flag up the distance between Floaroma and Eterna, creating a sense of continuity and giving a sense of purpose to this leg of your journey. Route 205 is home to Eterna Forest, the early game forest filled with poison bug Pokémon that seems to be contractually mandated. I kid, really I like this little tradition a lot, as well as its associated bug catchers. As you probably know, Pokémon was created in tribute to a childhood spent catching bugs, a hobby since paved over by urban sprawl. The connection between catching bugs and catching Pokémon is so strong that the comparison immediately makes sense of Pokémon's fairly outlandish concept. If you are not familiar with Pokémon, the game is basically telling you point blank, it's like bug catching, which is all the explanation it needs. An NPC complains that he hadn't brought enough antidotes, advising you to stock up before you head into Eterna Forest. But this advice, as well as the rest stop right outside the entrance, seems a little redundant when you're going to get a full heal between every battle, courtesy of Cheryl. Cheryl is the first of what are known as stat trainers. Each of the 5 trainers focus on a different stat. Cheryl, for example, uses Pokémon with high hit points like Chansey. The most memorable thing about these trainers, more so than their focusing on stats, is that you're forced to partner up with them while tackling their particular area. Battles become 2-on-2 affairs with you shackled to an AI companion. Here's a short list of frustrations. You now have to wait while the computer makes 3 moves to your 1. There's still no targeting with Pokeballs, so if you want to catch anything you have to knock the other Pokemon out first. And once you do, you have to pray that your companion doesn't KO your target while you're tossing balls. This is the big one, there's no way to coordinate with the AI, meaning that sometimes you'll trip one another up. Perhaps in acknowledgement of this last flaw, the game gives you an automatic full party heal between every battle. Resource management is effectively non-existent during these parts. There's no need to plan ahead when you've got a portable Pokémon Center standing right beside you. Chansey is an inspired choice for their introduction, being pretty much the closest thing Pokémon has to a cleric or white mage. I don't even hate these bits really, it just becomes a bit mindless. They show up and I think, oh, okay, time to turn my brain off for the next 20 minutes or so. I love Eterna City. The city was founded long ago in tribute to an ancient Pokémon. The statue erected in its honour is so ancient that both the text and the memory of the creature have had time to fade. The people aren't quite sure what it even looked like, hence the mishmash of design elements from both Dialga and Palkia. But the city isn't just frozen in time. People live here, so it is constantly modernising. Paved roads, bicycles and condos stand side by side with quaint little wooden houses. The city seems to be in danger of losing a lot of its traditions. One old woman remembers how the statue used to be the centrepiece of many festivals, which doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It gives the city, and Sinnoh by extension, a tangible sense of history. It's really authentic. In older cities, the one that springs to mind most for me is Edinburgh, there's no single decisive modernisation effort. Instead, different bits and pieces get preserved or built over depending on the priorities and circumstances and building permits of the people living there. The music drives home that theme, beginning with old-fashioned instruments, wood blocks, woodwind, and plucked violin. The clip-clop of the wood blocks evoke the constant forward march of time, slowly plodding along, never hurried. Horses, of course, or perhaps ponytas, would have been used to help build the city, both as beasts of burden and to bring travellers. The song progresses into increasingly more modern sounds, while the harmonica evokes a wistfulness for the past. A jazzy piano and sax play as the song gets more frantic. Then a crescendo, before the song remembers its history and returns to the violin and woodblocks. It's perfect, past and present, both jostling for attention. I think this is why Sinnoh is my favourite region, even with its shortcomings. No other region comes close to the quality of its world building. Unique to games is the ability to allow their audience to just occupy a space. Eterna City is objectively a tiny little blocky diorama, but the ability to move around at your leisure, to talk to inconsequential little background characters who happen to live there, letting the music wash over you, the ability to just exist in this space, lets it impart an atmosphere and story all its own. Team Galactic are menacing Eterna, their big, spiky building looming over the city. I love how they are used to direct your attention. You're told not to investigate the statue, which only makes you want to investigate it all the more. This is also where we meet Cynthia. I've no reason to hide it this time, Cynthia is the champion. Even though she could probably walk in and level the building if she had half a mind to, she instead gives you cut and leaves you to it. To use cut, we need to beat the gym. To beat the gym, we need to catch something that can do a better job handling grass and poison types. To catch something that can do a better job handling grass and poison types, we need to go underground. The Grand Underground is a giant cave system that spiders out all across the Sinnoh region. We'll talk about it in more detail later, but all you really need to know for just now is that you can find wild Pokémon down here. We're looking for 2 Pokémon at the minute, Togepi and Scyther. The fantasy of catching Pokémon is intoxicating. I've never been much into bug catching. We used to race snails, I suppose, which was just as exciting as you would expect. But I love animals, which the majority of Pokémon end up resembling. While I've never felt compelled to catch them all, I've always been compelled to catch the ones I like. Appropriately, catching and raising a new Pokémon is one of the best feelings in these games. Playing Pokémon is inherently expressive. No 2 playthroughs will look the same. Choosing which Pokémon you want to add to your team and then deciding how you raise it is another little fractal branch that distinguishes your journey from everybody else's. Each decision you make feels personal. You get to claim ownership of both your Pokémon and the adventure. It only enhances the satisfaction of overcoming a tough area when you are given so much freedom in how you do it. There wasn't a script, you did it. You and your Pokémon. Sure, those Pokémon aren't real. Your imagination is having to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, and I can imagine that if this isn't the kind of fantasy you get into, you'll be scratching your head wondering what all the fuss is about. It's just a poorly animated cartoon tortoise standing around while you select things from menus. Big whoop. But I always end up sort of attached to my poorly animated cartoon tortoise because it reflects something about myself. The choices that I have made across this adventure reflect my values and interests. I like Turtwig more than the other choices, and while that probably doesn't mean anything profound, it says a little something about me. Why do you think discussions about starter Pokemon get so heated? Starter Pokemon often feel like they ought to be your most prized Pokemon because they're the one you have the longest history with, but in many ways it's the Pokemon you catch later that say more about you, even if it's just something as simple as I have a Noctowl because I play at night. Sure, again, not particularly profound, but I feel like you can tell a little something about a person by their Pokemon team. Put it this way, you would have a different impression of how a player plays if they had a Garchomp on their team instead of that Noctowl. Pokemon's fantasy manifests mechanically as a unique twist on the traditional RPG. Rather than choose from a limited number of team members with defined roles, you instead choose team members from an enormous pool. This mechanic offsets the game's linearity. While you don't have many options for where you can go thanks to barriers and roadblocks in the level design, the team building mechanics give you endless options for how you engage with the available areas. There are plenty of ways to build a team, covering weaknesses with a variety of types, complementing strengths with type or move combos, playing hard and fast, playing slow and defensive, or anything in between. You can mix and match loads of different effects, balance moves and stats, or even just do a grab bag approach and choose the designs you like. All valid approaches, all satisfying in their own way. You can't really understate the importance of options in a role-playing game, can you? I mean, without those options, how else are you supposed to play a role? It's a hugely important point. It's basically core to Pokemon's mechanical identity, and it makes the title an exhaustive look at Pokemon really kinda futile. The fact is, this isn't an exhaustive look. I'm going through it once with one team. If I wanted to get the full experience, I would have to play through it dozens, if not hundreds of times, with different builds and teams. In a lot of ways, a shorter video will be more authentic to most players' play experience because with a lack of specificity comes a broad applicability. Trust me, I am well aware of my methodological shortcomings. We named Togepi Scramble because Togekiss is both an egg and a plane. We named Scyther Vice Vespa because Caesar has, vices on its hands, and it's a pun on vice versa, and it vaguely resembles a wasp, I suppose? You know, if you squint a little? Forget it then. Eterna Gym takes the form of a maze with the perspective used to hide trainers behind the trees. It's one of the most unremarkable gyms in the series. Sure, there are plenty of less interesting ones conceptually. This reminds me of the Trick House a little, which is a good thing, but it slides straight out of my head because it reuses the stock plant graphics. If you can't see the walls, you may as well be outside. It doesn't help that Vice Vespa made short work of the place. What else is a scythe for if not cutting grass? The gym leader is called Gardenia, which, when I first played, I took as evidence that they were running out of names. I mean, they just took the word garden and added a vaguely female-sounding suffix after it, right? Egg on my face because, of course, Gardenia is a girl's name, taken from the flower, not from the word garden. Apparently the flower was named after Scottish botanist Sir Alexander Garden, who was born in Aberdeen. It just goes to show you can accomplish a lot in life, even if you can't kick a jelly bean. So, Team Galactic are acting up in Eterna, engaging in such antisocial activities as adding menacing spikes to the side of their building, planting topiaries right in front of their door, and stealing everybody's Pokemon. I don't actually understand why they're stealing everybody's Pokemon. My first guess was that it's a Pokemon game and that just seems to be the villainous team's remit. But important to keep in mind for your understanding of Team Galactic is this. They don't seem to know what it is they're doing either. Once again, the dialogue sparkles. Our objectives are incredible, too incredible for me to understand. They're talking shite. And speaking of talking shite, Skuntank's a Pokemon. I'm not about to launch into a big diatribe about them putting a bum in a kid's game, you know? Even I'm not that miserable. But yeah, this isn't my favourite Pokemon design. It's a skunk. It stinks. So it's a bum and it makes a fart noise. You know, it's fine. If there's a fart joke in this game that ruined my play experience, it's not this one. It's just a bit on the nose. On the nose. Anyway, we rescue Rad Rickshaw's Pokemon. I don't know what happened to everybody else's. And we're given the bike for our troubles. I chose red because purple wasn't available. What you are looking at now is the first time I figured out, and keep in mind I've been playing these games since 2007, the first time I figured out that the game is being literal when it says you can use the bike stands. Is that just me? Am I the stupid one? Leave a comment at your discretion calling me either a fake fan or funny and relatable. Normally this is where I would go back to the old Chateau because it's here and we have cut now, but we hit a bit of a snag trying to do so. You might remember I had a lot to say about these back in Omega Ruby, the game ushering you away from interesting side content to keep you on track. I thought the Brilliant Diamond was going to give me the same sort of snash my first time through, but thankfully not. This was in the original games too, and it's the only time it happens. Which got me to thinking, why? Why specifically block players who want to visit the old Chateau? Well, the flag clears when you meet Dawn on the far end of Cycling Road. She gives you the Versus Seeker and the Dowsing Machine, so it seems likely that the game needs a way to stop you from skipping her by going all the way back to Oreburgh and up the slippery slope. It's a bit of a clunker all the same. Eterna Forest is filled with spooky little hints that you want to go and investigate, but this is a hard roadblock. It's a pretty firm no. They employed a way more elegant solution in Pokemon Platinum, which was just to put Dawn slightly further along the path. It's not the most egregious omission from Platinum, mind you, but we'll get to that later. So with no other choice, we're off down Cycling Road. Open road, the wind in your hair. Or maybe not, as it were. Cycling Road in this game is nowhere near as interesting as the one in Hoenn, unfortunately. It's just a straight shot from north to south. Recent games have had your character puff into some cycling gear when they bring out their bike. You look like a bit of a goon, but it's definitely the responsible message to send to kids. Honestly, were it not for protective gear, I think my immediate family would probably all be dead. I remember coming off my bike at one point and it looked like someone had taken a small ice cream scoop to the knee guard. Anyway, I was a grumpy little stubborn baby boy and I went the long way round back to the old Chateau. Listen, I was playing at night specifically for this bit and there was no way I was waiting another day. Eterna Forest is shown to be a supernatural place on your first visit. The psychics mention a presence there and you can catch Ghastly, Misdreavus and / Murkrow at night time. The old Chateau seems to be the source of the disturbance, an abandoned mansion filled with ghost Pokemon. There's not much to do here, you can only really find one thing of interest, and that's in the post-game and entirely optional. And that's brilliant. The old Chateau leaves so much more of an impression as an unexplained side area, one all but forgotten by the world and the characters in it. There's always the temptation to go further into these things, to try and stir the pot with a tantalising mystery, but just as effective, I feel, is to leave it alone and let the atmosphere thicken. Something bad has clearly happened for the building to house so many resentful spirits, but you're the trespasser here. It doesn't owe you any answers that could offer an easy emotional exit. All you're left with is the glare of the painting, the discordant phrases of music like snatches of memory, and the static of the television screen. The pièce de résistance of this creepy little vignette is this. I really don't want to draw attention to this, as with a lot of things it's better unexplained, but I need to talk about how this works because it's so simple and so effective. This event is random. The girl has a small chance of appearing every time you enter this room. And that wee bit of random chance adds so much to the unexplained urban legend nature of this area. The first time I ever played Peril back in 2007, the girl appeared on my first try, but she absolutely refused to show up for my friend, who thought I was taking the piss. There's no better way to show mischievous ghosts sowing distrust and confusion than by having the player live it. Route 206 winds itself between the legs of Cycling Road. It's interesting perhaps because of how linear the upper route is. There are tons of nooks and crannies, narrow passageways to squeeze through, and secrets to be found. It reminds me of the forgotten bits of land beneath railway bridges or between fields. Its purpose served, it's left to become overgrown with rocks and thickets. Ponyta can be found here, just below Eterna. Damn, maybe it really did help build the city. Ponyta is, infamously, one of 2 fire types in the original Pokémon Diamond and Pearl. The other is Chimchar, so if you didn't pick the fire type starter, you had the option of 1 fire type Pokémon. The fire types are victims of a bigger problem, a limited Pokédex. Diamond and Pearl are infamous for their paddling pool of available Pokémon. There are 151 Pokémon in the original Sinnoh Dex, but that isn't even the whole story. Kanto had 151 Pokémon too, and nobody complains about that. I've no idea how I'd go about testing this, but I don't really feel like Sinnoh is that much bigger than Kanto that could account for the difference. The problem is, you're not working with 151 Pokémon, you're working with far fewer. You've already got the usual Pokémon staples like starters, legendaries, and version exclusives thinning out the herd. That's normal. But on top of that, a huge number of Sinnoh's Pokémon are novelties. If we cross out the Honey Tree Pokémon, daily or event Pokémon, and a bunch of miscellaneous Pokémon, Happiny can't be found in-game for example, Unknown is there for lore reasons rather than team building, and so on, that's you slashed the Pokédex substantially. Now, there's definitely debate about the validity of my choices. The point that I am herding you towards here is that there's only about 47 Pokémon that you can find in grass, caves, and water. Sure, Spiritomb, Milotic, and Snorlax are technically in the Sinnoh Dex, but practically they may as well not exist. That's not even mentioning the Pokémon that are difficult, if not impossible to evolve, those that are only available very late in the game, and the abundance of water types. Goldeen and Finian. Sinnoh, you spoil us. If you aren't either incredibly lucky or willing to grind for ages, your options are limited considerably by these Pokémon. You can make the argument that it might be good to limit the player's options. It could force players to make more meaningful decisions. It could help focus the balancing of the game, and it could help weaker Pokémon represent a better value proposition since they have less competition. But that's all hypothetical. Pokémon has never been especially well curated. QED, there are 2 fire types in Sinnoh, and that's about it. And that's not just in a vacuum either, that has a knock-on effect with the rest of the game's options. Sunny Day is less useful, for example, and steel types become more viable because one of their major weaknesses is removed. Caesar, whose only weakness is fire, has very little to worry about in this game. On a more basic level though, in a role-playing game, I don't think that balancing is as important as options. Players can, and will, essentially balance themselves by making different choices. The remakes address this issue, presumably because if they didn't, the fanbase would descend on their keyboards like their only natural predator, infinite monkeys. The Grand Underground does wonders for team diversity, offering you not just an enormous pool of new Pokémon, but also a lot of freedom in how and when you catch them. I wouldn't have been able to use Scyther or Togepi in the original Diamond and Pearl. Unfortunately, it still feels like a band-aid solution, a plaster over the problem rather than a proper dressing. Because, again, the limited pool of Pokémon is not just an issue in a vacuum, it's also a level design issue. Sinnoh is perhaps the series' most well-defined ecology. The whole region makes sense. There's no moment like Shoal Cave where you're not quite sure how it works but you roll with it anyway to catch some ice types. That's a huge strength for Sinnoh, that's something that I prize greatly. But it's also the game's Achilles heel. Part of the reason I think there are so few fire types is because there's no fire type level to support them. So while Sinnoh is really well defined, that also means that any Pokemon that doesn't fit the cold and craggy landscape is out. So you're going to encounter many of the same Pokemon across the length of the adventure, and that makes wild encounters less valuable and less interesting. If you caught a Geodude in Oreburgh Gate, you have less incentive to investigate a patch of grass on Route 206 when it's likely to just be another Geodude. So while the Grand Underground fixes your team building problems, it doesn't interact with the rest of the map. Trainers don't update their rosters from the original games, and none of the new Pokemon have been added to the regional Pokédex. Gotta catch 'em all, the tagline says, except for that one, apparently. That one doesn't count. It also means that Pokemon aren't grounded. They're not enriching a world in its history like they were before. I find Absol down here, a Pokemon with a subtle narrative function in Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald, now plucked from that context and just thrown in a random room designed to generate Pokemon. It's not the end of the world or anything, but you see how that's weaker. I'm trying not to make this the Pokemon Platinum fanboy hour, but that game's greatest triumph was how organically it fixed these issues. It didn't crowbar in any new areas that could upset Sinnoh's ecology. If anything, it doubled down on the cold climate. Instead, it made considerate additions to expand the regional dex by a whopping 60. The fire-type additions are the perfect example. Nothing about Houndoom suggests it has to exist in superheated environments, and being pack animals, it makes sense for them to exist on the rocky plains of Route 214. Magmar, on the other hand, is attracted to the heat of the Molten Foundry at Fuego Ironworks. I think that same consideration would have made Brilliant Diamond all the stronger. Still, with all that mealy-mouthed prevaricating out the way, it has to be said, Brilliant Diamond fixes the issue. Good for it. At the end of Route 206 sits Wayward Cave, home to Bronzor. Bronzor has a lot of myth and culture surrounding it, but who gives a shit really? It's also got a 1 in 20 chance of holding the metal coat. Evolution can be induced in many ways. Leveling up with high friendship, leveling up with an item held, using an item, trading with an item held, leveling up in a particular area, leveling up with high beauty, leveling up while holding the console upside down. Yes, seriously. No, seriously. As time goes on, I find myself appreciating these unique and outlandish evolution methods more and more. And the main reason, I think, is because of the EXP share. I'll have a lot more to say about the EXP share later, of course I will, but it makes gaining experience passive, a byproduct of playing, rather than a representation of learning and growth. I've got Meditite in my party specifically to evolve it, and until then it's literally just set and forget. Having to perform a silly ritual to evolve once again makes you an active participant in that process. Unique evolutions have many advantages besides. They can create side quests. They can lock away powerful evolutions until certain points of the game. They can better characterise the Pokemon and its life cycle, and they can just be more fun. I love that there is a Pokemon that actually evolves in a particular way if you give it an item and spin counterclockwise for more than 10 seconds between 7 and 8 PM. Again, seriously. The problem with them is, the series is horrendous at directing the player towards these evolutions. I never figured out there was a relationship between Scyther and the Metal Coat. I saw a picture of Caesar in the Pokemon Handbook too, and eventually looked up how to get Caesar. I never figured out there was a 5% chance of Bronzor holding a Metal Coat. I punched how to get Metal Coat Pokemon Brilliant Diamond into Google. The relationship between the two makes sense. Caesar resembles a Scyther covered in a metal coat, but it only makes sense in retrospect after you've seen Caesar, and even then there's nothing that suggests it needs to have been traded. I have no shame about using a guide. I don't think there's any more problem with that than there is asking a friend. The problem is, unlike talking to a friend, looking up a guide just isn't very much fun to me. And yet it feels practically essential if you're interested in evolving your Pokemon. Because figuring this stuff out for yourself isn't fun either, it's practically impossible. Maybe I'm just ignorant, maybe I'm showing my whole entire arse here, but I've very rarely been able to put the pieces together myself. Funnily enough, one of the few weirdo evolutions that I think people will figure out on their own is Alcremase, is the one where you need to give it an item and spin in place. The description on that item strongly hints at what you need to do. And that is a brilliant solution. Having something in Scyther's Pokédex entry that mentions the Metal Coat, or even just an NPC somewhere who offers an oblique hint, would encourage players to pay attention and minimise their reliance on guides. Having to trade to evolve certain Pokemon is another locus of complaint, and although I like the idea, it feels so arbitrary that, yeah, I'm with you, I'm going to complain about it too. Evolution represents your Pokemon's growth. This is often literal. The traditional 3-stage evolution sees a Pokemon grow from infancy into an adolescent into an adult. Part of the fantasy there, part of the appeal, is the idea that you have helped them grow, and so in their growth you see a reflection of your own progress. This doesn't only apply to experience either. Progress can take many forms, solving a puzzle or tracking down a rare item. Personally, I think that social interaction is a valid way to mark progress. You know, this is a useful and practical way to show that you have indeed traded with someone. So trade evolutions basically work for me. Trading and social interaction are huge parts of these games, so it makes sense to lock certain evolutions behind that criteria. The execution makes absolutely zero sense. It doesn't match the fantasy of either raising your Pokemon yourself or trading. Your avatar, your representative in the game world, doesn't get to see the Pokemon they've raised evolve with their own eyes, so it doesn't feel like the culmination of your efforts. Sure, if you're in person you can look over your pal's shoulder, but that's assuming you're both even in the same room. You also don't get the satisfaction of passing the torch or helping out a friend. You're not passing along your beloved Pokemon for them to raise, and you're not giving them anything they want in exchange. All you're really doing is handing the Pokemon off, and then they hand it straight back. It just isn't fun. I've never had an interesting interaction doing this. It's always just been, hey, have you got a minute? Yeah, sorry about this. The only saving grace could be, again, if it told us something about the Pokemon. But it's a random smattering of Pokemon that evolve this way. If Scyther evolved by holding the metal coat and levelling up, that I could understand, your Pokemon being forged in battle. If it were a social Pokemon that evolved via trade, like Jigglypuff, who loves an audience, or Sylveon, who is literally called the intertwining Pokemon, that would at least tell us it's a species that loves human interaction. It makes new friends, and that's how it evolves. Instead, we get trade evolutions like Kadabra into Alakazam, or this, Scyther into Caesar. I don't know how to feel about either the mechanics or the fantasy of this evolution, because it feels so arbitrary. Trading for Vice Vespa to evolve gives us the opportunity to talk about the Union Room. The Union Room forces you to halt all your progress and squeeze into a weird liminal space. Here you can battle or trade with anyone nearby, or with a small selection of people chosen randomly if you're online. This is, obviously, much, much worse than the PSS from Generation 6, but I find it difficult to be upset about that. Apparently, from what I heard after the fact, the PSS was an incredible strain on the servers. Keep in mind that Pokemon sells absolute gangbusters. I can imagine that, yeah, the servers would buckle under the strain of the entire Pokemon community playing at launch. The Union Room downsizes. It gives social functions a dedicated area, so you can't just keep them on in the background perpetually. And that makes a lot of sense. It's still quick and easy to access, you just have to let the game know ahead of time that you're ready to interact with other players. The only thing I don't like is how your options are restricted while you're in here. You can't change your Pokemon's held items or anything like that. I guess that has something to do with the game having to save data beforehand, but either way it's clunky to have to go out and back in if you want to trade an item to your friend, or you need a specific item for evolution. Wayward Cave is a dark and confusing labyrinth. Not to worry because we still have Flash, which, being a TM rather than an HM, still works like it used to. Instead of choosing the move from your Pokéh, you need to have a Pokemon that knows Flash in your party and then use it from the Pokemon menu. The box link makes this pointless busy work. You don't have to dedicate a move slot to it, you can stick the Pokemon back in the box and the effect still lingers. You can also do this with teleport, by the way. It's handy if you want to get back to a Pokemon Center quickly. Now, I like a good labyrinth. It can be enjoyable to form a more complete picture of an area in your mind and puzzle past some misdirection. But I feel like Wayward Cave overplays its hand. Using the same repeating rock pattern over and over is so artificial that it draws attention to itself. It's trying to confuse you, but it's way too obvious about it. I imagine it would have been more effective if this pattern only repeated once or twice to throw you off. Instead, it just gets a bit exhausting, especially with random encounters interrupting your train of thought every few seconds. Thankfully, I have years of experience with gamer techniques to fall back on, so I just went into my bag and used some repels. Mira, the second of the stat trainers, has gotten herself lost deep in the cave. Even though her Kadabra is not a cleric type, she still keeps you fully healed. So this is our first real opportunity to see the new recruits in action. For all its frustrations getting there, Scizor represents a really good idea for Pokemon evolution that I would like to see explored further. Instead of it just being a direct upgrade, Scizor has an identical base stat total to Scyther. The stats are just distributed differently. Obviously, Scizor is the better of the two on the sheer strength of its typing alone. Bug Flying is not a great combination, and Bug Steel only has one weakness. But I think it would be cool to see more Pokemon like this. It could be a legitimate choice sometimes not to evolve your Pokemon. Scizor's main strength, though, is the combination of Technician and Bullet Punch. Bullet Punch is a priority move, it will usually go first, so it's balanced by being at a piddly 40 power. This is where Technician comes in, boosting the strength of weaker moves by 50%. Along with the bonus the attack gets for being a Steel type using a Steel type move, Bullet Punch becomes a 90 power move that usually goes first, covering for Scizor's lower speed. Scramble, on the other hand, is having a tougher time of it. Having Mira here kinda made this the perfect place to train. Kadabra's Reflect and the full heal after every fight mean that it's not getting tanked every 2 seconds. All Scramble really has going for it at the moment is the funny meme move Metronome. Metronome pulls any move programmed into the game at random and then just uses it sight unseen. It results in some kind of funny mental arithmetic, me having to weigh up whether it's better to use Grass Knot for the guaranteed damage, or literally any other move in the game. Like, While the problem is exaggerated in the gyms, there is practically no resistance to you going back to the Pokémon Center to heal while you're out on the routes. If you are in trouble here, it'll probably only take a minute's round trip to nip back to Oreburgh, even shorter probably, especially if you have repels on you. The weird thing is, I think part of the problem here is that the series has been getting better and better. Movement is faster and smoother, and the levels are more carefully designed to be of a relatively consistent length. Route 207 competes with Route 201 for the shortest and most unremarkable route in the game, and yet it still has a little optional loop with 4 or 5 trainers you can tackle if you feel like it. Compare with Pokémon Red and Blue. The movement is slower and clunkier, small trees respawn after trainer fights, HMs require a dedicated move to clear and a visit to the menu every time you want to use them, and the routes can be anything from a single screen to multiple lengthy mazes packed with trainers. The series has smoothed out the experience in an uncountable number of subtle ways over the years, which is obviously a good thing. But the funny thing is, when replaying Pokémon Red, I found myself engaging more with the resource management. I was less willing to return to a Pokémon Center because it would be kind of awkward to do so. Multiple times I found myself pressing onward with healing items, sometimes even to the point of letting my PP run out. Because bag space is at a premium, I couldn't guarantee I'd keep my elixirs or ethers on me. Compare with Route 207, where it's easy and convenient to return to Oreburgh to get a complete top-up whenever the fancy takes me. I still think that Pokémon Centres are successful as they offer a very modular, player-driven difficulty. You can return to one between every fight, and that is technically optimal, it just depends on how much time you want to waste for yourself. But that option is only really meaningful if you're wasting much time in the first place. It's an odd contradiction. I hesitate to say outright the game would be better if it wasted more of your time, but I sort of feel like that's the case. Route 207 leads us into our first of many trips through Mount Coronet, where we have our first encounter with Galactic boss Cyrus. Cyrus, realising he has his audience cornered, launches into a heady monologue, speculating about what a fresh universe looked like without human spirit mucking it all up, one where time and space were left to expand undisturbed. Unfortunately, I'm still too socially awkward to tell him where to stick it. But, I wasn't really paying attention to that, I was laughing at his grumpy wee chibi face. The camera during the cinematics tries its best, man, but these super deformed models were clearly not intended to be seen from this angle or distance. Textures become pixelated when turned away from the camera, and there are a lot of difficulties animating chibi characters besides. The proportions make exaggerating poses impossible. Short, little stubby arms can't reach beyond the ears, and polygons have to stretch awkwardly to stretch the leg forward enough when you're running. These are difficult to notice in the top-down view, but they're all you can notice when zoomed in at a low angle. The reason the super deformed art style hangs together better in the top-down view is because it's clearer what it's going for. The massive heads emphasise expression and exaggerate perspective. You're viewing them from a top-down angle, so their heads will be closer and therefore bigger. I still think it works better in the more abstract 2D space, but I would be lying if I said it hadn't been done successfully in 3D as well. Brilliant Diamond, as we've discussed, isn't a successful example unfortunately, and it gets even worse drawing attention to itself like this. Route 208 is a lovely little route, transitioning from the cliffs and waterfalls of Mount Coronet to a more lush and gentle plain at the bottom. It's an appropriate metaphor if nothing else, because I have an apology to make. In an exhaustive look at Pokémon Omega Ruby, I went on a massive rant about memes when I saw an old fella make a fairly inconsequential Lord of the Rings reference. Now, I still stand by the underlying criticism. I find memes distracting and a little obnoxious. That having been said, in retrospect, I feel the whole thing was really disrespectful to the translators and localizers.
Lazy, half-arsed, not bothered, disinterested memes.
There's no call for a lot of this. I all but accuse the localizers of being lazy, and that must be incredibly frustrating. Here's a story. I used to do work for Did You Know Gaming, and my first assignment was on Sonic Adventure 2. Of course it was. It's me. One of the biggest rumours surrounding that game was that, at one point, the game was planned to have multiple story branches. I had a week to do research on the game, and I spent 3 days out of that entire week just tracking down a source for this rumour. Eventually, I found what I thought was a verifiable source, a preview in an official Dreamcast magazine. So I put it in the script and I sent it off. Nae danger. Then, when the video comes out, game historian Liam Robertson leaves a reply saying, "Hey, I asked the director about this personally and he told me that was never planned." Hands up, my mistake. But the responses to that were, predictably, kind of snotty and unfair. Wow, did they even do the research? DYKG just uses Wikipedia. You know, that sort of thing. And that was, as you can imagine, frustrating. I busted my hump tracking down that info. My point being that we don't know what went on behind the scenes. This is why it's so fruitless to attribute blame or intent. We don't know the circumstances that led to the decisions being made. Sure, I don't like the Great Maxi. It seems like an awkward way to translate his pomposity into English, but accurate translation is a valid choice, if even the scriptwriters got a say in it at all. Sure, I found the meme distracting, but to accuse them of being lazy? Oof, come on. More likely, it was just a localizer trying to make people laugh. Does that deserve this much hostility? I don't think so. There was even more egg on my face when I learned that Nob Ogasawara, whom I'd championed as this untarnished, memeless genius of localization, also included memes in his scripts, albeit memes that I didn't recognise. I still really like his scripts, but yeah, it's a bit rich to be using him as an example of how to do it right when he was doing the exact same thing I was saying was so wrong. So this is me humbly apologising. I'm sorry. It was unfair and shitty of me, and it was a huge overreaction besides. Now, I understand that this is perhaps too little too late. There's a real danger that people are going to see that original rant with all of its misinformation, but not this retraction. It would be arrogant to assume that that video's success was anything more than a fluke. I would honestly just cut the segment if YouTube let you make cuts to videos over 6 hours long. What an oddly specific way to hamstring yourself. Anyway, this game's script is, thankfully, the ideal circumstance for me. It's not one-to-one so far as I can tell, but it's faithful to the original Diamond and Pearl script with all its little idioms and turns of phrase, while also getting rid of the memes. This painter no longer titles his painting "My Pokémon is Fight," a joke that I still don't understand, but the more benign Pokémon can win. Hearthome City is Sinnoh's central hub. It's luxurious and clean, a real tourist trap of a city. Between Amity Square, the contest hall and the fan club, it's very upmarket, very hip and happening, very chic. There are a lot of young couples with newborns around here, presumably having moved to be at the heart, of Sinnoh's cultural scene. How perfect a reflection of her city is Fantina though. Like Rourke working in the coal mines and Gardenia investigating the old chateau, Fantina participates in her city's vibe rather than just locking herself away in the gym. She wears an elegant purple ball gown and she peppers her speech with French phrases, the most elegant and sexy of all the accents, except of course for the Scottish accent. Now, Fantina claims that she won't challenge us until we become much stronger, but as we can see in the gym, she's already fought Barry. And it's not like he's become that much stronger than you in the meantime, he challenges you on your way out. Either way, Fantina's not here just now, which seems in character for her. She seems like she's juggling a lot of plates. Maybe she was just making an excuse when she said you weren't strong enough to get you to carry on, rather than just wait around. Either way, the result of all this is that she's going to be the 5th gym leader, rather than the 3rd. One thing I really like about these games, and their world being so close to ours, is that there's a lot less of a barrier to entry. We can assume that religion works similarly to how it does in the real world, hence the foreign building, which appears to be a combination of a church, mosque, and synagogue. It works as a universal symbol of religion, easily understood around the world. There's no need for a character to explain how religion works in this world. If you went up to someone in a church and they started expositing information about the entire history of Christianity out of nowhere, you'd be a little bit taken aback. I appreciate Pokemon's approach to this kind of world building. It takes a kid's perspective. Religion exists and textures the world accordingly, but it isn't really a kid's focus, and so it doesn't need explained in such a way that would perhaps foreground an adult's perspective and their political and spiritual views. Because there is a way to handle this that completely avoids any potential controversy, and that is to not handle it at all. It would be very easy for the series to get the Tipp-Ex out and blank out any religious reference. Pokemon tends not to take that approach. Even if we're not doing a deep dive into religion or the economy or animal cruelty, the game still accounts for them in microcosm by factoring them into the world and, on occasion, having them influence certain characters' decisions. I think that's a stronger proposition than just ignoring it. Anyway, the atmosphere in here is lovely and is created almost entirely by a lack of music. Like in a real church, moving around is kind of a self-conscious act because it's so quiet. You don't want to disturb anybody else. That's kind of left me in a bit of a pious mood now. Pokemon often concerns itself with scientific progress and discoveries, but I love how religion and spirituality are highlighted in Sinnoh instead. Oh, what's that, mate? Your Pokemon evolved? Oh well, never mind then. The most gentrified part of Hearthome City is Amity Square. It's a park where you get to walk with your Pokemon tagging along behind. It seems like a sweet idea, but only a ludicrously short list of predetermined cute Pokemon are allowed in. The starters weren't even allowed in here until Pokemon Platinum. I'm not using that as a criticism either. The original games found a very good justification for this limitation, as we will see later. The follow mechanic goes a long way to addressing some of Pokemon's issues with conceptual space. Pokemon is keeping a lot of plates spinning. The sheer number of creatures means it has to employ a lot of shortcuts and workarounds to manage its insane workload. Even the basic premise of catching creatures and keeping them in little opaque capsules saves the game from having to render all of your party at once. This is presumably why only a small list of Pokemon were allowed in Amity Square back in the originals. There wasn't the time to animate walk cycles for every single one. The consequence of this, of course, is that the overwhelming majority of Pokemon exist almost entirely within menus or on the battle screen. Essentially, they have no impact on the world around them. Now, this is going to seem like a bit of a tangent here, but bear with me for a second. There's a concept in comics called closure. Scott McCloud defines it as the phenomenon of observing the parts, but perceiving the whole. For example, let's take these two panels from Amazing Spider-Man 39, illustrated by John Romita. In the first panel, Spidey's grabbed one fella around the head and socked this other one. In the next, he is fighting off two more guys, with the first still in a headlock. These two panels are completely static pictures, separated by thick black lines and a gutter. But our brains are excellent at making associations between two separate pieces of information. So, expecting there to be an association, it automatically fills in the blanks between these two images to create a single chain of events. Spider-Man holds a guy in a headlock while fending off 3 assailants. You observe these panels as parts, but you perceive it as a complete sequence. This is called closure. It's this idea of your brain taking separate pieces of information and smoothing over the gaps to create a complete picture that I think Pokemon does poorly. When Meditite used Flash to light up Wayward Cave, I just chose the option from a menu and the screen lit up. What is supposed to be happening here, I think, is that Meditite has come out of its Pokeball and used its psychic powers to light up the room. Imagine how they would handle this scene in the anime and you should get the picture. But that is entirely imagination. There's no closure per se, because there's not much association between the two events. They are too separate for your brain to fill in the blanks. I understand why this is. It would be an untenable amount of work to account for and animate every Pokemon performing every task. But it doesn't change the fact that the Pokemon feel completely compartmentalised from the world around them. Encountering a wild Pokemon sees you walking around in empty patches of grass before you are suddenly whisked away to a completely different screen. You don't even hear their cries on the overworld in this game. You don't get to play with your Pokemon or see them interact with their environment. So it's difficult sometimes to build a complete picture of this world in your own head, to see in your mind's eye the fantasy of living, playing and travelling with your Pokemon partners. It's difficult for the games to create a singular conceptual space. Having your Pokemon walk alongside you goes some way to remedying this problem. They literally exist on the overworld side by side with your avatar, and that makes it so much easier to locate them in the same world. They're not abstracted into menus, they're right there, front and centre. It's still not ideal, the Pokemon don't interact with or impact the world in any way that would make them feel more tangible, but it helps solidify the fantasy. It must be a lot of work, but it has unquestionably paid off. Pokemon walking alongside you ought to be a priority for the series. Unfortunately, the execution in this game is tragic, and I mean that, it's heartbreaking. There is so much effort and attention to detail gone into it, and it only makes it worse. Pokemon don't just follow directly behind you anymore, they have different speeds and rudimentary pathfinding to try and keep up with you. This approach makes a lot of sense on paper. It feels more organic and it shows off each species' attributes. A faster Pokemon like Scizor keeps up easily, while a massive lumbering Tortoise lags behind. This must have taken a lot more time and effort than just having the Pokemon glued to you, and yet the alternative still would have been better. Because this barely works. The Pokemon have to be shrunk down to fit within Sinnoh's narrow architecture, even the likes of the mighty primordial Leviathan Kyogre. All of this, and they still get caught on every bush and corner in existence. Every time they do, there's a flash of light and a sound effect as they return to the ball to reset position. And with a slow, trudging Pokemon like Grotle, that means you're going to be seeing that more than its walking animation. It gets distracting and repetitive really quickly. Look at the poor thing, it's just trying to keep up. I feel bad. You may also find yourself trying to walk around in a small space, which Sinnoh is packed with, while your Pokemon won't get out the bloody way. So you end up having to shove them aside, which also doesn't feel great. The Pokemon following also looks awkward because it doesn't match the overworld's art style. While the human characters are super deformed, the Pokemon are just miniaturized versions of their battle models. Scizor, for example, doesn't have a massive head. It isn't employing the same perspective trick as everything else, so it doesn't look like it fits in the same world. Heart Gold and Soul Silver nailed this back on the DS. Obviously they had the advantage of using sprites, but the results speak for themselves. On every level, Brilliant Diamond looks much worse. For me though, this game never had to nail the graphics. They were always kinda weird and transitional in the original anyway. No, what it had to nail was the music. For me, this always felt like a theme of awakening, putting me in mind of early morning, dew still on the grass, chill still in the air, that sort of thing. The song begins with an arpeggio on the piano. It's kind of cool and crisp, but there's an underlying feeling of warming up with the harp underneath rising towards the brass, and the bell calling us out.
The brass repeats a phrase twice to warm up,
before it shifts up the octave with another, I want to say trombone, joining in for emphasis. That crescendo comes back down with descending phrases on the piano, still undercut with hopeful, uplifting phrases on the harp behind it, before we relax into the main melody. I feel like the arpeggiated chords serve a double function here. This song is also used on Route 212, and it works well with the peal of the rainfall. It would take a far more experienced and knowledgeable musician to really do this song justice, I feel like. There's a lot more phrases and instruments going on here than what I'm able to cover, and like I say, I'm still not completely confident that I'm using the terms correctly.
but I think it's the swell and release, like taking a deep breath of fresh air, that makes this song so special to me. It inflates with the triumphant brass before exhaling into a confident rhythm. It really is a remarkable composition, I think. It re-energises me every time I hit Route 209. It's almost certainly my favourite route theme, not just in this game, but in the entire series.
There's always been a long list of music I really loved in this game. Eterna Forest, Route 209, the GTS theme, the Surf theme, and while I was researching it, I learned that all of these songs were composed by one Hitomi Sato. And honestly, what a marvel she is. She even co-composed that absolute belter of a Frontier Brain theme with Go Ichinose. What a hero.
The marks that Sinnoh's atmosphere left on me, in large part through her compositions, are indelible. Now, thankfully, I think that Brilliant Diamond, by and large, does her, and everybody's, compositions justice. The Switch Pokémon games seem to have a very harsh sound that a friend who is far more knowledgeable about audio than I am finds grating. I couldn't really hear it myself. Until I was working on this video, I had to do a lot of fiddling to find the sweet spot where the game was audible, but without being so shrill it overpowered my voice. That caveat acknowledged, yeah, they nailed it. This gives me the same elated feeling that the original does. Great job.
Imagining that I'm not completely off base and feeling like this route is something of a refreshing reawakening, joggers can only be fought in the mornings. The joggers, as well as the policemen we meet later on who can only be fought at night, have an unfortunate interaction with the Switch architecture. As you don't have to turn it off completely or close the game when you stop playing, the game doesn't have to reload the area when you turn it back on. If you enter the route during the night and then send the console to sleep, the joggers still won't fight you in the morning unless you reload the area. It's testament to how much of a complicated proposition game development is. It's funny how these seemingly unrelated little things can impact one another. Are you maybe a Pokémon genius? Not according to my comments. My ears are eating well just now. Lost Tower brings back another of my favourite tracks, Eterna Forest's theme.
I love the atmosphere it creates. The echoing note on the piano to ease us in. This place is empty, but its history arrests your attention, followed by the sort of fumbling, slightly syncopated melody on the flute, like obscured intention. Beautiful.
This song is strongly associated with lingering spirits, but the story it tells is more uplifting than you might expect. Death in Sinnoh is often very serene. Maybe the more spiritual focus implies the existence of an afterlife, or at least the idea that death is not a full stop on one's existence. It's a lovely thought. The tower is actually fairly bright to reflect this, with a strong blur effect softening the hard edges of reality. This is a liminal space, a space between this world and the next. There's one trainer here, Roughneck Kirby, who's here to mourn his Pokémon killed by Team Galactic. I love the Roughnecks, man, that tough guy demeanour disguising a sensitive heart. His Cleffa is hilariously at odds with his vibe. Kirby's kind of the perfect name for him in that sense. After the battle, he decides that he's not honouring his Pokemon's memory by wallowing in his own resentment and misery. It also makes Team Galactic that little bit more villainous. We don't get any details, so you can fill in the blanks how you like, but I feel like it doesn't undermine their comedic tone. Stupidity can be just as dangerous as malice. Other trainers have similar stories. A father reminisces on the idea that he's only said so many goodbyes because he's been blessed with a long life. And a couple are here to remember the Pokemon that brought them together. I love that the game allows itself to sit in these emotions. There's no gag to relieve the mood at the end of these stories. It means the atmosphere percolates rather than dissipates. It's not super heavy either. It just creates the impression that death is an inescapable but perfectly natural part of life. Anyway, let's talk about the sexy bunny Pokemon. Bunny's evolution, Lopunny, looks like this, and sounds like this. Yeah, it's not subtle. Okay, so a quick history lesson here. Playboy is a gentleman's magazine that became famous for the full frontal nudity featured on the centre pages. The logo of a rabbit wearing a collared shirt and bow tie projected an image of class and sophistication, but also of fertility. Rabbits have a bit of a reputation for... how do you phrase this delicately? Being ultra-turbo shaggers. Playboy bunnies were the waitresses at Playboy's resorts and nightclubs, and they tapped into that same juxtaposition. The air of sophistication created by the cuffs, collar and bow tie defined the boundaries of a more carnal gaze, one encouraged by the associate rabbit ears and tail. That image became a bit of a phenomenon around the globe, nowhere more so than in Japan. It became such an icon that it seems to have lost a lot of its edge. Beyond Playboy, the brand-neutral bunny girl is all over the place in manga and anime. My first exposure was Bulma in the first volume of Dragon Ball, ostensibly a comic for young boys. I couldn't tell you why that is. It's almost certainly down to cultural differences around sex or rabbit imagery or both. But the bottom line is, from what I can gather, the bunny girl isn't quite as salacious in Japan. Still, while it is a little weird for us Westerners, it's not like Lopunny is explicitly pornographic or anything. It suggests the bunny girl imagery without ever being inappropriate. A bust is suggested by its cute pose and fluffy cuffs, and the bottom of a corset is implied by the line separating hind legs from torso, which is also a characteristic of rabbits. I'm not convinced it was the cleanest idea for such a global franchise, but credit where it's due, I think they did a good job. The Sinnoh region's newspaper is printed out of this perfectly ordinary house, with 2 employees inside. Presumably they're not publicly traded, or their shareholders would have their guts for garters. Maybe that's for the best. These guys ask you to catch a specific Pokémon and show it to them before the end of the day. I really like this side quest. The series doesn't often task you with catching a specific Pokémon, which is a missed opportunity. It's a great way to clue you into some of the Pokémon you may have missed. Catch 'em all is such an overwhelmingly huge task, and it's nice to have the game break it down into smaller chunks. Generations 7 and 8 did this particularly well. The Solaceon Ruins reintroduce the Pokémon unknown to the series, a Pokémon that takes 28 different forms, one for each letter of the alphabet, then a question mark and exclamation mark. I love Unknown. It's a similar kind of vibe and puzzle to the Braille puzzles in Generation 3's Sealed Chamber, but this time with a cipher unique to Pokémon. The solution to the maze here is spelled out on the first floor, provided you can read Unknown. You just have to note down the instructions and then follow them to reach the bottom. The music, again, is Eterna Forests. Like the Lost Tower, the mystery of these ancient ruins doesn't seem to be anything sinister. The Unknown on the 7 main floors spell out the word friend, and at the bottom you find a mural that reads, "Friendship. All lives touch other lives to create something anew and alive." There's no crisis about what caused the downfall of this ancient civilization or anything like that. Instead, it feels more like a gentle reminder from the past. What better place then for Grotle to evolve? That's Back Garden finally living up to her name there. A fully evolved starter Pokemon before the 3rd gym. Oops. I love Torterra though. It strikes just the right balance between cool and clumsy, threatening and adorable. There aren't many Pokemon with this kind of asymmetrical design either, which helps set it apart. Your reward for tracking down and catching all of the unknown letters in this game are new slots for your ball capsules, which I didn't think was worth an hour and a half's work. I do appreciate that the game isn't cheapening its mysteries with easy answers. I don't think you should catch all the unknown and you get this massive revelatory side quest or anything, but I don't know, maybe just a little message would be nice? Wait, what's this? The letters! What could it mean? Most of Route 210 is blocked by Psyduck, who all have headaches and don't want to move. Honestly lads, that's a mood. We'll leave you to it, we'll come back later. It's chucking it down on Route 215, which, combined with the brashness of the soundtrack, creates a really fun, adventurous mood. You may have noticed, but there is a huge gap between the 2nd and 3rd gyms in Sinnoh. It's a design choice that's attracted some criticism, the pacing of the game being disrupted by such a huge gap between 2 key events. But honestly, I like it.
I guess I just don't see the gyms as emotional climaxes. They're more checkpoint than antagonist.
So while I have the opportunity, I'd like to say a few words in its defence. So far, Sinnoh has been mostly player-driven. It's still mainly linear, of course, but there's less of a sense of being funneled from place to place, and I really like that, especially at the beginning of the game. It gives you opportunities to investigate side areas, do some spelunking, or go off and catch some Pokémon all at your own pace. That's important for a handheld game, a game that can't guarantee a captive audience. Beginning the game by showing the player the size of the world and letting them discover it themselves is also really effective at pacing interest. At the start, the game is low commitment, but while you're exploring and picking up on whatever threads catch your interest, you're also developing a relationship with this world. It may not be a profound emotional connection, but when the story begins to pick up later on, the game can cash in on that interest. It can afford to be a little more hands-on, because by that point the player should hopefully be invested in the world. Even if they aren't, they at least understand what's at stake. They've seen it for themselves. I understand the shortcomings with this approach. Because there is so much ground to cover between the second and third gyms, your selection at the Pokémarts is limited for huge chunks of the game. You can't buy Great Balls or Super Repels until after the third gym, meaning that while you're covering all this ground, your options to avoid or catch Pokémon are limited.
Not a huge offence in the original games, but far more objectionable with the Grand Underground's huge selection. Sometimes you need something a bit better than a Pokéball.
I also feel that this contributes somewhat to the limited Pokémon pool. We are literally at the opposite end of the map from where we started, and we're not even at the third gym. Since the game can't introduce most of its Pokémon selection this early, huge cuts of the map are occupied by mostly the same kind of monsters. We're still fighting Geodudes, and after 3 generations of these things being a mainstay, I don't blame you for getting a bit sick of it. What's more, if you're the kind of player that is better motivated by story beats to confirm your progress, then yeah, I can totally see how Sinnoh would leave you out in the cold. I'm not saying that this is the unequivocal, objective, best way to design a region, just that it worked really well for me. I like Sinnoh a whole heck of a lot, and its lopsided, sort of wonky pacing is a huge part of that. Team Galactic have set up their headquarters here in Veilstone City. I like how this is set up. The first thing you are greeted with when you enter the city is a couple of Galactic grunts guarding a warehouse. Of course you're drawn to them, but they won't let you past. One of them taunts you, telling you to go and play at the gym instead. After all, the gym leader happens to be a kid, just like you. It's found a way to guide you towards your next step, without pulling you by the nose. Veilstone City is built on uneven ground, with tall buildings squeezed in amongst the cliffs and crags.
It is, however, limited by the DS's hardware, and of course the remake's dedication to being faithful to those limits.
You don't get the full impact of the topography and the tall buildings clambering over one another when everything is framed through this flat top-down angle. Not even the high angle shown by the sign really does the area much justice. The game is just too blocky for it to leave any kind of impact. The Veilstone department store is a big mart with a wider selection. They also sell TMs, technical machines.
I'm not really sure what TMs are supposed to be.
They are presented as little CDs, suggesting that they contain the move's data. How that's transferred to the Pokémon though, we don't know. Personally, I've never been satisfied with that. It's difficult to get into the fantasy of training your Pokémon when the only way you can teach them directly is a big question mark. Since Generation 5, Pokémon has made TMs reusable. Once you've purchased or obtained a TM, it's yours to use as many times as you would like. This, along with easy access to move reminders and updates to egg moves, seems to be a bid to make moves more of a situational, strategic choice in-game. I appreciate that a lot. You're still limited in battle after all. Preparation and foresight are rewarded, and experimentation isn't punished.
Brilliant Diamond is the first game in the series to drop reusable TMs since their introduction. It instead has single-use TMs, but often gives them to you in bulk.
Going into it, I thought that was an elegant compromise.
Let me play devil's advocate for single-use TMs for a minute.
I like them in theory because they force you to think more deeply about your options and strategies. When I picked up the Earthquake TM, knowing from experience it was likely to be the only one I would get, I had to carefully consider which Pokémon to use it on. I had to think about when I would be switching that Pokémon in, whether or not that Pokémon would learn the move itself, and if not, if it had a decent move pool otherwise. If I had infinite Earthquake TMs, I would have just slapped it on everything willy-nilly. It's an incredibly strong and versatile move.
The problem with that, and the reason that I ultimately don't like single-use TMs, is that the game doesn't give you enough information to let you make even a partially informed decision. The game doesn't tell you your Pokemon's move pool going in, so unless you look it up on Cerebi or Bulbapedia, the decision is essentially guesswork. The availability of TMs is also fuzzy. Some are limited, some are unlimited, some are incredibly high commitment, some essentially have no commitment at all. Many of the TMs, including Earthquake, have a random chance to appear every day in the Grand Underground's vendors. Get lucky and you may not even have to make any tough decisions about your movesets. So far as I understand it, in the entire game, you can find but a single copy of the situational move, Dig. Meanwhile, bread and butter no-brainer moves, your Thunderbolts and your Ice Beams, are dead cheap at 3,000 Pokepennies a pop. Altogether, the lack of information and the random chance of availability makes it unclear what you can and cannot afford to experiment with, which is ultimately why I come down on the side of preferring unlimited TMs. It's impossible to consider your strategy more deeply if you don't yet know what your strategy is. Getting a good TM in generations 5 to 7 was a triumphant moment, a new toy to play with that opened up your options. Even if we take as read that balancing considerations are more important, the series has found an excellent compromise in Sword and Shield. Moves were split between the infinite use TMs, technical machines, and the limited use TRs, technical records. It was a near-perfect solution. It was clear what was and was not limited, and you are always given the opportunity to get more TRs. The choices made perfect sense as well. TMs contained weaker or situational moves, while TRs contained powerful moves like Earthquake, Thunderbolt, and Dragon Dance. It's a great system by any metric, but compared to Brilliant Diamond, it's exceptional. At least some TMs are readily available, or so you might think, but the fact that they are still a finite resource means that you are constantly having to top up your supply to experiment. Vice Vespa had 2 situational moves in False Swipe and Sword Stance. To change between the two, I had to occasionally traipse back to Veilstone and halfway up a building to buy more TMs. If the game wanted me to make a final decision between the two moves, that's fine. Like I say, I'm down. Force me to decide which I prioritise more. But this isn't imposing restrictions or asking me to weigh up risk-reward. It's just wasting time. The question it is asking is, essentially, can you be arsed going back to Veilstone? The game corner in Veilstone has been replaced with the Metronome Style Shop. Trainer customization has been a priority for the series since Generation 6. You can choose your character's looks at the beginning of the game. It's a pretty basic hair and skin colour selection, but that's great. Pokémon is supposed to be an inclusive, worldwide franchise, and the avatar is supposed to represent the player. The more you see yourself in that character, the better. A seeming staple of the series now is boutiques and parlours where you can change your hair and your togs. While most of them allow you to mix and match headgear, shirts, accessories, and all that, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are a lot more limited, instead asking you to choose from a small selection of predetermined outfits. I guess there's not much point in going full customization when you're only really going to be seeing the top of their bonds, but it is objectively less customizable and therefore less expressive in a system designed for self-expression. It's disappointing, you know? I'm sorry for avoiding the games that have full trainer customization, by the way. I swear that's not intentional. Although, maybe that's for the best. I do like how the bag icon changes to match your outfit though. That's a cute touch. There's a subtle little gag elsewhere in Veilstone about the gym. A clown says, "It's pretty cool, reminds me of an athletics centre." Because, yeah, what would the people of this world call actual gyms? The puzzle inside is about shoving these thin walls around to clear a path. It's well designed for what it is, but it doesn't really feel much like a gym, you know?
That is a proper gym, not a Pokémon gym. You know, I really enjoyed going to the gym for quite a while until some wee vandals burned it down. That's not the setup to a joke or anything, that's just what it's like to live in Scotland. The only other one nearby was plastered with aggressive slogans like, "Beat the rest to be the best." Buddy, I make Pokemon videos for YouTube. The Veilstone Gym is one of the game's precious few examples of non-linearity. It's actually possible to beat the Pastoria Gym beforehand, meaning either Maylene or Wake can be your third badge. I don't think it's framed very well at all. Had the game simply allowed you to go east on Route 209 or south on Route 212 from Hearthome, I'd be praising this to the high heavens. Instead, the path to Route 212 is only unlocked after you reach Solaceon Town. To discover the option exists at all, you either have to double back halfway to Veilstone for basically no reason, or skip the Veilstone Gym on your way through. Neither ideal, neither elegant. I think it says something that, despite having played this game a lot, and I mean a lot, I didn't even know about this until surprisingly late in this video's production, and I would wager that a lot of other players didn't either. Options don't really mean a whole lot if players don't even know they exist. Still, having said that, it is non-linearity, and that's fantastic. Because allowing a player to pick a direction invites them to engage more deeply with the mechanics. Presented with a choice, a player thinks about the challenges and their solutions more closely. They may decide that their team deals with Wake's water types better than Maylene's fighting types, or that they'd like to visit the Great Marsh to catch their next team member sooner rather than later. The player is given a lot of agency in how they build their teams and manage their types. Non-linearity really complements Pokemon's core mechanics. Now, I understand that this is a lot more difficult than it sounds. The series seems to have been gun-shy about giving the player these kinds of options since Generation 2. Pokemon Gold, Silver and Crystal were injured by some really poor implementation. Because of Ecrutique's Crossroads, the game had to lowball its levels, treating you as if you were finishing the 4th gym all the way until the 7th. But I think the series has done it remarkably well before Gold and Silver even. This is exactly what makes replaying Pokemon Red and Blue so inviting. Not only do you have Pokemon staple team building options, you also have a lot of choice in how you approach your adventure. While the levels are curved appropriately and the game guides you through the gyms in order, the middle of Kanto is literally a big crossroads. You can tackle the 3rd to 7th gyms in almost any order you want, the only caveat being you have to fight Koga before you can reach Cinnabar. Along the way, you get to choose how and when you catch your Pokemon. It's not perfect, mind you, you still have to clear world events, and you could make the argument that there's not much reason to do the gyms out of order as a result. But totting it up, you have 60 different orders in which you can beat Kanto, and yet its level curve is smooth as silk. Navigating Kanto is a joy, with the benefits and drawbacks to each decision making each more personal and significant. It makes it so easy to pick those games out for a replay. It's a bit late now, of course, but a Sinnoh that took full advantage of its winding, interconnected map would have been a real treat. At least it still has a ton of optional routes to explore. After we beat the gym, we run into Dawn outside. She's had her Pokédex nicked by Team Galactic, so of course, we go to sort them out. Do you know what makes Dawn come off better here though? The fact that she joins in. She asks for your help, sure, but she's playing an active role in sorting out her own messes. Anyway, after we beat Team Galactic... Yeah, sorry, not much to say about that. Dawn gets her Pokédex back, we learn that Team Galactic have moved on to Pastoria City, and we get the Fly HM. Fly, of course, comes after the 3rd gym because of the huge amount of ground that we've already covered this early on. If we wanted to backtrack to, say, the second gym, we would have to go through 6 routes, 2 cities, and a cave. Fly is now mainly accessed via the town map, which saves you fiddling around with the Pokéch. Grouping flight and navigation together, as well as showing you where berries and honey trees are on the map itself, is a lovely bit of streamlining. You're not having to pop in and out of different menus to check where you want to fly and then fly there. Unfortunately, the town map is kinda lacking compared to Omega Ruby's area nav, which had all of these features folded in the Versus Seeker and allowed you to fly to any route as well. There is a slightly convoluted reason for this omission. Pokémon Emerald added a lot of quality of life features to the area nav in 2005, and Pokémon Diamond and Pearl kept all of those features in 2007, albeit decompartmentalised into different menus. The Gen 3 remakes in 2014 updated Emerald's area nav beautifully, making it even more streamlined and easy to use. But then, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl launch with different priorities. They are incredibly faithful remakes, and so they don't even acknowledge many improvements made since the originals. Now, I don't believe that subtraction is necessarily a bad thing, but in this case I can't see any advantage. This is what makes being a fan of this series frustrating sometimes. Simple, linear improvements are sometimes revoked somewhere down the line. Okay, so, it was around about this point that I realised I had made a mistake. I plan these videos fairly far in advance. I decide what my team is going to be, when I'm going to catch each Pokemon, and what moves they're going to have. The reason for this is because I want to show off as many of the game's mechanics as I can. For example, I chose Vice Vespa because it gave me an excuse to show off a weird trade evolution. My plan here was to go down to the Maniac Tunnel, catch a Hippopotas, and then breed it with an Eevee so I could get a Vaporeon with Yawn.
One small problem. You can't get Eevee, at least until the post-game.
I mean, am I stupid? It's in Platinum and I had just kind of assumed that it would be in the Grand Underground.
Also, that Hippopotas was female. I don't know what I was thinking. What a disaster.
So, while I decided what to do, I thought that I would go back and show off the GWS, the Global Wonder Station. The GWS takes the place of the Global Trade Station from the original games, and allows you to wonder trade with anyone from around the world. Wonder trading is still great, allowing you to pass on Pokemon that are just sitting in your box for whatever reason to someone who may actually want them. Unlike with regular trading, there's no need for any coordination. You just set and forget, fire off your excess and roll the dice on what you get in return. The tension in waiting to see what you'll get is perfectly pitched. The first one I got was a Doduo. I mean a Ditto. Fuck! The GWS was unfortunately unavailable until March 15th, 2022, about 5 months after the game's release. This is what makes talking about games so tricky nowadays. I'm having a fundamentally different experience to the one that many of us got at launch. If you were playing it on launch day, as so many of us were, this feature and all of the options it enables were just not in the game. And the game was worse for it. Features like this go a long way to extending the lifespan of a game, but this was too little too late. Many players had moved on by the time it launched. So, was it worth the 5-month wait? Well, no. But that doesn't mean it's not damn good. The globe was always the centrepiece of this area. Trading wirelessly all over the globe was seen as the ultimate expression of trading, and as someone who had many of their first online gaming experiences over the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, it made quite an impact. Filling in a globe is such a perfect way to calcify the connections being forged, and the GWS takes full advantage. You're encouraged to trade with people from as many locations as possible, and rewarded with rare candies if you do. Like, a lot of rare candies. The only slight wrench is that the game asks you to select an area that you would like to trade with, but often ends up trading with someone random. You can ask for a trade in Scotland and end up trading with someone in Japan. It's probably the right way to do it, mind, rather than keep you waiting. It just means you might be frustrated if you're going for full globe completion. I was still in a bit of a pickle though. I could keep wonder trading until I got an EV, or even just ask someone to trade me one on Twitter or something. But I was really resistant to that idea for some reason, and I couldn't figure out why. It's not like I consider trading cheating. These systems are a part of the game. If there is a reason behind this weird neurosis, I think it's this. I want there to be a wee story behind it for the video. You know, like, catching a Pokemon is a little story. There's a little arc there. I can talk about my decision to use that Pokemon in particular, some of the prep work, anything I had to go out of my way to do, that sort of thing. Trading someone for a specific Pokemon that I want but couldn't get would feel almost like me going, here's one I prepared earlier. That's rubbish. And that's when this happened. One of the most frequent complaints I got on the last video was that I was wrong about the Hoenn starters. I basically said that even though Mudkip was my favourite, Torchic was almost objectively the best choice. I'd like to take this opportunity to issue a retraction with the tone rather than the remark. Torchic is the best choice, in my opinion. Now, I know what you're about to say. I've been getting that comment for like 5 years now. All the speedrunners use Mudkip. Right. But speedruns are not the normal way to play the game. I thought this was self-evident, but apparently not. Speedruns use incredibly specific, razor's edge strategies and manipulations that aren't really practical under normal circumstances. They're cool, don't get me wrong, but that clearly wasn't what I was going for, you know? You could fit the world record into that video twice over. The other one that I got was, Swampert is better competitively. I wish I could go there so that I could land the easy slam dunk that is Blaziken's Uber tier in Generation 6. But let's be real with ourselves here, competitive tiers don't matter a lick in-game. So, while I don't agree with those particular lines of reasoning, people nevertheless presented a bunch of compelling reasons why they prefer Mudkip. It's only weak to grass, it has great coverage, and the amount of water in Hoenn makes Torchic a less appealing choice. Again, I still think Torchic pips it. I don't really like many of the other fire types, although at least there are other fire types. The amount of water means that there are plenty of effective water types in Hoenn, Speed Boost is an incredible ability, and Blaziken performs excellently against the Elite Four. But regardless, there's a lot of room for disagreement there. I'm not even sure there was a point in my taking it so seriously when pretty much every Pokemon, including our neglected pal Trico, is eminently usable in-game. So this random trade presented an opportunity for a bit of a redemption arc, both for Mudkip and for me. I love Mudkip, and I did it dirty last time, so I'm going to make up for it, and Mudkip is going to get to strut its stuff on a fucking Z-list YouTube channel. It even learns Yawn, which was one of the main things I wanted on a bulky water type. Difficulty there is I would need to breed it with a Snorlax, which is going to be a bit difficult. Oh, no, there's one. Yep, this is going to work out just fine. Since it was a bit of a rushed decision, I just went with what I used to call my Mudkip when I was a kid. Kips. With a Z. It was 2003 and I was 10 years old, give me a break. I still have fond memories of going into town one Thursday evening, getting to pick out Pokemon Ruby at long last, and going to Burger King immediately afterwards. That's like 10-year-old nirvana, you know? I woke up the next morning with the worst food poisoning I've ever had in my life. Both of my parents had to go to work, so I had to go into my dad's office with them. Still though, there was a wee silver lining to that. I had all day to sit quietly and play through Ruby with Kips. Or at least that's what I thought until I flicked the switch and found the battery flashing red. Guess who had forgotten to bring the charger with them? As for the rest of these Mudkips, we'll just pay them forward. You little fucker. Route 214 can either be a maze or a craggy cliffside path, depending on your preferences. Of course, this wouldn't be an exhaustive look if I didn't do both and battle all the trainers along the way, but I don't feel like that's how you're expected to do it. This level wasn't designed for pedantic YouTube stupidity. I don't feel as though you're intended to scour every corner of the game. But you can. So I did. I feel like the way trainers work feeds into this compulsion. Trainers represent a finite experience source that is only really going to be valuable your first time through an area. If you come back to Route 214 to fight the trainers, they're going to be too low a level to be worth much. So if you want to go through the game without grinding, a surefire way of doing so is just to clear as many trainers as possible along the way. It's also kinda nice, mentally, to be able to tick off an area, to say, yep, I've battered everyone there is to batter there. It's kind of like tidying up, which isn't the coolest reason to play a game, you wouldn't catch the gaming Brit just tidying up, but it's pretty cathartic when you need to just turn your brain off and do something relaxing. Judging by a lot of playthroughs and challenge runs I see, it looks like I'm the weird one, if you can believe it. It seems to be normal to avoid battles and just grind up in the tall grass when you need to. Last time I implied it was laziness that led players to skip trainers, which leaves me another slightly sheepish retraction. Yeah, I would slap myself from 5 years ago too. It's an RPG, you make your own choices. This is kind of the fun of challenge runs, right? Optimising builds and using unorthodox strategies to get past problematic areas really tests a player's ingenuity and resourcefulness. Even if you have to grind later for whatever reason, if that's the way you pace yourself, that's just as valid as whatever the fuck it is I'm doing here. There's an interesting localisation quirk to the PIs here. They're not really private eyes. They're gamblers. As the series has gone on, laws around the depiction of gambling have become more stringent in certain countries. Gambling has always been censored in the Korean versions, but the first time I saw any changes was when the Game Corner was censored in Pokémon Platinum to comply with new PEGI guidelines.
Had the slots been kept in, it would have jumped to a 12+ age rating, which would have been unacceptable, as I'm sure you can imagine.
After Generation 4, the series just lost interest in fighting that battle, and it didn't bother including slots or game corners in the first place. Which I think is a bit of a shame. It gave the world an underbelly, an appealing bit of seediness that lent it more texture.
But what can you do, eh?
Anyway, one of the earliest bits of censorship came in Fire Red and Leaf Green, where the Gambler trainer class was changed to Gamer. I'm a rambling, gambling dude became I'm a rambling gaming dude.
When of course if he were a real gamer, he would just hit out with a compound slur.
In Sinnoh, the gamblers are a lot less haggard and down on their luck. They are suave, trenchcoat and fedora wearing, coin-tossing men who leave luck to heaven or whatever. It's that hard-boiled fantasy that makes the change to Private Investigator so seamless. They didn't even need to change the dialogue. It's remarkably efficient. We finally reached the second of Sinnoh's 3 lakes, Lake Valor, but we can't get in yet. 2 scientists block our path, having been tricked by Cyrus. Replaying this game so often and knowing the twist, I misremembered this as a bit of a plot hole. Why would your character not just say to the scientists that Cyrus is bad news? But, of course, we don't know who Cyrus is yet. We met him at Mount Coronet, but we never put a name to that grumpy little face. We'll be back here finding plot holes later though, don't you worry. Because, as we all know, finding a plot hole in a piece of work means that you win at criticism. The 7 Stars restaurant at the Hotel Grand Lake carries on Pokemon's grand tradition of fighting randos who are just trying to eat their lunch. In this case, it's pretty much our only opportunity to talk about double battles. Now, last time my attitude towards double battles was a resounding, Whatever. I did not appreciate them at all, and I didn't care to. I won't be making any apologies for my change of heart this time, but my heart was indeed changed in the interim. Double battles are great. Double battles, while still being just as easy to understand as everything else in Pokemon, make the entire game simultaneously faster and more complex. Faster because there are more Pokemon on the field at once, KOs come quicker and more reliably when your Pokemon can gang up on a single opponent. At the same time, you and your opponent's options are each doubled. Prediction becomes exponentially more complicated as you each have to account for a much deeper pool of possibilities. This makes predictions far less reliable. For example, now, not only do you have to account for a potential counter, you also have to foresee which Pokemon will be switching out. And that is just one simple linear example. You can see how much more complicated things get when you realise your opponent is also trying to outpredict you. Less reliable predictions make type effectiveness less of a focus, so team synergy gets to shine instead. Moves like Protect are more valuable in doubles because they're no longer stalling out a turn. It can potentially waste your opponent's turn completely, giving your other Pokemon a free move, and that is to say nothing of its value when paired with Earthquake. Weather's effectiveness is essentially doubled. 5 turns means 10 moves in singles, but 20 moves in doubles. Setting up or assisting your teammates is more efficient when it takes up a quarter of a turn instead of half. It's no wonder that this is the official VGC format. It's so much deeper and so much more exciting. I just wish that any of these strengths were realised in-game. It took me a long time to realise the value of double battles because they are framed as a novelty, a weird little minigame that pops up every now and again. When it does, the straightforward AI and the fact that I have prepared my team around the singles format that makes up 99% of the game means it's usually a case of just selecting a super effective move and watching the fireworks. Business as usual then.
I wasn't even aware until very recently that moves that hit both opponents, like Rock Slide, have their power reduced by 25% in doubles. Maybe that contributed to why I was so cagey about the format. I knew that something fell off.
If you're going to bring people like me around, the game needs the time and the room to show off the strengths of this system. The obvious solution is to have double battles become the standard, the de facto way to play Pokemon, even in-game. I'm sure that's easier said than done. Such a fundamental change would have ripples that affect the overall experience. I still think it's worth trying at least once. It would be something to put in the back of the box at least. Or, alternatively, pack that nonsense in and make an entire game about rotation battles. Aye, for that matter, where are my rotation battles in Brilliant Diamond? Where's my burrito? Where's my burrito? There's a lady at the hotel who's lost her key on the way from reception. Nightmare. But the dowsing machine won't return that the key is here. It'll return that something is nearby, sure, and I get that the game maybe doesn't want you to just have the definitive solution to the problem on hand, but I dislike this moment because the dowsing machine is effectively breaking its own rules. It undermines the player's faith in the feature, and it makes solving the puzzle feel a little bit unfair, because that's not how it works literally everywhere else in the game. Another reason I enjoy fighting all the trainers is I really like their scripts. There is a cyclist on Cycling Road that has the platonic ideal of trainer dialogue. He taunts you before the battle with, "Let me see if you know how to shift gears properly." You fight him, well, fast forward that, and afterwards, "Huh? I was supposed to be checking if you know how to shift gears. Why am I checking out your Pokemon?" It's not comedy gold or that, don't worry, you can stow your courtesy, Chuckles. I mean that it's good structurally. There's a clear relationship between what he is saying before and after the battle. Think of it like a setup and punchline. You get a weird non sequitur, leaving you to wonder what the hell he's on about as you're fighting, and afterwards you get the payoff of him wondering the exact same thing himself. It creates a small arc that helps maintain player interest. Another example on Route 213 is the Fisherman. Since he is facing away from you, he can't battle you unless you talk to him first. So the game behaves as if you have disturbed him and scared away the fish. He's so narked off at you. You need to settle down some. Is so blunt and characterful. This guy exudes more personality than some characters with hundreds of times the screen time. I also love that you defeat this tuber earlier in the route, and her mind immediately turns to clouds and ice cream. It's full of character too, the fast track switching of a kid's train of thought. There are loads of lovely little dialogue flourishes besides. There's a running gag about the Pastoria Gym leader Crasher Wake, that I don't quite feel like I'm in on. But the running gag is so easy to understand, and it suggests a story about how familiar and well-liked this big cartoony wrestler is, that it's difficult not to get caught up in it. The other one is the move reminder. The phrase, honest to goodness heart scale, is going to be lodged in my brain forever, and I couldn't tell you why that is. Appropriately for a city in the marshlands, Pastoria's mascot is Krogunk. This Krogunk statue is the first clue we had that Pokémon Diamond and Pearl would be getting remade in Generation 8.
This same statue appears in your rival's room in Pokémon Sword and Shield.
The area used to be under the sea before it drained, leaving behind the Great Marsh. Pastoria City was founded to protect that habitat. I love that, the series taking what it learned from Hoenn's focus on climate and geography and bringing it forward without making it a focus. Apparently, Pastoria is ideal for water-type Pokémon because the marsh keeps it cool during the summer. I love how they have fleshed out the relationship between the Pokémon and the area. This is the kind of detail that helps locate the Pokémon in their world, that whole conceptual space thing I was talking about earlier. Pastoria's main attraction is the Great Marsh, this game's version of the Safari game. Before we go in there proper, I'd like to talk about the Defog HM, which is possibly the best placed key item in the game.
Most of the HMs are basically forced upon you when you reach mandatory points on the map.
You have to walk through Oreburgh Gate, so you're stopped at the entrance and given Rock Smash. You have to go to the Galactic building in Eterna, so Cynthia stops you to give you Cut when you get near it. This works, it's functional, and it makes sure no player is left behind, even really young kids who maybe aren't the best at reading yet. But I don't think these examples take full advantage of the format because they don't draw you into the world. You're not being invited to investigate anything or put pieces together yourself. These NPCs are basically agents of the game design, doing your thinking for you by stopping you and saying, "You'll need this later on."
The Defog HM is similar in concept, but ends up playing out very differently.
It rewards exploration and curiosity, giving you a greater sense of agency and feeling of accomplishment when you find it. But it also draws you into the Great Marsh. It's right at the entrance, so you can bounce if you can't be bothered, but while you're here, you may as well make the most of your $500 and play the game, right? Instead of waiting until you're at a choke point and forcing an item on you there, the game instead incentivizes you with the item and uses it to get you exploring. It feels expansive rather than restrictive. The game is multiplying possibilities rather than narrowing them. If you found this, then what else is out there if you look around? The game is still guiding the player quite firmly. You're not likely to miss Defog, and even if you do, it is technically optional. Nevertheless, there's a lot of value in keeping the player from noticing that's what it's doing. I said last time that I thought optional stuff was satisfying because you knew some players would miss it, but I'm not sure I was really convinced by that even at the time. I don't think optional items and areas are good because you can miss them.
I think they're good because they reward investment. The only way to make the world feel like it has more to discover is to put more stuff to discover in it. At the same time, it's also giving the player some sense of accomplishment. You can only take ownership of your discovery if you actually have to discover it yourself. I really want to keep this video focused on Brilliant Diamond, but I can't resist taking the opportunity to talk more about this. Because the biggest problem with Pokemon for me isn't Dexit, it isn't the animations, it isn't the generational gimmicks, it's this, the suffocating linearity. The series has become more and more in fundabuliform over the years, herding the player from cutscene to cutscene, harassing them every step of the way to make sure that they're never lost. Along the way, you are given every item that you're going to need. Obtaining the rare and elusive wishing stars in Pokemon Sword could have been an interesting side quest that built towards the player's first Dynamax. Instead, they literally just drop out of the sky in front of you. You don't even get to pick it up. Now, I understand that these are handheld games for kids. They have to be heavy-handed to ensure that lapsed or inattentive players don't get lost. But there is such a thing as too much. Getting on the train for the first time in Sword involves 5 separate cutscenes, one outside the station, one when boarding the train, one on the train, one alighting from the train, and one when you exit the station at the other end. As you are champing at the bit to finally start playing, your rival explains to you every step of the way how exciting it's going to be when you finally get to start playing. Besides just being plain infuriating, the big issue is this. By coddling us so much, the game creates an incurious player base. If the game insists on force-feeding a player all of the important stuff, then it designates the rest of the game as unimportant. Now, I think there's a ton of really cool shit in Sword. I actually rate it quite highly. But it's so easy to miss all the good stuff because the game is practically conditioning you to skip it. Here's my shocking example. I decided when gathering footage for this video that I was going to use Runerigus. For those of you that don't know, Runerigus has a convoluted evolution method that involves it taking at least 49 HP of damage. Of course, Galarian Yamask is pretty frail, so this is a delicate and sometimes frustrating balancing act. But nestled between the Pokemon Center and Route 6, where you can catch Yamask, there's this building. Inside, after a brief tutorial, a man gifts you the Focus Sash, an item that allows any Pokemon to survive at least one hit so long as they're at full health. This is simple, elegant, purposeful game design, and yet because the game hadn't thrust this under my nose, I didn't find out about it on my own. I only know about this because I looked it up. I was so pampered, so inattentive, so slothful, that I didn't even bother to find out for myself. Now, of course, I know, I was playing through this game to refresh my memory and record specific bits of footage. Of course I was being inattentive when I was literally rushing through it, right? Except that I replayed Sword back to back after Red and Crystal and didn't have the same issue with those games. By not drawing a clear line between important and unimportant, Red and Crystal made everything important. Even something so simple and innocuous as a bottle of lemonade or a watering can could be the key that unlocks the next segment of the map. And, in searching for these clues, the player comes to better understand the game and its world. I actually missed the Fly HM in Crystal, and in so doing I came to appreciate how excellently Johto is designed. It's very easy to get around that map. This is why I prize important items like Defog being obscured. By doing so, the game encourages inquisitiveness. They demand of a player the curiosity to explore. Through this curiosity and exploration, the player, entirely through their own play, discovers a deeper understanding of the world and a deeper understanding of the game.
Anyway, on to the Safari game. The Safari game is a totally different catching experience. Remember, the city was created to preserve the Great Marsh. It wouldn't really do much for it if you could pay to wade in here and give endangered species 20 rapid. While you're in here, neither you nor the wild Pokémon exchange damage. Instead, you are working with a flat catch rate, and the Pokémon has a chance of running away. You can throw mud to agitate it but raise its catch rate, or throw bait to calm it but lower its catch rate. The Pokémon fanbase, industrious and dedicated as always, have figured out that your best option statistically is just to keep throwing balls, which would seem to really restrict the appeal of the game. But the thing is, 1, most players won't know that, and 2, depending on the situation, you'll still be tempted to do something suboptimal. I'm generally not of the disposition to min-max. I get a few balls in and the urge to sling some mud is overwhelming. I really like a section like this, one that sticks to the core principles of the series while also mixing it up a little. I just don't think it's fleshed out. There's no information, so the player's ability to choose between the available options is limited. You just keep rolling the dice until an outcome is reached. And that doesn't play to the strengths of the series. All it leads to is a variable amount of time spent grinding to get the dice to land in your favour. Where the Great Marsh excels is in its structure. It's split into 6 clearly defined areas, which can all be quickly reached by using the tram. Before you go in, you can pop $100 in the binoculars upstairs to get an idea of what Pokémon are appearing where. They change day to day. With that information handy, you don't have to waste your time or your steps finding the Pokémon you want. You check the binoculars, and then you can head straight there. Unfortunately, the Great Marsh's main downfall is its lack of selection, which has only gotten less appealing because of the Grand Underground. Because the rare Pokémon change day to day, there's only really one Pokémon here that you can't get easier anywhere else, and that is Meryl. I mean, Staravia? That's not exactly uncommon. Speaking of Meryl, I singled out Azurill as a bit of a small disaster in Omega Ruby, and unfortunately I'm just going to be adding to the pile here. Okay. So the audio in Brilliant Diamond is generally really good. As you explore, you hear your footsteps on different materials, the whir of the bike as you pedal, the hiss of rain, the roar of the waterfalls, that sort of thing. The audio cues even extend into the battle screens. You can hear the flapping of Pokemon's wings, and there's a little audio cue if a floating Pokemon comes in. This attention to detail can't make up for the lack of verisimilitude in the visuals, but that's not the audio's fault. In a vacuum, it's solid. Now, like I say, unless you get lucky at the Pokémon Mansion, the Great Marsh is the only way you can catch Meryl. So if you catch a Meryl before the national decks, it's most likely going to come in a Safari Ball. A ball that releases a putrid cloud and makes a stinky fart sound every time it opens.
I mean, look, I'll roll with the punches, alright? I had to use a quick ball for Kips, and that's fine. I'm trying to stop taking it quite that seriously, you know?
But like, come on man. I don't want to use that. You're stood there, right? You're up against the champion, the big climactic moment where all those hours of hard work together pay off. I choose you, Azurill, and it shits itself. No, we're not having that. The Pastoria Gym is a maze themed around a swimming pool where you raise and lower the water levels to walk across the floats. I don't really get it, and it's pretty linear anyway, so let's just glance off that. While I adore the overworld music, the battle themes in this game are not particularly strong in my opinion. I just don't find the compositions particularly exciting. The only way I can think to exemplify that is to compare Omega Ruby's gym leader theme with Brilliant Diamond's gym leader theme. The former, a standout example of a boss battle theme, the latter, not so much. Hoenn's gym theme is layered to reflect the relationship between you and the gym leader. The first thing we need to understand is the role that our two main instruments play. First, you have the strings, the family that distinguish a band from an orchestra. The strings are able to hit the highest and the lowest notes, creating a sense of scale and drama. They represent what you're up against. On the other hand, you have Hoenn's famous brass, the heroic instrument, the instrument usually associated with the bravery and tenacity of our protagonist. The main melody is a call and response played on these two instruments. The strings are a question. Can you overcome this challenge before the brass replies in kind? Of course you can. In the next phrase, the brass takes over the questioning. It's a constant challenge, the two sides clambering over one another to reach new heights, the exultant tone conveying that this isn't a fight of any consequence, this is a fight for the sheer joy of improving, until it all climbs as high as it can go and tumbles over and cams down into the second segment. Oof. That's your daddy right there. I've always found the Sinnoh Gym theme forgettable, and I think that's down to the melody and the tone it creates. There's interplay between the strings and the brass again, with the two weaving around each other in an appealing way, but it doesn't really rise to any conclusions before falling into musical stings. It feels like the brass is complementing the strings, echoing phrases rather than challenging them. Sinnoh's battle themes in general are much more focused on the rhythm section. Heavy bass and rolling snares make the fight feel more portentous than I think the context really warrants. All the gym leaders are goofballs, as they should be, and yet the music sets this up as a tense conflict. I'm not saying that Omega Ruby is the only way to do gym themes, of course, it's just that I think it's very successful. And if you like Brilliant Diamond's battle theme, honestly, I would like to hear why. Maybe with a different perspective, an insight into the story it's trying to tell, I would get it. The reason that I am confident saying I don't like it as much though is my very basic litmus test for this sort of thing. I don't think I could hum it to you off the top of my head. The Galactic Grunt outside kicks off the next story beat by talking loudly about his really important package, steady on now, and then running away. And this is the point that the game falls apart a little structurally. The map here is designed really elegantly. To me, it looks like you should head up Route 212 and back to Hearthome to collect the 5th gym badge. Afterwards, you could head back up Route 209 and Route 210 to reach Celestic Town. Instead, the story forces you backwards up Route 213 to Valor Lakefront, led along by a breadcrumb trail left by the Galactic Grunt. From there, you're asked to backtrack to Route 210 and up to Celestic, completely skipping Route 212. Besides feeling like a bit of a waste to just ignore a lengthy and pretty fun route, this structure feels muddled. Location is really important in storytelling in general, but especially in this kind of linear RPG. The strength of Sinnoh's interconnected world is that the areas inherently reflect the player's progress. The only way to advance to new areas is to have overcome the current area's challenges, accomplished more often than not by increasing your level, a numerical representation of your strength. The player enters a new area, rises to and overcomes its challenges, and forges ahead to challenges anew by moving on to the next area. Here, the player has just overcome the challenges in Pastoria, but rather than be allowed to move forwards, they are instead forced backwards, away from a new route, and back through a series of areas they've literally just conquered. Backtracking, of course, can be done well, but in order to do so, it needs to create new emotional contexts or new mechanical situations. Returning to an old area can help you realise how far you've come, or allow you to clear an obstacle you couldn't deal with before to form a deeper understanding of this place you thought you knew. Often, the two go hand in hand. How often in RPGs have you returned to an old area that gave you grief, only to find that it's a piece of cake, that the battles aren't even worth fighting? The Galactic Grunt Chase has none of these strengths. It's literally just A to B to A, with no new scenario or challenge. It feels like you're being yanked around.
Ah, you start, before I rudely interrupted. Sorry. The structure doesn't fare much better if you choose to do Wake first. You have to beat Maylene before this flag clears. So now you're going from Pastoria to Veilstone, back to Pastoria, then halfway back up to Veilstone. Neither way is horrible. This way you can polish off Route 215 on your way to the Psyduck, but neither is really very tidy either. Once the chase is concluded and the grunt escapes into Lake Valor, your character doesn't bother to say anything to either the scientists or to Cynthia. At this point, there's no way you don't know that Team Galactic are up to something at the lake. This presents an interesting quirk of these kinds of games. If you had full control over your character, if you existed in this world, you could simply tell the scientists that Team Galactic are lying scumbags. But as a silent protagonist, you play more of a passive observer. This is one of the big problems that makes Pokemon storytelling so tricky. The protagonist can't really be a character. Most of the time they are more like a movable camera, allowing the audience to experience the story's events without having any direct input on them. For the most part, this works, but one of the areas it struggles is when dramatic irony is introduced, when the audience knows something that the characters don't. In this case, the audience knows that Team Galactic are up to something dastardly, but the scientists don't. The problem is, unlike in other media, the player, the audience, also has a physical presence in this world. They are represented by a character who also knows that Team Galactic are up to something dastardly, but never even attempts to warn anybody. The game highlights the limits of the player's agency in this world by forcing their avatar to remain silent, and that undermines their involvement. Now, obviously this has to happen for the story to continue, you know? I'm not usually one to criticise a story for characters not behaving sensibly, because people aren't sensible. But this isn't your character not behaving sensibly, this is just your character not behaving, not acting at all. What, is my guy like a baby? Does he lack object permanence? He can't see the galactic guy anymore, so therefore he just doesn't exist? The game could preserve the frustration of the moment while also respecting the player's intent, I feel, just by having the scientist acknowledge what you're probably thinking. You know, kids and their imaginations. That sort of thing. Of course, that would be more difficult to do with the literal champion standing next to you, and you would think backing you up. But then, this is Cynthia. She is known for two things: being ludicrously strong and being completely fucking useless. Oh, and for the incredibly off-model fan art, 3 things. Well, we're headed back to Solaceon anyway, and Meditite is on the cusp of evolving, so this seems like as good a time as any to sort out my next team member. So grab a shovel and a spade and a hand grenade, it's off to work we go. I've not actually seen the film, do you know that? Pokémon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are games pulled in 2 different directions.
On the one hand, they had to be faithful recreations of games released in 2006. At the same time, they are Generation 8 games, so they had to incorporate many of the changes and updates the series had made in the interim. The Grand Underground is Brilliant Diamond's compromise. It combines the original Underground with elements of the wild areas from Pokémon Sword and Shield. Broadly, I see what they were going for, and I really like it. Sinnoh's crisscrossing network of tunnels are used as a big playground. You can go down and collect items and/or Pokémon in a dedicated sandbox. It's impossible to make progress while you're down here. You always resurface where you entered, not where you are on the physical map. Obviously, it has to be that way logistically, but it also means the Underground is low commitment. It really is just a time sink, making it easy to whittle away 10 minutes digging here and there. It's great to have the option to spend some time doing something mindless in a game like this, a handheld game where you can't always commit yourself to a longer play session. The Grand Underground doubles as the game's online area, which is a fantastic idea to incorporate some of its predecessor's mechanics. In Sword and Shield, the wild areas could be played online, but the draw distance and sheer number of players made it chug like a slideshow at launch. It's a lot better now, so, fair play to them. Having a dedicated area for online multiplayer separate from the main game lets both focus on their task. You don't have to decide between being antisocial or tanking your frame rate in the single player, and you're not distracted by the single player campaign in the multiplayer. So, I should love this, but it never comes together quite as well as I'd like it to. The original draw, carried across from Diamond, Pearl and Platinum, is digging. Tap away at the screen to dig up spheres, shards, evolutionary stones, fossils, and other helpful items. Strike the wall too often and it collapses. It's compulsive and just a little bit mindless, which is perfect for this kind of time-wasting bonus minigame. Since you're accumulating items, it feels productive, even though you're not actually doing much of anything. But like the Poke-H, it is really hurt by the Switch hardware. Of course, you can use touch controls in handheld mode, but even then I tend to just use the buttons anyway because of the console's size and weight. The buttons work, obviously, but they feel so much less immediate and tactile. The biggest addition to the Underground in the remakes are the Pokémon hideaways. Rendering Pokémon on the overworld before you encounter them has been a priority for the series on the Switch. I can't know for sure, of course, but I don't imagine that would play well with Sinnoh's narrow maps and top-down camera. You would just be running into everything anyway. Hideaways then make a lot of sense, the game trying to have parity with the rest of its generation without having to give the overworld a huge rework. Now, I have thoughts about being able to see random Pokemon on the overworld, but I don't really have the opportunity to go into them here. I think that it is probably better than random encounters, but for just now let's assume that's the case. This should be a slam dunk then. One of the advantages of seeing Pokemon on the overworld should be that you no longer have to grind out random encounters to find the one you want. But the grind in the Grand Underground is, if anything, arguably even worse. Because the rooms are so small, all the hideaways end up doing is front-loading the same random chance. You're still just rolling the dice, the only difference is you don't have to start the battle to find out if you were successful. If you are looking for a particular Pokemon and can't find it, you have to run out and back in to get another chance. That sounds like it would be quicker than random encounters, and it is, especially because each reroll spawns 5 or 6 new Pokemon. But in tall grass, you can partition your attention, grab a cuppa, stick on a YouTube video, and relax through the grind. This new capture method is marginally less tedious, but it's more frustrating because you have to dedicate a lot more attention to it. To be clear, I'm not saying they should make it so you don't have to pay attention, I'm saying they haven't really fixed the problem of grinding out the random generation. Maybe I would find it less objectionable if it weren't for the awkward collision. Moving around in the Pokemon hideaways feels awful. The hitboxes don't seem to line up with the geometry at all. While the rocks and logs look a lot more natural than anything on the overworld, the game is still grid-based. There's a clunky square hitbox around even the most organic curves, meaning that you are being stopped by invisible walls all over the place. Compounding the issue is the camera, which, unlike the overworld's camera, doesn't keep you dead centre. It seems to slow down when you approach the top or the bottom of the room. Since it's at a 3/4 angle, it means that you can't see anything if you're heading south. And with wild Pokémon all over the place, yeah, I don't need to explain how that's frustrating. If you were here last time, you may remember what I thought of secret bases. Not really my thing, but an incredibly robust and well-considered feature that I would love to see return. When they came back in Generation 4, they were less diverse visually because you had to make them underground. Besides that though, they were completely intact. If anything, there were advantages because you didn't have to fiddle around with link cables to see your pals' hidey holes. Secret bases are in Brilliant Diamond, in name only. You can't decorate them with furniture anymore. Instead, you can only place statues which manipulate Pokemon spawn rates in the underground. They have basically been gutted of all their appeal. You can still place the statues how you like, but that's a moot point because the statues are a practical rather than an aesthetic concern. I didn't want to arrange them beautifully, I wanted to shove them in wherever they would fit for maximum payoff. Not that it seemed to matter. Different Pokemon being in different biomes presents another problem. The Grand Underground is segmented, there are 6 discrete parts, and the only way to travel between them is to resurface and then dig in a different area.
So if your secret base is in a different segment of the map and you're looking to change which Pokemon type you're searching for, it's a huge detour to go and sort it.
This is the kind of problem that couldn't exist when the secret bases were their own insulated system. To be fair, you can use other people's secret bases and their type bonuses, which is nice, but it's a crapshoot unless you have a friend to coordinate with, in which case it's just as fiddly as going back and changing your own. I ended up keeping a few drills on me so I could just change where my secret base was whenever I needed. It was more efficient for me to create a completely new secret base than it was to backtrack to my old one. Again, I have to stress, I'm not saying that any of this was the result of incompetence or whatever the fuck. I haven't a Scooby about game development, but I imagine that it would be easier to retexture existing models than create hundreds of pieces of unique furniture to decorate your base with. And, to be fair, tying the system back to capturing Pokemon is logical and economic. But in trying to tie the underground and its systems back into the main game, we've only really highlighted how pointless they are. That was once by design. These systems were never supposed to support the main game like this. Before, you were gathering spheres to get furniture for your secret base, and it didn't matter where you chose to put it because there were no differences between the different segments of the map. Wherever you put it, you weren't missing anything. Now, you're gathering spheres to get TMs, so if you're desperately needing one to carry on with the game, you're going to spend a lot of time seething down here, tapping on walls and hoping that the vendors have the right item today. You're gathering statues to catch Pokemon, and once you have enough statues to maximise your chances, there's no point in digging for more, at which point Diglets and their increased chances of finding shiny statues become less valuable. These systems buckle under the weight of their increased relevance. Anyway, we're down here because we want to catch Elekid. Eventually, I'm looking to have an Electivire that knows the 3 elemental punches. And so you're going to have to sit with me through this incredibly long and tedious process. Or I suppose you could just click away. I didn't think this through. Elekid is a rare spawn, bumped up thanks to my electric statues, and they each have a 5% chance of holding an Electrizer, bumped up to a cool 20% chance thanks to Super Luck Murkrow. I'm feeling pretty good about this, you know, maybe like 5 rare Elekids? Should be good. Yeah. My partner was searching alongside me, and they seemed to encounter one every other time they reloaded the room. Meanwhile, I went for almost an hour without seeing one. There's one of two possibilities. Either there's a change in appearance rates depending on how far you are through the game, or I just got incredibly unlucky. As I can find no documentation suggesting it's the former, I'm going to say it's probably the latter. The game can just be a real bastard when luck's not on your side. Anyway, after all that, we got one, so now it's on to the next ingredient, a male Medicham. Ugh, ingredient. Take 1 cup mommy and 3 pumps, Dad. Oh, that's really gross. I haven't used Meditite at all in battles, but I was still able to level it up comfortably in a reasonable time frame. Without the EXP share, I wouldn't have even considered this strategy, and so I probably wouldn't have even used Electivire in the first place. This is just one way in which the EXP share fundamentally changes the act of playing Pokemon. What would have been a grind before, a concentrated effort, is now completely passive. Or so I thought. I actually found the Meditite 1 level higher when I was looking in the underground, so maybe I would have. If you want to give this a try yourself, this seems like an easier way to do it. As soon as Meditite evolves, it can learn the 3 elemental punches by going to the move reminder. Context for the move selection is generally strong. I have no problem believing that a disciplined psychic fighting monk thing would be able to master the elements and punch. This is obviously important to the developers too. There's an anecdote about the designers getting rid of a Pokemon's tail in Generation 3, only for them to realise they couldn't because they'd already given it tail moves. Of course, the series isn't always successful. There are some head-scratchers. It's particularly tricky when you take localization into account. Sucker Punch, for example, can be learned by Pokemon without hands, and doesn't gain bonuses from abilities like Iron Fist. That's because Sucker Punch is a slight misnomer. The move is called Surprise Attack in Japan. Sucker Punch is a great name for the move, but it does lead to a wee bit of confusion until you learn about this translation quirk. Still, even with these and other complications, the series' hit rate is remarkably high. If you don't know how breeding Pokemon works, here's a quick breakdown. Breeding allows a player to customize their Pokemon more deeply. You take 2 Pokemon of opposite genders that seem vaguely like they could breed, you bung them in the nursery, and they'll produce a baby Pokemon that combines traits from both. It can adopt certain moves it wouldn't normally be able to learn, as well as certain statistical strengths and weaknesses. In this case, we're chucking in a female Electabuzz and a male Medicham, resulting in a newborn Elekid that knows Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Ice Punch. All of this is, of course, euphemized. It has to be. Kids are playing this. All interactions between the 2 Pokemon go on behind closed doors, and the eggs produced dissociate the mechanic further from sex. Every kid knows that chickens hatch from eggs. It's even the basis of one of our most common idioms. It's perfectly sanitary. This leads us into our first big problem. This euphemism, while necessary, also prohibits the game from explaining a lot of the breeding mechanics. There's a load of rules that the game doesn't explain. Pokemon can only breed if they're in the same egg group. Explaining this would require some acknowledgement of the underlying biology, so the game doesn't bring it up. Different items and abilities have arcane effects. You couldn't explain Destiny Knot's effect without acknowledging the child inherited its parents' traits. To make full use of this mechanic then, you really have to have a guide handy. Considering the popularity of games like Minecraft and Terraria, which seem to encourage having a wiki page open while you play, I'm a wee bit gun-shy about criticising this too harshly, but having to stop what I'm doing to consult a guide just isn't that fun for me.
The second big problem is... it's boring.
Sorry guys, look, I don't want to be reductive here. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into Pokemon breeding. Steady on now. And when it all goes well and you get that perfect Pokemon that you were looking for, it can be satisfying. It feels like your expertise, your eye for quality and demand for perfection has paid off. But what you are doing to get there is moving back and forth for minutes, if not hours, at a time. Or try spinning, that's a good trick. Repetitive actions are more useful when you're not even looking at the screen. Director Junichi Masuda, when talking about Pokemon Let's Go, said that he'd be really sad to think that for some players, Pokemon is just hatching eggs. Now, apparently he caught a lot of flack for that remark, but God, he's right. Sorry, he's right. Imagine spending all this time and energy creating these games, only for people to spend a majority of their time on a single route, not even looking at the screen. Now, I know that somebody's going to come in and tell me that if you have a Pokemon with Flame Body, eggs incubate faster. It's such a cool bit of context, but while Shining Pearl has Magby, you can't actually get a Pokemon with Flame Body, or Magma Armor for that matter, in Brilliant Diamond. It's a fun little Easter egg, but it's not like it makes the act of rotating the analog stick more engaging. Breeding is also just a bit cynical, isn't it? One of the series' core thematic pillars is mutual growth. You and your Pokemon are both growing together, bringing out the best in each other, you know? Friendship overcomes all trials and all that. The narrative that breeding creates is that some Pokemon are just of better stock. What is it that Mewtwo said again? The circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant? Yeah, not so much, as it turns out. You have to give Generation 8 some credit. It made a ton of quality of life improvements. Since Generation 7, the daycare is now called a nursery, with the functional difference being that Pokemon no longer level up while they're in there. It means that you pay a flat rate, and you don't have to worry about them leveling up and overwriting any of their moves that you may want to pass down. You also may remember that I talked about Razorleaf being Backgarden's strongest move. Her children could always learn Seed Bomb with the right breeding, but for sentimental reasons, I didn't want to get rid of my starter Pokemon. It turns out, a Pokemon can teach another Pokemon of the same species an egg move just by leaving them both in the nursery. That's quality. It's so quality, it's so elegant, that I wish it were just the new way to pass on egg moves. Like, one of your Pokemon could teach another compatible Pokemon one of their moves, even if they're not of the same species. Something like that. Honestly, this is 110% pure molten speculation, but it seems like we're building towards the breeding mechanic being retired altogether. I'd be all for that personally. A lot of its benefits have been shouldered by other systems. It creates a whole bunch of contextual headaches that means it can never really explain itself. It's got a bit of a weird eugenics vibe to it, and it's just really, really dull to execute.
There are benefits, of course there are. Breeding lets you trade your friends a rare Pokemon, like a starter, without having to give it up or start a new game. That alone makes it worthwhile. But I think the series can have its cake and eat it here. I'm sure there must be dozens of ways to preserve the benefits without the tedium.
Look, I'm not the only Pokemon fan in the world,
and I would like to stress that making ridiculously long videos doesn't make my opinion more valid.
I guarantee there's a ton of people that have played these games a lot more than I have. I've gone into a lot of detail trying to explain my problems with the mechanic, but I can't shake the feeling that there's maybe something I'm missing. I don't think I really get breeding. Aye, we can tell. Whee! But if you are a staunch defender, I would be genuinely interested to know why. What is the appeal of this system that I'm not getting? Anyway, despite my misgivings, here's our boy now. I'm calling him VHS because of all the fuzz and static. In fact, hold on, this is another thing. Why do you have to nickname them before you get a look at their summary? Surely it would be better if you could confirm that this is indeed the one you want before nicknaming it. As before, we're just going to trade off the excess. A Geodude for an Elekid, that is not worth it. We're just going to trade that off too. Wonder trades, man. I joked earlier about Cynthia having a reputation for being useless, and this is a prime example. Why send somebody to help the Psyduck if you were just going to follow them here anyway? But I always got the feeling that was the point. Cynthia's your senior, having been sent on the same Pokédex quest by Professor Rowan when she was your age. She's watching over you, but not doing everything for you. She's giving you the opportunity to grow and prove yourself. She even asks you to deliver an old charm to Celestic, coming up with an excuse for you to explore Route 210 and find some rare Pokémon.
Like Geodude.
Although part of that seems to be that she just doesn't want to be bossed around by her gran. Fair enough. It's been a few years now that Pokemon has done away with having to teach your team HM moves. Here, they're Poke-Chaps. You use the Poke-H to summon wild Pokemon. I think that removing HMs is the right move. I can use the Pokemon I want and the moves I want, when I want, with absolutely no concern about whether or not I need those slots for moves I don't want to use.
This was particularly fiddly in Sinnoh, which had no less than 8 HMs. Unless you knew what was coming ahead of time, 2 entire team slots would be dedicated to getting around unhindered. And that's not even including Flash. If you didn't, you would run the risk of having to backtrack to a Pokémon Center. Very disruptive. HMs, then, were a peculiarity for the series. Pokémon team building offers the player unlimited choice, but HMs restricted those choices. You had to keep specific moves on your team to be sure you could progress. That often meant that you had to keep certain Pokémon on your team, ones that could learn the HM moves you needed. A water-type Pokémon was pretty much a necessity on every team for the first 6 generations, to ensure that you could use Surf, Waterfall, Whirlpool, and Slash or Dive when you needed to. Now, normally I would be the first to argue that bottlenecking the player can force them to think about their priorities, make tough decisions, engage more with the game, and blah blah blah. But these decisions were not interesting. If you had to cross a body of water, for example, you had no choice but to use Surf. The only decision that you got to make, then, was which of your party members learned Surf. At most, you may have had to decide which Pokemon to switch out of your party for a few minutes, exchanging a Pokemon you cared about for one you didn't. In an absolute best-case scenario, this body of water would be optional, in which case you get to decide if you can be bothered adjusting your party in the first place. None of these are compelling decisions. The only time that this system ever made any kind of sense to me was all the way back in Generation 1. There were only 5 HMs, move pools were far more shallow, meaning that most Pokemon could comfortably find room, and most importantly, the non-linear structure meant that acquiring HMs and their associated gym badges had you picking a route through the game. If you wanted to catch Zapdos as early as possible, you would have to make a beeline to Fuchsia, completely altering your path through the game. Again, it isn't elegant, it's not perfect, but this is where it at least makes sense to me. As the games became more linear, HMs became more tedious to use.
So, overall, I like that there are fewer restrictions now, and yet they've never found a replacement that I have found satisfying. Generation 7 had Poke Rides where you would hire a Pokemon almost like a taxi service, and most of the obstacles were removed in Sword and Shield, with everything else being handled by your bike. But HM's strength was that it was your Pokemon performing these feats, and I think that's a core part of the fantasy. You were on this journey with your Pokemon, training them up and overcoming challenges together, and that doesn't just mean fights. If you needed to crest a waterfall, you and your Pokemon had to overcome a rite of passage, and then you had to teach them how to do it. It made you feel more like a team working together to overcome these trials, and it gave your Pokemon an opportunity to show off their powers. Of course, like I say, this was undermined by the idea of an HM slave, a Pokemon that you didn't really plan on using for battles, that you stuck in your party nonetheless to get around the overworld. Brilliant Diamond effectively canonises that. A random Pokemon, usually a Bibarel, comes along, helps you out, and then goes away. They both share the same issue, neither are quite as compelling because you aren't growing or training with it. It is the Pokemon equivalent of a contract worker. The problem, of course, is that the modularity of the core team building mechanics makes it effectively impossible to bring your monsters into the overworld in a meaningful way. Sure, yes, your Pokemon are following you on the overworld, but they have no way of interacting with it. It's that conceptual space problem I was talking about earlier. It's difficult to imagine these creatures as part of this ecosystem, as part of their surroundings. Let me try and explain myself more clearly. The essential fantasy is that you are working together with your partner Pokemon to overcome obstacles. You encounter a river that you can't cross, and so you get your water-type Pokemon to ferry you across, or a Pokemon with claws to fell a nearby tree to create a bridge, or a tunneling Pokemon to tunnel under the river, or a Bibarel to dam it up, or you get the picture. Taking the magical animals at face value, in a tactile world, you would have physics and chemistry giving you almost limitless numbers of ways to tackle the problem. But Pokemon isn't a tactile world. Pokemon isn't real. Sorry to be the one to break it to you. It's a game. So, to capture that fantasy exactly, each of these possibilities would have to be imagined by the developers, planned, programmed in, animated properly, sound effects added, bug tested with every single Pokemon, and probably a lot more besides. You get the point, that's an unfeasible amount of work. How do you reconcile this? How do the developers allow the Pokemon to exist in the same space as the player, interact with the terrain and the environment, and have an impact on and a presence in the world around them, without limiting the player by forcing them to use specific kinds of Pokemon? The answer that Brilliant Diamond reaches is to just handwave it. A random Pokemon helps you out, superficially keeping the focus on Pokemon without capturing the underlying feelings of teamwork and growth. All things considered, it's an acceptable compromise, but it's still not ideal. It's just that done is better than perfect, so if it carries on like this, I'm happy. Brilliant Diamond is also struggling with that same old identity crisis. The levels having been designed for Generation 4's mechanics, even though it's a Generation 8 game. The limitations of the HM system went beyond team management. Most were, and still are, just boring to use. You would see a breakable rock, you'd walk up to it and press A, and continue playing the game.
In the original games, that was at least an obstacle. I don't think it was a very good obstacle, as we've discussed, but it was at least a factor in your decision making. Now, you always have the HM on you, no matter what. Cut and Rock Smash are completely pointless in this game, past their respective introductions. There is no point in any of the rocks existing past Ravaged Path, because you physically cannot reach that point without having Rock Smash always available. Look at this tree on Route 209.
It is impossible to reach this part of the game and not have cut on you.
There's no decision to be made here, no challenge to overcome, and no interaction with any of the other mechanics.
What obstacle does this tree now represent? In what situation would you not just want to cut this tree down and see what's behind it? And yet, to remove these obstacles outright would be to remove some of the few opportunities the player has to interact with the overworld. Do you see the dilemma? Funnily enough, defog actually remains one of the stronger examples in the game just because it's optional. It is conceivable that a player would come here, realise that they can't get past without a lot of difficulty, go exploring and come back with the HM, which is a small arc. It's some kind of accomplishment. Bolstering that is the fact that there is an alternative. You can just brute force your way through here with limited visibility. You are not honestly telling me that I'm coming out of the Brilliant Diamond video saying that defog is the best HM. I did not expect that going in.
It was around this stage that I realised how many Pokemon were available thanks to the Grand Underground, and so I made a rash decision. Or should that be a rasher decision? My original plan was to catch a Garchomp to round out my team of 6, but then I remembered how adorable Swinub was and all those plans went out the window. Look at its wee face, I'm not made of stone. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing much of the wee lass. It evolves into its final form fairly quickly. I always loved Swinub, but I was never so big on Piloswine. I am so glad that Mamoswine came along and helped rocket the entire line to one of my all-time favourites. Look at this good piggy girl. We are calling her, and this is my favourite nickname, Borealis.
If Hoenn's major theme was land versus sea, like how the environment shapes people and the way they live, then Sinnoh's major theme is mythology. Celestic Town is said to have been here since the very creation of Sinnoh. There's etchings of Dialga and Palkia, a mural of the Lake Trio inside the cave, and even the mart here is themed, being run by an elderly couple out of their home, rather than the sleek, franchised blue building that we've come to recognise. The centrepiece of this town is a small shrine, presumably in tribute to a kami, in this case likely one of Sinnoh's legendaries. Like the statue in Eterna, like the church in Hearthome, we have another location dedicated to showing how myth and religion influence the people that live in Sinnoh. Celestic Town is very much stuck in the past, with myths being kept alive and passed down through rituals and traditions. The very fact that there is a village elder, Cynthia's grandmother, says a lot. This is a more tribal hierarchy than a city. So, of course, Team Galactic are going to blow the place up with a big bomb. Which seems a bit mindlessly destructive even by Team Galactic standards, especially as Cyrus shows up 2 minutes later and decides it's not really worth bothering with. Keep this moment in mind, we'll get to it later. Like much of the region, Route 211 is bisected by Mount Coronet. The mountain draws a straight line roughly down the middle of Sinnoh. This is usually used to explain the two forms of Shellos and Gastrodon. West Sea Shellos are pink with a crown, while East Sea Shellos are blue with little pigtails. It's a neat touch, especially for a scrapped Generation 3 Pokemon, grounding it and giving it a stronger relationship with its environment. More interesting to me is the relationship between Celestic and Eterna. There's a little bit of soft storytelling to the level design here. They both have a focus on history and tradition, even sharing that same music track that I like so much. The mountain acts almost like a mirror. While both are ancient settlements, Eterna is constantly plodding forward into the future, while Celestic remains rooted in tradition. I don't think it reveals a huge secret about the setting or anything like that, but their proximity invites comparison. While Eterna City has forgotten about its festivals and even the shape of its deity Pokemon, Celestic still passes down folklore and in some small way keeps its legends alive. While Eterna allows Team Galactic to build a giant evil building slap bang in the middle of town, Celestic's Elder isn't having any of it. Brilliant Diamond doesn't go into enough specifics to really foreground these ideas. We are pretty much done with Eterna City for the rest of the game, but it's still a nice detail on the level designer's part. Route 212 is muddy and damp, and it annoys everybody. The thick mud appears only in the Great Marsh and a third of Route 212, and yet it made such a negative impression that it's become a staple of Generation 4 criticism. It would be an extraordinarily contrarian act to defend it. So here goes, I love it, I've always loved it. Route 212 is my favourite route in the game, and that is not remotely an objective assessment. Through sheer chance, the level design and theming come together to create something that I find uniquely evocative. You see, I grew up on the lip of a nature reserve with a lake at its centre, and there are loads of forested paths all looping back around on themselves and feeding back into each other. And my favourite days to walk the dogs were always the rainy days. Sure, you would have to tramp through the mud, but otherwise it's very peaceful. Nobody else is around, the rain creates a nice veil of privacy, there are no bloody midges to annoy you, and once you get back in you can get dried off and warmed up, which is always cosier than having to cool down. And while I've not exactly been looking very hard, the closest I've come to finding that experience in a video game is right here on Route 212. Multiple paths layered on top of one another give the player tons to explore in a linear space. That level design is strongly contextualised. Raised wooden platforms allow people to easily cross the marshes and swamps without disturbing the local wildlife. I'm also smitten with this route and the mud because they are both tactile. Not only are these surroundings familiar, but my character is actually interacting with them. Dropping into the mud isn't just a visual quirk, you have to manually shuck yourself free each time. That would get frustrating if you were contending with it for entire routes at a time, but the level design is reserved. It keeps the mud only where it makes sense and usually gives the player a way around it. Considering how much everyone seems to hate it, I hesitate to recommend the series add more stuff like this, but it gives Route 212 a believability that a lot of routes lack. If you want to know what I mean by that, look at these plants. It is constantly raining here, and yet they still have to be watered. That's bad context. That makes the world feel less real. The mud is frustrating, sure, but it's authentic, and God only knows that Brilliant Diamond could have used more of that authenticity. Technically, you can only catch Drapion in the Great Marsh and Grand Underground, but since we're all muddy anyway, I thought I would talk about version differences. Here's a bit of behind the scenes trivia for you. This video was originally going to be an exhaustive look at Pokémon Shining Pearl. Pearl was always the version I went with all the way back to 2007. I always thought that Palkia was cooler than Dialga. The original plan was to use Magmortar in place of Electivire and Drapion in place of Scizor. In the end, I couldn't get the team to fit together properly, so I decided to go with Brilliant Diamond instead. Had I known how off the rails the team building would go anyway, I'd have probably just stuck with Shining Pearl, but that is neither here nor there at this point. I don't necessarily think that having two versions is an entirely cynical decision, although I'm sure it doesn't hurt their bottom line. I can kinda see what they're going for. They're forcing the player to engage more with the game's systems. Even with online trading making everything easier, trading would be demonstrably less rich if you had access to every single Pokémon in the game. I guess I don't really see it as predatory because I've never had the impression that you are expected to buy both versions. Through my partner, I have access to both versions of this game, and yet I have never felt compelled to go for that second playthrough. You are still getting the entirety of the experience by playing just one. There was some controversy recently when hackers learned that you could change Brilliant Diamond into Shining Pearl just by changing an internal flag. I get that it's a bit of a slap in the face, the cartridge you own essentially includes the entirety of both games on it, but I don't think that's a problem in and of itself. The two versions have always been almost identical, and from my limited understanding of game development, changing a flag strikes me as an efficient way to implement that feature. Either way, it's besides the point. It could be 100 times more complicated for hackers to change the version, but that wouldn't make the two-version system any better or worse when played as intended. I say all of this to establish that I don't really have a huge moral problem with Pokémon releasing as two separate versions.
Again, FOMO is always going to be an inherent part of a series with this premise, and you can always trade for something you want.
I've played a lot of games with far shadier business practices, but that doesn't mean that I'm a fan. I feel like the dual versions weaken the games in some ways, particularly when it comes to storytelling. Every game with two versions inevitably has two box legendaries as well, each with their own discrete theming. The story of the game always has to account for a thematic dyad, two separate themes, meaning that it can never truly delve into either. Dialga and Palkia are themed around time and space respectively. I feel like Dialga does a much better job expressing the game's themes. Time is closely tied to a game so concerned with history and mythology. I have a harder time justifying space as part of that. Sinnoh doesn't really seem to be about space.
Team Galactic are spacemen, but that's a superficial similarity, one just as easily justified by the word futuristic instead.
So, both versions suffer. If you are playing Shining Pearl, Sinnoh's themes may not come across so strongly to you, but it's not like Brilliant Diamond players have a markedly more interesting story. Because the game has to concede for Shining Pearl, Brilliant Diamond can't ever really explore the idea of time. While a unique selling point when the series was starting, mechanically, the system feels redundant at this point. Quality of life improvements have narrowed the differences to the point of being irrelevant. Breeding makes previously valuable Pokémon disposable, and trading is no longer a social event, as it can be done anonymously in seconds. The only relevant difference between the two, then, is if you have limited access to the internet or don't want to trade for whatever reason. In those cases, the two-version system doesn't really present a fun dynamic. You either have to spoil some of the game's surprises for yourself, or make a completely blind decision about which version you want. Call it wrong, and the only way to correct it is to drop another £60. The game does a fantastic job forcing you to choose between different Pokémon elsewhere. It's literally the first thing you do in every Pokémon game. There's a reason that everybody contests the best starter so hotly, and yet in all my years of playing this series, I've never had anybody ever argue about which is the best version. Of course, it feels a bit futile to be criticising it at this point because I can't see it changing. It's a business decision first and foremost. None of my criticisms are damning either. The series is not carrying its own cross by releasing as two versions.
But even giving it the benefit of the doubt, I have to ask myself one simple question. Would I have had a better time if I'd been given the chance to catch every available Pokémon?
And the answer is, unsurprisingly, yes. The Pokémon Mansion is owned by Mr. Backlot, the same gent who owns Amity Square. Backlot's not up to much just now, but in the post-game you can catch a bunch of rare Pokémon that don't ordinarily appear in Sinnoh. The game knows just how much of a tool this guy is, using altruism as an excuse to boast about the cute and exotic Pokémon that don't live in his trophy garden. Caught in a lie, he tells his butler to go and add that creature to his collection, giving you an opportunity to go and catch Clefairy, Meowth, Eevee, and so on. It's fun context for a daily mechanic that also justifies Amity Square's weird limitations. You love to hate Backlot. He is a terrible person, but he's a wonderful character. The Pokémon Mansion is a deceptively small area. There are plenty of doors, but the player can't go through them. It's a bit of a monkey's paw, an effective way of making the area feel larger than it actually is, that can also leave the player feeling a little short-changed. Games are about interactivity, and while we all love a joke about barging into strangers' houses, the best way of letting the player experience the world is to let them interact with it. Often, if a player is not intended to interact with an area, it's abstracted away. Take your house, for example. Your bedroom takes up an entire floor, and there's no toilet. I don't think that we are to take that literally, I just think that the toilet isn't really relevant. There's no shitting mechanic in Pokémon. I hope I'm not courting too much controversy when I say that that is probably the right decision. Having these doors here, then, resulted in a sense of anticipation that the game never intended to pay off. It isn't really a problem, it's more just a level design quirk, but this is the kind of stuff that playground rumours are made of. Players want to see what's behind the door. While we are back in Hearthome, just outside the Berry Master's house, I thought it would be a good opportunity to talk about berries and honey trees. Berry's underlying systems are impeccable as always, striking the right balance between context and involvement. Everything works as you would expect, but Pokémon never tips over into being a farming sim. But the devil is in the details, and Brilliant Diamond's berry management is hampered by its map design. I suspect that if Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl had been more ambitious remakes, they would have included a dedicated gardening area like in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. As there isn't, agriculture involves a lot of backtracking and flying around, which can get tedious. There seems to have been some consideration about this. The Berry Master is in a central location, which is great. But with one weedy wee patch of soil, he can't exactly be your berry hub. I also found the graphics really kind of misleading. Watering a patch of soil actually waters all the plants in that same patch. There's no reason not to water them, so that's a great little time saver. But the colours are all wrong. The game outright states that darker soil indicates a plant has been watered, but it turns out it's lighter soil that indicates this. I compared the values and everything. That seems to be lighter. Yet more confusing, once berries reach a certain stage of development, the soil stops changing colour. The game fumbles both of these simple pieces of conveyance so badly that I spent my first playthrough thinking I was doing something wrong. But no, berries work exactly how you would expect, and exactly as they always have. And while we are on the subject of running around Sinnoh to tend to trees, we have perhaps Sinnoh's greatest misfire, the honey trees. Pokemon has constantly strove to make the act of finding Pokemon more considered than just wandering around in the tall grass. Headbutting trees to knock down hanging Pokemon like Aipom and Pineco, fishing to catch deep water Pokemon, and now slathering honey on trees to attract Combee, Heracross and Munchlax. It ties these Pokemon's designs together with their environment. Just through their capture method, you get a better idea of how they live. There's continuity there that better locates them in the world. So, while I really like that basic pitch and would love to see more stuff like this, the issue is, once again, the execution. You slather honey on a tree to attract wild Pokemon, and then return between 6 and 24 real-world hours later to see if you've found anything. If that sounds torturous, you've not heard the worst of it. Your reward for this is overwhelmingly likely to be something you don't want. It could be nothing, it could be a Wurmple or its evolutions, or it could be a male Combee, which are unable to evolve. And if you want a Munchlax in particular, good luck. 4 trees are randomly given heightened chances of giving you rarer Pokemon. There's no indication given which these are, and they are randomly selected when you start a new game. Slathering honey on these rare and randomly selected trees gives you a 1% chance of spawning a Munchlax, a 1% chance every 6 hours, and that is assuming that you found the correct tree in the first place. Earlier I said that Pokemon like Munchlax, functionally, may as well not be in the Sinnoh Dex, and this is what I meant. The conditions for getting one are so stringent that I've never heard of anyone even bothering. Heracross is rare enough, going from a 1% chance to a 3.5% chance on special trees. Oh, okay, just when I'm complaining about it. The one time I wouldn't be happy to get a Heracross is when I get a Heracross. Okay. None of this is new. We've all been moaning about the honey trees since 2007, and yet, here it is, in 2021, completely untouched. Well, okay, no, that's not true. Besides Heracross, the Grand Underground just includes all of the rare honey tree Pokemon as a matter of course, so you've got even less of a reason to use this system. I kinda respect it as a preservation effort, but yeah, if the game is all but telling me not to bother, we'll just not bother, we'll just move on. That brings us back around to our second major visit to Hearthome. The location would suggest that this is supposed to act as the game's main hub of sorts, similar to Mauville in Omega Ruby. Mauville accomplished this by having a ton of useful vendors and features so that you would want to make frequent visits, and being in a central location so it was easy to make frequent visits. I'm a big fan of that, defining the player's relationship with the city entirely through the level design. Getting Fly so early in Sinnoh diminishes the need for a centralised hub, so the region instead has towns prioritise specific features. Hearthome is dense with vendors and NPCs who assist you with preparing for the contests. That makes perfect sense both mechanically and narratively. It would make no sense at all for either the people or the game design if the Poffin house was located in Jubilife. Before I start with the contests proper, I feel like I ought to spare a few words for their introduction. Contests are an optional activity, and appropriately, their introduction is short and economic. Sure, it's all very convenient. You save somebody's Baniri, she just so happens to know your mother, who just so happens to be in the city at the same time. But coincidence is not the enemy of effective storytelling. Like when Rowan asked for your help with Team Galactic earlier, it is expanding its narrative and mechanical possibilities through existing relationships. I found myself far less resentful of contests here than I did in Omega Ruby, thanks to a brisk introduction and optional tutorials. You're even allowed to participate sight unseen without any further instruction. The game advises against it, you'll probably get trounced without preparation, but it respects your intent. Many people learn better just by throwing themselves in at the deep end. Preparation mainly involves cooking and feeding your Pokemon little treats called Poffins, essentially this game's Pokeblocks. I like Poffins better just because of the name though, Pokemon and Muffin, but a lot less conspicuous. The difficulty with talking about Poffins, smoothness, contest stats, and sheen is that they are all governed by arcane terminology that requires me to first explain in order to discuss. Otherwise I'd very quickly leave most of you behind. Sorry everyone, this next segment is going to be a bit of an info dump. Poffins increase your Pokemon's looks. Literally, the stat is called sheen, or fur sheen in Japanese. There are 5 kinds of contest: cool, beauty, cute, clever, and tough. Each Pokemon has 5 corresponding contest stats, which are increased by feeding them one of 5 Poffin flavours. Spicy Poffins increase coolness, dry Poffins increase beauty, sweet increases cuteness, bitter increases cleverness, and sour increases toughness. Depending on interactions between your Pokemon's nature and the flavour of the berry used, your Pokemon will either like it more or less. Pokemon with a modest nature like dry food, so it's far easier to raise them to enter beauty contests. This becomes relevant because your Pokemon's overall sheen acts as a hard cap to how often you can raise these stats. If you're looking to enter a beauty contest but your Pokemon hates dry food, you'll have a tougher time raising it. If you play suboptimally, say because you're still figuring out the terms and conditions, there's a risk that you will max out your sheen before you max out the beauty stat. What the game never shows you though is that feeding a Pokemon Poffins it doesn't like also lowers its friendship. Incidentally, by the way, along similar lines, herbal remedies, which are described as being extremely bitter, will even lower the friendship of Pokemon that like bitter flavours. Are you confused yet? I haven't even gone into smoothness, which affects the feel that governs the overall sheen of a Poffin, and is completely distinct from the unrelated stat firmness, which does nothing. The very soft Pecha Berry and the super hard Chesto Berry both have a smoothness of 25. I need you to understand something here. I haven't actually done any criticism yet. This may have sounded like I was criticising it for being too secretive and complicated, but I wasn't. I was just describing how the system works. This is me criticising it. This is all way too secretive and complicated. All of this information is of nebulous relevance, scattered across a dozen different menus, vendors, and NPCs. Even with multiple guides and years of experience playing these games, I have a tough time. Maybe that's fine for those of you that love bitter flavours, but I always feel like I'm just throwing things at the wall. I suppose it's to the game's credit that I'm still able to succeed, but then what is there to keep the folk that actually know what they're doing coming back? I feel like the issue here stems from Pokemon's admirable reluctance to reduce the monsters to numbers and stats. It would be incredibly disillusioning if the game explained the underlying mechanics directly. Like real animal trainers, you're supposed to be working on instinct and experience rather than objective numbers. But the context needs to be a lot stronger to get away with that. For example, I would have an easier time understanding what I was doing given the option to groom my Pokemon instead. Personally, I don't feel particularly beautiful after scoffing half a dozen muffins. The cooking minigame itself is well presented, but likewise would benefit from stronger context. The act of cooking makes a lot of sense. You stir slowly at the beginning to prevent the mixture from sloshing over, and quickly at the end when it's become firm to prevent it from burning. The burner underneath is a graceful visual indicator of when you should be changing speed. It turns out though, you can put in a perfect performance and it doesn't matter. If you use more than one of the same kind of berry, the Poffin will turn out foul no matter what you do. You can use 4 berries with completely different flavours, and that is more likely to be successful than the Pokemon equivalent of a blueberry muffin, which makes no sense to me. Unless you are positively catastrophic at spinning the analog stick, playing the minigame only optimises already successful Poffins. And by the way, if you're looking to do that, might I suggest doing it in Amity Square? The more Pokemon you have with high friendship standing around while you cook, the better quality Poffins you produce. Once you figure all this out, you can get it right every time. But that only introduces a new problem. Making Poffins is boring. Consistency is good, of course, but it also makes the minigame repetitive and predictable once you have a feel for it. In the originals, this was mitigated by the novelty of the DS's systems. Touching the screen to swirl the batter had an immediate tactile feel that made it a simple pleasure. You could even invite friends and play together. Both of these options are absent in Brilliant Diamond, and the game is poorer for it. With all that prep work out of the way, it's time to enter the contest itself. We'll be entering Back Garden in the Coolness contest to start. I was going to enter her in the Toughness contest because she's a tortoise, but she seemed to pull this way instead.
So I learned while editing what the problem was. Flavours cancel out the flavour counterclockwise to them. I was feeding Back Garden's spicy sour Poffins, but since spicy is clockwise to sour on the chart, sour didn't count as much. She ended up cool rather than tough. Bizarre game. So aye, there we go, now you know.
The first part is a simple beauty contest. The higher your Pokemon's coolness, the more points you get. It's impressive that the game will actually account for your ball capsules here and award extra points if they fit the theme. That's a really clever bit of depth for what is otherwise a completely optional bit of personalisation. The second part, rather than being a move showcase as was tradition, takes the form of a simple little rhythm game. You can use a move. Different moves have different effects and you can only activate them once, so you have to be strategic. But that quirk aside, I don't feel the need to explain this. You already get it. So contests are no longer the chore to play that they once were, but the problem is they are still not rewarding. I understand this minigame is a tertiary concern, but it isn't even complex enough for that.
And despite how simple it is, it's still fairly sloppy.
The sound of points tallying overwhelms the background music, your reference for the rhythm. And the animations are, frankly, embarrassing. They wouldn't have the time to create choreography for every Pokemon in the game. Of course they wouldn't. But that doesn't mean that it looks any better when the camera lingers on the Pokemon just standing around vacantly. It's not that cool, is it? I really don't want to dismiss contests. Last time I said they seemed like a waste of time and development resources, but like I say, I've since realised it's foolish to try and reverse engineer somebody else's creative process. Like the Underground, they're a wee bonus befitting a handheld game. You can chip away at them for 10 minutes here and there, rather than dedicate yourself to a big adventure. I also got a few comments from people telling me that they do enjoy the contests, and that's great. Pokemon can and should account for different fantasies. People work with animals in a huge number of different ways, and there is value in reflecting that in Pokemon's mechanics. Contests are about showing your Pokemon off in a more flamboyant and theatrical light than the more valorous one-on-one battles allow. That's not what I focus on personally, but I would love to be brought around on the idea. I know firsthand the appeal of games where the ultimate goal is customization and self-expression. A Pokemon version of that seems like a recipe for success. While I would like to honour other perspectives though, ultimately I can only speak for myself, and contests have never found a way to draw me in. I find the preparation obtuse, the minigames boring, and the theming kind of muddled. We seem to be moving away from like a Crufts-style pet show and more into idle territory. It's a good thing that the game never forces you through them, but it also means that, all told, there's just not much reason for me to care. The game is packed with far more compelling ways for me to spend my time. Her domain conquered, it's finally time to meet Fantina on more familiar terms. If we were playing Pokemon Platinum, we would have fought Fantina our first time through. I see what they were going for here. Fantina refusing to fight makes the world feel a bit more alive, less like it's there for your convenience, and it gives Fantina more of a presence as you anticipate fighting her. It's kind of a similar setup to your father in Generation 3, it's even the 5th gym. The series must have decided this was a formula worth experimenting with. Unfortunately, it's far less effective, as there isn't any real emotional connection with Fantina otherwise. The structure of Pokemon Platinum arguably has more forward momentum, and it creates a sense of mastery when you work your way back around. Sinnoh's gyms have some pretty weak theming. Gardenia uses grass-type Pokemon, so her gym has trees. Maylene is a martial artist, so she's in an athletics centre. Crasher Wake uses water types, so his gym's a swimming pool, even though he seems to be based mainly on a luchador. As for Roark, you may recall that I said at the time I thought it made more sense to fight him in the mine. Compare these examples with Roxanne's gym in Omega Ruby. She's a student and she uses rock types, so her gym is themed around a museum, the perfect setting that justifies both her design and type affinity. Fantina is the worst offender in Sinnoh for me, because she is so close to getting it spot on. She uses ghost types and is elegant and fashionable. There's plenty of room to make something of this. If I had to imagine a setting just based on her character design, I would imagine abandoned mansions, spooky big halls with elegant chandeliers, a setting that is both graceful and dilapidated. Maybe she prizes a kind of elegance and grace that she feels is dead. It doesn't matter, because in reality, her gym is themed around simple mathematics. It just doesn't add up. Incidentally, the only way to fight Fantina's underlings is to deliberately get the questions wrong. If you want to fight the trainers here and get that juicy experience, you practically have to mess up. As if the maths questions weren't easy enough, you also have a calculator on your wrist. The game all but assumes that you're doing it deliberately if you get it wrong. This is a problem because it means there's not a huge amount of character to either the environment or the characters themselves. This was a missed opportunity to give the gym leaders, the game's major bosses, more texture and impact. Without that additional context in either their character or location to draw players' attention and flesh out the gym leader, we get a very unclear picture of them as people. I have no idea who these people are supposed to be because, as I said before, I don't know what gyms are supposed to be. I could describe them to you, of course, but I couldn't tell you how they work. Presumably you have to be a fairly reliable trainer to become a gym leader, and yet I've met children that could thrash Rourke no problem. It's easy to account for that kind of discrepancy structurally, but it contributes to a kind of vagueness around the game's main quest that leaves it feeling kinda hollow. With Electivire and Mamoswine now in our party, this seems like a good time to bring up the topic of Pokémon designs and evolutions. Generation 4 is infamous for introducing a huge number of new evolutions for existing Pokémon. Magneton, Lickitung, Rhydon, Tangela, Electabuzz, Magmar, Eevee, Togetic, Aipom, Yanma, Murkrow, Misdreavus, Gligar, Sneasel, Piloswine, Porygon 2, Kirlia, Nosepass, Roselia, Dusclops and Snorunt all got new evolutions in Generation 4. And while I evidently seem to like them, suffice it to say they've been met with a far more mixed response from the fanbase at large. This gives me the admittedly kinda flimsy excuse to talk about Pokémon designs. Now, I've been with this series a long time. I'm old enough to remember when people took the hump with Numel and the rest of the Generation 3 designs because the Pokémania craze had died down. I was there for the buzz about Electivire and the rest of the Generation 4 evolutions. I was there when people flaked on Vanillite and Trubbish got trashed. I was there asking why when Mega Evolutions were introduced in Generation 6, you may remember last time. I was there when people were giving Bruxish lip, and I'm still here seeing Ice-Q getting the cold shoulder. My point is, there's never been a new generation of Pokémon that didn't come with some backlash towards certain designs. Ultimately, I'm going to end up defending Pokémon designs right up until the present day. In order to do that though, we first need to establish what I'm defending them from. We first need to examine what people's problems with these Pokémon are. And don't worry, this isn't going to be a straw man. It's not like I love every Pokémon ever made or anything. On a surface level, the major complaints are valid. There are quantifiable differences in the design philosophy between Generation 1 and Generation 8. Of course there are, right? These games are being made under entirely different circumstances, presumably by entirely different personnel. That inherently means they're going to have a different approach. One of the most contentious changes is the greater focus on what I'm going to call activities. Entire Pokémon species will embody a hobby, sport, job, or other human activity. Let's compare, for example, the Fire-type starters from Generation 1 and Generation 8. Charmander is a baby salamander with smooth features, tiny claws, and big eyes. Charmeleon changes it into a tougher, meaner-looking lizard with a horn and larger claws. And Charizard is essentially a dragon, even if the type says otherwise. You have to make room in your understanding of Pokémon for them to suddenly grow wings, but otherwise what we have here is a fairly straightforward maturation for a fantasy fire-breathing lizard. Child, adolescent, adult. Scorbunny goes through much the same process, but it now also incorporates a football motif. I would say soccer, but it's Galarian. Scorbunny is energetic and constantly moving, an excited child just getting into the sport. Raboot takes it more seriously, wearing a thick sports hoodie which evokes the image of it training, even in bad weather, and Cinderace has trained hard and is now wearing its football togs, literally kicking pebbles around to turn them into giant flaming footballs. It's not subtle. Its Shield Pokédex entry makes reference to Pro Football's ostentatious celebrations, and its hidden ability is even called Libero. To be clear, I am not saying that Cinderace is badly designed. It isn't. I'm saying that there's a clear difference in design priorities. Charmander didn't have to distinguish itself from anything else. It being a Fire-type starter was novel enough because there had literally never been a Fire-type starter before it. Scorbunny not only had to distinguish itself from its 7 predecessors, it also had to embody the specific themes this new generation of Pokémon was using to distinguish itself from the last 7, all while under the incinerating pressure of being one of the new faces of the most lucrative franchise in history. Of course, these two monsters are not going to be designed the same way. Football seems like a good choice. It's the most popular sport in the world pretty much everywhere but America, giving Scorbunny a global appeal. I don't have a problem with Pokémon taking after human behaviours. After all, the first batch of Pokémon came complete with a monster called Mr. Mime, and one of the new fan favourites is a line of miniature Spartans called Phalanx. But there are two problems associated with them that the series has never found a satisfying way of accounting for. One, if the player isn't interested in that activity, they are less likely to be interested in the Pokémon. This isn't a problem for, say, Mr. Mime, because it's easily ignored. If you don't like it, don't catch it. It's a much bigger problem for the starter Pokémon. If you, like me, think that bunnies are cute but have no interest in football, then you might feel a bit alienated when Raboot evolves and your trusty partner Pokémon ends up as a narcissistic show-off. Personally, having grown up surrounded by horror stories of the old firm and its associated violence and sectarianism, Cinderace having a football motif turned me away from ever wanting to use it. Compare with Charizard. The strength of its simple animalistic qualities is their broad appeal. Starter Pokémon are said to be designed after certain personality types. While Charizard is said to have prideful characteristics, without specific motifs or associations, you are free to imagine its temperament how you please. The second problem is, the games don't always do a good job justifying these behaviours. Now, I understand that there is a futility in taking a series about magical cartoon animals too literally. But Pokémon, broadly speaking, is excellent at using its monsters to create a coherent and investable world. This is the main reason that the series has kept my interest right through to the present day. Here's the catch though. The more specific the ideas get, the more work the game has to do to justify those ideas. Why has Cinderace evolved to imitate football players so closely in action, temperament, and look? That's not a trick question, and nor is it rhetorical. I think it would increase Cinderace's appeal to learn this answer. Now, I'm completely conscious of how ridiculous this sounds. The reality is, Cinderace looks and acts like a football player because it's a cartoon character. But judging how invested people are in this series and its world, and judging by how cagey people seem about this kind of design, I think that there is value in selling the idea. Because we so rarely see these Pokémon as part of their surroundings, because they just magically apparate out of thin air when it's time for a battle, it's a lot more difficult to get an idea of how they are supposed to behave. I'm loath to pick on the Generation 8 starters again, but I can't resist talking about the design that kicked this whole thought process off, and my erstwhile choice for least favourite starter Pokémon, Inteleon. Half sniper, half wetsuit, Inteleon is obviously combining a secret agent with a chameleon, hence the name. Intelligence and chameleon. The basic idea is obvious, and I think really strong, but I had a difficult time imagining how this thing moved and acted. That was until I imagined its habitat. Picture, if you will, an Inteleon living upstream, maybe near a waterfall or some rocky rapids. It could snipe prey downstream and then glide down to retrieve them. All of a sudden, its design makes perfect sense. Maybe that was the whole idea in the first place. Again, the more specific the ideas get, the more work the game has to do to justify those ideas. All it took was a little bit of justification and I was turned around on Inteleon. This problem is especially pronounced for starter Pokemon as they don't appear in the overworld, but it potentially applies to every Pokemon ever made. To give you a more relevant example before this turns into an exhaustive look at Pokemon Shield, I used to hate Hippopotas until I realised that its periscope eyes allow it to see while it is submerged in sand. An absolutely perfect cartoon representation of evolutionary adaptation, and it took me years to appreciate because I never got to see Hippopotas in the sand where it lives. Evolution presents another challenge. I'm sure we've all had a moment where we caught a cute or cool looking Pokemon, only to end up disappointed when it evolves. This problem is especially pronounced when Pokemon evolve into their activities. See the earlier example of cute little Rabbit bending it like Beckham when he grows up. A lot of recent starter Pokemon in particular evolve to share a body type. The more specific their mimicry, the more human they have to look. I wouldn't say that any are generic, but if you aren't a fan of that humanoid body type, it really limits your options. So you may think that this problem is fairly recent. If you were a big fan of Rowlet and Dartrix being round little dapper gentlemen, you may have been a bit put off by Decidueye becoming a Robin Hood style figure. And, of course, the most infamous example. If you chose Litten because it's a scrappy little fire cat, you may have found your enthusiasm doused when it suddenly became a plantigrade biped, grew a six-pack, and started behaving like a professional wrestling heel. You may love cats, but have no interest in professional wrestling. Or the other way around, I guess. But while Incineroar is perhaps the most extreme case of this happening, it's inevitable to a certain extent with all evolution. You may like or even love a Pokemon's first form, but find yourself put off by what it changes into. Even Bulbasaur, perhaps the most linear expression of the evolution concept, suffers from this to some extent. If you chose Bulbasaur because you loved its cute, wide-eyed appeal, you might find yourself put off by Venusaur's warty skin, small eyes, and half-lidded glare. Squirtle and Wartortle begin as a representation of the Minogami, a turtle that lived for millennia and trailed a tail of seaweed behind it. Blastoise loses the tail and instead sprouts cannons from its shell, the result of the designers mashing two evolutionary lines together so that there weren't two turtle families in the original 151. Dratini and Dragonair are elegant depictions of Eastern dragons. Dragonite has been often compared to Barney the dinosaur. Remoraid is a fish, Octillery is an octopus, their gun evolving into cannon motif obscured through revision. The list goes on. The problem is not just that these Pokemon exist. The problem is that they also preclude other potential evolutions from existing. Incineroar, as the most extreme example, is the perfect case study. If you were anticipating an actual tiger rather than Tiger Mask, not only do you get the disappointment of a Pokemon that you didn't want, that disappointment is compounded when you realise that the Pokemon you did want literally doesn't exist.
There's a lot to be said for managing your expectations, of course.
But the fact is, people were only so hyped up because they loved Litten so much. I don't think that getting them to care less is an appropriate solution. I had the opposite problem. I love Incineroar's energy. The association between a cat and a wrestling heel is fun and original, both pretending that they don't care what people think when, of course, they thrive on others' attention. But for me, the idea could only go so far because it was stapled onto the Fire-type starter. That concept is just begging to be a fighting dark type, but we are never going to see that concept taken to its logical conclusion. If That seems unfair to you, I agree. Let's put a pin in it for the moment. The Generation 4 evolutions are almost like prototype Incineroars. The intent was noble to give a bunch of underused Pokémon a new lease on life. But the very fact of giving them new designs fundamentally alters their theming and people's relationships with them. Before, if you liked Murkrow, you liked one singular design with specific ideas behind it. After 2006, liking Murkrow sees you bridge the gap between which is familiar and mafioso. A part of this problem is the juxtaposition of different design priorities. It's the same paradigm I described earlier with Charizard and Cinderace, but this time shoulder to shoulder as part of the same evolutionary line. Rhyperior is a prime example. Rhydon is the first Pokémon ever designed, and its concept is as simple and elegant as can be. The hard skin of a rhino becomes rock type, and the association is further cemented with a fantasy twist, a drill in place of a horn. I think it's a great design, but as the series went on, the idea of a rock animal became kind of passé. A rock rhino, a rock snake, a rock tree, and of course, a rock. Rhyperior really needed to do something to distinguish itself, and so it doubled down on that construction theme with armour that vaguely resembles a high-vis jacket, a hard hat, a wrecking ball for a tail, and pile drivers for arms. It develops its predecessor's theme while also giving a clearer idea of how it functions mechanically. Rock-hard defences thanks to an ability that reduces incoming super effective damage. It's a good design, I think, but Rhydon's appeal is completely lost. The series could get away with Rhydon's simpler design because of a lack of competition. A decade in, Rhyperior really needed to double down on its own niche to stand out. The other problem, of course, is that until this point, Rhydon was thought of as already being fully grown. Many of the most successful evolutionary lines clearly indicate the Pokémon growing from childhood into adulthood, maturing, basically. The best designs complement this idea by making the intermediate stages an awkward middle ground. This is why I'm a big fan of Quilladin, not despite how goofy it looks, because of how goofy it looks. When creating new evolutions after the fact, new designs effectively have to expand on designs that were already considered complete. In other words, a fully grown Pokémon has to become even more fully grown. In a best case scenario, you get Togekiss, whose overall shape makes it feel like the egg-themed Togepi line was always heading this way. Otherwise, you get Pokemon like Electivire, who exaggerates Electabuzz's traits even further and risks becoming over-designed. It's even hairier, its Popeye arms get even bigger, and its stripes go from lightning bolts to electrical sockets. I love Electivire, but I totally get why somebody wouldn't. Some later revisions also struggle to carve out a niche against the original design. This was a big reason I didn't really like Mega Evolutions. So far, this has all been pretty rhetorical, but I'm going to take a break from playing devil's advocate and talk about a design that I truly dislike. Aipom is an all-time Pokémon design to me, a cheeky little monkey with its prehensile tail being exaggerated into an actual hand. Ambipom, despite its great name, fails to really evolve the concept. It's cheekier, and instead of one prehensile tail, it has two. Its bowl-cut hair is unappealing, the nose adds nothing to its expression or its character, and I can't believe I'm saying this, there's too much purple, lending poor definition to its extremities. This is speculative, to be sure, but I have to imagine that at least part of the problem was in adding to an idea that was already so well realised. The common thread between all of the complications I've discussed so far is evolution. I don't see many people defending Ice-Q, for example, but I also haven't seen anybody really upset about Ice-Q either, because it's so easy to ignore. If you dislike Ice-Q, you simply don't catch it.
It's when evolution changes a person's relationship with a Pokémon design that we run into trouble. And, unfortunately, there's just no way of eliminating that problem entirely.
Your mileage may vary on everything that I've said here, of course, because there are basically as many ways to get a Pokémon wrong as there are people playing. I think that people's criticisms are legitimate. I even agree with a bunch of them. There are a lot of Pokémon I'm not that keen on. What I never see talked about though, and what I want to talk about, is Pokémon's absolutely astonishing success rate with these monster designs. I can sit here and pontificate about Incineroar's missed potential all I like, but the series absolutely should not care. Millions of players fell in love with this goofy guy, and that's not meaningless. Even accounting for Pokémon's insane popularity, there's no obligation to like Incineroar even if you love the series. Just as I can't go through every Pokémon design to criticise it, I can't go through every Pokémon design to praise it, but I think it's worthwhile examining some of the techniques that Pokémon uses to make its designs appealing. One thing the Pokémon series gets almost universally right is its use of theming. Generation 4 is a prime example. The story and setting are both heavily concerned with mythology and religion, and many of the Pokémon designs reflect that. Bronzor and Bronzong, for example, seem to be based on an old Japanese myth wherein priests asked women to donate their bronze mirrors to create a new bell for the temple. The Sinnoh starters are my pick for the best of the bunch, and that is due in large part to their reflecting their region's theme. All three start out as a simple elemental animal before evolving smoothly into their mythological inspirations. Torterra takes its inspiration from the image of a turtle embodying the world that appears in Hindu, Chinese, and Native American mythologies. Empoleon's trident-shaped beak and position as an Emperor of the Water calls to mind Poseidon. And Infernape seems to be based on Hanuman of the Hindu epic Ramayana. Sidebar, because I already see you lot typing. A lot of people have interpreted Infernape as a reference to Sun Wukong from the Chinese epic Journey to the West. Here's my supposition. Hanuman is associated with martial arts, is often depicted wearing gold, and cannot be harmed by flame. One of his most famous feats is having his tail set on fire by the demonic Ravana, escaping his bonds with his incredible strength, and then running from rooftop to rooftop, burning the city down with his flaming tail. Then there's the 1993 Indian-Japanese animated adaptation, Ramayana: The Legend of Prince Rama. Note Hanuman's white fur, which gives him a resemblance to the Japanese macaque, another point of commonality with Infernape. Infernape does still resemble Sun Wukong, of course, with his strength and his gold adornments, but then that's to be expected. The resemblance between the two mythic figures is well noted, with some scholars believing that Hanuman was the inspiration for Sun Wukong in the first place. As it stands, without the gold circlet or magic staff, I find the resemblance more fleeting, but things can be inspired by more than one thing. There's a wee ticket of wisdom for you. Things can be inspired by more than one thing. Good one. Of course, it's irrelevant to my overall point anyway. Whether you believe it resembles Sun Wukong or Hanuman, either way, Infernape is inspired by world mythology, and thus fits nicely into Sinnoh's theme. Strong theming can even help vindicate some Pokémon designs. Galar is a fairly industrial region, so many of the Pokémon designs seem to have responded to humanity's influence by taking on more man-made characteristics. If you like this theme enough, it may help justify idiosyncratic Pokémon like Carkol, Appletoon, and Poltegeist. Of course, I'm not saying that you have to like them. As with a lot of things, execution is important, and Pokémon like Toxtricity, Barraskewda, and Copperajah manage to embody that theme more subtly, which makes them easier to imagine as living creatures. Galarian Corsola and Cursola take it even further by also serving as a subtle criticism of man's involvement with nature. read into these designs too much, and Galar is imbued with an unvoiced queasiness. Nature is warped and corrupted by man's influence, perfect for the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution.
Alongside theming, context is important for making sense of some of these creatures. Here's some ways that Pokemon gets it right. Some people seem leery about man-made Pokemon designs, but the majority are extremely well justified. I wouldn't dream of setting Pokemon must feel like living, natural creatures as a hard and fast rule.
Magnemite, Voltorb, Porygon and Mewtwo are classic, quintessential examples of Pokemon, and all of them appear to be, or literally are, man-made. It's also kind of futile to put down living creatures as criteria when ghost Pokemon exist.
Nevertheless, context is important. Porygon and Mewtwo work perfectly because their origins are literally part of their design. Magnemite and Voltorb have to do a little more work.
The best Pokemon designs make sense for their surroundings and the overall world. Of course, Pokemon's fantasy setting affords it a lot of wiggle room in what makes sense. If they can make me believe that a magnetised clod of iron is a creature, then they can make me believe just about anything. It just depends on how it's justified. One of the first things that the artists do when designing a Pokemon, apparently, is first figure out what it eats, and I don't think that I've ever heard a better litmus test for grounding a fantasy creature. Magnemite feels a lot more alive when you realise that it's found near power lines and a power plant. Without a mouth, you would have to assume that it consumes electricity. The explanations don't even have to be explanations. One of my favourites is Voltorb, whose existence and resemblance to Pokeballs bewilders even the scientists of the Pokemon world. While we are on that subject, then, we absolutely have to talk about the undisputed king of locating Pokemon within their surroundings, Generation 7. One subtle touch is that a lot of the native Alolan Pokemon are incredibly rare. Marini will only appear occasionally if Corsola calls for help, and will then attack the Corsola, a completely unique interaction that demonstrates the antagonistic relationship between the two. Yungoos and Rattata also have an adversarial relationship, Yungoos having been introduced to combat the growing pest problem, only to fail spectacularly because it's diurnal, whereas Rattata is nocturnal. Yungoos has, as a result, become just as big a pest itself. This story draws inspiration from actual events where small Asian mongooses were introduced to Hawaii to combat the rat population. And these examples are to say nothing of the totem Pokemon and the Tapus. Rattata and Yungoos present a great way of justifying Pokemon by exaggerating real-world events and phenomena. It's funny how many of Pokemon's cartoonier designs are dismissed when they actually have a strong basis in real life. If you think that Magcargo is too far-fetched, for example, then look up the scaly-foot gastropod, a deep-sea snail that lives in hydrothermal vents and literally incorporates iron and minerals into its shell and foot. The funny thing about that is, the species was actually discovered after the release of Pokemon Gold and Silver in 1999. If anybody ever tells you that life imitates art, maybe they're onto something. Incidentally, the scaly-foot gastropod is now considered endangered because of underseas mining. Thanks, Oreburgh. While we are talking about endangered species, I also want to mention the humble Wooper. Wooper is based on an axolotl, a neotenic creature, meaning that it becomes sexually mature during the larval stage. Rather than grow up into an adult salamander, the axolotl instead remains in its nascent aquatic form all its life. It also displays a remarkable ability to regenerate lost tissue. It was this ability that drew the curiosity of André-Marie Constant Dumeril, who brought the creature back with him to Paris, only to discover that some had metamorphosized into salamanders. It turns out that the ability to change had lain dormant, but could still be reintroduced externally. You shouldn't actually do this, of course. It results in a host of complications for the poor little thing, but if I talk about humanity's treatment of axolotls, I'll just upset myself, so I'll get to the point.
Cartoonish and exaggerated as it is, Pokemon evolution is not quite so outlandish a concept as it may first appear.
Some animals do undergo a sudden metamorphosis. Again, the initial inspiration for the series was bug catching, caterpillar, chrysalis, butterfly. If the axolotl is anything to go by, then some of these metamorphoses can even be induced by human interference.
Humans have a profound influence on nature.
Domestic dogs have developed an extra muscle in their eyebrows to better appeal to humans. Foxes have basically entirely changed their behaviour, adapting for urban sprawl. Ligers only exist because of human interference, and red squirrels basically no longer exist where I live, having been bullied out of existence by the American grey squirrel. It's easy to see how, allowing for a bit of exaggeration and artistic license, Pokemon evolving in response to humans isn't all that strange.
Good context can't make up for some bad first impressions, though.
I actually think that both Vanillite and Trubbish are really well thought through. The former is an icicle-like Pokemon that ends up covered in snow and resembling an ice cream through sheer coincidence. The latter is the byproduct of industrial waste, no more outlandish than Grimer, which is, and I quote here, sludge that was transformed when exposed to X-rays from the moon. The problem is, even with these explanations, the inspiration is too obvious, which makes them difficult to abstract. Explain it all you like, that's an ice cream with eyes. That's not a problem, Pokemon can more than accommodate for that, but it makes the design difficult to imagine as a creature and not a mascot. It feels intentional, it feels designed, even though I don't think it's necessarily better or worse than any other given Pokemon.
I think the design is well done, and there's clearly work gone into justifying it.
It's just that first impressions count for a lot. Even with the greatest context in the world, a lot of people aren't going to go back in for that second look. Pokemon isn't always perfect at context, of course. As we've discussed, Pokemon like Hippopotas feel like they're missing a page, and Inteleon was almost ruined for me because it felt like it was missing an entire chapter. That lack of context even applies to some of our party members here. I imagine Electabuzz evolved to become hairier and more Yeti-like in response to Sinnoh's colder climate, but imagine is the operative word there. Nevertheless, I would recommend sometimes looking into some Pokemon designs you might think are outlandish or stupid. Sometimes you can be caught out by just how well thought through they really are. All of this is, of course, incredibly subjective, which is so obvious that I feel daft even pointing it out. But I do so because the final point I want to raise is how we, the Pokemon community, discuss these Pokemon designs. I've seen a number of think pieces putting forth a criteria for what qualifies as a legitimate Pokemon. None of them have reached a satisfying conclusion for me, and I'll tell you the reason why. There is no objective criteria for creativity. There's no formula here. There's no rule that you can establish that the series cannot break or has not already broken. If you do find a formula, what then? If an artist imagines a new monster that has to break those rules to realise its design, do you homogenise it so it fits? What about, say, the Ultra Beasts, Pokemon literally designed to appear alien and uncanny? Is the series just not allowed to try that? If you're about to say it doesn't fit the theme, aye it does. It's a sci-fi take on invasive species. Alien species being introduced to an ecosystem through human interference is a topic that Alola is explicitly concerned with. And if you think that's me getting smug because I happen to like all these Pokemon, my response is simply to state the fact that I don't like the Ultra Beasts. But I don't think that means they're not Pokemon, I just think it means they didn't click with me. Oh well, better luck next time. It's absolutely possible to just not like a Pokemon. Funnily enough, that kind of prescriptive analysis seems to be the exact opposite of Game Freak's approach. There are stories of Pokémon designed deliberately to challenge people's conceptions of what a Pokémon can be. Without that truculence, we wouldn't have gotten a personal favourite, Blaziken. The fact is, we can't categorise so rigidly around 1,000 designs made across 25 years by a small army of artists often working under stringent and weirdly specific constraints. Early Pokémon designs were comparatively simple. Was that because the franchise was still in its early years? Or was it because the Game Boy screen was a black and white 160 by 144 resolution? About 15% of all Pokémon are water type, and that is because so many designs lend themselves to that type. They have to fill all those lakes, ponds, rivers, and oceans with something, after all. Some Pokémon are made or broken by their typing, but their types are justified by their designs. Steel Fairy Pokémon are at a significant advantage before we even account for their stats, ability, and move pool, and that is determined by how they are conceived and illustrated. Designing characters for a game is a very complicated proposition. Even if we could neatly categorise everything, it would be futile because those artists will be growing and changing all the time. That's how creativity works. Sometimes an artist will know that they could do better as they are creating. Sometimes the stars will align and lightning will strike, and you end up looking back on a work having no idea how it turned out so well. Perfection is the enemy of good, they say, and this is why I felt my Incineroar critique was so unfair. From a top-down view, sure. Maybe it would have been neater and tidier to split Incineroar into a fire starter and a fighting dark wrestling heel cat Pokémon, but creativity is never that linear or logical. This is speculation, but the wrestling heel idea probably only ever came about because of the association with Tiger Mask. Honouring that spark of inspiration is, in all likelihood, the clearest way to convey the idea to the audience as well. Even if not, I can't imagine that Sun and Moon had the time to second-guess themselves too often. Even when it comes with the risk of failure, allowing creative people to be creative is important. For all their faults, I've rarely, if ever, felt that a Pokémon design was played safe or phoned in. That's pretty impressive for such a lucrative franchise. I'd much rather this than they started watering designs down for mass market appeal. Of course, we, the audience, changed too. 5 years ago, I knew that the Omega Ruby video was going to be my last word on Pokémon, and here I am, 5 years later, retracting half the things I said. Who's to say that tomorrow you won't discover something about your least favourite Pokémon that makes you love it? Your opinion can change based on the stupidest little factors. One of my least favourite Pokémon is Mr. Mime, and most of that, I think, is its localised name. Apparently, Nob Ogasawara felt similarly, as he recalled, if they ever introduce genders, we're hooped. So if I were Japanese or German, I'm not even sure I'd have an issue with Mr. Mime at all. Don't get me wrong, criticism is important. I think that Pokemon's batting average is astonishingly high, but I don't like every Pokemon, and discussing what we like and dislike can help us understand more about these games, more about design work, and more about ourselves. If nothing else, hopefully it's useful feedback for artists. But sometimes I feel like basic criticisms are made into bigger issues, when the simplest answer is usually more useful and more honest. Sometimes, you just don't like a Pokemon. After the 4th gym, you're not really travelling to completely new areas of the map, but instead branches of areas that you've already seen. This is perhaps the biggest shortcoming with Sinnoh's unorthodox structure. Obviously, these branches are new in and of themselves, but it lacks a singular thrust, the forward momentum of moving across the map. Instead, you are flying back and forth to fill in the blanks, which is a bit less romantic. Still, the pacing is deceptively good. Early on, the player has a lot of space and free time to discover the map at their pace. Gyms 5 and 6 reuse the most content. Hearthome is a repeat visit, and Canalave is about 20 seconds from Jubilife. Like with Hoenn, this is a little speed boost in the middle of the game to keep you going. Afterwards, we pick back up, with Gyms 7 and 8 being longer branches that have been blocked off for most of the game. Respectively, these take you to the northernmost and easternmost parts of the island. It's not perfect, but it's good. Yeah. How about that surfing animation, eh? Yep, we were not going to get away with doing a video on Pokemon Generation 8 without talking about the animations. The dilemma facing the Pokemon series has always been the same. How do you animate such a huge number of Pokemon, each with unique body shapes and capabilities, performing such a huge number of moves? In Generation 1, the solution was simple. Pokemon were completely static, so all the game had to do was create generic animations for each of the moves. The Game Boy's comparatively modest processing power actually did the series a lot of favours at this stage. This whole setup, static 2D images on a tiny little monochromatic screen, is inherently abstract. It's so clearly not a literal representation of what's going on. That makes it much easier for our imaginations to fill in the blanks by latching onto the morsels of context offered by the descriptions. I talked about comics earlier, and Pokemon battling practically was a little comic. Strong poses and accompanying descriptions sold movement and action despite being completely static. This is also why it was easier for Pokemon to create closure back then, to create a better sense of conceptual space. Your imagination was doing all the heavy lifting. If you were into the fantasy of Pokemon, as many of us were, it was easy to imagine these static images blinking and disappearing as cool battle scenes in your head. The blank background let you fill in the surroundings appropriately, whether you were in grass, caves, or out in the ocean. It also helped that the Game Boy wasn't known for being a graphical powerhouse. In fact, that was practically its selling point. The Game Gear featured a larger backlit screen and 32 colours, which meant both that it was more expensive and that it chewed through batteries like nobody's business. Not exactly ideal as a cheap way of keeping your kids quiet in the back of the car. Pokemon's graphics seem less remarkable when everything on the system looks so modest by design. I don't think it can be overstated how big an improvement Generation 2 was. They are some of the best looking games on the handheld. The changes were simple but impactful. Gold and Silver used an identical approach to Generation 1, but the sprites were so much cleaner. Strong colours and controlled use of dithering contrasted with bold blacks, lending the sprites a lot of impact and definition and making them readable even on the tiny screen. Crystal went above and beyond. Strong poses and lovely little hand-drawn animations when the Pokemon burst out of the ball gave a clearer indication of their movement and personality. It did this without undermining the abstractions that let the player's imaginations fill in most of the blanks. Pokemon could still remain static while battling with all the same advantages as Generation 1. That's where we sit for the next two generations, even though they released on much more powerful consoles. The Game Boy Advance's higher resolution meant that every single Pokemon had to be redrawn for Generation 3 even as they added more, and that's perhaps why it took until Emerald for the sprites to start animating again. Even then, those animations were 2 frames warped and stretched, doing a poorer job communicating the creature's behaviour. The competition was also stiffer. The GBA is home to a lot of incredible sprite work that made Pokemon look primitive in comparison. Despite another hardware jump, these teething issues seemed mostly ironed out by Generation 4, but it faced its own problems. These games attracted a lot of criticism for the incredibly slow pace of the Pokémon battles. There seemed to be a short delay between every action, which was a small annoyance, but the real problem was the speed at which health depleted. From what I understand, the health bar speed in Generation 4 was based on actual hit points rather than percentages. If a Pokémon had 200 HP, it would take twice as long for its health to drain as a Pokémon with 100 HP. In the most extreme case then, one hit KOing a level 100 Blissey would leave you watching a bar deplete for about 26 seconds. The most engaging part of Pokémon, mechanically, happens at the beginning of a turn when you're making your decisions, choosing your moves, Pokémon, or items. The rest of the turn isn't worthless by any means. It shows the results of your decisions and provides context as a basis for further decisions, as well as building a bit of tension as you wait to see if your risky gambit paid off. But it is not the most engaging part. Lingering on it for so long gives the player more time to get bored, more time for the fantasy to lose them, and thus more time to register just how rudimentary the animations are. Perhaps in response, Generation 5 gave us, for me at least, the best looking battles the series has seen to date. All the Pokémon are constantly moving, displaying their personality and giving the battles a sense of energy and aggression. Their animations would slow down when they were weakened, the camera zoomed in and out to accent certain attacks, and the whole thing moved blisteringly fast. Less time spent dwelling on your decisions meant more time making them instead. Combined with the constant movement and eye-catching camera angles, Generation 5 gives us fewer chances to pick at the seams in its presentation. It gives itself less opportunity to lose you. All of this, and the game is still preserving the strengths of its forebears. The 2D Pokémon are animated independently from the attacks. It's clear that this is not literal. The way the game managed this is a really economic use of resources. Rather than hand animate every Pokémon from scratch, the game instead repurposes a lot of sprites from Generation 4, adding joints to create puppet animations. You may not like this approach, and that is totally valid. The puppeteering can't quite match the charm and personality of full hand-drawn animation, and the sprites get pretty pixelated when zoomed in. Again, for my money, this is the best the battle screens have ever looked, but even if you disagree, I hope the advantages are clear. Because we are about to talk about Generation 6. Generation 6 dragged the series kicking and screaming into the third dimension, but it's not like they had much of a choice here. We simply wouldn't have accepted another 2D Pokémon game, especially on a console called the 3DS. Pokémon has been a system shifter for every Nintendo handheld, and there's just no way that Nintendo would accept the series not taking advantage of their new console's unique selling point. Even the most enlightened of us would have called that a missed opportunity. Who knows how the mass public would have responded? I know for a fact that I wouldn't have taken it gracefully. I say kicking and screaming because, as I said earlier, we inherently understand 2D images as abstract because they physically cannot exist in our reality. 3D models register differently, they feel more tangible and thus less abstract. It's still clearly fake, but on some level, your brain is trying to understand the models as physical, tangible things. This made the proposition of animating these creatures and their attacks 100 times more complicated. The series could no longer get away with the Pokémon wiggling in place while the attacks just apparated in front of them. Now, each and every Pokémon needed a 3D model with an animation for emerging from the Pokéball, idle animations, multiple attacking animations, animations for taking damage, animations for fainting, and probably more I'm forgetting. Those animations were then strung together with the moves animation, a call and response that saw the attacking Pokémon attack, the move go off, then the defending Pokémon respond. It is, again, an economic solution. You can imagine how they would do this. Each Pokémon is given a custom animation for say, a physical attack, and when tackle is called, the game simply plays that Pokemon's physical attack animation alongside tackle's unique modifiers and effects. The unfair thing about this is the animations have had more work put into them than any mainline game that came before, but their procedural nature, combined with the more intelligible 3D space, made the cracks easier to see than ever. It works, for the most part, but certain combinations of Pokemon and moves are really weak. Physical moves suffer the most, as the Pokemon doesn't cross the screen to make physical contact, presumably because of the risk of the two models clipping into each other. This robs the move of all its impact. Some circumstantial combinations look weak as well. Blastoise's Hydro Pump, for example, doesn't shoot out of its shoulder-mounted water cannons. You kind of have to imagine that those things are specifically for using Hydro Pump. Instead, the water just materialises in front of its belly. I have to stress, Blastoise has never fired anything from its cannons in the main series, but it was a lot easier to imagine that happening back in the 2D games. Nevertheless, Pokemon got through the 3DS generations without much issue. Like the DS and Game Boy before it, the 3DS was never heralded as a graphical powerhouse. Pokemon's shortcomings weren't spotlighted enough to do heavy damage. I'm sure that Pokemon Ami and Pokemon Refresh didn't hurt either, every Pokemon bursting with personality. That all changed with Pokemon Sword and Shield. A wayward comment by an on-the-spot Junichi Masuda lit the fanbase aflame, illuminating all of the series' shortcomings.
But with the transition to the Nintendo Switch hardware, with its, it being much more powerful, allowing us to be much more expressive with each of the individual Pokemon.
It was impossible not to be aware of how rudimentary the animations were when they were being used as an excuse to cut half the Pokédex. Of course, if you actually think about Masuda-san's comment, you will quickly realise, yeah, it makes sense. Not only are they having to port the existing Pokemon over to an HD console for the first time, they're also having to create about 100 new ones. In total, there were 400 Pokemon in Sword and Shield, not including different forms, that all had to be modelled and animated. That's already an insane workload, even with these rudimentary animations. And, sorry, that is also ignoring that this was a comment made off the cuff, on stage at a live event, that had to be quickly translated. It's easy to misspeak even with a fraction of the pressure. 2 days after Masuda made that comment, he gave another interview that I think makes an important distinction. Quote from US Gamer: "There are a couple of different parts to the thinking behind that, Dexit, but really the biggest reason for it is just the sheer number of Pokemon. We already have well over 800 Pokemon species, and there's going to be more added in these games. And now that they're on the Nintendo Switch, we're creating it with much higher fidelity, with higher quality animations." To clarify, what he is saying here is not that they're cutting back the numbers to focus on animations, it means it takes more work to create the same visuals because of the Switch's higher resolution. Which, so far as I understand it, is objectively true. Sorry, I know that's not what a lot of you want to hear. Even if Masuda hadn't said anything though, I still think there would have been a lot of dissatisfaction. For the first time, we were seeing Pokemon in full HD. No longer was the series competing with comparatively modest handheld games, but with the absolute best this industry has to offer. God of War released a whole year before Pokemon Sword and Shield, and it looks like this. Is that an unfair comparison? Sure, absolutely. I think so. I mean, take your pick here. Different priorities, different age range, different budget, different rosters, different dev times, different hardware, different games from top to toe. But you could still pop into Ye Olde Game Shop and see them side by side on the shelf. One game prizes its animations so much that Kratos will actually correct for the player's positioning, potentially undermining the strategy to ensure the models line up. The other game seems to care so little that you tap headbutt and double kicks. If you have been with this series for the 20 odd years it had been around in the West, the fact that you were still waiting for your childhood fantasy to be realised was a real kick in the teeth. No, I said kick. For goodness sake.
That brings us back around to Pokémon Brilliant Diamond, which inherits all of Sword and Shield's problems.
It even adds some of its own for good measure.
The colours are really washed out, perhaps to play better with the more realistic lighting. The action is framed with a static camera as if these are still 2D sprites. Poses and animations don't reflect the Pokémon's skills or personality. Somehow, static 2D sprites convey more movement and character than the animated 3D models.
Eyes are often 2D textures on otherwise flat surfaces, cartoony and expressive when handled well, which they often aren't.
Physical attacks lack impact. Missed or failed moves don't animate at all, completely dead-walling the drama. Moves that hit multiple Pokémon inspire a hit reaction even if they miss or the Pokémon is immune.
Flying Pokémon suffer from awkward idle animations. Being airborne allows them to convey their mechanics better, but often results in them either flapping desperately or essentially T-posing.
Scyther is literally too big to fit on the screen. Caesar's Bullet Punch, a rapid series of jabs, is a clumsy swing. Scary Face doesn't change the Pokémon's expression. Surf and Dig's animations look horrendous, presumably because they can't create custom swimming or digging animations for every Pokémon that can learn them.
Some Pokémon have always looked kind of awful. Typhlosion is a huge victim in particular. Its design is defined by its blazing collar. Having that flare up only when attacking is a really caring touch. I love the idea, but it makes it look like a soggy weasel in its idle animations.
Etc, etc. This is a problem because animations are important. Games rely on their visuals to create the fantasy, to convey the actions and sell their impact. Many of Pokémon's moves don't. Even with the 3D game's greater focus on animations, you're still relying on text boxes to make sense of the events.
This isn't the first time we've been here either. It's become a bit of a cliché when discussing modern Pokémon's animations to bring up the Pokémon Stadium series and its descendants.
Pokémon Stadium had 3D Pokémon as well, and low poly models aside, they did a much better job of capturing the Pokémon's personalities and capabilities. Not only does Blastoise shoot water from its shoulder-mounted cannons, but it also retracts them when not in use, a lovely little detail that gives a much better idea of how this creature behaves.
In a lot of ways, Blastoise has never looked better. But I feel that Pokémon Stadium doesn't present a workable alternative. If anything, it suffers from the exact same problems that the series is facing today.
Because Pokémon Stadium is not Pokémon Stadium, it's Pokémon Stadium 2. The first game was Japan exclusive, and it featured a far smaller roster of just 40 Pokémon. The game was seemingly created, at least in part, for early Pokémon tournaments, to fix some balance issues and create a more interesting viewing experience. Blastoise could get these bespoke little details because not only was the game to be viewed by an audience, it wasn't jostling for attention with over 700 other Pokémon.
When Pokémon Stadium 2 released, our original Pokémon Stadium, all of these Pokémon retained their animations from the first game.
And then they did it again for Pokémon Stadium Gold and Silver, that's our Pokémon Stadium 2. And then they did it again for Colosseum. And then they did it again for XD Gale of Darkness.
It did get updated for Pokémon Battle Revolution on the Wii, albeit with a lot of missing details. Obviously, it's not the same model, but it has so many of the same quirks that it at least must be referencing the stadium model. And yet, some animations are missing, most notably it no longer retracts its cannons. And Blastoise isn't an outlier here. Many Pokemon, like Kangaskhan, saw even fewer updates to their models and animations. Think about that for a minute. Blastoise and Kangaskhan were given minimal touch-ups over 8 years. 8 years in which the industry saw perhaps the most rapid increase in graphical fidelity that it is ever likely to see. These models and animations were created to compete with the PlayStation 1, and variations on them were still competing with the PlayStation 3. Keep in mind that's when the roster was roughly half of what it is today, when the console's grunt was weaker, when SD televisions were the standard, and when the game was literally dedicated to Pokemon battling in 3D. These animations are the whole reason that Battle Revolution exists, and yet much of it had to be repurposed from the Nintendo 64. My point isn't that they were just as lazy back in the day, or these animations are bad, or whatever the fuck. My point is, these animations were reused across 5 games and 3 generations of consoles. Isn't that the exact same thing we're complaining about now? Oh, and don't get me started on Pokemon Snap, it's literally on rails. If you think about it for more than a picosecond, you'll figure out why its animations look better.
Here's a bitter pill to swallow. If you didn't see this coming, at least in some form, then you haven't been paying attention.
Pokemon is an insane logistical undertaking. It's been staring down a ballooning workload in one form or another since it went from a game to a series.
Because Pokemon's only meaningful way of adding new content is to add more Pokemon. The workload becomes exponential. Every new generation, especially when that generation was on new hardware, meant increasingly more Pokemon that needed to be rendered in increasingly more detail. Keep in mind that the series' first major hardware jump also saw it take a step back graphically even with the higher resolution. Crystal had short animations when the Pokemon emerged, Ruby, Sapphire, Fire Red and Leaf Green did not. That Pokemon would fail to live up to expectations on its first HD system was kind of inevitable, at least without an enormous gap between generations. I know what the response to that is. Delay the games until they're as polished as possible. Personally, I would be totally happy with that. I would be happy to wait an extra year or two if I knew that it meant I was getting the best possible experience. The biggest heartbreak with these games, for me, is when they have a lot of potential that they don't quite get to realise. It's a nice thought, of course, but I get the feeling that it's practically unfeasible. The Pokemon games are in the driver's seat of the most lucrative media juggernaut in history, a juggernaut with so much momentum that it can't suddenly change direction. What I mean by that is, each new Pokemon game is accompanied by lorry loads of merchandise and licenses. Anime, manga, movies, card games, plushes, action figures, pyjamas, underwear, toothbrushes, shampoo and conditioner, ice lollies, kids meals, and hundreds, if not thousands, of other products. Delaying a game to polish it up a bit may bring that entire media franchise to a screeching halt. Is that worth it when it's only a small fraction of hardcore fans that care? Is that worth it when the games make up such a comparatively small amount of Pokemon's overall intake? So far as I know, it's the merch that's the main moneymaker, merch that relies on the game developers designing those mascots in the first place. We've seen the consequences of delays fairly recently. Nintendo's stocks plummeted when they delayed Animal Crossing New Horizons by a few months, and it's not like that game had nearly as much at stake. I can't imagine how much money they would lose if they did that with Pokemon. Now, I know what the response to that is too. If it's really the most successful series in the world, they should be able to throw more money and staff at it. Meanwhile, at TPCI, they're all slapping their foreheads. Why didn't we think of that? I hate to burst your bubble there, but putting to one side the possibility that more staff just means more bloat, this is still fallacious. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of how capitalism works, and that's not said as a radical political stance, but a statement of simple fact. Pokémon is not the most successful franchise in the world because it's the best, necessarily, but because it's the most profitable. And it's the most profitable because it regularly releases relatively cheap products that sell absolute gangbusters. God of War, with its beautifully rendered animations and environments that must have cost a mind-boggling amount of money to make, was still comfortably outsold by the basic-looking Pokémon Sword and Shield. That means that Pokémon's profits are so much higher, and that's even before you factor in all the merchandise, the licensed products, and the 2 sequels and multiple spin-offs that Pokémon has managed to squeeze out in the intervening time. Why would they spend exponentially more time and money developing the games when there's no financial incentive to do so? Hold on a minute here, are you simping for the big corpos? No, not at all. I'm not saying that any of this is good. I'm not saying that you're wrong to be disappointed by the way that Pokémon looks. I sure as hell am. I'm saying that this is a systemic issue, rather than the fault of the developers, or even really the corporations. I mean, what else are they going to do? If I were a shareholder and I was told we would be reneging on the Friedman Doctrine because Johnny Two Tits on YouTube wants his shiny fuckachoo to do a little dance, I would seriously consider investing my millions elsewhere, maybe into that promising baby-eating startup. Jokes aside, and that was a joke, don't worry, the system rewards commercial interests, not artistic ones. There cannot be a productive conversation about this series that doesn't acknowledge these realities. And I haven't found the conversation around it particularly productive. In fact, I found it downright toxic. Every decision has been taken in the worst possible faith. I've seen invective about day one patches as if those aren't standard practice in the modern games industry. I've seen fans ignore input from industry professionals if it meant they had less reason to be outraged. I've seen people basically make stuff up about the developers to fuel the fire of their own hatred. And of course, I've seen a fanbase hound Junichi Masuda for 4 years because they never learned to read. All those moments will be lost to time. Like Cheeto dust down a keyboard. Don't misunderstand me here. I'm not saying that the Pokémon company, or any company, is flawless. What I'm calling for is more honesty from the fanbase. If you want to have a conversation about late-stage capitalism, sure, let's have that conversation, but somehow I don't think that's the conversation you're starting when you bleat about the Pokémon Sword tree. You can just dislike a game, you know? That doesn't have to be a moral outrage. I hope my assessment of the state of the series doesn't sound defeatist. Are there solutions to Pokemon's logistical issues? Almost certainly. But once again, I don't know what the series' priorities are. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know who's making what decision. It seems futile for me to offer advice to this enormous multinational corporation about how they should handle their business. Especially so when the fanbase's speculation seems so ignorant to the realities of both business and game development. It's such a waste of energy for us armchair analysts, whose only real qualification is liking Pokemon a whole heck of a lot, to be fretting about how to run this business successfully. Quicker, easier and more accurate, I feel, to simply say what we mean, that the games look pretty bad and we would like them to look better. In that spirit, I'm going to focus up and talk more in depth about Brilliant Diamond's animations. Creators are often very clear about how useless it is to instruct them on how to create. It makes sense, creativity is, funnily enough, creative. No two people's ideas will be the same. It's never neat and tidy either. We have no way of knowing what went into the decisions being made. Nevertheless, sometimes the most effective way to express your problem is to express how you would like it to be instead. I'm about to make a few suggestions of my own here, but please don't take this as here is definitively how the developers should do their jobs. Instead, take it for what it is, a vector for me to express what I feel are the shortcomings with Brilliant Diamond's animations. The main thing I would like to see is an increased battle speed. Battles can be horrendously slow sometimes, what with all of Pokemon's effects going off. Abilities, buffs and debuffs, status conditions, held items, and affection mechanics all activate an animation and then a separate clarification. I feel the animations and accompanying text boxes draw too much attention to themselves. An animation plays, and then a text box explains to us what we've just seen. In a worst case scenario, if a Pokemon buffs multiple stats at once, the game stops to painstakingly explain how each stat has changed individually. While I think the text box is necessary for accessibility and clarity, with better audio-visual feedback, I feel both could happen at the same time. If stat buffs were accompanied by an insert that shows what stage all of the Pokemon's stats were at, there would simply be no need to explain it any further. If critical hits were accompanied by their own unique sound effect, there would be no need to pause afterwards to explain it was a critical hit. The box could just appear simultaneously, and after the first couple of times the player would associate the sound with the effect. We've already seen the benefits with weather effects. A text box appears when the weather begins, and the weather remains a visual effect until it dissipates. The benefit of speeding the battles up is the same as it was in Generation 5. It relieves the burden on the animations to keep people engaged. Instead, they spend the majority of their time focusing on the game. Clever direction can help disguise some rough animations as well. Aquajet, for example, sees the Pokemon morph down into a ball of water in a really unconvincing way. All I see there is the 3D model standing in place and being shrunk as if by a slider. If the camera cut away earlier, not only would the move be snappier, but we would have less opportunity to see behind the illusion. There would be closure between the two shots. You would easily imagine that the ball of water was supposed to represent your Pokemon, especially if you weren't given much time to dwell on it. Simpler execution could go a long way too. 3D is inherently less abstract than 2D, but that doesn't mean that there are no abstracting options available. Stronger posing and less animation can be better at conveying the fantasy by allowing people's imaginations to take over. If you would like an example of what I mean, look no further than Retaliate, which conveys all of the drama of the technique with minimal animation. That's the main problem, I think. The players aren't involved in the drama. And I don't mean the character drama either, I mean the drama created through the combination of context and mechanics, the drama created by the game. I think that addressing that problem isn't so much about addressing the animations in a vacuum, as it is acknowledging some of the problems with Pokemon's structure. Fact is, the series could have animations that are twice as polished and twice as characterful, and it would still become tedious because of the sheer number of battles. It's impossible to be emotionally invested in every fight when so many of them are fodder by design. If you want proof of this, go back and actually play Pokemon Colosseum rather than just watching the animations on YouTube. It makes Generation 4 look positively breezy. Those super characterful animations lose all of their charm on the 100th battle. There's a problem that not just Pokemon, but practically every turn-based RPG faces down, and that's repetition. The first time you encounter a random Pokemon, the sting of the theme kicking in and the screen flashing and wiping might create some tension. The 100th time, it's more of a nuisance, and by the end of the game, it's downright exhausting. and yet the game is still maintaining that same intensity. You could fight a level 2 Bidoof with a level 100 Arceus, and that fight will still kick off with the same pomp and circumstance as when you fought it with a level 5 Turtwig. Trainer battles fare a little better sometimes. If they have a decent team, then the time spent gearing up for the battle feels appropriate. Not so much when they have a single Staravia. I said earlier that I would like to see less delineation between the overworld and the battle screen, and this is why. By the end, it just becomes a pacebreaker. I feel that battles should be as streamlined as possible to minimise time spent waiting on what is usually a foregone conclusion. None of these criticisms just apply to Pokemon's battle animations either. Trainers now appear on the battlefield. Initially added for Z moves, this still has inherent value because it locates them and their Pokemon in the same space.
But they pop in and out of existence when Pokemon use their moves, hidden by a camera cut in singles, but conspicuous as hell in doubles. They have a lot of awkward quirks besides.
The Galactic Grunts repeating identical animations in double battles only draws attention to the copy-pasting. It's as if they are waiting for the camera to be on them to react. If one had slumped and the camera had panned across to their partner in the exact same pose, that would have read as a joke instead. Similarly, one waitress in the cafe cabin tells us that she loses with an unusually big smile. That's not the story her animation is telling. I could be mistaken, of course, but this reads to me more as an oversight than a joke, the game reusing Diamond's script, even when it doesn't fit the new animations. Evolution sees the Pokemon and its evolved form shrink and grow to exchange places, the kind of generic solution that robs some Pokemon evolutions of a lot of the excitement. The animations for Pokemon eating a Poffin are very basic, especially disappointing after we were spoiled by Pokemon Refresh. The idle animation on your guy loops too fast, making them feel restless even in tranquil surroundings. And, of course, the surfing animation is horrendous. One of the advantages of having wild Pokemon use the HMs is they have a much smaller pool of Pokemon to animate. That Bibarel floats so lazily no matter its speed is a lot more difficult to justify when it's the only Pokemon that had to be animated surfing. The engine is left to do all of the water effects as well, clashing hard with the exaggerated cartoony style of the rest of the game. Such obvious problems stymie our ability to immerse ourselves in the fantasy. If there's a conclusion here, that's it. Pokemon has never been a graphical powerhouse, and considering the baggage the series has to lug from game to game, I don't think it ever will be. The reason we never cared that much before was because it was so easy to involve ourselves in the fantasy. It seems like the series is fighting an uphill battle, recapturing that in 3D. I hope that doesn't sound too preachy. I genuinely do agree with the overall point, that the animations are pretty subpar. I just don't think the solutions are as simple as what have been put forward, because we haven't really been looking at why we're playing these games in the first place. Nobody's ever been out here saying, I play Pokemon for the graphics, right? Hopefully the series can resolve these issues. I know it's possible, for sure. You don't need the highest quality AAA graphics to get people invested. Abstraction, illustrative techniques, strong writing, and clever direction can't replace bespoke animation outright, but they can make it so that a lack of bespoke animation is less keenly felt. There's a couple of choice bits of level design here in the port city of Canalave. Of course, the only way to get here is to get surf, so as soon as you enter there's an NPC who subtly brings up the beach near Sandgem Town. Getting surf opens up so many new nooks and crannies to explore, it can get a bit overwhelming trying to remember them all. Directing the player's attention towards one of the major ones is a great way to narrow that possibility space without reducing the player's agency. The hidden route to the south is one of my favourite little secrets. Again, a nearby NPC spurs your curiosity, but the hidden path itself is deceptively simple. You just have to notice there's enough room next to this sailor to surf. I think I like this so much because the game isn't breaking its own rules. You just kind of assume that the water is decorative here, but of course it isn't. There's actually another secret like this on Route 209 that I didn't realise existed at all until this playthrough. This path has stayed hidden from me for about 15 years. I think that's pretty cool. Canalave Gym is led by Rourke's father Byron. Just as Rourke works in Oreburgh Mine, Byron used to work in the nearby ore mine on Iron Island. As a coal mine justifies Rourke's use of the rock type, an ore mine justifies Byron's steel type preferences. But the type choices also communicate the relationship between father and son. Both are tough, but steel is a little more tempered. You can tell this guy's old school. Canalave Gym looks like a health and safety nightmare. Install some railings, Byron, for fuck's sake! The maze that the lifts present isn't very interesting. It's possible to go the wrong way, but it becomes obvious it's the wrong way so quickly that it feels more a waste of time than any test of spatial awareness. It doesn't help that the suddenness of the lifts made me a little dizzy, and I think that's because there's no acceleration. Let me explain my thought process here, keeping in mind that this is going to be an incredibly amateur explanation. The human body is capable of travelling at incredibly high speeds, but accelerating or decelerating too quickly is likely to cause injury. It's why we have seatbelts in cars, to stop sudden deceleration, such as in a crash, from sending us hurtling through the windshield. The distance between the floors in Canalave Gym seems much greater in Brilliant Diamond than it did in the originals, but the timing of the lifts seems roughly the same. To cover this distance in the same time, we need much higher speed. Speed equals distance over time, basic Pythagorean theorem, so the acceleration is far more sudden. If someone were dedicated enough to useless trivia, they could probably use Newton's second law of motion, that is, force equals mass times acceleration, to figure out how much force this lift would be applying. I got stumped at the first hurdle personally, but if you're a bored mathematician and you're desperate to get started on that problem, I can give you the avatar's height and weight. He's 142 centimeters tall, and he weighs 38 kilograms. Either way, my stomach dropped every time I used these lifts. I don't think it would kill someone, but I feel like it's fast enough to cause some bruises at the very least, either when you crumple at the bottom or launch into the air at the top. Also, I know it's not Pythagoras, it was a joke. No, don't delete the comment now. Since Generation 7, battle screens will now tell you a move's effectiveness before you use it. I initially balked at this. Accessibility in my children's video game, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. Rather than have to memorise a complicated type chart or look at an online reference every 2 seconds, the game now cuts out that busy work and does it for you. It's unreasonable to expect players to have memorised every single Pokemon's type when there are almost 1,000 of the buggers now. Of course, if you're a real Poke-Chad, you have all this memorised anyway, in which case this feature doesn't matter a dot. You already know that your moves are super effective, especially when it comes to the ladies. Still though, it does kind of preclude experimentation a bit, and I think there was a better compromise to be reached here. The game only shows you the type matchups after the first time you encounter that species. I think perhaps if the type chart only updated based on which moves you had used against that species, that would still allow for some experimentation, but without forcing players to memorise everything. So, for example, if you used Flamethrower against Steelix, all fire type moves would now read super effective. Of course, if it's even slightly more obtuse, that might send players back to the guides. Maybe the only way that a feature like this justifies itself is to go all in with it, but even so, there's something about just being given the answers with no chance to figure anything out that I find dissatisfying. The problem with it, at least in this game, is that it's often incorrect. The readout will only reflect one of the two targets in a double battle,
at least at first,
meaning that it can read no effect when it is in fact super effective against your target. It also doesn't account for abilities. Attempt to use a ground type move against a levitating Bronzor, for example, and it will say super effective even though it does nothing. The reason for this, I suspect, is that the game can't tell you what ability to expect without undermining its own systems. One way to outsmart your opponent is to choose between a Pokemon's two different abilities. Bronzor can either be immune to ground moves with Levitate, or take less damage from fire moves with Heat Proof. If the game accurately reflected these abilities before the move was even chosen, then this extra little layer of depth would be completely paved over. I get it, but as far as I'm concerned, it's one thing for the game to withhold information, it's another for it to offer incorrect advice.
Anyway, with that, Byron gives us the Mine Badge. Mine Badge now.
Barry instructs us to go to the library as soon as we leave the gym, but doing so essentially kicks off the story's climax, a lengthy sequence of events that carries us well past the 7th gym. Perhaps Sinnoh's greatest strength is the wealth of optional content, and ideally I would have liked a little bit of time to go wandering before the game pressures you into finishing the story. But honestly, I can't think of a more elegant way to indicate that you're supposed to go to the library next. And besides, it's not like the game forces you into anything. You can stop for a muck about whenever you want. Still, for the purposes of this video, I'd like to do a bit of exploring before things really start heating up. There's a hidden entrance to Wayward Cave below one of the struts of Cycling Road. You may be asking how you're supposed to figure out this is here, but there's actually a hint to this entire lower floor in the main entrance. There are a couple of rooms that you can see but can't access that give you a clue where to start searching. One can even be seen as soon as you enter. I've no idea how the lower floor has better lighting than the main cave though. Actually, I've just thought about it as I'm saying that, and it is perfectly conceivable that there's a crack in the wall or something. Never mind. We're down here to get the 7th member of our team, Gible. I think Wayward Cave is a great solution for hiding the game's pseudo-legendary. Rather than lock it behind endgame conditions like Bagon and Larvitar before it, Gible is instead hidden very well. It gets even better in Platinum, I feel, where the strength boulders are removed and so it can be accessed after the 2nd gym. Its final evolution, coming at level 48, means you spend a lot of the game raising the wee spud in a weaker form. That's the kind of dedication to a drawback that makes its eventual power feel earned. Now, I never ordinarily use 7 or more Pokemon. I was always too anal about maximising experience, and besides, I didn't like the idea of putting team members in the box. A lot of subtle changes to the mechanics have me revising this policy, with the new box link giving you access to any of your Pokemon anywhere you like, and the new experience system giving you diminishing returns the higher your level. The game seems to be encouraging you to raise a larger group of Pokemon than just 6. What eventually brought me around on this arrangement was thinking about it this way. In the old games, you had a pool of 6 that you could access at any time, but only the first one would gain experience.
Now, it's not my preference, but the series has made it clear by this point what direction it's taking. All I'm really doing by being stubborn is hampering my own enjoyment. Let's put a pin in that for a few hours.
This does mean that my team is now packed with ground-type physical attackers. Torterra, Swampert, Mamoswine, and now Garchomp. Is that a Sinnoh thing, or is that just a me thing? Either way, I'm glad I didn't take it too seriously. I still had a fairly comfortable time, even with all the ice types we'll be facing. Speaking of which, with the fairy type introduced, Garchomp is facing more threats than ever before, so I'm quickly breeding it with Bastiodon so it can learn Iron Head. This wouldn't normally be feasible since Bastiodon learns the move at level 51, but then I did get these rare candies from Wonder Trading. None of this was the plan, I'm full on winging it at this point, and honestly, it is pretty fun. In that spirit, then, we are calling Gible Giblets. Ferocious little thing, isn't he? Now class, do you remember earlier when I told you to jot down that we needed a bike to clear Oreburgh Gate? No? Well, that's alright, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Asking players to come back to an older area with a new item can be a powerful motivator, but it suffers badly from diminishing returns. Lean on this trick too much and the player just gets fed up, or worse, begins to distrust the level design. Oreburgh Gate requires 4 different items to clear: Rock Smash, a bike, Surf, and then Strength. Each time, the only way to really discover that you need the next item is to have already returned with the previous item and encountered another dead end. The fantasy is, of course, exploring this cave and discovering its secrets, and the way that the game expresses that mechanically is by putting obstacles in your way. In the fantasy, there are dozens of ways to deal with any given problem, but games are complicated, and so its obstacles and solutions take the form of simpler lock and key affairs. The only way to unlock the door of this ramp, for example, is to come back with the proper key, in this case the bicycle, which you get by getting further in the game. Thinking of it like that then, the problem with Oreburgh Gate is obvious. If you finally get to unlock that door only to find another locked door behind it requiring another kind of key, you'd begin to wonder if somebody wasn't playing a cruel joke. And if the game is willing to do this once or even twice, what's to stop it from doing it again? What's to stop there from being another locked door behind this locked door, a nesting doll of disappointment? Those misgivings inspire some very cynical decision making. As a game, the player understands implicitly that every puzzle must have a solution, even if they don't have access to that solution for the time being. Eventually you realise, thinking of it as a game, that the most efficient way to explore this whole area is simply to return once you have collected all of the possible keys. So unless you know what's coming, be that because of a friend, guide, or just memory, you've got less reason to thoroughly explore the map between your first visit and the endgame. As it stands, it's essentially just gating your progress through the cave with your progress through the game. There's no opportunity to explore outside the constraints of the level design. There's no advantage to be gained exploring this area that the game hasn't accounted for. That's not bad per se, but it does rob exploring of a bit of the romance. Nevertheless, Sinnoh's greatest strength is its abundance of optional content. One such optional area is Fuego Ironworks. It's pretty small, it's not a hidden mega dungeon or anything, but it's a worthy inclusion for a few reasons. As games get more advanced, they take exponentially more time to make. Even adding limited colour in Generation 2 would have massively increased the artistic workload. Generation 4, of course, would have increased the workload even more than that, but for whatever reason, the games could justify including some optional areas like this, areas that only a fraction of the player base are going to find. I feel like that's a much trickier proposition for a game that has to render the overworld in full colour, high definition 3D. I could be wrong, I'm not speaking for anybody there. It may just be that the designers have lost interest in this sort of thing, or there are disadvantages that I don't know about. Regardless, I think there's value to this kind of little cranny that you have to go out of your way to find. I do tend to miss them when they're not there. They reward a player's investment. Fuego Ironworks does a lot of world building. You can imagine that a smelting plant that uses ore from Mount Coronet would be located a lot closer to the mountain, maybe near Eterna City or something. But it's actually halfway between Mount Coronet and the now defunct mines of Iron Island. They obviously used to get their iron from Iron Island, but switched over when the mines closed. I really appreciate this attention to detail. It gives the world a more grounded quality, where the culture and setting make sense considering the established geography and history. Even if you don't consciously keep the complete big picture in your head, this kind of thoughtful design still makes the world feel more coherent on some level. This is speculation, but it may be a result of basing the game's world so closely on a real-world region. Later games condense an entire country down into a Pokémon region, which gives them a kind of touristy feel. You're only really seeing the highlights rather than the more rounded experience of living there. Giving the player a wider world to explore not only benefits the narrative, but also the mechanics. I mentioned earlier that the overworld is essential for giving context and texture to the Pokémon battles, but it also feeds into them more directly. You're encouraged to explore because it may result in you growing stronger. The Firestone that Mr. Fuego gives you is literally useless just now. You can't get anything that uses it until the post-game, but the Flamethrower TM is very welcome. I can only speak for myself, obviously, but this is what I want from the series. Rather than a focus on new mechanics like Mega Evolutions, Z moves, and Dynamax, I would much rather have a robust map with plenty to explore that is mainly focused on the core mechanics. Which isn't to say that they should just do this every time, of course. The games are already on thin ice when it comes to stagnation, and honestly, if I really want this kind of game, I've already got 5 generations worth of it to go back and play whenever I want. Nevertheless, if you were to ask me what I prefer, it's this. What can I say? I like what I like. Another game, another optional sea route where I'm trying to level up a dragon ground type. It's like poetry, they rhyme. Like I say, I consider Sinnoh to be the strongest map in the series, and that is mostly down to consistency. There's definitely stuff that other maps do better. It doesn't quite have the highlights of, say, Hoenn's first half, but the map maintains a high standard throughout. It doesn't have, for example, and take a drink, an abundance of sea routes that diminish the quality of the latter half. Instead, we basically get 2 dedicated water routes, routes 219 and 220. I think my biggest problem with Hoenn's sea routes is the monotony. You're essentially doing one thing, travelling across one kind of terrain for the majority of the back half of the game. Sinnoh's 2 optional water routes are instead a nice change of pace. There's nothing else really like them in the rest of the game. This is another of the region's strengths. The routes tend to be pretty varied, mainly visually, but sometimes even mechanically. If you were to ask me which HM I would be happy for the series to keep no matter what, I would have to answer Surf. It's one of the few that has a mechanical implication beyond just checking to make sure that you're far enough in the game to access a particular area. The levels need ponds, rivers, lakes and seas to look natural, and Surf takes advantage of that. Not only does it allow access to new locations, but it also makes existing levels richer, adding an extra layer to explore without feeling as naked as, for example, a rock in the way. At the same time, it also adds the chance of encountering a wild Pokémon on any tile. These Pokémon are likely to be water type, so you can even strategize before dipping your toes in. It's not a seismic mechanical revolution or anything, but it's an organic wee change. It is a little difficult to tell where the sea ends and the beach begins though, which means a lot of time wasted as you hop on and off your Pokémon. Again, a bit of streamlining would go a long way. I also can't resist pointing out a little visual change that the series has started making since Generation 7. When battling on the water, the battle screens will show everybody standing in the shallows, some attention to detail that makes it that bit more believable. This is what I mean by conceptual space. Before, I had no idea what was going on when I sent Blaziken out on the water, but now I can actually imagine a fire type battling in the shallows. The ultimate goal of this little detour is to find Romanus Park, which we can't get into yet.
I would apologise, but then you are watching an 11-hour Pokémon video. At this point, I just assume that you want your time wasted.
Take a boat from Canalave and you can travel to Iron Island, the site of the old ore mines. The mines have long since been shut down, so people come here to train and play. Riley, the stat trainer for this area, considers it to be a waste of time, which is a bit cheeky.
Here, what do you think of people spending 11 hours listening to somebody else talk about people training Pokemon then? He's slagging you off, guys. Are you going to sit there and take that?
Riley accompanies you through the island with his Lucario, teasing the Pokemon that he will eventually give you. Lucario was marketed pretty heavily during the run-up to Diamond and Pearl, even appearing in his own movie. I'm not sure if it was the design, the backstory, or just a random choice, but the marketing created a bit of mystique around Lucario that it doesn't quite live up to. It is, or was, one of the few non-legendary Pokemon to learn Aura Sphere, but the same is true of Togekiss and it didn't get its own movie. Speaking of which, we find the shiny stone at the end of this dungeon, meaning that, despite having been backbenched for the majority of the runtime, Scramble can finally evolve. I think that item and location-based evolutions are a really cool idea, both for the context that they give the Pokemon and also because of their balancing potential. If a single evolutionary item can potentially be used on multiple powerful Pokemon, then the player needs to make a careful decision between the two, even if just temporarily. If an item can only be accessed once a certain point is reached, or, more directly, if a Pokemon can only evolve in a certain area, then the game can keep certain Pokemon from the player until they overcome a challenge, explore a dungeon, or at the very least reach a later portion of the game. So long as they are well contextualised, any of these choices can help to make evolution feel more meaningful. The game doesn't always follow through. The availability of evolution items is inconsistent, narrowing viable options. I never found a Moonstone playing Brilliant Diamond. Had I chosen to use my wee darling Clefable, I'd have had to have picked my poison to get one, hours grinding in the Grand Underground, or hours grinding Thief on Wild Cleffa. Stone Evolution's specific drawback isn't always enforced. The idea is that stone evolutions stop learning moves altogether, forcing you to carefully choose when to evolve your Pokemon. Too early and you have to rely on TMs for a decent moveset, too late and it struggles in its weaker form. It's an inspired idea. If you get to choose exactly when to evolve your Pokemon, you need to have a good reason to choose not to. The problem is, it's always existed as just that, an idea. Roserade, Mismagius and Clefable are beholden to this limitation. Honchkrow, the Eeveelutions and Frostlass are not. As such, they continue to learn new moves. Go ahead and evolve them whenever you like. Sometimes this even applies without evolution items. Breloom misses out on Spore if you evolve it before level 40. There's a strong argument to be made in favour of all these choices. Of course the Eeveelutions need to learn new moves. They completely change type. Of course Breloom shouldn't get the best sleep move in the game for free. But it's this kind of inconsistency that has me punching Bulbapedia into the search bar whenever I make even the slightest decision. While Generation 8 doesn't fix the problem outright, it seems to have made cushioning it a priority. Pokemon can now relearn all the moves they missed upon evolution. The heart scale cost is prohibitive, so you still need to make tough choices if you don't want to grind, but mistakes are never permanent. It's this kind of design that makes me unclench my buttocks and get absorbed into the game a little more. If I mess up, oh well, I can fix it later. I mentioned in the last video that having certain Pokemon evolve in certain areas was a potential logistical issue. Going forward, every game would have to invent a high magnetism area for every game that has Magnemite, for example. But really, that's bollocks, because it can just make up whatever excuse it wants. In the next game, Magneton could evolve by feeding it 3 irons and then launching your Joy-Cons out of a window if the game wanted it to. And in fact, it probably should. I mean, maybe not throwing your Joy-Cons out a window specifically, but it can and should change how certain Pokemon evolve when appropriate. There's no point in grandfathering in an evolution method if another option would work better for whatever the game is trying to do. I said last time that Kadabra's evolution should have something to do with the Twisted Spoon, and I still think that makes a lot more sense than just trading it. If in a future game there's a new area or bit of context that would justify Togetic's evolution better, I hope that the series takes advantage. I hope it isn't locking itself into these evolution methods just for the sake of continuity. As thanks for helping to get rid of Team Galactic, they were doing Team Galactic stuff, do you really care? Riley gives us an egg, which contains our 8th team member. I realised halfway through Iron Island that despite being a big Sinnoh boy, I had literally never used a Lucario in any of my playthroughs. It felt a bit sacrilegious to go to all this effort making an exhaustive look at Sinnoh and not even use the region's prodigal son. Still, because Riolu is a baby Pokemon and because you can only get one, I was pretty much locked into whatever nature and ability this fella had. I didn't want to go to all the trouble of hatching it, then raising its friendship to evolve it just to hatch it all over again. It's a good thing I decided that early on too. Brave nature, plus attack minus speed, is not ideal for a Pokemon I want to use as a special attacker, and if I had given myself the excuse, I would have taken in-game natures way too seriously. I ended up using Kelpsie berries to raise its friendship while also making sure it wouldn't inherit any attack EVs at the very least. Bandage is probably the most generic name I came up with. I told you, I was just winging it at this point. I was asked if it was a reference to mummification. There's a link there to ancient Egypt, with Lucario bearing some resemblance to the jackal-headed Anubis, the god of the dead.
Or technically, he was the god of embalming. It was Osiris that was... You know what? Google it.
I wish I could tell you I had such lofty illusions in mind, but in reality he's called Bandage because he's black and blue. With that, it's finally time to kick off the story's climax, which starts at breakneck speed with a trip to the library. I'm kidding, of course, but I actually think that Canalave Library is a pretty smart bit of pacing. It's a short palette cleanser that re-establishes a lot of the thematic groundwork that the story will be building on. As we've established, mythology is a core part of Sinnoh's theming.
Bookshelves on the top floor of the library will give you little insights into Sinnoh's history and mythology when inspected.
A lot of these texts take inspiration from various world mythologies. Take Sinnoh's creation myth, the original story, for example. It seems to take inspiration from Taoism. It reads, "From itself, 2 beings the original one did make. Time started to spin. Space began to expand. From itself again,
3 living things
the original one did make. The 2 beings wished, and from them matter came to be. The 3 living things wished, and from them spirit came to be." Here's the relevant passage from the Tao Te Ching, translated by Victor H. Mayer. "The way gave birth to unity, unity gave birth to duality, duality gave birth to trinity, trinity gave birth to the myriad creatures." You can see the parallels. 1 becomes 2, becomes 3, becomes legion. The idea of Arceus being born from an egg of primordial chaos and dividing creation also contains some parallels to the Chinese myth of Pangu. Heaven and earth were in chaos like a chicken's egg, and Pangu was born in the middle of it. In 18,000 years, heaven and the earth opened and unfolded. The limpid that was the yang became the heavens, the turbid that was the yin became the earth.
Sinnoh Folk Story 1 seems to draw from Yupik and possibly Ainu mythologies.
It reads, "Pick clean the bones of Pokémon caught in the sea or stream. Thank them for the meals they provide and pick their bones clean. When the bones are as clean as can be, set them free in the water from which they came. The Pokémon will return fully fleshed and it begins anew."
Yupik myth tells that their game all possess souls stored in the bladder. An annual tradition in Alaska was to release seal bladders back into the sea that they may be reborn.
This wasn't just a mark of respect for their prey, but also ensured their own survival. After all, if there weren't any more seals, they wouldn't have anything to eat. Replace animals with Pokémon and bladders with the slightly more universal bones as a symbol of death, and the myth is practically identical. There's also some resemblance to the practices of the Ainu people, the native people of Hokkaido. They believed in a symbiosis between Enu, man, and Kamoi, spirits or gods that appeared clad in the form of animals, among other things. Eating meat would often involve a sending back ritual where the Kamoi was returned to the spirit realm with man's blessing. The flip side of Sinnoh Folk Story 1 is the fable called Veilstone's Myth. A young man carelessly slew Pokémon by his own hand, driving them away and leading to food becoming scarce. He embarks on a journey to find them, and when he does, they give the following warning. "If you bear your sword to bring harm upon us, with claws and fangs we will exact a toll. From your kind we will take our toll, for it must be done. Done it must be to guard ourselves, and for it I apologise." I can't find a real-world inspiration for this myth, although I'm no scholar. A lot of this information is coming from Wikipedia, but I don't think that it really matters anyway. Knowing the inspiration behind Diamond and Pearl's mythology is cool, but it's trivia. The more relevant question, I feel, is why these myths were adapted in the first place. What do these myths say about the world and the story that these games are trying to tell? Pokémon is, of course, a utopia. Technology is used to deliver this world from questions of ecology and sustainability. Discussions about the logistics of this world are marginalised, depictions of people eating Pokémon are rare, and often morally unambiguous. You're not supposed to see Team Rocket harvesting Slowpoke tails as anything but exploitative. You may think that the question is dodged because it's a child-friendly franchise made to sell Nintendo systems, but that doesn't account for the many times that Pokémon chooses to grapple with these problems of its own volition. The series has surprisingly robust world building. The Pokédex often mentions predation and ecological concerns, and the mythology here proves that sustainability was, at least at one stage, a concern for the people of Sinnoh. We, as players, aren't often concerned with the logistics of the Pokémon world because it's just not relevant to what we're doing. There are no hunger or survival mechanics in Pokémon. There are no toilets in Sinnoh. In kind of the same way, questions of how Tesco sources its chicken aren't relevant to this video, even though I ate some over the course of making it. If you think that is hypocritical or willfully ignorant, I would have to agree. The world we live in is filled with cruel contradictions. I love my pets, even though I'm not a vegetarian. And that is only so absurd because my love is genuine. I exist as a body that requires the destruction of other life to sustain itself, and yet I also seek companionship with other life. I have no reason to believe that this fictional mirror of our world doesn't work the same way. Sure, the game never explicitly brings the subject up, but we can tell a lot about the people's concerns and ideologies through the stories they tell. Sinnoh's mythology suggests that the people of this fictional world were struggling with the exact same moral quandaries as we are in the real world. Not only were these people trying to make sense of the world, but they were also staking moral claims. They created an ethical framework to justify eating meat. There's even shades of Abrahamic mythology worked in there. The Sinnoh folk stories draw a lot of parallels between people and Pokémon. In English, the text reads that people and Pokémon ate at the same table, but in the original Japanese, it was said that people and Pokémon would marry. Haha, yes, furry jokes, very good, but the point being made in both cases is that there once wasn't a distinction between people and Pokémon. So far as I know, there isn't a Pokémon equivalent of Adam and Eve, but at some stage humans were burdened with knowledge, and therefore morality, distinguishing them from the beasts of the world. If the Pokémon world truly is a reflection of our own, then it stands to reason that it is just as hypocritical. And if that's the case, eating Pokémon doesn't undermine the series' core narrative. It doesn't undermine the genuine affection that the characters share with them. The idea of being vegetarian seems a more complicated proposition in the Pokémon world anyway, a world where the plants sometimes come to life. And yet, the stories in the Canalave library are laced with many of the same misgivings about eating meat that we have in the real world. I used to be of the mind that Pokémon had to do a better job explaining this stuff, a better job justifying its own setting. But as time goes on, I realise that we are probably not going to find the resolution to the bizarre contradiction that is human existence in a Pokémon game. I think that the Pokémon world is more textured and more authentic for having these kinds of contradictions. That is, after all, how our reality works as well. I feel like these were all things the staff were concerned about during development. Masuda tried to galvanise the developers at Game Freak by pitching Diamond and Pearl as the ultimate world. Quote, "Overall, I wanted to depict an ideal world, which was peaceful with no environmental issues or racism. The relationship between human beings and Pokémon characters is much closer than the owner-pet relationship, which is what I envision to be the ideal relationship. I want everyone to feel something when interacting with this world. In Japan, people sometimes don't give up their seats for the elderly on a train. I wanted to show a world of kindness. It's not just about what's good and what's bad, I wanted to show that there are even better ways to act than normal. For instance, the Pokemon Celebi is said to only appear when you help nature to flourish in a forest in the Pokemon world. Another example I've imagined is, despite the normal reputation that electronics like refrigerators and trucks damage the environment or waste energy, these devices would be something closer to nature in the Pokemon world. We don't live in that kind of perfect universe, that ultimate world, and we never will. But even with all the limitless possibilities of the Pokémon world, humanity still struggles with some worrying questions about its own nature. That's just what it means to be human, I guess. Pokémon evolution is an abrupt and sometimes extreme metamorphosis, but it also serves to give the world a surprising amount of texture. Professor Rowan wonders why some Pokémon evolve and others don't. The boring metatextual answer is, of course, that some Pokémon evolve and others don't, depending on the designer's goals. Again, rather than sidestep the question, Pokémon leans into it. Professor Rowan is troubled by the implications of Pokémon that don't evolve. Could those Pokémon, like the Lake Trio, be considered perfect beings? That's interesting. Like, can we be considered perfect beings? Or in a few million years will the six-toed and seven-fingered descendants of humanity look back and see us as a bit primitive? I'm not saying that these musings could hold up to rigorous academic review, of course, but the fact that there seems to be some kind of thesis underpinning Rowan's musings gives the world a lot more depth. It's a wonderful little bit of sleight of hand on the part of the writers. We are asked to investigate the 3 lakes said to house the legendary Pokémon. We have come full circle. Our task is now the same as it was at the beginning of the game when it was just you and Barry. But the explosion at Lake Valor changes all of our plans. Now we have to rush out and investigate the lakes. That was lucky. Broadly, I think this bit is really well paced, like I say, but the explosion is so poorly framed as to rob it of any tension. I feel like it should be a much bigger event, the atmosphere sucked out of the city as everybody responds to what seems to be a pretty grim disaster. But nobody really seems all that bothered. It doesn't interrupt Canalave's laid-back theme, and the NPCs in the library are just cracking jokes. They're pretty good jokes, to be fair, but still. I think the remedy to this admittedly very minor problem would have been to have the explosion occur when you're closer to the lake. After all, you were on your way there anyway. Maybe, had it been set to trigger on routes 213 or 214, it could have drawn more attention to itself. Proximity would increase tension, and you would already be anticipating a confrontation with Team Galactic after the events earlier. I really like how Team Galactic are handled here. They toe a very tricky line between comical and dangerous. It's difficult to build much tension with such comedic villains. The grunts, who represent the majority of Team Galactic's on-screen presence, have the comic air of career criminals who just aren't very good at their job. Easy defeats let all of the air out of their tough guy facade. The retro sci-fi aesthetic calls to mind mad scientists, space invaders, and experiments gone wrong, which all seems fitting, but also means they look really goofy. I don't think any of this was unintentional. It's a Pokémon game, after all. Too much narrative pressure would stifle the player, or else turn away some of the kids that are the series' core demographic. Nevertheless, when the comedy spaceman stumbles and farts and Three Stooges his way over to Lake Valor, it leaves this plot point ticking away in the back of your head. What are Team Galactic up to here? And what was in that package? Both of these questions are answered here. The danger is established with surprising clarity. I think this is where a lot of other Pokémon villains fall down. Last time we had Maxie break an ancient seal, unleashing the power of a mythical primordial behemoth. Now, I understand what all of those things are conceptually, but the threat doesn't have much punch. I have no experience with ancient seals or primordial monsters, so the implications and consequences can't be as tangible. In Brilliant Diamond, Team Galactic blow up a lake. I know what a lake looks like, and I know what a crater looks like. It's a lot less abstract. And so, when Team Galactic say they're going to do the same thing to your hometown, you believe the threat. They're bumbling idiots, sure, but if anything, their blind dedication only makes them more dangerous. We have just finished reading about the lengths that people went to live in balance with nature. Team Galactic's willful carelessness seems especially heinous in contrast. The juxtaposition is remarkably effective. I really did not think I'd be saying this coming in, but that is good writing, and not just by Pokémon standards either. Another strength is how personal the conflict has been with Team Galactic throughout. They're often messing with your friends or blocking you from progressing, which gets you into conflict with them in a very organic way. Even now they are threatening to blow up Lake Verity, not because of any personal vendetta, but because of its well-established connection with their goals.
The personal dimension to this conflict is created by the level design.
My point is, you're never really treated as the hero in Brilliant Diamond. You're never the centre of the universe or the focus of anyone's goals. And without the game telling you that you're the hero, your heroic deeds have to have actual context. It's a weird kind of paradoxical quality of stories. We're entering into this knowing that we are playing the role of the protagonist, but if the game acknowledges that, I find it takes me out of it. Important trainers in Sinnoh will have a signature Pokémon of sorts. I like this a lot. It says a lot about the character's personality, it suggests some of their history, and in some cases it clues the player into the existence of rare Pokémon that they might be interested in. But the desire to use that signature Pokémon as the climax of the battle can result in the AI behaving rigidly. Lots of times I'm fighting what is supposed to be a tough boss, and they refuse to send out their ace even when it would be advantageous because they want to keep it for the climactic turnaround. But that is useless. Pokemon is very much not a game of linear strength. The exception to this, for some reason, is Mars. In both of our fights, she was absolutely comfortable switching into and out of Purugly. I would love to see more of this. Mars is only made to feel more competent and Purugly more threatening by taking full advantage of their options. With Valor and Verity accounted for, all that's left is Lake Acuity at the very northern tip of Sinnoh. To reach it, we first have to travel through the northern part of Mount Coronet. Again, weird little bit of non-linearity that I didn't know about. You can actually head to Lake Acuity before clearing Lake Verity and Valor. There isn't much reason to, mind you skip like 2 fights that you have to come back and do anyway, but the game finds no reason to railroad you, and I appreciate that. This underground lake is the only spot in the game where you can find Feebas, so we're going fishing. As I said earlier, I think that fishing does a great job creating continuity between the overworld and the battle screen. I have a much clearer idea of the scenario here than I do encountering a previously invisible Pokemon in the tall grass. I have a couple of nitpicks. Maybe the method of fishing could be a bit more interesting. Also, I don't really understand why your guy reels the rod back in so quickly. Surely if you don't land a fish, you just wait longer. But these are the kind of threads that you can pick into holes only when you're really bored. Which brings me nicely back to Feebas. Feebas, in its first 2 appearances in Generations 3 and 4, was known for its incredibly obtuse encounter requirements. While Omega Ruby made it far easier to find, Brilliant Diamond extends no such courtesy. Feebas appears on only 4 tiles in this entire massive lake. 4 tiles which shuffle around daily. On those 4 tiles, it has a 50% encounter rate. Even if you're on the right tile, it's a coin flip whether or not it's going to be a Feebas at the end of your line. It massively extends the time spent fishing. If you want to be sure that you've not missed it, you have to land a fish on each tile a good 3 or 4 times. I have Machoke here because its no guard ability increases the chances of landing a Pokemon, but otherwise there are no shortcuts, and it is excruciating. If you want an indication of just how long this took me, well, yeah. I managed to find a full odds shiny, the final word in rare Pokemon, before I even caught whiff of a Feebas. The complaint being that it took me hours to catch the little bugger, and for me personally, that goes beyond the pale. The fantasy the game is trying to fulfill, or at least so I think, is that of you tracking down this creature that is so rare as to be almost legendary. Even if you heard about it in the playground, there's a lot of room for doubt here with these mechanics. Of course, for me, that fantasy is stone dead. I know that Feebas is here, and furthermore, I know the exact inner workings of how and when it appears. That's not a black mark against the game in and of itself. In fact, it's a positive thing that I care enough to know that. But it is a black mark that I have to know that. I have to kill the fantasy to have any chance of finding one. I feel the game went too far. There is no way that you tracked this thing down under your own power. You either got incredibly lucky, or you were told how it works second hand. The alternative is that you, for absolutely no reason, decided that you were going to fish on every single tile of this underground lake in a single day just because. There are absolutely no clues anywhere in the game about how this works. Again, a single NPC talking about a rumour could have remedied this. Even if you see Feebas because a trainer has it, its habitat isn't registered in the Pokédex.
It was in the originals, this was likely an oversight, but that's neither here nor there.
Even if you knew, somehow, that it only appears in this single body of water, you'd have no way of figuring out exactly how the capture method works. If you assume it works like literally every other Pokemon in the game, you would probably just sit in the same spot casting your rod over and over, that being a complete waste of time. I can't stress enough how time-consuming it is. I knew it was here, I knew the optimal method of tracking it down, and it still took me a good 3 hours at least. That is more than enough time for the novelty of fishing to wear off. What a little bastard. A fee bastard.
And yet, don't worry, I ken what you want to see. Here's me catching the barboach.
Break out the good headphones because Route 216 is banger territory. There are a lot of clichés employed when it comes to snow levels in computer games. Gently falling snow, sleigh bells, slippery ice physics, that sort of thing. I really don't mean to do a drive-by in saying that, they're clichés for a reason, they obviously work. But their effectiveness is diminished by having seen, heard, and played these kinds of levels so many times before.
I love the atmosphere on routes 216 and 217 because, like Route 113 and Hoenn, they clearly think through how this kind of climate would actually work.
There's nothing gentle or relaxing or Christmassy about this, even with the walking pine trees. It's a harsh, unforgiving environment. Visibility is limited, it's sleeting sideways. Your mobility is limited when you have to wade through deep snowbanks. And your Pokemon are constantly taking damage if they are an ice type. Again, like Route 212, the fantasy of this area has not just aesthetic implications, but mechanical ones as well. That's how you sell it. That's how you make it seem wrong for your guy to be out here in a shirt and beret. All of that is complemented by the excellent music. A single note and a twinkle on the piano. A blank white canvas and the sheen of new snow. It's a classic example of a winter theme. But then, after some build-up, the song kicks up a notch. Violins and synths doing a call and response at the same time, voices being whipped back and forth as if by the wind. The roll of the snare imitates the crunch of snow, a less decisive rhythm to evoke the feeling of your feet falling through the top layer to compact the snow underneath. The white of the snow is not an inviting blank canvas, but an exhilarating whirl of activity. It's always in danger of descending into chaos, with the heavily syncopated rhythm and the instruments all drowning each other out. And while that never settles completely, the song, and your character presumably, catches up with its own rhythm as it goes along. It decides on a more standard beat, more relaxed syncopation on the drums, and the sax responding to the synths harmoniously. It's still energised, the snare is still rolling, but it feels a lot more in control of itself. There comes a point when you're out in extreme weather when you kinda get used to it. The shock of the cold wears off or the wind dies down a little.
At that point, it's much easier to find your feet, and I feel like the music captures that moment perfectly.
Sinnoh, man, I swear to God, what a soundtrack. These routes are, of course, the game's dedicated ice area. Areas with a natural inclination towards a particular type, or monotype areas as I'll be calling them, present an interesting design challenge. The game has two conflicting priorities here, between level design, creating an investable world, and game design, creating an interesting play experience. I say conflicting because, broadly speaking, I think having a greater variety of Pokémon is better for the game. If you randomised all of the Pokémon, the player couldn't rely on a one-size-fits-all counter for a particular route, and they would be able to find ice types to add to their team before reaching this area. But I don't think that would make for a better experience. Not every Pokémon makes sense for every area. It would confuse our understanding of the world if, for example, you found Charmander here, an area where its fire would constantly be at risk of blowing out. That may seem trivial, but it's something that the series clearly takes very seriously. I can't think of a single time that a Pokémon has seemed like a poor fit for its environment. It's such a priority, in fact, that I find that some regions include anachronistic biomes on purpose, seemingly to justify including certain types in the Pokédex, like deserts in the middle of otherwise temperate climates, for example. Considering the complaints about the lack of variety in Sinnoh, I would say that this approach is probably better overall, but nevertheless it makes the world that tiny bit less investable to me. I think one of the reasons that I love Sinnoh so much is because it fits together so well. Nevertheless, you see the dilemma. Having a clear relationship between Pokémon and environment allows players to make educated guesses about what kind of Pokémon they're likely to encounter there. But then the map has to be designed very carefully to lend those designs the full weight of that context.
Grouping a lot of Pokémon with similar types can present an interesting challenge.
I'm almost certain that Gible was only made available right before a long stretch of ice types for this very reason. But the trade-off is, encountering almost exclusively ice types for 2 routes in a row, followed of course by the Ice Gym, runs the risk of getting monotonous.
You're going to be fighting the same small handful of Pokémon for the next wee while.
I described all this as an interesting design challenge, and I would say that, on the whole, the series has risen to the challenge admirably. It may lean slightly too far one way or the other sometimes, but with one notable exception, take a shot, I've never found that monotype areas outstay their welcome. One way the series maintains this balance is by considering more than just type when choosing where to place each Pokémon. It makes perfect sense for Machoke and Meditite to be honing their minds and bodies in such harsh conditions, and Graveler seems hardy enough to weather the hail. Or not. But then, hail was always the worst weather condition for me. Sun, rain, and sandstorms bestow advantages on multiple types, allowing creative players to design teams that would take advantage of them while limiting their adverse effects. Hail is the only one that feels undercooked. There's no scope for experimentation as it only benefits ice types. Other weather conditions limit team building mechanics as well, but they have enough interactions and effects to force a player to consider their options more deeply. Sun benefits fire types, of course, but it also benefits grass types with chlorophyll or solar beam. You may also find that another type of Pokémon can fill a niche or cover a weakness on a Sun team, even if it doesn't benefit from that weather itself. Hail has no such scope. You are locked into making what is essentially a mono-ice team, which doesn't seem like the best idea considering how woeful they are defensively. Poor ice types, man. They are still being punished for the war crime that was Blizzard in Generation 1. Blizzards don't seem to affect Snowpoint City nearly so much. Presumably this is why they built the city here and not further south. The hail has turned into gently falling snow, and the music has calmed down to match. I like this theme a lot in principle, the stillness and loneliness of such a remote settlement, allowing the melody to echo, quiet enough for the wobbling vibrations of the accompaniment to be heard clearly. There's a short glissando twinkling away on the percussion in the background sometimes, perfect for a town shaped like a giant snowflake. There's a strong contrast between the bluster of routes 216 and 217 and the solitude of Snowpoint City, and that is reflected perfectly in the music. Nevertheless, this song never landed that well for me. Perhaps I didn't really resonate with the emotional arc that the song was creating. Perhaps it's because it always sounded a little more creepy than it did relaxing. It's a very frosty and hollow sounding melody, even with the harmony. I wonder if it has anything to do with its similarities to Sector 5 from Metroid Fusion. Take a listen. Either way, even if it doesn't land for me, I don't think that has anything to do with the quality of the composition or anything like that. There are a couple of NPC interactions in Snowpoint that I feel obligated to point out. One is a cute little detail added in the remakes. You are rewarded for changing into your winter clothes when coming up to Snowpoint. There's no concrete benefit to wearing appropriate clothing otherwise, so I absolutely love that the game rewards you for taking its setting so seriously. The other NPC is one of the most infamous in the entire series. This lass offers to trade you a Haunter for a Medicham. I'm not even going to pretend to build up to the punchline here because you already know what it is. The Haunter is holding an Everstone, so it doesn't evolve. Look, you know by this point that there is no love lost between me and trade evolutions. I just don't like them that much. But frustrating as it was back when I couldn't trade that easily, I would be mad if they took this out, honestly. It's a really fun little practical joke. Candace is the Ice-type boss at the end of the Ice-type area. Her gym sees the player using momentum to break the giant snowballs that block the path directly to her. The analog controls make this slightly awkward, but it's a really great setup, a fun twist on sliding puzzles that has a bit more visceral satisfaction. You want to see the snowballs smash apart more than you would want to see a block land on a switch or whatever. Ice often enjoys a prominent position as a late-game threat, which is unfortunate as it is broadly considered one of the weakest types in the game. Ice-type moves used to be dragons' only weakness, except of course from other dragons. But Ice-type Pokémon themselves struggle to overcome their numerous weaknesses to fighting, fire, rock, and steel. The only thing that Ice resists, in contrast, is Ice. The balancing isn't perfect, but does it need to be? Is it a problem that there exist types that are worse than others? That might sound like a stupid question with a clear answer, but obvious advantages aside, a perfectly balanced game doesn't necessarily mean a more enjoyable game. Eliminating disparity only makes things more homogeneous. Ice types lacking defensive options doesn't strike me as a balancing oversight, but a clever bit of theming. It characterises Ice-type Pokemon as being fragile, which makes sense. Using them feels that bit more expressive because their extreme strengths and weaknesses convey the type's physical qualities. I would prefer a bit of disparity than every type having the same number of strengths and weaknesses, and each getting a 90 power 100 accuracy staple that you can just splash on without thinking.
Balancing is a really tricky proposition. If a buff were to make ice that bit more usable, that would also result in an indirect nerf to flying, ground, grass, and dragon types. Dragons are already in a precarious spot thanks to Fairy, and an indirect nerf to grass could potentially mean an even more indirect buff to water types, especially water-ground types like Swampert. It's a delicate ecosystem, and I see why they're reluctant to upset it. A big part of the problem seems to be that while ice has been balanced to be frail defensively but powerful offensively, that doesn't make sense with Pokemon's mechanics. If you know anything about how Pokemon works, you immediately see the problem. You don't have to be an ice type to use ice type moves. Adding insult to injury, of course, is that any water type worth its sea salt will learn a ton of ice moves. It's really easy to pair one of the best defensive types in the game with one of the best offensive types. So, maybe ice could do with a little buff, just a wee one. Or at the very least stop trying to make them defensive walls. I mean, how do you think I feel? Aurorus is a top 3 Pokemon for me, and the poor thing is ice and rock. If it gets looked at funny by like half the types in the game, it just keels over.
I really like Candace's little speech at the end of her fight. She doesn't act how you would expect an ice-type trainer to act, that is to say, cold. But she is who she is. She's the exact opposite of Flannery in a lot of ways, which means that she lacks an arc, but it also means that she's a more distinct character. If you had forgotten why we were up here in the first place, I wouldn't really blame you. The game seems to have forgotten as well. Your first time passing through Acuity Lakefront on the way to Snowpoint, 2 grunts are blocking the entrance to the lake.
Okay, that's fine. I get that the game needs you to investigate the other lakes and beat the 7th gym first.
But there's no excuse given, no dialogue that suggests your character has any motivation of their own whatsoever. You are here to fight Team Galactic, or so I thought, and when you get here you just don't fight Team Galactic. They are treated like an incidental detail rather than your entire reason for being here. So after all that, you beat the gym, you come back, you immediately get told to head back to Veilstone, and that's it. You don't get the chance to avenge Barry, you don't get the chance to fight Team Galactic, you don't even get a "you're too late" speech from Jupiter. I'd be happy to take her gloating on the chin, that's clearly the point, they've won this round. But your character is so passive for no reason that it's difficult to care. But then, that's Team Galactic all over, isn't it? They just don't live up to their potential. The consensus seems to be that Team Galactic are among the series' weakest villains. Before this video, I would confidently agree. Despite being the world's foremost Sinnoh fanboy, keep in mind you're listening to a fella who defended the mud of all things, I likewise dismissed Team Galactic as generic clichés. The wonderful thing about making videos of this length though is it forces me to engage with every part of the game. It feels like the least I can do. Examining even the greatest media this closely is inherently unfair, in my opinion, because it's such an atypical way to experience a creation. Artists, writers, game designers, musicians, all are trying to evoke something, to in some way connect with other people through their work. Such a thorough, clinical post-mortem of a game is the antithesis of that. It's possible to find flaws in anything if you look closely enough, and dissecting a game just to display those flaws like a grisly trophy completely rejects the humanity of creating art. The only way that a video like this is worthwhile, to me, is if it can illuminate some of the artistry that may have otherwise gone overlooked. Such is the case with Team Galactic. I don't think I ever gave them as much credit as they deserved. They're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. The fact it took until this ridiculous deep dive for me to figure out that I actually liked them is a flaw in and of itself. But conceptually, I think they're very strong. Team Galactic are written really inconsistently. I thought that was just because they were villainous cliches, doing anything at all to demonstrate that they were evil. But that inconsistency, as it turns out, is actually written into the story. Galactic grunts have unclear motivations. Some are petty thieves. Some are mindlessly destructive, gleefully indulging in acts of terrorism. More still seem keenly aware that they are just the tropey, cliché comedy villains. But many are magnetised to vague promises of something better. Posters and text repeated by the grunts tell of Team Galactic setting its gaze beyond the stars, creating a new world order, harnessing new forms of energy. Look to the stars, they belong to Team Galactic. Now, I don't know what that means, but it sounds like you would want to be on their side, right? That's the point. Team Galactic are not dedicated to a singular vision, they have been manipulated into joining by a charismatic leader. None of the grunts can tell you what Team Galactic's goals actually are, they just pay lip service to the genius of their leader's plans. They've already thrown in their lot with Team Galactic, so now they have a personal stake in seeing Cyrus's plans through. To admit that they don't actually know what they're up to would make them seem stupid. It gives the Galactic grunts a pathetic edge in both senses of the word. They are pitiful, but also I kinda get it. I don't think it's stupid to want to be a part of something greater, the human is a social creature after all, just that it's possible for charismatic individuals to exploit that to their own ends. Of course, if the grunts knew what Cyrus was actually planning, I reckon they would be less keen to go along with it. The scientists at the heart of Veilstone HQ are the perfect example. They have been talked into creating the red chain, but they're disgusted with themselves afterwards. I suspect that Cyrus's rhetoric sounded more noble than the reality. I think it's a really interesting pitch for a villainous team, one that is not really a team in the first place. They aren't united by common goals or values, but joined by the manipulations of a single individual. No other villainous team is quite so self-defeating as this one. What a great writing trick that is. I'm stealing that. There is no need for continuity or consistent character motivation if not even your baddies know what they're up to. So, the question becomes, why was this story not more effective? Why is it that this hypocrisy, intentionally written into the characters as it is, missed the mark for so many people? I mean, I've played these games dozens of times, and yet I had to do this to have anything nice to say about Team Galactic at all. The main problem, so far as I can tell, is a lack of focus. None of the story beats really land with much impact. Galactic's plans are scattered across a series of seemingly unrelated incidents. Here's a rundown of their plans so far. They took over the Valley Windworks to get the energy to create the Galactic Bomb to blow up the lakes to kidnap Mesprit, Yuxi and Azelf to create the Red Chain to enslave Dialga. That's already 5 degrees of separation, and we haven't even gotten to why they wanted to enslave Dialga in the first place. We haven't even talked about any of their unrelated plots. You'll recall that Galactic's first appearance has them take an interest in evolution. That's why they were after Professor Rowan's research. This thread is never followed up. Their subplot in Eterna City seems to just be mindless thuggery.
They're there to investigate the statue, but the reason that you fight them is because they're also stealing everybody's Pokémon for basically no reason.
And you only find out why they needed energy from the Valley Windworks if you talk to a random grunt in the Galactic Warehouse on the opposite end of the map. It's a breadcrumb trail of plotting, with the added complication that some of the trails lead to dead ends. The result is that the player is given no clear through line, no understanding of what Team Galactic are working towards, and therefore no clear understanding of what they are working to prevent. Again, you're against them because they just seem to be kind of generically evil. And once again, that is the point. Not even Team Galactic know what their goals are. To tell that story effectively then, I feel that the game needs to draw better attention to that point. It isn't at all clear that Team Galactic are not working towards a common goal. Take, for example, the Celestic Town incident. A galactic grunt threatens to blow up Celestic Town, seemingly just out of sheer dedication to being a bastard. Moments later, Cyrus appears, implying that he wasn't involved with the grunt and explaining that he was looking for information here. Now, on a first pass, this scene seems to work, at least in the original games. The remakes introduce a subtle difference in storytelling. Cyrus's ties to Team Galactic are made explicit from the first time he's introduced. You can see the Galactic logo on his uniform in the remakes. The originals were a lot more ambiguous about his relationship with them. But on repeat playthroughs, or any playthrough in the remakes, this scene raises some questions. Assuming that he wasn't just blowing smoke, why was the grunt so eager to blow up Celestic if Cyrus considered it a potential source of information? Maybe I just have the wrong bead on his character, but Cyrus doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would blow a place up just because he didn't find what he needed. He doesn't seem that vindictive. Cold, emotionless logic is kind of his whole thing. Now, the game has an answer to these questions, of course, because his underlings don't actually know what Cyrus wants. But without a scene where that is made explicit, without a scene where, for example, Cyrus reprimands the grunt to demonstrate that there's some kind of miscommunication, the player is left to make a lot of assumptions. Many will just assume that it's a mistake. It's a Pokémon story, after all. Who cares?
It's a strong pitch, but the story really needed much tighter story and character beats to make it clear that the contradictions were intentional.
With so many holes, Team Galactic leave a weak impression. And I don't mean plot holes either. All of this makes sense. Believe me, I checked. It makes perfect sense that they investigated Pokémon evolution as a potential energy source before moving on to something more practical. But stories are just as much about omission as inclusion, and a lack of focus in each scene clouds the player's understanding of the plot overall. Introducing Team Galactic with a thread about Pokémon evolution tricks the player into thinking that this information will be relevant going forward. Having Cyrus's connections to Team Galactic be ambiguous for most of the game distracts from the fact that he is lying to his underlings as well. There's a lot of fluff. You can understand Team Galactic as a fable about cults of personality, but they are much easier to understand as your run-of-the-mill, tropey, cliché villains. They're very easy to dismiss as a result. Keep in mind that this is the same organisation that often indulges in those clichés and tropes for laughs. Cyrus's plans come to fruition at the peak of Mount Coronet. I can't imagine a better climactic dungeon than scaling the mountain that has been towering over the entire game. The level design draws attention to Mount Coronet throughout the game. It bisects the region, meaning that any journey between east and west has to cut through its tunnels. It makes the map a little confusing at first, Mount Coronet having 5 or 6 exits, but it's easier to understand when you realise that the northern section lets you go up north to Snow Point, and the southern section lets you go up the mountain. That's how I remember it anyway. Accordingly, it's now become a key location in the narrative as well. Having it loom over the entire game makes scaling it feel climactic in and of itself. You've been waiting to see what this fabled mountain looks like for the entire game. And it doesn't disappoint. The treacherous climb through craggy tunnels, snow and lashing winds really creates the impression that you are building towards the finale. This isn't a journey that people make lightly. Cyrus's plan is to awaken Dialga, or Palkia if you're nasty, at Spear Pillar, the peak of the mountain where the world was said to have been created. He intends to use their power to recreate the universe. Cyrus is the nexus of the game's story, the point where Team Galactic's plotting meets the mythological theming. In a lot of ways, Cyrus is the series' ultimate villain. He stands in opposition to the values of the entire series. His motivation is that he considers emotions, or human spirit, to be a flaw, an imperfection on an objective universe. In creating a new universe through Dialga's power, he hopes to rid creation of that flaw. Let's call that story what it is. It's a cliché. You've heard that chestnut before, the villain who believes emotions to be a weakness and the hero who believes emotions to be a strength. I have no emotions and I'm going to destroy the universe is the plot of pretty much every episode of Doctor Who. Cliched as it is though, I think that Pokémon has a worthwhile take on this story because of its mechanical focus. The series is all about forging connections with these wee cartoon critters, and beyond that, forging connections with other people through these wee cartoon critters. A character outright rejecting those connections as a weakness is destined to be a villain in this series. He shackles Dialga with the red chain, believing that a Pokéball would only limit its power. If you so choose, you can catch Dialga yourself and thoroughly disabuse that notion. You learn why he is wrong just by playing the game, and prove that emotions make us stronger by defeating him with your partners. The legendary Pokémon reflect the two sides of this conflict. Dialga and Palkia represent objective reality, time and space. The Lake Trio represent the subjective nature of humanity, knowledge, willpower, and emotion. Their existence inherently implies that Cyrus is lacking something in his assessment of the universe. He has knowledge and willpower, but he rejects emotion. It's no wonder that your character specifically stands in his way, having grown up next to Lake Verity and Mesprit, the being of emotion. It's no wonder that Mesprit lingers before you fight Cyrus.
It's an all-ages franchise, so I'm really not criticising it when I say it's basic.
It's concise, effective, and direct, using the legendary Pokémon's theming to drive home the subtext. The game knows the story it's trying to tell. But it means that Cyrus is carrying all of the story's weight, and unfortunately, he completely buckles. I feel as though there are a lot of pages missing with Cyrus. He only puts in a total of 4 appearances across the entire game. That's nowhere near enough for the character that carries the entire story on his back. His relationship with Team Galactic suffers in particular. It's difficult to believe that he is a charismatic manipulator when we never even see him interact with any of his underlings. It becomes impossible to believe after talking to him. He doesn't seem remotely personable, let alone charming, let alone charismatic. I know that he is charismatic, the entire story is contingent on that point, I just don't buy it. There's never a moment where his heartlessness is juxtaposed with the loyalty that he's inspired. There's never a moment where he faces the ultimate irony of his master plan, that he could only accomplish what he did because he was so good at stirring emotion. The game doesn't even follow through with his backstory during your battle. His Golbat evolves into Crobat, even though that's only supposed to happen if it's loved.
Instead, he spends his limited screen time blethering to himself about highfalutin concepts, like a Funko Pop of Xavier Renegade Angel.
These failures matter to me because they muddy our understanding of the themes. I've heard it said that the game's theme is mythology versus science, but I don't agree with that personally. Cyrus prefers the company of machines over people, but he doesn't display any disdain for mythology or superstition. His goal isn't to rationalise Sinnoh's myths as scientific phenomena or anything like that. If anything, he gives Sinnoh's mythology a lot of respect.
He prizes knowledge of all kinds, and is vindicated when he awakens Dialga.
No, I think that Cyrus's alien theming and preference for machinery is just to demonstrate that he lacks emotion. It may be that this misunderstanding is born of inherent cultural differences. In the West, we see science and spirituality as kind of opposite and incompatible. My understanding is that it's easier to reconcile the two in Japanese culture. The literal and the metaphysical are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I could be completely off the mark here, I'm not Japanese myself, so the full implications of this heavily Japanese story are probably lost on me. Whatever the case, I can only speak as a native English speaker playing a translated version of the game. For me, the theme seems closer to something like tradition versus progress. The whole game has been preoccupied with preserving myths and traditions in an increasingly more urbanised world, another expression of Pokemon's core ecological themes. Let's not forget how the series was conceived. We see it in Eterna City, with the meaning of its famous statue lost to the ages, with its children disinterested in the festivals that the elderly used to enjoy. We see it in Oreburgh, a community created around mining fossil fuels that is in danger of being replaced by the renewable energy provided by the Valley Windworks. I think we can all agree that renewable energy is overall a good thing, but what does that mean for the people that have created a community around the old ways? We've already seen something like this happen with Iron Island. Canalave City formed around a mine that is now closed. Rourke is, at some point, going to go the way of his father.
These communities are changing all the time. The question that Sinnoh seems to be asking is how to change, how to move forward without forgetting where it came from. It is, again, why I think Dialga is stronger thematically than Palkia. Time is the unstoppable force of this story. Team Galactic are the villains of the game because, in forging towards the future, they give no respect to the past. Cyrus is the most extreme expression of their villainy, trying to erase everything that has ever happened to create a new universe that can no longer change. It can only expand, time and space increasing, but nothing else.
Of course, that's just my interpretation. If we were to ask Masuda-san, he would probably tell us that the theme is ultimate. At least that's what he said in the April 2009 issue of Nintendo Power. Here's the quote. "I decided that ultimate was the theme in the beginning. I set myself a task to pursue what was the ultimate for Pokemon games, and started to act on this theme when making the games. The key element was to create the storyline around the Pokemon in Sinnoh mythology. The relationship between all these Pokemon is the key element. I wanted to express the importance of the balance between substance, Dialga the ruler of time and Palkia the ruler of space, and spirit, Uxie, Mesprit, Azelf. If the substance becomes too large, the balance of the spirit collapses. I wanted Dialga and Palkia to become counterparts for a sense of balance. Infinite time and infinite space. That, to me, is the ultimate." This is what I mean, by the way, when I speak about inherent cultural differences creating translation difficulties. I get the gist, but I'm not completely certain what this means. Even if you disagree with my or Masuda-san's interpretation, which is fair enough, I think we can agree that the game doesn't really convey any of these ideas especially clearly. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl have great ideas, but you have to be determined to give the game the benefit of the doubt. You have to look past a lot of cliché and fill in a lot of gaps to see what the story is trying to do. This is going to be an odd thing to say, but that makes sense, right? I think it is probably very difficult to tell stories in a Pokémon game. Where Pokémon succeeds narratively is in creating compelling, personal stories through its mechanics, which are enhanced by little bits of context and history. The story of how you caught each team member is its own little memory, the location you found it in and the struggle to catch it helping to define these bits and bytes as their own individual creatures. Other characters and their teams present challenges for you to overcome, whether they be the thematic challenges presented by Cyrus or the personal challenges presented by Barry. Along the way, you travel with your Pokémon from a small town in the middle of nowhere to become bigger, stronger, more confident, your Pokémon changing in appearance to reflect that growth. I think the series is much less successful when it comes to creating a story out of whole cloth. A lot of recent complaints with the series have focused on the incredible number of text boxes, with NPCs explaining their motivations in comprehensive detail. And yet, these NPCs are essential because, believe it or not, you need characters to tell a story. And your Pokémon are not characters. The resources you use to engage with the mechanics cannot themselves play an active role in the story. They're non-verbal, and even if they weren't, there's no possible way that the story could account for the infinite possible team combinations. So the problem that every single Pokémon narrative faces, the problem that the series has never really been able to solve, is that the mechanical narrative of catching and raising Pokémon has limited ways to interact with the story it's trying to tell. Sure, sometimes the themes bleed over into one another, but there's no way for your Pokémon, the vectors for the mechanics, to become part of the actual plot.
Before the big plot twist, you press super effective attacks. After the big plot twist, you press super effective attacks. Your party doesn't even change, usually. Or else it does, which is even worse.
I think a counterexample would help clarify my point. Imagine this plot in a more traditional RPG. Your party would be full of members, each with their own character arc that could feed into the overall themes. The cleric is a priest who has studied the ancient myths and legends. Later, you recruit a renegade Team Galactic scientist. These two both antagonise one another and get into fights about their opposing viewpoints on a number of subjects. One views culture and tradition as an essential part of a person's identity. The other believes that ideas should be discarded if they don't work anymore. One believes Dialga to be a god or a spirit. The other sees it as a scientific phenomenon. Through them, we get a clearer picture of the conflict between tradition and progress, or science and myth if you prefer, that the game seems to be aiming for. Their dialogue always feels relevant because it directly involves members of your party. Character growth could result in new moves or techniques, mechanics and narrative complementing each other perfectly. By the end, the two share a mutual respect, and through their relationship, the player is left with a feeling that maybe it's possible to reconcile these two perspectives. And then they kiss. Characters are needed to challenge the ideas put forward, to define the boundaries of the game's themes. Pokémon just doesn't have that luxury. The party that engages with the mechanics are essentially your pets, and the characters that appear in the story have nothing to do with the gameplay unless you are fighting them.
So, in recent games, the NPCs have had to do a lot of legwork to bridge that gap, to expand on the themes and tie them back into the capturing and battling mechanics. And we've seen what happens then. Text box city, baby. Population fucking everybody. Your character is silent, meaning the protagonist can never be an active force in the story unless something needs kicked in. Often the story feels vicarious as a result. You are experiencing other characters' struggles and arcs from the outside in. And NPCs stop everything to waffle at you every chance they get, interrupting rather than enhancing the more effective story being told through the game. I'm not saying that this can't be done well, just that I understand why it's a struggle to write characters in a Pokémon game.
The alternative that Brilliant Diamond plumps for is to undersell its themes. I've criticised Cyrus a lot here, but addressing any of these points would involve giving him a lot more screen time and a lot more text boxes. Considering how we all seem to feel about that, maybe it's better this way after all. Sinnoh manages to impart a feeling and atmosphere that later games haven't, maybe because it doesn't stop to explain it to you. As you can tell, Sinnoh's mythology represents an irreversible tipping point for the scale of the series. I mean, here's a primordial god recreating the entire universe. I've criticised this kind of escalation in the series before, but in the context of this game specifically, I'm a lot happier with it. Pokémon Diamond and Pearl took a lot of cues from the story of Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire. I hesitate to call it a retread. I think there's a lot of details that distinguish it, but the similarities are undeniable. Here's a brief recap. The player is given a Pokémon by a professor and tasked with filling in the Pokédex. They encounter a villainous team attempting to steal important goods around the first gym. Further run-ins over the course of the game reveal the villain's plans to awaken a legendary Pokémon and harness its power. The legendary Pokémon awakening has disastrous consequences. The player battles the team's leader and then the legendary Pokémon between the 7th and 8th gyms. The player then goes on to defeat the Pokémon League and become champion. So, to distinguish itself, Diamond and Pearl escalates. Groudon and Kyogre were climate-based threats. Their power endangers the ecosystem. Dialga and Palkia are cosmic threats. Their power endangers reality itself. It's a huge step up, the highest possible stakes that we can conceive of. The strength of a sequel is being able to forego introductions and dive deeper into thematic content. Less time spent establishing a tone or a mood means more time fleshing out the ideas. Dive too deep though, and you risk taking the initial appeal for granted. 4 games in, and Pokemon's main narrative is only tangentially about Pokemon. It's instead focused on a small handful of specific Pokemon and their thematic associations. Time, space, gods and creation myths. It's still tied back to the core systems of catching, battling and resource management by virtue of the fact that the legendary Pokemon are still Pokemon, but it means that the climax of the game doesn't seem all that relevant to the premise of the series.
In short, it's easy to see this as the moment that Pokemon jumped the Sharpedo, the moment that the series had exhausted interest in its basic appeal and had moved on to stunts to generate attention.
But I don't think this escalation was unconsidered. The game doesn't just dump gods of space and time on you at the very end. Mythology is present throughout the game, woven into the script, the level design, and even the Pokemon themselves. Even the location of the final battle has mythological influences. Dialga and Palkia seem to be based, at least somewhat, on the Shinto creation myth. The deities Izanami no Mikoto and Izanagi no Mikoto, who erected a great pillar at the centre of the mythical island of Onogoro-jima using the Spear of Heaven. A pillar created using a spear pillar. So even though Dialga and Palkia are the most incredible escalation on paper, it doesn't feel sudden or incongruous when you are playing through the game. But the story is a lot more complicated as a result. It's inherently more ambitious and abstract than the games that came before it. It requires more legwork to justify and more investment to understand. Your suspension of disbelief is pulled taut. If you're less interested in Pokemon, this might be the thing that relegates it to the dustbin in your head. Manifesting myths complicates our understanding of both the world and Pokemon as creatures. It's asking us to hold in regard these deities both as mythological creators and as physical phenomena modern science is trying to understand and control. There's room for plausible deniability about the true nature of these gods in the Pokédex and dialogue, but there's no getting around the fact that Dialga literally creates a new universe at the climax. What is that, if not a god? I said last time that I preferred it when Pokemon were only said to be creator gods, and I stick by that. Personally, I think keeping legendary Pokemon's status as mythological rather than literal is a stronger world-building proposition. Pokemon is, and always has been, about humanity versus nature, and seeing how people shared stories to make sense of the world around them really contributes to its depth and history. Not to mention, Dialga's status as a creator god is undermined somewhat when you capture it and stuff it into a tiny little ball, or when you battle your pal and find out that they've got one too. But while it's a stronger world-building proposition, having Dialga's power just be a story told between people is not necessarily a stronger storytelling proposition, because legendary Pokemon are already stories being told between people. As we established earlier, Pokemon is fictional. Scrutinise the series for all world-building aberrations, and you risk losing the basic childhood fantasy of keeping a powerful monster in your pocket. Some Pokemon are described as destroying mountains, causing volcanoes to erupt, levelling cities, creating black holes, kidnapping children. So far as I know, they don't actually do this, at least in the games, but how tedious would it be if the Pokédex had to walk back every claim it made? How anticlimactic would it be if Cyrus's plotting came to nothing because Dialga appeared and everybody realised, oh, this guy's shit actually, never mind. If we become too pedantic about the rules of this world, we also limit it. Like I said earlier, we shouldn't have rules for creativity. The second we know what Pokemon can and cannot do, or can and cannot be, is the second that imagination dies. It's the second that this series becomes bland and homogeneous. That having been said, I really do like the Pokédex entries for these kinds of Pokemon. Dialga's Dex entry strikes a perfect balance. It reads, "It has the power to control time. It appears in Sinnoh region myth as an ancient deity." That language is some absolute masterclass world building. It's so specific. Two statements side by side that are very terse and objective. These are both facts about Dialga, but they both say so much more. Sure, it can control time, and that is remarkable enough on its own. But is it the deity that created this universe? We'll never know, because nobody in the Pokemon world can say for certain either. With Team Galactic defeated and Dialga captured, the road to Sunny Shore City is finally open. It's a sunny beach route, there's rich kids and sailors and tubers and cabins, all of that, but I will forever and always associate Route 222 with the moment that Pokemon was ruined for me. This was the route I was on when my friend first told me about effort values, or EVs. I didn't believe him at first. Honestly, I didn't really want to believe him. I didn't want to believe that I had spent the entire game racing my Pokemon wrong. But no, of course, he was right, and I never looked at this series the same way again. If you don't know what I'm talking about, here's a brief rundown. Each Pokemon has an array of stats and options that affect them in subtle ways. These make each Pokemon unique. Slight fluctuations in these values will result in a Pokemon's stats being slightly different, even if they're of the same species and the same level. So no two Pokemon will be identical without precise coordination. Manipulating these stats allows a player to customize their Pokemon, to confer on them variable strengths and weaknesses, and in some cases adopt different strategies. Nature's abilities and EVs are all great. They unquestionably enrich the game, allowing a player to consider each of their Pokemon more deeply. Without them, all of a Pokemon's strengths and weaknesses would be determined by its species, decided for the player before they even catch it. The game would become more rigid and knowable, with less scope for unique builds, surprises, and predictions. By allowing a player to tweak their Pokemon's proficiency and specialty, the game massively increases its strategic depth.
It encourages you to really focus on your Pokemon's strengths and weaknesses, to come up with strategies, to pay attention to it in a way that could forge a greater fondness for that Pokemon. Building a Pokemon is more fun and more satisfying than just slapping moves and stats on it wherever they fit. And I don't even mean a meta build necessarily, whatever meta is in-game. If anything, it's even more fun to try out something goofy. I think it is more satisfying because you have spent time and effort really engaging with your Pokemon. It just feels nice. Your Pokemon is a strong attacker and it's got an adamant nature. Hell yeah. But my knowledge of these mechanics, born of sincere enthusiasm for the series, has, if anything, made my play experience worse. Natures confer inherent strengths and weaknesses to your Pokemon. Each nature comes with a 10% increase to one stat and a 10% reduction in another. An adamant nature, for example, means your Pokemon has 10% more attack and 10% less special attack. You see how that balances out. If you want to build your Pokemon to be more physically offensive, you would give it an adamant nature. If you want to build it to be physically defensive, you would consider an impish or a bold nature instead. It's a brilliant system. With each upside comes a downside that forces you to think more deeply. The problem is, these natures aren't chosen by the player, they are generated alongside the Pokemon. If, just as a random example, you were given a Lucario that you planned to use as a special attacker, it would be a real scunner if it had a brave nature, wouldn't it? Lowering its speed but raising the physical attack stat it's never going to use. If you're stuck with that, hard cheese. The items that change these stats are difficult to come by. Abilities are passive effects that allow a Pokemon the chance to distinguish itself from the competition. Even a mediocre Pokemon can carve out a niche for itself with the right ability. As a simple example, you may remember Vice Vespa has the Technician ability to boost the power of Bullet Punch. Without this power boost, Scizor would have to choose between a less powerful Bullet Punch or a more sluggish Speed. So if your Scizor has the Swarm ability instead, you might choose to build it more defensively, bringing it to low health to power up its bug-type attacks. And that's just a simple numbers go up example. Some of these abilities get pretty wacky. So, these abilities make the Pokemon more distinct. Not only can an ability characterise a Pokemon by introducing a mechanical impact to its morphology, but it can encourage a player to invest in that context. They ask players to learn and understand each creature. Coming up with a strategy that takes advantage of your favourite Pokemon's unique skills is very rewarding. In some cases, understanding a Pokemon's unique ability can be what makes it a favourite in the first place. But, again, these abilities are generated alongside the Pokemon. And I feel like some abilities are just plain better than others. Take Scizor. With Swarm, it can be brought to low health to power up moves of a niche offensive type, or with Technician it just gives you a concussion at 90 miles an hour. I haven't done the legwork on this, admittedly, but I am fairly confident that Technician is the better ability. If your Scyther has Swarm, or hell, even if your Scyther has Technician and you want Swarm, hard cheese. The items that change its ability are difficult to come by. Where have we heard that before? There is a solution to all of this, of course. If natures and abilities, and genders if relevant, are chosen when a Pokemon is generated, the answer is to simply generate Pokemon until you get the one you want. Run around in the grass or hatch more eggs until you get the right combination of nature, ability, and gender. Which, of course, makes getting a new Pokemon a lot more tedious than it used to be. Let me paint you a monochrome picture of catching Pokemon in Generation 1. You find the Pokemon you want to catch, and you catch it. It doesn't get more immediate or satisfying. Success or failure are a very clear binary. Catching Pokemon now is a lot more fiddly. Can I see its ability? If yes, I'll have to make sure it's the one that I want, and if no, I'll need to catch it and find out. I'll also have to check its nature is acceptable. You don't want to end up with an adamant nature on a Gengar, after all. But with 25 natures to choose from, the definition of acceptable is changing all the time. Unless you land on the perfect nature, you're always balancing standards with patience. There's been a few times that I've just taken a nature that I'm not happy with because I simply can't be bothered re-rolling the dice. Look at Bandage. And keep in mind that we are considering this in aggregate. I have to consider nature and ability and perhaps even gender all at once. Landing a decent Pokemon can feel not so much like rolling a dice, but rolling 3. So, to re-stress, I like these systems a lot, but you see how they're also making my play experience worse. Effort values have different problems. Unlike natures and abilities, EVs aren't set from the moment that a Pokemon is generated, they're instead developed over the course of your training. Think of them as stat experience. Without going too far into the numbers and mechanics, the more you fight certain kinds of Pokemon, the more your Pokemon grow in corresponding stats. For example, Gyarados has a high attack stat, so defeating a Gyarados raises every Pokemon in your party's attack. With me so far? There's an overall cap to EVs. You can balance your distribution however you like, but you can, at most, raise 2 stats to their maximum. So you have to think carefully about how you want to distribute your EVs, which stats you want your Pokemon to excel in, and which you want to leave weaker. Again, basic example, if I want Bandage to hit as hard and as fast as possible, I would pour everything into special attack and speed. If I wanted it to be more survivable instead, I would pour some points into defense. It's a thoughtful limitation, I think, again encouraging deeper engagement with the Pokemon. But you already see the problem, right? If I fight a Gyarados with Bandage in my party, like this, those EVs are wasted. Thankfully, there are ways to revert them, but even so, what am I supposed to do here? I know that this is, for lack of a better word, wrong, but there's no reasonable way to do anything about it. I have a few major issues with this. One, it's really poor contextually. I don't understand how defeating your opponent transfers its strengths to your Pokemon. Like, the vitamins that also raise EVs make a lot more sense to me. The poor context feeds into problem number 2, poor communication. The system is not intuitive, and it's never made clear the relationship between the opponents you fight and the base stats on your Pokemon stat page. It's even more difficult to gauge how much impact your EVs have on your stats. You would have to do a lot of experimentation to figure out how the mechanic actually works. Third, EVs mean that a freshly caught Pokemon is weaker both in level and, independently, in stats. Pokemon already have a number that is supposed to enumerate their strength, that being, of course, their level. If their level is up to par and they're still underperforming, a lot of players are going to just assume that that Pokemon is a bit crap. I wonder if this contributes in some small way to the phenomenon of players sticking with their starter throughout the entire game. The modern EXP share helps with this problem, of course, distributing EVs to your entire team for every Pokemon defeated, but there are probably less extreme solutions. Fourth, the decisions to be made are often obvious. Nowadays, it's kind of an expectation that every Pokemon will have available at least one powerful stab move running off its stronger attacking stat. Stab, or same type attack bonus, means that a move is stronger if used by a Pokemon of the same type. In the earlier generations, when moves were split into physical or special based on type, players would have to choose between sub-optimal solutions. Gyarados, for example, had to give up on stab water moves to take full advantage of its dizzying attack stat. Mixing in Hydro Pump or Surf would maybe have it investing something in special attack instead. When moves were split into physical or special based on move rather than type in Generation 4, Dragon types dominated the next couple of games so hard that the series had to introduce a whole new type just to slow their roll. You no longer have to decide if stab or coverage justifies a special attack investment on Gyarados. Just use a physical water move instead. The physical special split was unquestionably the right choice, mind you, just that it also resulted in linear decision making that maybe doesn't encourage players to build their Pokémon their way. It doesn't allow the EV system to really shine. The big problem, though, is that the system is so discouragingly tedious. To make sure your EVs are where you want them, you have to fight dozens, if not hundreds of Pokemon, or grind the money to buy plenty of vitamins. 26 per stat at 9,800 a pop means at least $254,800 per Pokemon. If you would like a more nuanced stat spread, if you're not trying to max out certain stats, you have to manually keep a tally of how many Pokemon you've fought, or how many vitamins you've fed them. The graph on their status page doesn't give you any concrete information. And that tedium, combined with the lack of information, makes it impossible to tinker in the way that the system enables. If you didn't hit a damage threshold you wanted, was that because your EVs are poorly distributed, or was it something else? If it was the EVs, can you really be bothered fixing them? Like, I'm getting bored explaining this, let alone doing it. It is a huge stumbling block for a game that is otherwise so good at keeping battles about context rather than stats. Now, of course, you don't have to care about any of this if you just want to get through the single player. It is not going to matter. But, again, my problem is not that I don't like these systems, it's that I do like these systems. They enrich the game tremendously, but they also make my play experience worse. They're often cryptic, usually complicated, and always tedious. Their advantages are lost not only on the players that don't know about them. I sure as hell wasn't paying attention to fluctuations on the stat screen when I was a kid, but to everybody, even the enthusiasts that are doing a casual playthrough. Unless you are willing to catch the same Pokemon over and over and over to get the perfect combination of nature and ability, unless you are willing to fight at least 126 specific Pokemon per team member to tweak your EVs, or else grind cash to afford all the vitamins, unless you are willing to make the game a chore, you can't engage with these systems except on a very rudimentary level. Making these systems so prohibitive means that players cannot engage with them casually, or in other words, they're just not fun. And that makes people more rigid and less experimental. You don't want to waste your time coming up with a kooky new strategy if it's going to take hours to even get to see if it works. And that makes players complacent. Many of us aren't thinking for ourselves, experimenting with these excellent mechanics and coming up with unique playstyles. We are instead reading guides and copying established strategies, if we're bothering at all. It's a huge waste of a really interesting system. And, of course, there's another stat that I haven't mentioned. Individual values, or IVs, that's right, there's more, are a hidden value that randomly increases each stat from 0 to 31 when the Pokemon is generated. I didn't mention IVs there because, unlike the other systems, fundamentally I just don't like them. All the min-maxing tedium of EVs with absolutely none of the decision making. Because, unless you are doing a specific competitive build, you want IVs to be the highest they can be. That's all. There is no flexibility or trade-offs like there are with EVs, you just want bigger numbers. The narrative that this is supposed to create is that all Pokemon are individuals with their own qualities, their own strengths and weaknesses. You, the trainer, have to pay attention and take the time to help them realise their potential. But there are huge flaws in practice. Giblets actually has 0 attack IVs, the worst that they can be. But even if I leaned into this, a physical Garchomp is potentially so much stronger than a special Garchomp. He is, basically, just worse at being a Garchomp. Taking that to its logical extreme, imagine you and your friend both caught the same Pokemon. Both are identical except yours has 0 IVs across the board, and your friend's has perfect IVs across the board. Your friend's Pokemon, then, is objectively better. There is no workaround or alternative strategy, it's just stronger. If you notice this difference at all, then you're just going to be made keenly aware of your Pokemon's shortcomings, what with your bastard pal rubbing it in your face. So rather than make each Pokemon special, IVs just make them disposable. I'm not encouraged to overcome its flaws or tap its hidden potential, it's just a shortcoming that I can't fix. The system is a failure on 2 levels. Either the player doesn't notice these minute differences, in which case these stat fluctuations aren't creating their intended narrative, or they do, and they realise just how disposable their Pokemon is. The mechanical narrative, in the latter case, is honestly kinda sinister. Rather than the story of 2 partners working together to overcome their flaws and realise their potential, it becomes the story of the sire of a rigorous breeding program undergoing strict training to become the Kwisatz Spinarak. The common problem with all of these systems, and a common problem with games in general, honestly, is that understanding the systems erodes the fantasy. Become too familiar with a game's mechanics and you're no longer engaged in the drama. You see the matrix and everything is reduced to values and stats. But that problem is by no means unavoidable. There are surely alternatives that are less obtuse and indulge the fantasy better. Simplicity and transparency founded in strong context can enhance both the narrative and mechanical enjoyment. Iterative quality of life changes have improved these systems a lot. Pokémon makes these improvements at a glacial pace, but Generation 8 is finally in a place where you can change almost everything about a Pokémon after it's been caught. Mints change natures, capsules and patches change abilities, EVs can be changed even at level 100, and hyper training can max out IVs. The game will even show you your Pokemon's EVs and IVs now. With enough time and energy, you can bring out any Pokemon's full potential. Great stuff. Of course, this stuff is all post-game and still gated heavily. You have to put in an insane grind after you've already finished the game to avail yourself of these items. I think it may actually be faster in some cases to breed for nature and ability than it is to save up enough fake money for mints. And that practically makes the whole endeavour pointless. Once again, with feeling, I like these systems, well, except IVs, I want to engage with them, but the time investment is so prohibitive that I don't. This isn't fixing that issue, it's just pushing the tedium into the post-game. It is stronger by virtue of the fact that you can improve by battling with your favourite Pokemon, but... well, we'll find out when we get there, eh?
The game already has a better way of making Pokemon unique, and that is incidental details. The ball you catch it in, its original trainer, the location it was caught in, its habits, its nickname. All of these tell a little narrative and help contribute to the idea that your Pokemon is an individual. Furthermore, they don't confer any objective benefits. I think the proposition of being able to change these is more complicated. If you could change absolutely everything about your Pokémon, then they feel fake, like toys for your amusement. But I think that context is important. I have no issue being unable to change its original trainer, its location, or its personality quirks. All of these feel like history, immutable fact.
One sober little detail that I really appreciate is using a mint doesn't change a Pokemon's nature itself, but its corresponding stats. It still likes the same flavours it did before and everything. You're not overwriting its personality. Of course, that encapsulates the problems with the way that Pokemon handles this stuff all by itself, but I love that it's trying.
I am more mixed on nicknames and Pokeballs. You're unable to change the nickname of traded Pokemon in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, presumably because you couldn't in the original games either. Pokemon Sword and Shield actually changed this for the first time in the series. The player is allowed to change a traded Pokemon's nickname once. Frankly, I have no idea what they were going for with this. It neither allows the player to change their Pokemon's name however they like, nor preserves the original trainer's intent. Either way, it isn't in Brilliant Diamond, so it's not really that relevant, but I do still think you ought to be able to change the nickname however you please, if for no other reason than to prevent the possibility of griefing. I think if anyone was going to be offended by you changing a nickname, they wouldn't have traded it away in the first place. Pokeballs are also unable to be changed. You may have noticed this, and maybe it even bugged you. Most of my Pokemon are nice and uniform in their tidy red Pokeballs, but Kips is stuck in a Quick Ball, which I think is a poor fit, a lightning motif on a ground-type Pokemon. I'd like it on some level if it were a holdover from its original trainer. You can practically see the scenario in your mind's eye, coming across a Mudkip in the Grand Underground and just chucking a Quick Ball rather than risk fainting it. But there's a slight problem with that. I'm the original trainer. Kips is a descendant of the one that I got in that Wonder Trade. There wasn't any Quick Ball showdown, I just bred it. Again, any quibbles I may have had about preserving storytelling are quashed by sheer convenience. I would much prefer to just be able to choose which Pokeball I keep it in, especially if they're going to have Pokeballs that do a big pump when you throw them. You can customise the inside of your Pokeball though with stickers. Now, I don't think that this is a must-have feature going forward or anything like that. I think it's a bit weird that we get to customise the inside of the ball, but not the outside. But I kinda love this. Your Pokemon really feel unique when they are accompanied by a custom-made light show. That's how you distinguish your Pokemon from your pals, not through some obscure little detail hidden away in the stat screen, but through a personalised visual flourish. Many of Sunyshore City's roads are made of solar panels, suspended in the air to make maximum use of the squashed and uneven terrain. It's a really cool bit of context. Strong grounding allows it to have a fantasy flair without becoming completely unhinged. I feel like there should be a pillar here supporting this bit at the bottom left though.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen, we have found the nitpickiest comment in an 11-hour video. Thank you, yeah. Thank you so much for coming.
Sunyshore Gym is the first gym in the game where you are ahead of Barry. You've finally overtaken him, which makes sense both for your rivalry and for Volkner's backstory. So the story goes that Volkner, the toughest gym leader in Sinnoh, is listless because of a lack of worthwhile challengers. His friend, Flint, encourages you to track him down and challenge him to fire him back up. The pacing at this stage is strained to the point of almost breaking. Defeating Team Galactic and battling God at the peak of the region was the narrative's big climax. With that done, the game is now scrambling to build towards the actual finale, basically from scratch. There are tons of hurried references to the Pokémon League, Flint is a member of the Elite Four. The League can be seen through binoculars at the top of the lighthouse, and Volkner decides that if he can defeat you, he'll challenge the Elite Four himself. It's effective at refocusing you on your new goal, but it's not particularly elegant. Volkner has become infamous locally for tinkering with the gym in his boredom, his latest experiment being the cause of that whole power cut in the first place. He's done a bang-up job, to be fair. It's a decent wee puzzle. Themed well and with good pacing, it gives you pause for thought without being a massive interruption. I mentioned earlier how important theming was in the gyms to help give us an idea of the characters and their affinities. Part of the credit has to go to the story here, but I feel that Sunnyshore's Gym gets it right. The giant gears and platforms are so over the top, so extra, you get the feeling that Volkner throws himself into everything he decides to do. You get the impression of him as restless and driven, but also feeling kind of trapped like a tiger in a cage. Appropriate considering his ace. This is an advantage of the gyms essentially being theme park rides. Their exaggerations can offer insight into the gym leaders and their character. They use every part of the bouffalant, and that efficiency is needed to convey the gym leader's character with such little screen time.
It's just a shame that so many of Sinnoh's gyms aren't as well done.
As for the battle, fuck you Volkner, I have 4 stab earthquakes. Remember, I wasn't planning on using Swampert or Mamoswine going in. I don't know why I'm taking such an apologetic tone, it doesn't really matter. Sinnoh's emblematic flaw swings all the way back round into improving the game. Volkner doesn't actually use many electric-type Pokémon as there are only a small handful in Sinnoh. It's a real blessing in disguise of the limited decks. Bosses have the chance to use Pokémon and moves that can cover for their weaknesses. I thought that I could just use Razor Leaf on this Octillery. I was, of course, forgetting about Aurora Beam. That's the problem with mono-type trainers, right? It's not even a difficulty issue, it's a fun issue. It's not that fun to select the correct move once and then just tap A until the fight is over. Pokémon is turn-based, it's not a game of reactions, it's all about making decisions. If those decisions are extremely obvious, then all that you're really doing is pressing the correct button over and over like history's most lucrative Skinner box. So essentially, one of this game's big problems fixes another of its big problems. Of course, you can have your cake and eat it. I'm not saying that this is ideal, but it's a happy coincidence, isn't it? While we're here, I just want to talk for a moment about poor Luxray. I mentioned last time that, on my first playthrough of a game, I always ended up with a Pokémon that I loved that became a bit of a dead weight by the end. When I said that, the Pokémon I was thinking of specifically was Luxray. Look, nobody's more gutted than me. I love Shinx. He's just a wee lad wearing his trousers, but despite an impressive 120 attack in his final form, he doesn't learn many electric moves to take advantage of it. Remember when I said it's all but a guarantee that a Pokémon has a decent stab option running off of its better attacking stat? Yeah, not poor Luxray. He learns Wild Charge at level 80, which is 90 power and causes recoil, and that's his best option. The next option down is, like, Spark. His speed isn't really that great either.
Now that I'm thinking about it, actually, I'm just describing Electivire here, aren't I? I finally got the chance to use the poor bugger, and I see why you wouldn't. Great coverage, great attack, but 75 power just isn't enough.
Jasmine, the Steel-type gym leader from Johto, can be found at the north of Sunnyshore's City. This was yet another hint about the then upcoming Johto remakes that were all over the place in Diamond and Pearl. They're the inciting incident for the entire game even. She'll give you the final HM, Waterfall. With that we have all the HMs, so it's time for the last little Sinnoh roundup before Victory Road. I think allowing players to explore old areas with new items is valuable. It creates a sense of permanence and continuity to the world. These routes are routes rather than disposable levels. It gives them a little more depth. You aren't going to see everything your first time through. Best case scenario, it can be pretty cathartic returning to an old area and finally being able to explore a bit of the level that was tantalising you earlier. But it's a tricky business. Leaving aside the problems with areas like Oreburgh Gate, backtracking is inherently less interesting than exploring new areas because, obviously, you've already seen most of what there is to see. You know what to expect and have proven that you can overcome the challenges there. I think the trick, then, is wasting as little time as possible in getting to the new and interesting stuff. I'm less fed up exploring the waterfall on Route 208, for example, because I only need to wade through one patch of grass to reach it. Exploring the waterfall on the 4th floor of Mount Coronet is much more of a slog because you have to scale this mountain that you've already conquered. The uphill struggle just doesn't have the same resonance when you already know you can do it. The level doesn't have any mystery when you already know what to expect. It only makes it more of a slap in the face when you find a single tiny room and then have to make your way back down again. The player can, of course, minimise wasted time using repels. The new EXP system makes fighting weaker Pokémon less valuable than it was before, so it's even more worth your while to use repels when backtracking. The pacing would be unbearable without them. Repels have a weird pricing quirk in that the Super Repel is the best bang for your buck. Super Repels cost $500 and work for 200 steps. Max Repels cost $700 and work for 250 steps. That works out to $2.5 a step versus the Max Repels $2.8 a step. They may have been more worth your while in the past, as Max Repels would save time in trips to the menu, but now the game prompts you to use another immediately. Maybe it's meant to be this way? I'm not even sure if this counts as criticism. It's like halfway between criticism and trivia. Unfortunately, there's no way to stop the game wasting your time when using an HM. You strike a pose and a Bibarel flashes across the screen before you use the move.
Thankfully, it only does this once per room for each HM, but it still manages to drag the pace down, especially in routes and caves with a lot of water. Route 223 has you jumping on and off a Bibarel every few seconds.
Victory Road illustrates another problem with backtracking in Brilliant Diamond, the top-down perspective. Its winding level design is constantly doubling back through the entrance chamber. It's actually a fairly straightforward route, but it has the impression of non-linearity. As you go through, you are constantly given access to new ledges and areas that you couldn't access from the entrance. That novelty, that kind of cool idea, is stifled by seeing the chamber from the same flat, top-down view. There's no mystery to the later areas as you can already see what's up on the ledges from below, and it's difficult to distinguish areas that you've already been to from ones that you haven't.
I don't think it's poorly designed or anything.
I think it's more interesting as it is than just being a straight line. I'm just trying to illustrate a point about the difficulties of reusing areas. I think the very fact that the camera is top-down means the designers need to do more work to distinguish new areas and keep backtracking from becoming boring. You can imagine that this level would be a lot more interesting with a dynamic camera. The upper floors would retain a bit of mystery, reaching them would give you a bird's eye view of the level, and the two would be more distinct for that difference. Game difficulty has become a contentious topic, especially recently. It is, funnily enough, difficult to discuss difficulty in games because it's so subjective. A challenge that is impossible for one player may be trivial for another. A newcomer might offer an honest appraisal of an average person's experience, while also misunderstanding some of the mechanics. An expert player may get those details right, but fail to reflect the experience of your average Joe. Mechanics that frustrate casual players may shine after hundreds of hours of investment. Mechanics that smooth out a first playthrough may frustrate experienced players by holding them back. It's a slippery bastard of a topic. No sooner do you have a handle on it than it slides out of your grasp again. I say all this because I feel like I did a poor job covering that topic last time. I criticised Omega Ruby for being too easy, or more specifically, for it being too easy to make the game too easy. Nice line, but it doesn't really approach the mechanics holistically. If you are knowledgeable enough to feel that the game is too easy, you are probably also knowledgeable enough to remedy that problem by turning off the EXP share, changing the battle style from shift to set, or limiting your levels or team members.
Personally, I don't find it enjoyable to supervise my own play like that, but this is a heavily customizable series that should always be accessible to kids.
Whatever argument I make that doesn't acknowledge these options is deeply flawed. Viewed a certain way, the fact it was so easy to adjust the difficulty in Omega Ruby speaks volumes about the strength of the game's mechanics. These criticisms of my approach are valid, and yet I have to say I had a better time with Brilliant Diamond because I felt the default difficulty was a lot better tuned. I wouldn't say that I had a tough time, but I found myself engaged throughout. That's the important point here for me: engagement. The discussion around difficulty often becomes defensive because it so often becomes a pissing contest, as if being better at Pokémon is an inherent measure of a person's worth. I'm interested in difficulty only insofar as it makes the game more or less interesting. Difficulty is an indelible factor in the player's enjoyment of any game. If a game is too easy, it can become boring and repetitive. If it's too hard, it can become frustrating and off-putting. Of course, what will be too easy or too hard will vary from person to person, as we've covered. We're coming up on Sinnoh's Elite Four, one of the most infamous difficulty spikes in the entire series. And while I'm sure there are Pokémon masters who find them trivial, most of my school friends gave up right here in the originals. I consider that just as big a criticism as my finding Omega Ruby too easy. In a lot of ways, it's the same criticism. The difficulty is so poorly tuned, it hampers the player's enjoyment. A smoother difficulty curve would help engage people of all skill levels. This is where much of the series fails. It establishes a trivial level of difficulty as a baseline and spikes hard at the end. So a player will either go on autopilot for most of the game, or they'll hit a brick wall right at the end. Both are dissatisfying play experiences stemming from the same problem. That problem is a lack of mechanical progression. Super effective moves are introduced early, as they should be, but the game never moves beyond them, instead reinforcing the importance of that mechanic one specific type at a time. The game, as a result, doesn't take full advantage of this excellent mechanic. I mean, the whole reason that the type system is interesting in the first place is because you can mix and match. What isn't interesting is clicking super effective while the opponent throws Pokemon with a critical weakness into the meat grinder. Additionally, by not moving past the entry-level tutorials, the game also doesn't encourage the player to engage with any of the other excellent mechanics. If the game was peppered with tougher challenges, tanky Pokemon holding leftovers, sword stance sweepers, or damage mitigating berries for example, it would be both more involving in the moment and better prepare you for the Pokemon League's challenges. It would be tougher, sure, but not because I think you need to be a hardcore Giga gamer to enjoy Pokemon. Kids should still absolutely be able to get through it. It's because, in creating solutions to these problems, you're thinking more deeply about the mechanics.
The Focus Sash tutorial from Sword and Shield is a solid example. Not difficult, but overcoming it adds that strategy to the player's repertoire. That could allow the game to cash in on it later. If you're fighting a tough enemy and all of a sudden they pull out the Focus Sash, you know about it, you know what the counterplay is. Or let's say you face a Mr. Mime with Light Screen and Reflect earlier in the game. Overcoming it would probably demand that you understand those moves and that strategy. You might even be inspired to try it out for yourself. I mean, I wouldn't use Mr. Mime personally, but, you know. Challenge runs represent a solution to these issues. Experienced players establish their own rules, such as permanently boxing fainted Pokémon, not using items during battle, and never cresting the levels of the next boss's most powerful Pokémon. Dipping my toe into these kinds of challenges has been rejuvenating. I like them. The reason I don't think they're an ideal solution is that challenge runs demand a player supervise their own play rather than the game. A player must commit to a set of rules that won't be enforced externally. They must choose to make the game more difficult for its own sake. In other words, that's not the way the game was designed. That's not the way that most players are going to experience the game. Sure, people like me can do a challenge run and probably have a better time. But if the game isn't observing those rules, casual and first-time players won't either, and they will probably experience some potholes and speed bumps as a result. A well-designed difficulty curve can instead challenge a player to improve without being too taxing, and I think that would be ideal.
Ultimately, though, if I had to choose between Pokémon being too easy and too hard, I would go with easy any day of the week. Because if the game were too hard, it would stifle creativity. If the player is forced to make optimal choices to have a chance of succeeding, then there's no point in even giving them a choice to begin with, undermining the entire point of Pokemon's mechanics in the first place. Sure, hypothetically, I might get a bit bored sometimes, but I can either do a challenge run or go and play any of the other dozens of games vying for my attention. Thankfully, the difficulty in Brilliant Diamond is supervised really well by the new EXP system. I want to take you through a brief history lesson here to try and explain this. In the first 4 generations of Pokemon, EXP was linear. Pokemon would gain a set value for every KO, determined by the enemy Pokemon's species and level. I found this made it difficult to maintain a team of 6. I'm pretty meticulous about combing the map, and I always found myself lagging behind on recent replays. I often wished I'd used a team of 4 or 5 instead.
In fact, I would say that is practically mandatory in Generation 2.
Generation 5 changed the experience formula. The game essentially balanced itself, adapting to different playstyles by making a slight change to experience calculation. It basically normalises the experience, draw too far away from or fall too far behind the median, and you snap back. You gain more experience the weaker you are and less the stronger you are compared to your opponent. If you're struggling, the game gives you a boost, and if you're tearing ahead, the game slows you down.
This was a great change, I think, discouraging a player from soloing the game with a single overleveled starter and making it easier to keep a team of 6 on par with the opponents.
If you think about it in terms of raw numbers, you're leaving experience on the table, not switching in weaker Pokemon. Why make 50 experience when you could make 70 experience? I'm not about to min-max it, of course, but you see the principle. It's a very elegant solution, a brilliant little bit of control. But it came with its own problems. Experience gain was dictated now more than ever by the game's level curve. Even evolving certain Pokemon into their final stage was difficult considering how high some of the requirements were.
It would be tricky enough to get a Mienfoo to level 50 by the Pokemon League, even before experience was lowered with every level you gained. The experience share in Generation 6 seemed to be a second pass at addressing these issues. Now, the experience you gained was simply multiplied. Every Pokemon in your party gains experience, even if they don't fight. It's a far less elegant solution in my eyes, but it is functional. It was easier than ever to maintain a team of 6 Pokemon, or even more. Every single Pokemon in your party would get experience for every single battle. Combined with the experience multiplying effects of Pokémon Ami, it was possible, if not easy, to crest level 50 by the 6th or 7th gym. Of course, easier than ever was the operative phrase there, as it overshot the mark by quite some distance. The Generation 6 games are, quite infamously, the easiest in the series. Generation 7 basically combined the two approaches, and that's the solution the series has been happy sticking with since. It makes it easier than ever to experiment and diversify, and, like I say, broadly, I think it's successful. I haven't really had a huge issue with Pokemon's difficulty in a while. That said, I still don't think the EXP share or the box link are healthy for the series. Because at this point, we're not dealing with quality of life improvements. The two don't represent an uncomplicated positive change. They are a fundamental change to the experience of playing Pokemon. The EXP share allows you to level an entire team at once, more than tripling experience gained. The box link allows you access to any of your Pokemon, anywhere, anytime. Except, of course, in gyms. With the rubber banding experience, it's possible to keep a much larger number of team members in rotation. If a Pokemon falls behind, their levels can be normalised just by keeping them in your party for a while. The principles of team management are exactly the same as they were in the older games, they just happen on a much larger scale. Now, it's not my preference, as we'll soon see, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that these changes have had a positive impact on a lot of players' experiences. A lot of casual players had trouble raising teams in earlier generations. And let's be fair, it was quite tedious at the start when you had to keep switching a Pokemon in and out for it to get experience at all. But you hardly see anybody nowadays that doesn't keep a full complement of Pokemon on them at all times. In that way, it's a resounding success. I can see why the series is so happy to keep the EXP share around, if it means that players are actually building teams. Again, a lot of kids are playing this, you know? But leveling up an entire team at once sands away friction that existed in Pokemon's innate mechanics. The game's always had a huge number of choices, but those choices were limited by the leveling up system. Each new Pokemon you caught was a new time investment. Assuming that you weren't interested in grinding, which most of us weren't, that meant you had to make tougher calls about which Pokemon to catch. The reason I don't like the EXP share or the box link is this. I don't consider that friction between leveling and team building a criticism, I consider it essential. Because it is only through the combination of choice and investment that a player's choices become meaningful. Pokemon aren't real, of course, so meaning has to be foisted onto them by the player. But the series' fundamental narrative of a trainer and their Pokemon working together to realise each other's potential is told entirely through the mechanics. Every triumph, every failure, every close call, every frustrating crit or hilarious miss is another stitch in the tapestry of this fantasy. The old mechanics chart the game-long struggle to improve. Every level has to be fought for tooth and nail. Remember having to switch a newly caught Pokemon out so it could share experience? Remember the satisfaction of finally seeing it take on a Pokemon by itself? So even while the snobs and the English lit students are clucking their tongues and turning their noses up at the story for being cliché-ridden dog water,
We are still invested because we know that that is not the real story. The real story is that swell of pride you get when you enter the Hall of Fame for the first time. Not because we think the Pokémon are real, but because we are so invested in the drama that the mechanics and the context have created. With the EXP share, that narrative is less potent. The less time a Pokémon has to be part of the mechanical drama, the fewer chances the player has to create meaning. Any character is going to suffer if they aren't given enough screen time. Just ask Cyrus.
The mechanics suffer beyond just narratively.
If you are happy to think of Pokémon as a resource management game, then the Pokémon themselves are your primary resource. Access to too many resources through the box link means less management is necessary. Your choices become less demanding and thus less satisfying to get right. The game acknowledges this problem in gyms, which I'm happy about, but it's a persistent problem everywhere else too.
Of course, that leaves us with a repeat of the valid feedback from last time, doesn't it? Well, Shamey, if you don't like these systems, why not just not use them? The answer is, of course, because I have to. It's not my fault this time, I swear. The player is now unable to turn the EXP share off. I've nothing insightful to offer here, that is absolutely the wrong move. Even if I was fine with the default difficulty, there absolutely should be the option to change it.
Overall, I do think the difficulty in Brilliant Diamond is in a much better place than Omega Ruby.
It's right that it skews easier, but I never found it brain dead.
Perhaps that's because I changed my playstyle. Mainly I think it's because of the rubber banding experience. As we've established though, difficulty is of secondary importance to the ultimate goal, which is engagement. The box link and the EXP share streamline the game to the point of creating a less engaging mechanical narrative. Without that narrative, Pokémon is a much weaker game.
And with fewer options to tweak that difficulty, a lot of players are going to have a less engaging experience. I can't see the hardcore players revisiting these games very often.
With all 8 gym badges, we finally reached the cathedral at the top of the waterfall that houses the Pokémon League. It's a bit more dramatic than I'd have expected personally, but man, it's a cool scene. The iconography of an edifice towering over the sheer cliffs and waterfall makes it clear that this is the climax. We've struggled hard to reach these heights. Now it's time to fight for the peak. I said last time that you would expect the Pokémon League to attract crowds of spectators and fans. I released that video in 2017. The gyms in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee in 2018 had an audience, and the entire story in Sword and Shield in 2019 was about the Pokémon League as a spectator sport. I have to ask, did someone at Game Freak watch the video? No, almost certainly not, but it's nice to think we were on the same wavelength, even if just on that obscure point.
It's not really relevant to Brilliant Diamond, of course. It's the same as it was in the originals. Look, I just thought it was cool, okay?
As always, a staff member will block access to the Elite Four before he's checked your badges. Back in Pokémon Red and Blue, the path to Indigo Plateau was located next to Viridian City, the second settlement. So the checks were in place to ensure the player had completed the gyms first. It's been a little bit unnecessary in most cases since. The Pokémon League is located at the end of the game, and there are already progress checks through the level design. It's impossible to sequence break, basically. There's no need to ensure that the player has the beacon badge. They can't climb the waterfall to get here without it. Still, I don't think this fella's here for mechanical reasons, but for context. The game doesn't take its level design so literally that any of the NPCs could use the waterfall as an excuse. Besides, it congratulates the player on making it this far, it affords them an opportunity to reflect on their journey to this point, and it gives the Elite Four some gravitas by implying that you have to be something special to even be allowed to face them. Speaking of which, you can also polish your badges using the touchscreen like in the originals.
Despite the fact that I'm reduced to the ignominy of recording my Switch through my phone camera, I'm really glad they kept this pointless little feature around.
You can even play a little tune on them.
What is this? Oh my... Alright, I genuinely had no idea you could do that. I didn't ken that existed. Okay, now, how'd you put it away?
Barry's challenge at the entrance gives Giblets and Bandage a last bit of exercise. You can't use the box link during the Elite Four challenge, so unfortunately I have to leave these two behind. The Elite Four presents a unique opportunity to push some of the mechanics further, which also gives us the opportunity to talk about them in depth. Short disclaimer before we begin, I'm talking about the in-game application of the mechanics rather than Battle Tower or competitive. If you are still willing to put up with me describing the game in such utilitarian terms, the Pokémon League is the perfect final challenge as it presents the most sustained and therefore the most intense segment of resource management in the game. The Elite Four are made up of, as you may expect, 5 trainers, with 26 Pokémon between them, all progressively growing in levels and boasting the most cunning strategies you've seen yet. You could argue it's the game's only segment of sustained resource management. You have to defeat all 5 members without reprieve, you can't leave, and nor do you have access to the box or free healing between fights. It is almost unique in that regard. In pretty much every other situation, so long as you aren't on the battle screen, the Pokémon Center is only a couple of minutes away. Here, you are forced to carefully consider your approach. All of your salves and strategies have to be brought in with you. Every move comes with permanent consequences. Taking damage or even letting a Pokémon faint is not necessarily a mistake if it allows for some other advantage in the fight. But here you have to think ahead. How often can you afford to make that trade? How many revives did you bring in with you? Nothing else in the game presents quite the same problems. Even your most powerful move won't get through 26 Pokémon without some kind of PP restoration, especially as many of those Pokémon will likely resist it. This is where type matchups really shine. Landing a super effective attack is satisfying, of course, but I really like resistances and immunities. There are few other games that allow you to select the target of your opponent's attack. Making good use of resistances and immunities allows you to minimise incoming damage, minimising cost and easing the pressure on your resources. In most cases, it will also give you the chance to retaliate with a super effective attack. The impact of these big meaty moves is immediate. Land a super effective hit or use a move like Sword Stance, and you aren't giving yourself a minor buff that's difficult to distinguish, you are doubling your damage. A huge strength of Pokemon's battle system is that the effects of your decisions are keenly felt. You are never dealing with damage sponge bosses where you've no idea if you're even hurting them at all. A single super effective hit can just wipe a Pokemon clean out. It's really satisfying to predict correctly when the stakes are so high. It makes the impact of your decisions absolute. Some Pokemon can have 2 types, which may grant them quadruple resistances and weaknesses. This is a great idea. Different combinations of types can inherently make a Pokemon better or worse. I don't think it's worth getting too hung up on the balancing, to be honest. They're never going to manage to balance it, and the game is more fun lopsided, I think. It gives each Pokemon more extreme characteristics to hang your hat on. But it is a bit of a shame that some Pokemon are completely scunnered by their typing. Types like Water Ground or Bug Steel are incredible, giving the Pokemon only a single key weakness. Types like Bug Flying or Grass Psychic, on the other hand, can make some Pokemon a write-off before they've even gotten started. Just ask poor Aurorus. While strengths and weaknesses are often related, there are slight differences between offensive and defensive type matchups. Certain types can have an offensive advantage over other types, but not a defensive advantage. Fire resists Fairy, but returns hits neutrally. Electric deals super effective damage to Water, but Water deals neutral damage to Electric. While Pokemon gain bonuses for using moves of the same type, they aren't restricted to those moves exclusively. You can switch in a Grass type on a Ground user, but if that Pokemon has Ice Fang, for example, you're in trouble. The type system is often viewed as very simple, but while it's easy to pick up and play, say it with me now, it's got a lot to master. It results in a wide spectrum of possibilities that complicate predictions. The major strength of that system is that it keeps it real. I complained about stats like EVs taking you out of the fantasy and asking you to think about your Pokemon as an array of numbers. But I never reduce the battles to numbers. I am instead thinking of the battle in terms of the context presented. I'm thinking that my Mud Skipper should have an advantage over my opponent's Fire Horse.
I'm thinking that using Earthquake on a digging Pokemon should deal more damage.
That is the fantasy of playing Pokemon. That's the game that I fell in love with. The Elite Four sees the system put to better use than in other locations. Because there are 4 type experts in a row, to say nothing of Cynthia, and because the game doesn't tell you what type they use before you go in, it's a lot more difficult to organise a one-size-fits-all counter ahead of time. Your strategies can't be as specific until you've gone through at least part of the run. You are instead challenged to prepare for the gauntlet based on a broader understanding of the mechanics. The Elite Four, again probably due to Sinnoh's slightly limited pool of Pokemon, actually have more variety on their teams than many of the gym leaders. Aaron uses Drapion, a dark poison type that nevertheless sticks to the bug, or technically arachnid, theme. Flint's team is based around heat rather than fire specifically. Steelix is tempered underground by heat and pressure. Drifblim is a hot air balloon. A lot of people have criticised this, another victim of Sinnoh's limited pool of Pokemon, but I feel it makes for a more varied and interesting battle while still sticking to a theme. Although, to be fair, I don't really see how Lopunny is supposed to be hot, it just... Oh!
As great as it is, even here I don't think the game quite takes full advantage of its types. The system would pair excellently with some more non-linearity.
If the Elite Four could be fought in any order, as they can in Generations 5 to 7, a player could decide where to start based on their team's strengths and weaknesses.
I mentioned there about Earthquake dealing more damage to digging Pokemon. If you didn't know, yeah, that's an actual mechanic. Specific combos further reward a player for taking the context seriously. Earthquake deals double damage to an underground Pokemon. Hurricane can catch Pokemon in the air. Solar Beam skips its charge up turn in harsh sunlight. Thunder and Hurricane gain perfect accuracy in the rain. I don't need to explain why, you all get it. I've heard the complaint that these strategies are somewhat obtuse as, again, the game doesn't even hint at their existence. I don't think they're the most egregious example of Pokemon not explaining itself, but I get it. Again, let's be honest, did you discover the Thunder-Rain interaction yourself, or did you learn about it online? You'd have to do some fairly rigorous testing to rule out good luck. I don't think it's a big problem, but nevertheless, an NPC or a tips sign could nudge the player into experimenting with these mechanics for themselves. As it is, again, this lack of info results in a lot of players reading guides rather than exploring the game.
There are further details worth considering. The UI in particular is left wanting. Pokemon's dedication to context over numbers during the battles is admirable, but sometimes this comes at the cost of clarity. The game hides a lot of useful information. Sword and Shield gave the player access to an information screen, showing details about Pokemon's buffs and debuffs, the duration of weather, conditions like confusion, lingering move effects like taunt, and more details besides, disambiguating some aspects of battling.
As a kid, I ignored some incredibly powerful status moves because I didn't quite get what they did. I can imagine that this screen would have gone some way to remedying that problem.
It's a huge convenience, and it's something that I feel should just be a staple going forward, but it is, unfortunately, absent from Brilliant Diamond.
Held items are a genius little mechanic, unfortunately undernourished.
I love the idea of them. Rather than Pokemon's equipment being armour and accessories that generically increase stats, they instead have more specific uses. Leftovers give passive health regen ideal for bulky Pokemon. Life Orb boosts power at the cost of health, ideal for glass cannons that can't take a hit anyway.
Choice items boost stats by a lot but lock you into a single move every time you switch in. Focus Sash enables strategies on frail Pokemon.
Berries can mitigate super effective damage covering a key weakness on a linchpin Pokemon, or they can drastically boost stats at low health for the ultimate risk-reward trade-off.
All of these choices are informed by context. When choosing which item to use, I'm thinking about my strategy rather than comparing numbers and stats. That's brilliant, I much prefer it this way.
Unfortunately, few of these interesting options are available before the post-game. The vast majority of the items available are instead items like Charcoal or Mystic Water, that just confer a flat 20% boost to their respective types. Fine as an introductory piece, but not particularly exciting. The player isn't allowed to diversify their playstyle or test out interesting combos in the safer single-player arena.
Abilities like Guts are so much less rich strategically without the Flame Orb to activate it consistently. Would that be overpowered? Sure, maybe, but it would be another meaningful and expressive option. But none of these excellent systems are made available before the very, very end of the game, and I think the game is less enjoyable for it.
The Elite Four, though, are a different matter entirely. The first time a player is likely to see these items put to effective use is when they're getting slapped around by them at the end of the game. It feels a bit rich when your access to these items is so limited.
It also must be noted that Brilliant Diamond drops a lot of items introduced since the originals, the heavy duty boots and the Eviolite, for example, which is just a flat negative. Fewer items means less variety and less choice. It's impossible not to be disappointed by this.
I would lastly like to touch on the topic of critical hits. I'm still not convinced by them. Correspondence on my last video, as well as my own learning in the intervening years, has brought me around on their advantages. First and foremost, a perfectly consistent game is not necessarily the most fun game. Luck adds an air of exciting unpredictability. That unpredictability prevents the game from becoming solved, from players being able to plan out exactly how the next few moves will go ahead of time. This is why moves have damage ranges too. It's not very romantic if you're in control of the entire game. If anything, it's even more exciting to respond to an upset that you weren't expecting. There was also a really interesting video from 2016 Pokemon World Champion and YouTuber WolfieVGC, in which he expounds the advantages of critical hits in competitive play. They encourage offense, making for a more exciting game and, crucially, a more exciting viewing experience. A critical hit can shatter a defensive player's buffs, and besides, the more you attack, the higher the likelihood of you getting a crit. I was enchanted by this latter observation. This is the difference between an expert and a more casual player like myself. But then, I think that's probably the issue here, isn't it? My comfort zone is firmly in the single player, where I'm not having to think so many turns ahead. Sure, maybe this is just my lack of skill talking, but for me, in single player, there are still a number of frustrating cons to critical hits. In the rare event of a stalemate, fishing for crits feels tedious and desperate. You're not making any meaningful decisions, you're not outthinking the computer or mentally working your way around this challenge, you're just battering away at them. Otherwise, crits are so rare that relying on them doesn't feel like you took a calculated risk. Playing around them often leaves me feeling like I'm making bad decisions that the game sometimes happens to reward. Otherwise, I feel like I'm making good decisions that the game sometimes happens to punish. While that can be kinda hilarious sometimes, overall there are a lot of frustrations. Because an exceptional piece of bad luck can upset the battle and allow the computer to destroy it in a way that feels unfair.
Oh, come on!
It doesn't feel like a calculated risk, it just feels like a random happenstance. Unlike in multiplayer, that frustration isn't potentially equalled by the commensurate exaltation from the other player. In this case, the human experience is all negative. You can account for this possibility, of course. Many people let me know that playing Nuzlocke well means taking crits into account every step of the way. That's an impressive feat, but it's a very clinical way to play. Players that strive for statistical perfection are obviously operating at a much higher level of efficiency than I am, and that's great, but it's not much fun for me personally because, again, it doesn't really capture the fantasy. These cons are arguably worth the pros. I mean it. I spent a long time going back and forth on these points so far. I'm still not 100% sure how I feel. My issue seems to be my perspective, looking at the turn-to-turn micro-interactions rather than keeping the bigger picture in mind. I think remedying that might be the next step to my improving as a player. The reason that I don't think crits are fit for purpose, though, is the way that they disrupt your plans. I will spare a sentence to reiterate that they can really fuck everything up when you're trying to catch a Pokémon, but it can also happen in other battles too. Look at this. A critical hit disrupts my plans against Flint because it puts his AI in range to use a full restore. Had I not crit, this fight would have actually been easier for me. I understand the appeal of critical hits, and I also understand their necessity. They cover for some parts of the battle system that would otherwise be weaknesses. But I don't think that means they're perfect. Often this conversation imagines two possibilities: crits exactly as they are now, or no crits at all. But there's a lot of room between those two extremes. I'm not calling for crits to be removed wholesale when I say this, but as they are now, I find them more frustrating than beneficial.
Pokémon handles random chance far better in other ways. Unlike most turn-based RPGs, there isn't a generic attack command with an associated accuracy roll. Instead, each move has its own chance to hit. As well as being part of a move's balancing, more powerful moves can be made more inconsistent, the chance to hit is simple and transparent, both for the first-time casual player and for the veteran competitor.
If you miss 3 focus blasts in a row, that is frustrating, but it's also the direct result of your decisions. You risked missing for the reward of a powerful attack. And that brings us to the sudden, if rather understated, reveal that Cynthia is the champion. Man, I love Cynthia. I know now that I've said that, people are going to be like, simp, horny, down bad, but she's just cool.
She's got an elegant design, the game suggests a life and her hobbies, even with her limited screen time, and it's cool to have an experienced woman taking you under her wing, still not horny.
My point is, if Cynthia is supposed to be your senior, if she's been on the same quest for Professor Rowan that you have, it makes perfect sense for her to be the champion. That's where you're headed by the end of the game too. While she puts in scant few appearances throughout and doesn't do much in them, there can be no misapprehensions about her skill when you enter the battle. Her expertise is obvious. She's perhaps the most infamous champion in the entire series. Her team are rare, Sinnoh native, incredibly powerful, and expertly wielded. It perfectly encapsulates that quintessential shonen trope, gaining a better understanding of your opponent through battle. Often in these cases, respecting their skill leads to respect for them as a person, which leads to a stronger connection.
With Cynthia, it's more literal. She could easily have performed the tasks she sent you to do, but she left them to you to give you the opportunity to grow.
Evidently, her approach paid off. Which makes the music choice a little strange to me. Don't get me wrong, it's excellent music, it's truly iconic, both before the battle and during, but it's very dramatic. Frantic drums and tense strings call to mind a more desperate, primal struggle, rather than your friend encouraging you to stand on her level. It does, however, reflect the tension of the match itself. This battle is always exciting. No matter how prepared I think I am, Cynthia always puts up a hell of a fight. Her Milotic is insane, its ability Marvel scale doubling its defense when it has a status condition, and it holding a flame orb to ensure it gets that status without affecting any of its relevant stats. That condition also means you can't poison it or send it to sleep yourself. It even has recover to account for the chip damage. And of course, there's that Garchomp, an absolute terror even before the remakes gave it the Yache Berry, mitigating its only relevant weakness. The game wraps up by bringing everything full circle. Professor Rowan appears to congratulate his two students that have become champions. I love Cynthia's line here, "You still enjoy the enthusiasm kids bring to your research, don't you?" It says so much about him. He started the game as this intimidating figure, but in reality he's a big softie. It's nothing amazing, but it's a sweet little ending. Here, hold on, that's not the colour of bike I chose. Game sucks. The Pokédex doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? You've been sent out to fill it in, but it seems to fill itself in once you've caught the Pokémon. My assumption was always that it scanned the Pokémon and then gave you information based on that, but that doesn't explain how it knows about cultural or historic information, or how it knows exactly how many Pokémon are in the region in the first place. The alternative explanation, that Rowan already has all this information and is sending you out just to give you something to do, doesn't account for legendary Pokémon he would have no way of knowing about. It would also just be a bit rubbish. Of course, it's a bit of sci-fi nonsense, so you can make up whatever excuse you like. The first result on a quick Google returns some techno-babble about deep learning, so let's just roll with that. In reality, it's there for mechanical purposes, a role it fulfills admirably. It fleshes out the world and the Pokémon, and gives them an appealing collectible dimension that suckered in every kid in the playground back in 2000. Brilliant Diamond's post-game mainly takes place on an island called the Battle Zone. You can reach that island just now, but if you want to see most of it, you have to at least have seen every Pokémon in the Sinnoh decks. This was unquestionably the wrong choice. It's a huge pace breaker. Unless you have been tediously vigilant, you've now got to go and fill in the blanks of this game-long checklist if you want to play any of the fun new content. If you missed Drifloon, say because you didn't trek back to the Valley Windworks every day or get some insultingly easy maths questions incorrect, you may have to wait up to a week to unlock the rest of the game. I've no problem with Drifloon's obscurity in and of itself. It would be a bit dull if all Pokémon were equally rare. I do have a problem when most of the post-game is gated behind this obscure little secret. By the time you find it, a lot of the momentum has probably decayed. This wasn't a problem for me, personally. I tend to fight all the trainers I can find as a matter of course. That's right, I was the tedious bastard the whole time. But, I wonder if this game is the reason that I do that in the first place. I like that you can see everything by battling all the trainers. It ties them into the catch-em-all motif as they act almost like a showcase for new Pokémon, recording them in the decks so you can catch them yourself.
The only Pokémon you can't record this way are, naturally, the legendaries. Cynthia's grandmother will show you Palkia so you don't have to trade, leaving only Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. They can, of course, be found at each of Sinnoh's lakes, Lake Verity, Lake Valor, and Lake Acuity. How beautiful is that lake theme, by the way? I don't have anything to say about it, it's just sumptuous. But, let's be real with ourselves. I'm not going to do a video of this length and not at least mention it, am I?
One detail I really like about these lakes is their names, which all relate to the Pokémon that live there. Valor is great courage, relating to the Pokémon of willpower. Acuity describes precision and clarity of thought, perfect for the Pokémon of knowledge. And Verity is used to describe values that are fundamentally true, speaking to the honesty of emotion. They should have called it Lake Cheez-It, because Mesprit fucks off as soon as we get there. Mesprit, in this game, is what's known as a roaming Pokémon. These Pokémon require specialised strategies to catch. The first problem is that the Pokémon will run on the first turn. You need a Pokémon with a blocking move, and ideally a sleeping move, before you even try to track it down. The second problem is that the Pokémon zooms all over the map. You have to chase it down, hoping all the while that it doesn't fly into the hail routes, or the sea routes, or waste your time by crossing Mount Coronet. Use fly and its position randomises. Try and head straight for it and it'll often swoop right past you. I've developed a newfound passionate hatred for roaming Pokémon since the last time because I had to catch all the legendary dogs in Pokémon Crystal. Somebody in chat said that I wasn't a gamer. I really like the idea. Having Pokémon roam the map both characterises them and makes them feel more like part of the world. But the execution, having the Pokémon change tile as you do, randomising positions, and running away on the first turn if it can, leaves a lot to be desired. As it is, there's only one solution if you want to get it done within the year. Getting you both on the same route at the same time is infuriatingly fiddly, and no other problem demands as specific an answer as mean look or block. Maybe there is an alternative approach, but everybody that I know of approaches it the exact same way. You use block, and then you just treat it like a regular legendary. But approaching it that way basically removes everything unique about the encounter. Better that than wasting your time, but you can't help but wonder, what's the point then? I just don't know what the idea is here. If it's supposed to be that you're tracking them down across the entire region, that isn't effectively conveyed by your map magically telling you their exact position. That kind of fantasy would be better realised if the player had to do some sleuthing of their own.
Without that clear fantasy, all I'm really left with is the arbitrary and frustrating mechanics. Move back and forth, rolling the dice over and over and over again. Maybe that's alright for you D&D nerds, but not for me. I've got important shagging today.
These three have a great theme, by the way, but I haven't been able to take it seriously since I read a comment pointing out that it sounds like someone hyperventilating into a harmonica. Once we've caught the Lake Trio, Oak upgrades us to the National Pokédex. And with that, you have access to a frankly ludicrous amount of post-game content. The game barrages you with messages here at the beginning, letting you know about all the cool stuff you've unlocked. You can try and complete the national dex, you can go underground to see the new kinds of Pokemon and items, you can rematch the gym leaders, you can go and see BB for that Eevee, finally, you can go to the battle zone,
or you can talk to Dawn's sister to learn about daily outbreaks. I used to get daily outbreaks myself, but the ointment's clearing them up really well.
The Pokéradar is the predecessor to the Dex Nav. Using it spawns rarer Pokémon and allows you to play a simple minigame to improve those Pokémon. Catching or KOing a Pokémon has a large chance of starting a chain, guaranteeing the player will run into the same Pokémon over and over. This is supposed to enhance that Pokémon with better stats, hidden abilities, and, if you're patient enough, shinies. There's a catch to this that goes completely unexplained. The chances of the chain continuing are influenced by two factors: the distance between your current position and the rustling patch of grass, and whether or not you caught rather than defeated the last Pokemon. You have the highest chance of continuing the chain by using repels, catching Pokemon, and heading to the furthest patch of grass. As with most things, the best way of feeling out the pros and cons of a system is to jump in with both feet. After all, this isn't a cursory look at Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Unfortunately, I found it was mostly cons. In the original Diamond and Pearl, there was a 98% chance of the chain continuing if you played perfectly, a 1 in 50 chance of it dropping after each Pokemon. In the remakes, that is down to 93%, around a 1 in 16 chance. Chains break for absolutely no reason with frustrating frequency. I get why they have a chance to break in the first place. If it were a guarantee, it would make shiny hunting far too easy once you knew what you were doing. But the only way it can prevent that using the current system is by introducing a random chance of the system just not working. You can be punished for doing everything correctly. Another change made in the remakes is that you're supposed to start getting perfect IVs the higher the chain. 1 perfect IV at 20, 2 at 30, 3 at 40, and so on. So far as I understand it, this isn't programmed correctly. The perfect IV will only happen on those numbers exactly, rather than those numbers and above. Good luck getting a chain of 40, by the way, you are gonna be there for a while. Having to catch everything to continue the chain means that you end up using a lot of quick balls. As with a lot of grinds in games, you want to maximise efficiency, and the quick ball has a high chance of catching the Pokemon turn 1. That won't be much of a problem if you like the design, of course, but it would be nice to have more variety in the Wonder Trade. Essentially, the radar is a lot worse than it was back in Generation 4. That would be bad enough in a vacuum, but this is Generation 8. We've had massive improvements on the system since. Shamey, is this just another excuse for you to gripe about the Dex nav? Yeah, okay, you got me, but am I wrong? To make sure I wasn't missing anything about the radar, I committed myself to catching my next team member, a shiny Larvitar. This turned out to be a huge mistake. I tried shiny hunting as intended for a good long while, but eventually I got fed up and just ended up manipulating the system. You can reset the radar at any point if you don't like the formation by just walking 50 steps to recharge it. The shiny odds can go all the way up to a 1 in 25 chance every time you use the radar, but that's only at a chain of 40 and above. But the likelihood of getting that far is incredibly low. The community, and this is great, I love this, the community has min-maxed it and found that a chain of 17 is the optimal time to start resetting. That's about a 1 in 500 chance per radar use. That is the point where carrying on the chain is likely to take you just as long, if not longer, to find a shiny. Shinies use similar perfidious tactics to a lot of modern games' monetization practices, with artificially coded scarcity manipulating players into plugging more money into them. With shinies, of course, there is the cushioning caveat that the resource they use is time rather than money. But even that is worth criticising. Shinies cement Pokemon's odd relationship with its own narrative. Unlike hidden stats, shinies are just a cosmetic change. They don't affect the mechanics in any way. However, that cosmetic change inherently has a lot of value attached to it.
Cosmetic differences in games are often defended as being inconsequential as they don't affect the gameplay. But that argument mistakenly assumes that humans are completely rational actors. Through the very fact of their scarcity, shiny Pokemon are more valuable than non-shiny Pokemon. They are more limited than normal Pokemon, and so there is more prestige associated with them and, therefore, a higher demand for them.
But that is artificially induced. It's all code. There is no reason they have to be this rare except to give them value. That value, therefore, makes some Pokemon inherently more desirable than others. That strategy demonstrably succeeded. People go to ridiculous lengths to get their hands on these rarities. Again, my understanding of the series' principles is that all Pokemon are valuable so long as you take the time to raise them. And again, the mechanics challenge that notion.
If you had the choice between your starter Pokemon and a shiny one that was otherwise identical in every way, wouldn't you be tempted?
Now, I don't want to give you the impression that I think shiny hunting is in any way wrong. But invest enough time and enthusiasm into a game, and the fantasy is eroded, leaving only the exposed, raw code.
Reach that point, and tracking down shinies becomes a question of finding the most efficient way to manipulate the code.
It's a slightly elevated form of gambling. You churn through thousands upon thousands of Pokemon, pulling the lever over and over until you land on all 7s. The only difference is, again, in this case, the currency used is time. I didn't stumble across Larvitar, I decided that I wanted it ahead of time and the rest was just this. That's not, like, a story. It's not romantic or interesting to me. The only thing remarkable about this series of events is the time investment. It's kind of like this video. It's kind of an inherent thing about computer games in general. There's a balancing act in game design between the length of the game and the effort that content takes to produce. The more stuff a game has, the less bespoke that stuff can be. Shiny Pokemon attempt to create an emotional arc through code rather than handcrafted stories. Stumbling across a shiny can be a huge emotional spike, a cool story to tell, whether that be of your new favourite or of the one that got away. I can still tell you where and when I was when I got my first shiny, a Gloom on Route 229 in Pokemon Pearl, while I was out camping with my friend. I excitedly showed him my DS, but in the poor lighting, he couldn't see the colour change and he thought that I was taking the piss. That experience makes shinies worthwhile all on its own.
Besides which, like I said before, fear of missing out is an inherent aspect of a series about collectible creatures. If shinies didn't exist, there would be something to take their place. I think the series would lose a lot of its appeal otherwise.
I don't think they ought to get rid of shiny Pokemon or anything. I just think they come with some baggage. That being said, I think that cosmetic changes are a better way of making your Pokemon unique than hidden stats. The reason for this is simple. Visual changes are at once more immediate and incidental. Minute visual changes are obvious even to the most casual player. One of the earliest games that children can play is Spot the Difference. If you're a kid, you don't need to scroll through 7 different tabs to figure out how your Staraptor is different from your pals. You can just look at them. At the same time, that cosmetic change doesn't inherently imply value. It may even be that, all other things being equal, you prefer the non-shiny colours. I know I certainly do for most Pokemon. The wrench in the works with shinies, as we've said, is that all other things aren't equal, that their scarcity inherently implies value. If instead every Pokemon had slight visual changes, players would have the benefit of owning their own unique, or at least incredibly rare, variation of a Pokemon. As cool as it would be, I don't mean complicated model changes or anything like that. I think suggesting that they remake dozens of different models for every Pokemon would be enough to earn me a slap in the face from any game dev. But even simple stuff like minor variations in hue and saturation, size, or expression would go a long way.
Pokemon Stadium did something similar with tone to great effect.
Perhaps your Torterra could have a dozy expression compared to your friend's grumpy one, distinguishing them through personality and inviting you to imagine how they act, an increase in its personal value without increasing its objective worth. Anyway, I never actually found that shiny Larvitar. After a few hours grinding away on stream, I woke up the next morning and, against my better judgment just telling me to move on, gave it another go. After about an hour, I was getting properly depressed. That kind of I'm wasting my life frustration that really upsets me. I would rather have been doing literally anything else. So, that's exactly what I did. I asked my partner to take over while I went to do the dishes. I didn't even make it to the kitchen. I was wearing noise-cancelling headphones and I still heard the scream from the opposite end of the flat. So this is our, 9th team member? We're going to call her Avocado, because she looks like a wee avocado. There is another shiny hunting method in the game, of course, but after all that, I'm sorry, I don't have the patience to show it off. The Diglett bonus in the Grand Underground doubles the chances of you finding a shiny from 1 in 4096 to... Oh. Turns out that 1 in 4096 chances, all I need, baby. I swear down this was right after we got Larvitar too. What a slap in the face. After the 4th gym, the rest of the map becomes kind of offshoots of the main routes. I would be more disappointed about not getting a big new area to explore towards the end, but for the fact that Sinnoh's post-game is insane.
What do you get for getting the national decks anyway? Oh, a wee certificate. Maybe a battle tower if you're a needy slut.
No mate, 6 new routes, 3 new settlements, one of the best dungeons in the game, and a battle tower into the bargain. The battle zone is actually based on the Russian territory of Sakhalin. Japan and Russia had been disputing the island for years before Russia claimed it after World War II. If you're wondering how Cyrus gets off scot-free and ends up at the battle tower, maybe that explains it. Or maybe there's just no law against destroying the universe. Show me the law where it says that you can't destroy the universe. No court could convict me. The fight area is home to this game's battle tower. I thought it would be worthwhile to take a peek inside and see how things go. To its credit, it's actually fairly easy at the beginning. You should manage to get through at least the first few trainers before the difficulty starts setting in, which should hopefully allow you to get some battle points to start buffing up your team. The problem is, it is a meagre 3 battle points for a 7 trainer streak. Sure, that increases incrementally, but the further you get into this thing, the higher the likelihood of you losing, whether that be because the trainers get more difficult, or just because you're eventually going to run into some bad luck. The only way to overcome these difficulties is to improve your team, which you can only do by grinding out battle points at the battle tower. I really don't understand how you're supposed to approach this. Still though, there's plenty to see and do around the island yet. Maybe after we complete the post-game, we'll feel a bit more ready for the Battle Tower's challenges. Let's wait and see. I love this, man. This is such an energising feeling. An entire new island to explore at your leisure, with new Pokémon to catch, all of which can be taken entirely at your own pace. There's no pressing matters to attend to, it's just you discovering this new island for the fun of it. At this stage you should have your team ready to go as well. You are honing your strength together rather than starting anew.
Perhaps one of the reasons that I love the late game routes so much is because this is where the management really comes into its own. When a Pokemon gets low on HP or moves, you no longer have to scamper back to the Pokemon Center. Instead, you can tag them out for another teammate and press forward. That is Pokemon at its best for me. Brilliant Diamond leaves a lot to be desired, but it being such a faithful remake is perhaps something of a blessing in disguise. I can honestly say I had a better time with it than a lot of recent Pokemon games, simply because it's happy to let you play it. The series hasn't really given you that luxury of late. I think Pokémon Moon has some of the best level design in the entire series, but I am never tempted to pick it back up again because the bossy characters never give it room to breathe. I think that Pokémon Shield has a pretty compelling player-driven infrastructure, but by the time I had seen the credits roll, I was happy to be done with it. It felt like the game had spent its entire run dragging me from place to place, so when it finally stopped, I had no momentum of my own, no desire to see this place under my own power. Even though I would argue that Pokemon Shield's Battle Tower is far better than Brilliant Diamond's bizarrely faithful and archaic rendition, I couldn't be bothered even starting. These changes have crept into the remakes of older titles. If Brilliant Diamond were a more hands-on remake like Omega Ruby, we may have had to contend with new character designs and revised level layouts that I may not have liked as much. If areas had been cut entirely, that would have undermined one of Sinnoh's greatest strengths, the amount of optional content. If characters had been redesigned, we may have lost some of their appeal. I can just imagine Mars's miniskirt losing its retro-futuristic puffiness in favour of sex appeal. The chances of anyone coming to Mars are 1,000,000 to 1, they say. If the remakes were more concerned with approachability over faithfulness, we may also have had to struggle through a much higher number of tutorials. And if the characters had been given expanded roles, they would need more text to convey their new personality and motivation. That text can't help but feel like an interruption because,
As we've covered, no matter how well written those characters are, they can't be relevant to the gameplay unless they pose an obstacle. I don't mean to slag these games off unfairly. To be clear, I have enjoyed all of them, and all of them have their good points. It's just that, all things considered, I'm actually strangely okay with the way that Brilliant Diamond is. I found a lot to like about this shameless old school approach. It sorta reminded me why I love this series so much in the first place.
But would I have gotten the same feeling had I dug out my DS and played Platinum instead? Probably.
It would have saved me 50 quid if nothing else. The quality of the original game's design doesn't absolve Brilliant Diamond of any shortcomings. With some considered improvements, the game could have had its cake and eaten it too. Older Pokémon remakes justified their existence beyond playing the nostalgia card for cash. Although, to be fair, that was definitely a huge factor. Fire Red and Leaf Green launched to help fill in some of Generation 3's blanks. Pokémon had made its first leap to new hardware, and with no way to trade Pokémon between the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, players needed a way to go back and catch old favourites. These Pokémon had natures and abilities, EVs and IVs, and were allowed to hold items, reaching parity with Generation 3's revised mechanics, a foundation that the series has been building on ever since.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver are considered the gold standard, if you'll pardon the pun, for Pokémon remakes. I have a lot of misgivings about them, but still, yeah, I would probably agree with that. Heart and Soul is right, you can feel the passion pouring out of them. They made the Johto Pokémon available for trade with the most modern games, a lot of areas were added or restored, content from Crystal was included in full, your Pokémon now followed you, 493 sprites animated from 4 directions? Fucking hell! And the physical special split brought all the benefits to Johto that it had to Sinnoh. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire released in an entirely different context. The core systems were very similar to the originals, and while it may have been a tall order, you could trade your Pokémon from Ruby and Sapphire all the way to X and Y. So, instead, the games got kinda wacky. They introduced new mechanics, revised levels, redesigned characters, and even told some new stories, for better or worse. I have mixed feelings, of course, but in a lot of ways Omega Ruby feels the most distinct from its inspiration.
To us long-time fans, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl feel practically superfluous. Generation 4 was the generation where Pokémon's modern mechanics were finalised. For the first time, the remakes are using the same mechanics as the originals. The map is the same, the story is practically identical. The changes that have been made are monkey paw wishes. The underground has more extrinsic value, so it loses a lot of its mindless appeal. Contests are made more accessible by reducing them to a simplistic rhythm minigame. In the context of the series overall, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl's roster is disappointing. Diamond and Pearl included 493 Pokémon out of a possible 493, 100%. If you traded an obscure Pokémon across from the Game Boy Advance, it was a guarantee that it would still be available. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl include 493 Pokémon out of a possible 898. Almost half the Pokédex is inaccessible even if you already own that Pokémon. Now, we've already gone over how misplaced the outrage was, but nevertheless, it paints a bleak picture for Brilliant Diamond's relevance. Previous remakes were expansive, adding new Pokémon to the roster, allowing you to use new favourites in old games. Brilliant Diamond is instead restrictive, locking out the new Pokémon. It's not as bad as it seems with context applied. Fire Red and Leaf Green were similarly stingy before the post-game, and the Grand Underground gives you access to far more Pokémon than in the originals. Nevertheless, broadly speaking, the game is using the same mechanics and the same roster of Pokémon. It would have to do a lot of work to make itself relevant in the face of these shortcomings. What makes this borderline insulting, though, is that the game retains a lot of problems that were fixed in Pokémon Platinum. It made a staggering number of improvements, adding 60 Pokémon to the Pokédex,
making Cyrus more charismatic,
giving us a more satisfying climax, reflecting Sinnoh's colder climate throughout the adventure, and, relevantly, distinguishing towns and cities with unique aesthetics. These changes were made throughout the game, but it's especially pronounced in the battle zone. Unique buildings, palm trees replacing the regular tree sprites, and a more saturated colour scheme cemented the battle zone's identity as a unique, distinct area. And that is not even mentioning the battle frontier. Almost none of these improvements made it into Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, released 12 years later.
While Platinum is undoubtedly the stronger game in my mind, I actually think that Diamond and Pearl were better in some key ways. A lot of the series' worst habits started here in Platinum. Diamond and Pearl's scant few examples of non-linearity are stamped out. The game instead funnels you from place to place with overwrought dialogue, the kind of no player left behind approach that has made the series a nightmare for any player looking to engage with it at their own pace. I, like all good-hearted children, love the funny meme man and 10th Doctor cosplayer Looker, but he adds almost literally nothing to the story. Even at its worst, it's not as bad as any of the games that came afterwards, but nevertheless, a lot of the series' more annoying weeds have their roots here in Platinum. These misgivings acknowledged, Pokémon Platinum makes playing the remakes more frustrating because it so often is better. It so often presents workable alternatives to Diamond and Pearl's design flaws that the remakes just ignore. Modern amenities aside, I still think that Platinum is the stronger game.
Some of these retentions just feel stubborn. The Pokémon Center still has a top floor and a PC, even though the player can access both from the menu. Rather than take advantage of the expanded roster of Pokémon appearing in the Grand Underground, trainers still use their original Diamond and Pearl teams. The game even preserves obscure little details that basically nobody's going to notice. Sticky Hold doesn't increase your chances of landing a bite while fishing, even though that was a programming oversight in the original games. At this point, I wouldn't have been surprised if BDSP had kept the battle speed too. If the entire game were dedicated to Diamond and Pearl, I could at least see the appeal of preserving the original experience as much as possible. But the number of sweeping changes to the aesthetics and systems render that point moot anyway. All of this before we even get into my misgivings with the practice of remaking games in general. Honestly, regardless of quality, I just don't like remakes very much. See, for me, at the risk of sounding like a wanker, games are art. And like all art, they are made under particular limitations. Those could be budgetary, those could be time-related, or those could be technological. To me, the original game will always be more valuable than its remake because the art, the mechanics, the level design, the music, the story, was all created towards a singular goal. Not necessarily a lofty goal, make a Pokémon game on the DS, but a singular goal all the same. Pokémon Diamond and Pearl took advantage of the DS's unique features and worked around its limitations. It introduced themes and characters to tell its story. It succeeded and failed on its own merits. Simply put, it is uniquely its own thing, made at a particular point in time by a talented team of developers. It is always going to have that intrinsic value. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl's value comes from being modern reinterpretations of these older games. But they are going to lose that value going forward, if indeed they ever had it. They were never really keeping up with modern standards in 2021. But even if they were graphical powerhouses, they would quickly lose their shine. Like I say, all art is abstract. The old graphics are abstract, and the new graphics are abstract too. All we're really doing by redoing the graphics to modern standards is kicking that can down the road. Even if this game looked spectacular, it would still end up looking dated in 5 to 10 years. What do we do then? Remake it again? Constantly play catch-up? Go back and re-release Diamond and Pearl every decade or so, making sure it keeps up with modern standards? Do it again and again and again until it's perfect? Why not revisit Kanto again? We still haven't gotten that red and green remake with the physical special split and regular catching mechanics after all. Han shot first. No. Greedo shot first. No. They shot at the same time. McClunky. How depressing. What would be the point in us talking about the themes and characterization if they can just change at any time? Even with an almost identical script, we have already seen changes to this story. Cyrus's relationship with Team Galactic is established from his very first appearance. Of course, games face unique challenges that other media don't. From what I understand, it's very rarely that easy to port or emulate games on modern hardware. Even a small change in hardware can have unpredictable and potentially catastrophic results. Play the original games on a 3DS and you have to choose between a kind of ugly blown up picture or an awkward blank space around the edges of the screen. And that's on hardware that's almost one-to-one with the original DS.
Hey, mamma mia!
Now, we also have to account for changes to the interface. How do we preserve the originals on a console with a single screen? Not like this, ideally, but that's just it, there is no good answer. How do we account for stuff like Chateau, whose signature move required the use of the DS's microphone? All of this before we even contend with anything under the hood. I'm not going to try and explain it to you because I don't understand it myself, but what I do understand is it's 100 times more complicated to port an old game onto new hardware than any of us imagine it being. Maybe remaking the game is truly the only practical option. But even if it is, I still can't square away in my own head the idea that original developers' work is routinely painted over rather than preserved. I mean, none of the original developers are even credited in this game. That doesn't seem right to me. Of course, again, I'm sure the financial reward doesn't hurt either. Announce a remake and reap the hype, not to mention charge full price for it when it's out. Nintendo are very good at cultivating an air of prestige. When they do deign to re-release a game, it's an event. I mean, hell's bells. I bought it, didn't I? I'm not saying any of this to be a killjoy. Believe me, I get it, it's a bit insufferable. Count yourselves lucky, I have to deal with this infernal monologue 24/7. Rhetorical misgivings aside, I had fun with these games. I invariably do with remakes of games that I like. That said, and with the difficulties of game preservation restated for emphasis, I'd probably have been happier if the original Diamond, Pearl and Platinum were re-released on the Switch instead. It would get a much heartier recommendation from me, even if it were a much shorter video as a result. The survival area is 5 buildings in the middle of nowhere. I guess that's why it's the survival area, but it's still a little conspicuous. Part of the disappointment, I think, is just expectations. If you see this area on the map and you're expecting a cool, sprawling town filled with tough survivors, you're not really going to get that here. Instead, you've got what seems to be a Pokémon retirement village. The other problem, I think, is conceptual space. Creating towns and cities in games is a tricky balancing act. In terms of space, even from your character's perspective, Sinnoh is really small. It would take less time for my character to cross Sinnoh end to end than it would for me to cross even the smallest village. What makes it feel large is the content and pacing. Even if they don't experience a literal journey, allowing the player to experience an emotional journey is what leaves the game feeling larger than it actually is. I consider this a very good thing. Think of it this way: if a novel detailed every single moment of the journey, every step the characters took, every time they ate and slept, all of the irrelevant information between important scenes, you'd think that it was horribly paced. That or Lord of the Rings. Narratives are all about abstraction. That's why I've used that word so much, and I consider games to be the same way. Settlements in games need to have enough depth to create the illusion of these being real places that people live, while also being small enough not to be disruptive. Some cities in the series have been too big for their own good. They just end up being pace breakers.
The survival area has the opposite problem. There isn't enough going on to solidify the idea that these people actually live here.
When I say that settlements need to have enough content, incidentally, I don't necessarily mean sheer scale. You could level the same criticism at Twinleaf Town, but I feel that its small size served an important function, focusing the introduction. If Twinleaf Town were a huge, sprawling city, there would be a lot more to get distracted by.
Instead, it feels more believable
because it has a little more depth. It's the setting for the introduction. You spend your first few minutes with the game getting to know the important characters that live there and the story that unfolds as a result of their interactions. When I think back on Twinleaf Town, I think of 3 or 4 important characters and events. The survival area, by contrast, doesn't have much of anything going on at all. Sure, there's an NPC who plays a small role in the Heatran side quest, but when I say small, I mean small. One line and he is out of there. Between the ash falling from the sky and the old lady's rest stop reference, I'm getting major Route 113 flashbacks here. This is Stark Mountain, the game's only fire area that I alluded to earlier. Poor Barry can't catch a break. After suffering a defeat at the hands of Buck, now his best pal has teamed up with a smug arsehole to get through Stark Mountain. If it's any consolation to you, Barry, I don't like him either. He just keeps getting in the way. I can't fit through the narrow passageways sometimes because we keep colliding with each other. In the 2D originals, the sprites could simply pass through one another, the flat sprites making that seem totally fine. That wouldn't work at all in 3D, so the models have to shove past one another, swapping places and getting in each other's way. Going from 2D to 3D, even in a game like this, isn't a zero-sum change. The AI really seems to stumble during these later multi-battles where there's far more variety in Pokémon and strategy. I got kind of complacent, deliberately making misplays because I knew I could get away with it. I stayed in with Kips on a Miss Magus that I knew had Magical Leaf because it refused to use it on the sensible target for some reason. Buck doesn't come out looking much better. His Claydol retaliates by using Extra Sensory on the one Pokemon that resists it. Putting Buck to one side though, I have to say I love Stark Mountain. It mainly takes place in an enormous, multi-layered cavern. It's an elegant marriage of exploration and puzzle solving, encouraging a deeper understanding of the level design. The shortcuts merit particular praise. Good shortcuts should allow the player to revisit a level quickly and easily, of course, but ideally they should also avoid cheapening the setting by drawing attention to themselves. If they are clearly there for the player's convenience, this mountain stops seeming so much like a mountain and starts seeming more like a level. Having Buck with you is simple but sound justification for why you can't use Rock Climb the first time through. Subsequent visits are faster and more convenient, but the world remains consistent and tangible. There's no magic portal or NPC to whisk you to and from the exit. At the same time, the rock climb walls also enhance the complexity of the existing level design. Your first time through, they draw your attention towards places of interest while firmly insisting you find an alternative route. The joy on repeat visits isn't just on cutting a path through the maze, but also discovering the additional nooks and crannies. The room is wide rather than long, so a player can either make a beeline for their destination and be done in seconds, or spend more time exploring different paths each time they come back here. This is important as you'll be going back and forth a few times. You have to make your way in and out twice each, the first time to retrieve the magma stone, the second time to catch Heatran. So the story goes that Buck takes the magma stone from the heart of the volcano, but soon learns that disaster may strike as a result and goes to return it. He's reckless, but he's no a bad lad really. Like with Cyrus though, I feel like there are a few pages missing here. There's nothing to indicate this one house in the survival area is in any way important, let alone for catching a legendary, and once Buck exits the building, that's his exit from the game as well. He doesn't show up for Heatran or anything. It's so abrupt that I had to look it up to check that I hadn't missed something. His headstrong nature feels like it would make for a nice comparison with Barry, but nothing's made of it. Before we move on though, I would like to give a quick bit of praise to the music. The slap bass and electric guitar, along with the march of the drums, express the harshness of the area. It's tough, but so is everybody here. It's not intimidating, it's more of an electric, frictive energy.
I really like the little bridge in the woodwind, which creates a very hot, hollow sound, perfect for the inside of a volcano.
Route 228 is a perpetual sandstorm. Like with Stark Mountain, extreme conditions are weathered by your own metal. Like everybody else in the battle zone, you have proven yourself capable of handling this. Again, the music reflects this very well. It's brash, but it's very upbeat. There's lots of brass. The wild, exhilarated song is so perfect at capturing the energy of the scene. There is one NPC here who gets on my tits though. Who cares about levels and stats? Me, as it turns out. I'd bloody like not to, but that's just not the game this is. You can't tell me the stats don't matter when we're about to hit a point where they demonstrably do. Don't get me wrong, I'm not actually mad. I understand why the series is the way it is. Just, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, man, come on. One thing I really like about the battle zone in general is how it distinguishes itself from mainland Sinnoh. Ideally, of course, the platinum graphics would drive this point home, but there's still the distinct feeling that this is a different place entirely. That comes from the Pokémon selection. Pokémon really are wonderful and underappreciated storytelling tools. You'll notice that the majority of the Pokémon the trainers use are not in the Sinnoh decks. In their place are a lot of Pokémon from the first 3 generations. I love this decision. It leaves you with the impression that this place really is a smorgasbord of trainers at the peak of their skill from all over the world. There's even a guy on Route 226 who will offer you Pokémon and Dex entries in foreign languages. It also makes a nice change of pace from the Pokémon you've been seeing up until this point. Even if you're an older player who has seen these Pokémon before, seeing them again in this new context is a nice twinge of nostalgia. For new players, this must border on overwhelming, realising just how many new Pokémon are now available. That's a cool feeling. The only thing of note in the resort area is the Ribbon Syndicate. If it were Platinum, there would be tons of things to talk about, but it's not. So, imagine the Syndicate as a toffee-nosed upmarket country club. To become an exclusive member, you need 10 different ribbons. Doing this without trading essentially demands that you talk to an NPC in Sunnyshower City once a day, which is tedious. Ribbons are supposed to function like achievements, or Chivos if you're a cool guy that only eats flamin' hot Doritos, giving your Pokémon another touch of history by documenting their accomplishments. Beating the Elite Four or reaching maximum friendship are some of those tasks deserving of a ribbon. Talking to an NPC every day of the week, on the other hand, is not, in my opinion. Anyway, this place leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It seems very elitist, very keep the riff-raff out. They're a bunch of Tories. All you really get access to once you're in here are really expensive ribbons and better massages. Maybe one day I'll grind out the gentlemen and madams on Route 212 to get these, or maybe I'll do literally anything else with my time. I think that raising a ton of money is probably worthy of an achievement, and isn't this a great way to characterise and contextualise that? I don't like these guys, but that's only because they're so evocative. As for the better massages, they're good for quickly growing closer with new Pokémon. After all, you've probably already proven you can do it to gain access in the first place. Friendship and affection have been amalgamated into a single stat since Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. What at first seems like a sensible bit of streamlining introduces some complications to certain playstyles. First of all, yeah, friendship and affection were two discrete stats. I'm not going to go into every detail about their differences, but suffice it to say that there was a huge overlap in context. I don't quite understand how you could have maxed out friendship with absolutely no affection. Both were on shaky grounds mechanically too. With the removal of the moves Return and Frustration, high friendship affected very little about the play experience. Without its associated minigames, affection was in danger of becoming obsolete. So the series simply fused the two together. High friendship now also confers the benefits of high affection. Pokémon will perform better in battle, potentially toughing out fatal damage, curing themselves of status conditions, having higher evasion, and so on. I don't really mind these effects in a game as solid, difficulty-wise, as Brilliant Diamond. They are weighing the scales a little, but not tipping them over. The added layer of camaraderie feels worth it to me. But while they're not disastrous, I'm not completely convinced about their benefits. While the narrative it presents encourages you to form stronger bonds with your Pokémon, it also introduces another layer of unpredictability. The overlapping effects cast a pretty wide net at maximum friendship, making it more difficult to plan and execute a strategy. I planned to sacrifice Kips during the Cynthia battle for a safe switch. It held on with 1 HP, meaning another turn spent in a fight, it had no chance of winning. I'm not really sure how to feel about that. They also have knock-on effects with certain mechanics. Imagine trying to use a Guts strategy when your Pokémon keeps curing themselves of their status. Imagine using a counter Mirror Coat strategy when your Pokémon keeps dodging the moves. These problems aren't enough to make the system a complete failure. It's pretty exciting when your Pokémon comes in clutch at a difficult moment, giving you another water cooler story to share that increases affection for these little cartoon animals. But these problems are worth considering nonetheless. And, that's it. The final route in the game, and the highest numbered route in the entire Pokémon series. Which is a blessing, honestly. I was really running out of stuff to say. The battle zone is essentially one big loop. You can actually tackle this in entirely the other direction if you want to. I love that. More of that, please. We're coming back into the fight area and to Battle Park. So, after our excursion around the island, do we feel any stronger, any fitter, any more prepared for the battle tower? No, of course not. What do you mean Numel has bright powder? Why does it have bright powder? Right, okay, we'll come back later. Sinnoh's theming justifies the huge number of legendaries in the region. Turn off that autosave because it's time for the legendary roundup. How nice is it that they gave you the option to turn that off though?
In a lot of ways, I think that these extracurricular legendaries, the ones not part of the main story, do a better job feeling, well, legendary. That is entirely down to their mechanical context. They are a mystery rather than an inevitability. Play far enough into the game and you are guaranteed to encounter Dialga or Palkia. And it's not like their designs are a big surprise, is it? The same can't be said of Cresselia. It's not like you have to decipher ancient Sanskrit or anything, but there's a world of difference between investigating Canalave because you want to, and investigating Canalave because you were told to.
First on the list is Rotom, who technically isn't a legendary. It's an odd wee beast, this one. Despite being locked to the post-game, it's encountered at level 15, and it has a catch rate of 60. You've got over a 1 in 10 chance of getting it, just chucking a Pokeball at full health.
Rotom, if you keep behaving like this, I will just go and get a Gengar instead. And you can go fuck yourself. Aye, that's right, that's you fucking tilt.
It's worthwhile though, just because it acts as a little bit of payoff to the old Chateau. Not much, not over-explaining the mystery or anything like that, but a single thing gets solved after all this time, and you're just going to have to content yourself with that. What I don't like is how you find and unlock Rotom's alternate forms. If you figured this out for yourself, you'll have to tell me how. You're supposed to use the secret key on this specific wall in the Galactic Eterna building. Now this used to be an event item, the game would literally tell you to consult a website as you got it. But there are absolutely no clues in this version, or so far as I'm aware. You just have to know. Spiritomb isn't a legendary either. Boy, this is going well. But it's probably the toughest Pokemon in the whole game to track down. You get the odd keystone on Route 208, or in Twinleaf Town right here. What a strange secret, I kinda love it. You can also dig more up from the underground if you're lucky. Slot the old keystone into the well on Route 209 and do one more small thing and you can find Spiritomb. That one more small thing is a joke, of course. You have to find and talk to 32 unique NPCs in the underground. Each one of these NPCs has a preferred location where they'll show up, but it's not guaranteed. Sometimes they'll appear, sometimes they won't, and frustratingly, sometimes they'll appear somewhere they shouldn't. I recommend keeping a checklist. It's an incredible grind, random and unrelated busy work that just exists to stop you getting Spiritomb without your soul withering away. This grind existed in the original game too, but in a different form. Rather than talking to 32 NPCs, you had to talk to 32 other players underground. These didn't have to be unique players either. Once we figured out what to do, me and my friend spent a good half hour just disconnecting and reconnecting over and over. The frustrating thing is, with all the online features, if it had just been the same in the remakes, this would have actually been fine. This series really just doesn't seem to want you having Spiritomb without a huge chore. One of Spiritomb's selling points was its Ghost Dark typing, which, before the introduction of Fairy, meant that it couldn't be hit for super effective damage. Reflecting its spiritual nature, it's associated with the number 108, which is considered a sacred number in dharmic religions like Hinduism and Buddhism. Many Buddhist rosaries are made up of 108 beads. 108 is said to be the number of positive, neutral or painful sensations multiplied by the senses we experience them with, and so on. I'm the wrong person to ask about how well these inspirations track onto Spiritomb, unfortunately, but I like how dedicated they are to the bit. It's formed from 108 spirits, its Sinnoh Dex number is 108, its defensive stats are both 108, it weighs 108 kilograms, and I missed this cheeky wee reference last time, it can be found in C. Moville in Omega Ruby, which is, of course, on Route 108. Cresselia is part of Canalave's mythology, which centres around dreams. A child has fallen into a deep, nightmarish sleep thanks to a sinister influence, and only Cresselia's lunar feather can cure him. I love this kind of thing. It is much easier for me to make sense of these stakes. This is a local legend, and instead of the whole universe being at stake, it's a kid. Unfortunately, Cresselia ruins it by being an absolute bastard. A roaming Pokemon with a catch rate of 3, a health restoration move, and safeguard to prevent status. Fuck sake. The only small blessings are that Moonlight only has 5 PP, and it literally cannot do anything to Bronzong in retaliation. Still though, it took me forever. Now, as a series carries on over multiple decades, unless it is meticulously future-proofed, it starts to buckle under the weight of unforeseen issues. Romanus Park embodies one such issue for Pokemon. Legendaries are stuck in an awkward place. Mechanically, each game wants to include as many as possible, both to allow new players to catch up and to give the player more stuff to do. But doing so cheapens them contextually. The challenge of catching a legendary creates a mechanical climax during the battle itself, but to really feel legendary, they also have to leave an impact on the world around them.
This is where Dialga and Palkia have a big advantage. They have left deep marks throughout your adventure. But even Pokemon like Cresselia enhance and are enhanced by Sinnoh's mythology.
No matter how iconic Mewtwo or Rayquaza or the legendary beasts are, they don't feel legendary when they are bundled together in a Pokemon catching theme park. Romanus Park is essentially a ball capsule machine for legendary Pokemon. They feel tamed, they feel knowable as a result. I understand why this is. The game can't dedicate time and resources to fleshing out every Pokemon adequately. But even with that acknowledged and sympathies extended, this setup still robs them of a lot of their mystique. Catching them is made more exhausting by the method used to unlock them. You have to go underground to dig up mysterious shards, which can be exchanged for the slates you need to access the legendaries. Now, I don't know how long it took me to get the shards I needed, I seem to have stopped counting, but I have it in my notes here that it took me 4 hours to get enough shards to do half of them. The problem with this is simple. It is much more exciting to look for a rare Pokemon than it is to spend half an hour hunting for 2/3 of a chance at one. The tedium could have been ameliorated if you could dig them up throughout the game, but you can't. They only become available in the post-game. If, for whatever reason, you dedicate yourself to doing all this, here's a wee tip. The best way to find shards in the walls is to chip away the tiles like this, each 3 tiles apart. That way you can see all the 3x3 items at once, and then decide what you're going for. If you fail to catch a Pokemon, you have to go and scrape together enough shards to replace the slate. I kinda like this in principle. It's trying to make it so you can't just bash your head off it. You have limited opportunities, so you have to decide which Pokemon you want first. If you fail, you have to go back underground to hunt for shards. It's not a hard wall, you don't lose your opportunity forever, but it does present some actual consequences. Or at least, it's supposed to. You can just save and then bash your head off it anyway. Getting the shards is such a pain in the arse that if you had to stick to the terms that the game seems to be establishing, I think it would be the bigger issue. I cannot imagine anybody sticking to the letter of the law here in good faith. Romanus Park is torture. Thankfully, the catching itself is just as strong as ever. Collecting Pokemon is incredibly addictive, and the tension of the ball shaking still has me on the edge of my seat every time.
It's one of my favourite developments. Each wobble is its own individual check. The game doesn't know ahead of time whether or not you're going to catch the Pokemon. It truly is random. I know that writers tend to hate the "you couldn't make it up" cliché, but that overlooks the excitement of an emergent experience that is truly unscripted.
I don't have many Ultra Balls.
Because I knew I wouldn't fucking need them, baby. Because I knew I wouldn't need them.
The type system marries itself well to catching Pokemon too. You can modulate your damage by choosing either regular or not very effective moves. There's an astonishing amount of synergy between Pokemon's core systems.
It demands grace under pressure, you walking a delicate tightrope while it's trying to knock you out.
Each Pokeball excels in a different area. The range isn't great. Quick balls and timer balls seem maybe a little too useful compared to a lot of the other options, for example. That's maybe a contributing factor in why people are so fed up of quick balls. The fact is, they're just that good. Timer balls used to climb to a 4 times catch multiplier over 40 turns. They now reach that same amount in 10. Even 4 turns into the battle, they are still outperforming Ultra Balls. I'm not even necessarily sure it's a bad thing to have a best option, but it doesn't really matter either way. Those kinds of minor teething issues don't invalidate how good the Pokeballs are in general. Even if they aren't balanced at all, I would like to see even more kinds introduced. I had a difficult time figuring out how I felt about critical captures. Logically, I thought they were just a nice boon, but in practice I found them unaccountably frustrating. Finally, I can back that stance up with cold hard numbers. Critical captures supposedly raise the likelihood of capturing a Pokemon. The ball only performs a single chance check rather than 4. The problem is, even at the highest possible likelihood of getting one, they are so rare that your chances of catching a Pokemon with a critical capture is actually lower than getting them with a regular throw. I've had a fair number of times when I've gotten a critical capture and the Pokemon has just ended up escaping anyway. It's a fleeting frustration, but it's a frustration nonetheless. Does that make them worthless? Not at all. The game is stronger with this system than without, as it introduces the possibility of a clutch save or unique scenario, another water cooler moment. Again, we are not logical creatures, and random chance can really help spice things up. Critical captures aren't interfering with anything else either, so overall, I'm really happy with them. I like them. Now that we are the champion, we are finally allowed access to Snowpoint Temple and all the rare Pokemon inside. Like, Graveler. And Golbat. Candace, are you taking the piss? At the bottom of the temple slumbers Regigigas. And once again, the Titans end up being the best legendaries in the game for me. Now, obviously, I know what to do to awaken it. I've been playing these games for years, and I'm trying to pace a video. But more than likely, your first time through, Regigigas will create 3 separate moments of intrigue. The outside of the temple comes complete with one ruined pillar, removing one of the dotted designs as if to censor it. If you know about the Regis, this will set your imagination ablaze. Once you defeat the League, more than likely you'll come back here and find the sleeping Regigigas before you can awaken it. Tantalizingly close, but yet so far. A body of rock, a body of ice, a body of steel. When gather the 3 Pokemon, the king shall appear. Led by this clue, you come back here with the 3 Titans in your party, and finally awaken Regigigas. This is the kind of mystery that I love about the legendaries. They build intrigue in and around existing areas. They imply things about the people that lived here before us. Even now, Regigigas guards a mystery. The symbols on the pillars don't match the patterns for any of the known Regis. What does that mean? Is that just how people wrote? If it is, does that mean that the Pokemon were man-made? And if it's not, does it imply that there are more Regis yet to be discovered? Unfortunately, Regigigas' slow start ability makes it a bit of a tragedy in battle. It is one of the strongest Pokemon ever stat-wise, but it gets its attack and speed halved the first 5 turns it's in battle. Good luck keeping it on screen until then. I like the narrative of it waking up sluggishly from a long sleep, it's just unfortunate that it also means it's a bit naff. Appearing off of Route 214 is Send-Off Spring, the legendary 4th lake of Sinnoh. If the name and the music didn't give it away, the metaphysical nature of this lake is made apparent by the Pokemon selection. A lot of them are spiritual: Chimecho, Haunter, Bronzong. This spring is our link to another world, implied through theming to be the afterlife. Turnback Cave is a randomly generated maze. You need to find 3 pillars before going through 30 rooms, or you're deposited outside and have to start again. The symmetry of the rooms' designs gives them kind of an eerie quality, like there's a direction here that you can't quite comprehend. Whether through sheer luck or good balancing, I got through first try with relatively little stress. At the deepest point of the cave stands Giratina, completing Sinnoh's creation trio. Giratina's theming is complex and difficult to understand. The original concept behind the Pokemon included such high concept ideas as matter, antimatter, and Einstein's theory of relativity. Antimatter, to give an explanation that I don't quite understand myself, is like a negative, an opposite that exists for every particle in existence. For every electron with a negative charge, there is a corresponding positron which has the same mass but a positive charge. If the two meet, they annihilate each other, they cancel each other out. Giratina's lore supports the comparison. It is, quote, a Pokemon that is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours. It's implied to be a byproduct of the universe's creation, rather than something created deliberately. This literal explanation of Giratina's origins doesn't quite account for its spiritual component, though. The second part of that dex entry reads, it appears in an ancient cemetery. It is surrounded by death. Another part of its original concept was the more spiritual vision of Sakasa Fuji, or reversed Mount Fuji, the reflection of the mountain on the lake. In Masuda's words, quote, the mountain exists on the lake through human eyes, but it's only a reflection and doesn't exist. This inherent, deliberate contradiction is difficult to get your head around. Giratina is also the only one of its trio not to have a gemstone associated with it. Or maybe it does. The Gira in its name, or Jira, could possibly come from a girasol opal, a kind of white quartz that often displays ghostly looking crystals on the inside, called phantoms. Maybe it's more like Gyre, like Gyratina, like the widening gyre. Yeah, okay, you know what, let's maybe nip that. I'm not going to hit you with the Yates this far into the video. But it is interesting though, right? If Giratina is associated with death, and it's implied to be a byproduct of the universe's creation, doesn't that kind of assume intention? That the universe was created for life? Yeah, okay. Again, the scientific and the spiritual are competing here. There's even another layer of theming to this trio of Dialga, Palkia and Giratina that you may have missed. They are steel, water and ghost types, perhaps reflecting the solid, liquid, gas states of matter. In that case, gas, a physical scientific phenomenon, is being represented by perhaps the most spiritual type. This may be a problem born of us considering the scientific and the spiritual to be such inherently different disciplines. Or maybe I'm not giving the game enough credit. Maybe this is a clever device to avoid concrete explanation. There's a lot of information to work with here, but none of it is conclusive, and I think that makes Giratina a lot more interesting. I wish that the visuals in Brilliant Diamond did a better job reflecting its majesty and its mystery though. It's a tiny wee thing, standing barely taller than your chibi character, and the flat lighting and generic cave graphics don't really flatter it either. Far more dramatic is the level 100 Giratina that you can fight in Raminis Park afterwards. It appears as a shadow in its origin form that it only adopts when in its native dimension. Unquestionably the biggest casualty of the decision not to include any platinum content, the Distortion world was an incredibly cool area that helped clarify some of the themes that Giratina was broaching. Disappointing as its absence is, I understand the game not finding a place for it, to be honest. It would involve completely rewriting the climax at least. This is a nice tribute, at least, to show that the game still embraces the idea. If nothing else, it makes for a far more dramatic backdrop for your battle with such an important Pokémon. You can't catch this version of Giratina, but defeating it grants you access to the Griseus Orb, allowing you to change Giratina's form at will. It's a cool little boss, having you fight one overwhelmingly powerful Pokémon without attempting to catch it is a pretty cool setup. Dawn's family clue you into the swarms of Pokémon appearing around Sinnoh. Dawn gets absolutely bammed up by them though, the poor lassie. These outbreaks encourage you to come back and play daily. I found some cool Pokémon, Spoink on Route 214, Electrike in Valley Windworks, Lickitung in Lake Valor. But, man, I wish they didn't look and feel so awful. I understand that the tall grass is itself abstract, but it still feels so fake to have Pokémon pop in and out in great numbers with minimal animation. That sensation is only confirmed when you realise it's entirely cosmetic. Running into a Pokémon sees it disappear right in front of you. Despite what you may think going by the visuals, the game is still running on the regular random encounter mechanics. It's a disaster. I got a Beldum swarm on Route 228 today, so I went off to right the wrongs of Omega Ruby and get myself a Metagross. Beldum is an absolute bastardy a boy to catch. A ridiculously low catch rate of 3 puts it on par with most of the legendaries we met, and even surpasses some like Rayquaza. Fortunately, the only move it learns in Generation 8 is Tackle instead of Takedown. Yeah, you can imagine how much of a headache this was back when it was constantly braining itself. Beldum evolves by joining with other Beldum to create bigger and more complex supercomputer brains, so we're going to call it Cerebeldum. Our next stop is Victory Road. One of the side passages was blocked off before we defeated the Elite Four. It's about time we explored it. This side passage leads onto Route 224. I'll be honest, I forgot about this route earlier when I said that Route 230 was the last one, but I'm keeping the mistake in because, damn, there is so much to see in Sinnoh! Even if you are not its biggest fan, totally understandable, but I hope I've gotten across why I like it so much. I can't say the same for the last of the stat trainers, unfortunately. Marley is... Okay, what's a polite way to say fucking useless? Arcanine is an amazing partner in doubles. Intimidate, Snarl and Will-O-Wisp allow it to hamper its opponent's attacking stats. It also has access to powerful moves like Flare Blitz and Extreme Speed. Marley's Arcanine, on the other hand, has Burn Up, Howl, Leer, and Helping Hand. Howl and Leer both improve physical attacks, while its only attacking move is special and can only be used once. It essentially just uses Burn Up, loses its fire typing, and then just sits there buffing your attack while you do all the work. It means that each match takes ages, even before you factor in Sandstream and Intimidate activating at the beginning of every match.
Or Metagross taking about 5 turns to punch a Purugly.
Seriously, this is some really abysmal luck. It's supposed to be 90% accurate. Marley isn't even sticking to her stat anymore. She is supposed to be focused on the speed stat, with her Arcanine knowing extreme speed and agility in the originals. I have no idea what this moveset is going for.
At least it still kept Helping Hand, which I feel plays off her desire to see Shaman, the Gratitude Pokemon. You know, at least that's something.
Being in here with Marley is a bit fiddly, just like it was with Buck, but this is enough of an excuse to talk about bugs and glitches. Because, honestly, I didn't encounter many. There were 2 that I found. The clouds jumped at one point, and the ball capsules kept coming loose from the Pokemon when I would move them around in the boxes. The former barely warrants mention, and the latter was a minor inconvenience. That was about it, so far as I can remember. Obviously, I'm only speaking for myself, but while I don't think the game is super polished, I never found it unstable or anything. I'm expecting a few people to have informed me of a bug that allowed you to move diagonally in Candace's gym, skipping the entire puzzle. I never noticed. Maybe I wasn't looking hard enough, but for me, the bugs you have to try to activate don't really influence my opinion of a game one way or the other. It's not even like I can offer you the caveat that I didn't play it pre-patch. The game came through my door the day before release. Normally I wouldn't grass up the retailer, but it was Nintendo UK, so... I'm not saying any of this to challenge people that did find the game buggy. I believe them. I'm saying this because I feel like I have to cover my own tracks. It's a subject I feel I have to address, rather than it being something I actually had a lot of problems with. If you encountered a ton of glitches that hampered your experience, that sucks, but that's totally valid. I just think it would be dishonest to pretend that your experience was also my experience. Anyway, after all that, there's nothing even here. If you have Oak's letter, which is distributed through a limited time event, you can return here to find Seabreak Path, a long stretch of land that allows you to catch the mythical Pokemon Shaman. Unfortunately, I missed my opportunity, so this entire route lacks a destination. It's a bit of a slap in the face considering how the legendaries are vacuum-packed into this game. Cresselia only gets a dinky wee island to itself, and yet here's a cave and an entire route dedicated to a Pokemon that barely anybody is actually going to see. Imagine if this route had instead been used to build up to a cool legendary, to help create some history and context before you tried to catch it. Instead, because Shaman isn't available in the base game, they spend this time building up to a payoff that will likely never come.
This dead end may have been tantalising back when the games were still active, but nowadays it's a stark reminder that neither game, original or remake, are ever going to be complete again.
It just feels like a bit of a waste, you know? I did play in time to get a couple of mythical Pokemon though. Even putting aside my issues with how they're integrated into the world, I have a lot of problems with their execution. Because mythical Pokemon are essentially just trophies. They can usually only be caught after the player has already completed the game, and in most cases they are unable to be used competitively or in the battle tower. They are basically there so that you can show off to your friends. For me, they don't encourage constant participation with Pokemon either. Without any new scenario or intrigue, I'm not really interested. In a best case scenario where I'm still in a Pokemon mood, I'll turn the game on, download the Pokemon, catch it if I have to, and then bung it in a box to be forgotten for the rest of time. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for them to be gated behind real world events again, that was a whole other nightmare. But
You know what I mean? At least then, finally getting to see this Pokemon that you'd only read about was a little bit of an event. They've become so routine and so easy to obtain now that they don't exactly feel mythical. The only obstacle is remembering to turn the game on one particular week. It's not exactly riveting. If anything, these kinds of timed exclusives discourage me from getting back into something if I've been on a break. Maybe this is the perfectionist in me ruining my life yet again, but if I poke my head back around the door and see half a dozen event Pokemon that I missed out on, I don't feel encouraged to stick around. I feel like I've missed out on too much and stop bothering. If they were made available permanently, I could just dip in and out as I please. If they were more like DLC, this would actually probably be a positive. You take a year out from Pokemon, you come back and you've got a bunch of new stuff to do. They also discourage me from replaying a lot of the games that I'm fond of. You've seen the consequences of it in this very video even. I recited Shaman's Platinum Dex entry all the way back in Floaroma Town, but that was second-hand information. I trust it's correct, but I'm unable to verify it for myself. I had Shaman back in 2009 when it was distributed, but keeping that save file would require that I never replay one of my favourite games. I don't know, I really like the idea of the series having these Pokemon that are such closely guarded secrets that it's not a guarantee that every player will get them. But mythicals are not the way to go about it for me. Once you've sussed them out, they're not intriguing or exciting, they just feel kinda hollow. Our first mythical sees us return to the locked building in Canalave City. Pokemon is so good at these creepy little vignettes. The man in the Harbour Inn inviting you to sleep before you've even said a word, travelling to New Moon Island in your dreams, and of course, you re-emerging to find that it's been closed for the past 50 years. Creepy and impactful as Darkrai is, the poor thing hasn't half been dealt a bad hand. Okay, so its signature move is Dark Void, which has 80% accuracy and puts both opponents to sleep at once in double battles. This incredibly powerful move was limited by the fact that Darkrai, of course, was unavailable in competitive formats. That didn't stop Smeargle stealing the move during VGC 2016 and going on an absolute tear with it. So the move was nerfed in Generation 7, not only preventing it from being used by any Pokemon that isn't Darkrai, solving the problem all on its own, but also lowering its accuracy to 50%. Most Darkrai now run Hypnosis instead. The Nightmare Pokemon's exclusive sleep move is worse than the store brand. Poor thing. This isn't the only time that a single Pokemon has resulted in sweeping changes to the mechanics, of course. Paralysis and Confusion were both nerfed heavily in response to Thundurus. It maybe says something about the series' infrastructure that it's easier for them to make sweeping changes to moves and systems than it is for them to make changes to individual Pokemon. I don't know what it says exactly, but either way it makes getting confused or paralysed a lot less annoying in-game, so you know what? Thanks, Thundurus. The second mythical that I was in time for, just to round everything out, was God itself. This is the other side of the coin when it comes to mythical Pokemon. This game's story feels practically incomplete without Arceus. This is the Pokemon that all the myths have been alluding to, after all. The original one, the shaper of the world, the question mark. Miss it, and a lot of mysteries don't have a payoff. I love the setting, the colours, and the music here. The transparent stairway warping the perspective more and more as you climb higher, and then the sting of Arceus' theme kicking in. The rumble of the drums make it clear this isn't just another Pokemon, this is an unknowable, overwhelming force of nature.
Imagine yawning in the face of God.
We are careening towards the endgame now. With battle points to be earned, it's time to boot up Pokémon Home and start fiddling about with our Pokémon collection. A lot of the fanbase's complaints seem to be funneled through here, and to be fair, I can see why. It's trying, bless its wee heart, but it's a wee bit wonky. Pokémon Home is a Switch application, the central hub for trading all of your Pokémon between games. You can even send your fellas from Pokémon Go. It's overall smooth and easy to use. It's missing a couple of quality of life features. Better sorting options would be nice, but I'm just glad we'll never have to use Poké-Transfer again. There is a fee to use this app, but I think the monetization is sensible. Of course, ideally it would be free, but I'm willing to take them at face value that the fee is necessary for server space, and besides which, like I say, it's sensible. The free plan gives you 30 slots, and the premium plan gives you 6,000 slots. It's a subscription, it's £3 a month for premium, which sets off some alarm bells, but I don't feel it's particularly problematic. It doesn't try to hoodwink you with a free trial or rolling fee that you're likely to forget about. It's £3 a month up front. You decide whether or not that is worth it for you personally and make an informed choice. What makes that fee feel a little cheeky though is Dexit. The only program on the Switch that has access to all your Pokémon is Home, the one with the subscription fee. If you've been curating a growing collection of Pokémon for generations, now you have to pay separately for that privilege. I think you have every right to be annoyed by that. Again though, maybe I've just been mistreated for too long by the rest of the industry, but this doesn't seem awful. I ended up spending the £3 once or twice when I needed to, secure in the knowledge that the rest of the time, my collection was safe and sound. They don't delete your Pokémon if you stop paying or anything, you just lose access to them. Again, it's not good, it's not progress, but it's fine. I get why they have to do it, and it's nowhere near as gauche as it could have been. But there are a lot of asterisks and confusing limitations besides. And I don't mean confusing in the phony what were they thinking way, but in a way that makes it genuinely unclear sometimes what you can and cannot do. First off, it took until May 2022, about 7 months after the game's release, for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl to become compatible with Pokémon Home. There's been some speculation about the delay being caused by difficulties transferring information between Unity and the custom engine that Game Freak uses for the rest of the series, but again, that's trivia, that's neither here nor there. I'll leave them to fret about the reasons why. All I know is, it was a bit of a frustrating wait. Even once it became available, a lot of Pokémon were restricted, even some available across the games. Spinda and Nincada can't be sent from Pokémon Home to Brilliant Diamond at all. Presumably this is due to some weird interactions with the algorithm that chooses Spinda's spots, and the fact that Nincada evolves from 1 into 2 Pokémon. The anti-cloning check might have some trouble with that. It's not a huge issue, it would be much worse if it were the other way around, but still, it's a weird quirk that you have to know about. There's also the matter of Pokémon Bank. If you wanted to transfer your Pokémon from the 3DS, you would have to pay for that service as well. It was a pittance, to be absolutely fair, something like a £5 for an entire year, but it was another program and another fee to keep track of. Juggling all of these different consoles and apps, downloading updates and troubleshooting when they inevitably encountered a problem, was a bit of a farce. Of course, that may not be a problem for long. The recent announcement of the shuttering of the 3DS's online services has sounded the death knell for Pokémon Bank. There has only ever been a hard cut-off point between generations 2 and 3, but when Bank goes down there will be a cut-off between generations 5, 6, 7 and 8. Generation 8 is also awkwardly segmented. Like I say, only Home has access to everything. I can't, for example, trade back Garden across to Sword and Shield. This is a problem with expectations. Pokemon established a precedent for a linear increase in scale very early on. Each new game had to include every Pokemon so far, every move so far, and all of the new stuff. That, it seems, is no longer a guarantee. I think it's disappointing. That precedent was important to a lot of fans. Part of what made shiny hunting so worthwhile was the idea that you'd be able to hold on to that Pokemon forever, trading it forward like an old friend, or at least an heirloom. Now you are paying for a rotating slice of your collection. It's a downgrade no matter how you look at it. Generational mechanics are another big cut. These systems appeared for a single game before being discarded. Hence generational, I suppose. Mega Evolutions, Z Moves, and Dynamax are completely isolated to compatible games. Mega Evolutions are particularly tragic, I think. I had my misgivings with them, of course, but all that design work is now going completely to waste, not to mention the life it breathed into certain Pokemon. If you disliked any of these mechanics, then the high turnover rate means that you never need to put up with them for long. But if any one of them really tickles your pickle, it's disappointing to never see the idea iterated, or at least brought forward. Moves are a particular pain in the arse to sort out. Pokemon can have different learn sets depending on the game, so their moves will reset when transferred. I like this normalising effect in principle, levelling the playing field after years worth of event-exclusive moves, game-exclusive tutors, and generation-exclusive egg moves. Veteran players are no longer at an objective advantage because they happened to have access to a particular event. It also means that powerful moves can be reined in. Toxic used to be practically universal, but now it has a far more limited distribution. But it means that some movesets feel hamstrung. There is no way for Kips to learn Ice Punch, but only in this game specifically. He can learn Ice Punch in Emerald, Platinum, and even Sword and Shield, but try and bring it back into Brilliant Diamond and the game reverts his moveset. He can learn the move I want, and the move I want is programmed into the game, but for some reason, I'm still not allowed to use it. The biggest victim of this seems to be Zapdos. BDSP marked the first time in a long time that it wasn't a force to be reckoned with competitively, having lost a lot of coverage in Heatwave. I hope that nobody spent a lot of time getting their hidden power type right. That effort is completely wasted, as only Unknown learns it in Generation 8. I don't especially miss it. Getting the typing right was always like trying to pick a lock with a ladle, but I know that a lot of Pokemon do. These limitations and omissions make the series feel more disposable, less investable over a longer period of time. If you had been with this series for years, shiny hunting and curating movesets, that loyalty is no longer rewarded. New barriers are instead erected. Not maliciously, but, you know, it's impossible to argue with a wall. Now you, or I, let's be real, it's me saying this, I might argue that these limitations are a good thing in some ways. I think it's interesting Brilliant Diamond having a roster of Pokemon and items so faithful to Generation 4, but with new moves and abilities. Recent powerhouses have been so strong that they have muscled weaker Pokemon completely out of contention. I said it hours ago now, but a smaller roster allows weaker Pokemon to present a greater value proposition. Expectations aside, this was always going to happen at some stage. Pokemon is an enormous logistical challenge, as we've discussed. It would be impossible to indefinitely maintain the standard set about 20 years ago. And, to be fair, they haven't handled it horribly. This is maybe cold comfort, but it easily could have been 100 times worse. But Even if you swallow those platitudes, it doesn't solve Home's more frustrating quirks. The simple fact is, these limitations are confusing and frustrating for the user. On a final note, though, I think that Generation 8's problems prove how important it is to have interplay between the games. In previous generations, new releases complemented each other. Competition was enriched by new options, collaboration was made more exciting with a batch of new Pokémon to trade. In Generation 8, the releases compete with each other. I said there that Zapdos was no longer a force to be reckoned with in competitive BDSP, when the truth is that BDSP barely had a competitive scene at all. Why bother when Sword and Shields was so much more bountiful?
Game Freak's Shigeki Morimoto can be fought at Hotel Grand Lake, which rewards you with the Oval Charm and the DS Sounds item. It's a cute little touch, this one, replacing the music with the original sounds. May as well leave it on if we're going to be retreading familiar ground anyway. Because it's time for the customary rematch roundup. You can rematch regular trainers using the VS Seeker, which works fine, but the recharge time is a little frustrating. Sometimes the trainers you want to rematch just won't respond, meaning that you have to wiggle the analog stick around for a couple of dozen seconds before trying again. Otherwise, you can fight the gym leaders once a day and Barry and Dawn on the weekends. Which was a bit irritating, honestly. I was busy on the Sunday, meaning that I could either rush through all of this recording on Saturday, wait a week, or ruin my berries, which I will be needing fairly soon. So in the spirit of rushing through things, here are some one-sentence summaries of the rematches to get to the stuff we actually want to talk about. Dawn.
I really deserve to lose Avocado here.
Rourke. Bandage destroyed him. Gardenia. The Vice Vespa destroyed her. Maylene. I can't believe we have to do this puzzle again. Crasher Wake. Fantina. Nah, this game's too scary. Turn it off, turn it off! Byron. Head Smash Aggron has literally no other moves for some reason. I wonder if that's an AI problem. Candace.
Can this lassie win a Pokemon battle? No.
And Volkner.
Alright, this avocado switch was a bit cheeky. I really probably ought to have used set mode for these rematches, eh?
I don't want you to take the tongue-in-cheek nature of this bit as me dismissing them, by the way. I had a lot of fun in all these rematches. There's just somebody that I am more interested in talking about. He's been waiting practically the entire video for this bit. And that's Barry. Barry is seen as one of the weaker rivals in the Pokémon series. I certainly thought so, which is why I was surprised to realise how strong a character he is. He's surprisingly well fleshed out. His dad's absence, and their similarities, he is his father's son, motivates his hurry to prove himself. He's always one step ahead of you, charging from place to place, crashing into stuff, and just generally making a nuisance of himself. It almost justifies the original Diamond and Pearl's ponderous speed, contrasting your slower approach against his. It's annoying, but in kind of a lovable way. Chasing the galactic grunt out of Pastoria sees you interrupted by Barry. I love how chuffed he is that he didn't crash into you just as he's at his most disruptive. When you finally reach the Pokémon League and present your badges, the tension crescendos and you prepare to take the plunge, and then Barry appears for one last bout. If you found this frustrating, that was exactly the point. It's annoying, but it's so characterful. His popping up at the most inopportune moments creates a real antagonistic relationship between you and Barry. This is the foundation of your rivalry. The purpose of the rival is to act as a measuring stick. They are on the same journey as you, but you see it from the outside in. So you have to want to fight against them. You have to want to compete for them to fulfill their purpose. This is why the adversarial rival is so popular, the arsehole always lording it over you and goading you into fights. But that's not the only way to do it. Even if Barry isn't always better, he is faster. He's always doing everything before you do and making a much bigger impression on everyone you both meet. You have to work to distinguish yourself against him, and that makes him a more compelling rival, particularly at the beginning. The problem is, the more victories you get under your belt, the less seriously you can take him. Your approach is vindicated as he loses to you time and time again. He begins to fall in your estimations long before he starts jobbing to bit part NPCs. Sure, his loss at Lake Acuity sets him up to avenge himself at Spear Pillar, but the story does so little with this and his epiphany about power that I don't think it was worth destroying his credibility. I mean, he loses to Jupiter and our bum-faced bastard farting Pokemon. It's a bit of a redneck. Then he climbs all the way to the top of Mount Coronet, the peak of the region, he enlists your help to get his payback, and then he leaves for no reason. From then on, there's no friction between you, there's no question about who's stronger. One of you fought a primordial god, the other nipped off for a Capri Sun. And after his credibility is stripped away, all you're really left with is a very impatient, but fundamentally nice guy. And as nice as being nice is, it doesn't really motivate you to defeat him, does it? Barry's redemption comes in the Battle Tower, where he puts up a much bigger fight in the Masterclass double battles. But so few people are likely to even reach them, let alone get far enough into them to battle Barry, that they're never going to see this conclusion to his arc. Some prep work went into the rematches against the Elite Four. I decided to use the 150 battle points I got from Pokemon Home to patch over some choice weaknesses in my team. We got Thunderwave on Scramble, a Modest Nature for Bandage, and finally, I started paying attention and we got Seed Bomb on Back Garden. We will need every advantage because these fights are really difficult. Their difficulty is achieved by basically optimising each of their Pokemon, giving them access to a bunch of items and strategies that you're unlikely to be able to match. That may seem a little unfair, and it is, but as a post-game optional challenge, I kinda love that. It's also balanced by a couple of factors. You have practically unlimited access to items at this point, and the AI isn't amazing. Infernape's Focus Sash is worthless if you're going to use a full restore, for example. But it's edge-of-the-seat stuff that demanded I brought all the strategies I had to the table. All of this before we even get to Cynthia, the absolute summit of brilliant diamonds in-game. My strategy was to set up using Avocado's Dragon Dance, and hopefully snowball from there. Her Spiritomb doesn't have anything that can catastrophically damage a Tyranitar, so I've got a lot of breathing room to buff myself. That strategy worked until we encountered her Focus Sash Close Combat Lucario. It's part steel, so the Sandstorm doesn't do anything, and Stab Close Combat is 4 times effective on Tyranitar, so that's a loss. That's just a complete... Avocado, you spicy minx. This is it. Call this wrong and I lose all of my momentum. If I attack and she uses extreme speed, I lose. If I heal and she uses close combat, I lose. My finger hovers over the button. The sweat beads. I lick my dry lips. You're mad? I'm mad. I deserve to lose Tyranitar twice over. Come on, Cynthia, punish me. Okay, that's maybe a wee bit horny. So, after all of that, after essentially rinsing all of the in-game content, do I feel ready for the Battle Park? Well, I feel slightly better, but really only because of that 150 BP from Pokemon Home. Getting a footing in the Battle Tower demands a heroic amount of patience and goodwill for the game. It's ridiculously tough. I wouldn't describe it as a difficulty spike or even a difficulty wall. For all intents and purposes, it may as well be a completely separate game. Pokémon and strategies that carried you through the single player are useless here. Previously worthless moves and strategies become oppressively powerful. Even catching and raising a Pokémon is completely different. To prove my point, I'm going to be taking you through my experience raising a Pokémon fit for the Battle Tower. We are finally going to get ourselves that Vaporeon. We want an Eevee with the egg move Wish, which can only be obtained from its parent. So first, we need to catch a male Togepi and teach it Wish. Since it's a baby Pokémon, we then need to raise its friendship so it evolves. Then we need to breed Togetic with a female Pikachu to get a male Pichu with Wish. Then we need to raise its friendship so it evolves. Now we need to breed a female Eevee with that male Pikachu to create an Eevee with Wish. You can keep doing that until you get the nature you want, you can get a mint, or you can simply breed that Eevee with a bold Ditto holding the Everstone. And there we go, a bold Eevee with Wish. I called her Slush Puppy. Next up is EV training. That's effort value, not EV training. I'm grabbing a standard recipe from Smogon here, both because I'm desperately unoriginal, but also to prove a point. We want 248 HP, 224 defense, and 36 special defense. I understand this probably isn't optimal for the Battle Tower. This EV spread is meant to let Vaporeon hit key thresholds in the Generation 4 OU metagame. So, this is bobbins. Except that it's a pre-made spread that doesn't max out any of Vaporeon's EVs. And that allows me to show you how awkward EV training is. As none of these numbers are maxed out, we can't rely on the vague graph that the game gives us. We have to manually keep a tally of every EV going in. You have to maintain a constant vigil to ensure that these stats don't go over their goal. You can't just stick this on in the background while watching telly or something.
Make sure you don't get bored and skip a tally.
Or get distracted when the Pokéradar chain inevitably drops. And for goodness sake, make sure that you don't catch any random Pokémon that you may run into along the way. Catching Pokémon gives you experience, which also means it gives you EVs, and with the EXP share, all of your Pokémon get them. To be fair, that does mean I can EV train multiple Pokémon at the same time. I had been growing EV reducing berries every chance I got, so I tanked Vice Vespa and Giblets full of them, and I'm raising their stats at the same time. I also went ahead and got some of the power items using my battle points. But, honestly, I needn't have bothered doing any of that. The far easier method is to battle the Toffs on Route 212, ideally with the Amulet coin, get a ton of money, and then spend that scratch on vitamins. Each one is 10 EVs. Genuinely, it's a lot faster, it's a lot easier, it's a lot more mindless. With its natures, EVs and egg move in place, and its IVs pretty damn good, which was a stroke of luck, it's time to level up Slush Puppy. Usually the Pokemon League is the best way to grind levels in the post-game, but that's not really that feasible with them being so difficult. I got her to level 50, which is standard for the Battle Tower, but there is no way I'm getting anybody to level 100, so that means there's no way I can sort anybody's IVs. You can only do hyper training at level 100. So, for now, we have her item. I'm just giving Slush Puppy the leftovers. It's a standard kind of item for a defensive Pokemon. My plan was to have her use Wish to heal up her teammates if necessary, or use Wish and then Protect to heal herself. Unfortunately, the only thing that can't be changed about a Pokemon in Generation 8 is its hidden ability. The ability patch can change to a hidden ability, but not from. That turned out to be a minor problem with Slush Puppy. I didn't realise she had the hidden ability Hydration instead of the usual Water Absorb. I worked around it though, eventually revising her moveset to a Rain Dance Rest setup. So long as there's rain, she could use Rest to heal to full, without sleeping for multiple turns. I love how much more accessible the ability patch has made hidden abilities, but I feel like if we're this far along, it may as well be able to switch them back too. So that's it. Again, I feel like I ought to mention that I haven't done much criticism here. I've literally just described to you the process I went through. If you found this segment boring, congratulations, that was the point. I said earlier that these videos afford me the opportunity to really dig into the games, to give time and energy to the parts that I wouldn't bother with normally. While I really appreciate that, there's a hidden edge to that sentiment. Would I really be doing this, forcing myself to prepare for the Battle Tower, had I not dedicated myself to an exhaustive look? The answer is no. No, I would not. Getting Slush Puppy to this point took me about 4 hours.
To be fair, this is all much faster and easier in Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I wasn't playing particularly efficiently. But even half that time would be steep for a single Pokemon. I had to grind for ages to be able to play the game that I actually wanted to play. And it's not like that grind was enjoyable.
I don't find tinkering with all these separate esoteric systems fun, especially with Sinnoh's map design. Training a Pokemon late game involves constant travel between Solaceon for breeding, Veilstone for TMs, and Pastoria for the move reminder. It gets exhausting fast. Despite the fact that I demonstrably enjoy this series a lot, I don't think I would force myself through this were I not making a video on it. Keep in mind, this was all just for one Pokemon. The other two are going in with whatever stats and moves I can get my hands on.
I mean, don't talk to me about Giblet's attack IVs. That is heartbreaking.
The game does absolutely nothing to incentivise this investment. There's no tutorial, no encouragement, no positive feedback of any kind to demonstrate the appeal of the Battle Tower to a new player. Instead, all the items you could use to get started are locked away behind a ludicrous amount of battle points that you can only earn by doing well in the first place. It's a real rich get richer setup.
And that's to say nothing of the specialised knowledge you need.
Specialised knowledge that the game doesn't provide. At the beginning, you need to make the effort on the blind faith that you will, eventually, come to enjoy the mode. Many players, including me ordinarily, just won't bother. It's no wonder the battle facilities have become such an afterthought.
Pokemon's competitive scene is beyond the scope of this video, of course. I was just doing Battle Tower. But I believe that my sentiments are shared by a lot of the community. Even the most dedicated competitive players, the ones who will fly around the world to compete in Pokemon tournaments, can't be bothered. So far as I understand it, they basically all use genned Pokemon, completely legal Pokemon that have been hacked into the game, rather than obtained legitimately. If you think that sounds unsportsmanlike, you're missing the point. They do it to make the game more fair, to ensure that the playing field is as level as possible. Otherwise, your success would be heavily influenced not by your skill at the game, but by how much time you had to tweak this array of stats. You can argue that that is part of the game, and you'd be objectively correct, but it's a part that isn't satisfying, interesting, or fun to the majority of players. Or at least that's how it seems to me.
I can understand the series not wanting to lean into these systems, but its prevaricating has made committing to this section a bit of a farce.
A huge part of Pokemon's target audience is children.
Its core fantasy is growing with your favourite Pokemon and becoming friends with them. A competitive mindset, on the other hand, demands more cynical decision making. That can create new favourites, to be fair, but if the series put that front and centre, it would probably be off-putting to a huge number of players. That risk is inherent to some extent, but Pokemon also has a more specific problem. It's made these two aspects, the fantasy and high-level play, mutually exclusive. As we discussed on Route 222, by expressing each Pokemon's unique qualities through stats, the game attributes worth. Some Pokemon's unique qualities make them better or worse than others. Therefore, you cannot improve your Pokemon while maintaining a child-friendly fantasy. You have to make cynical and sometimes cruel decisions to play the game at its highest level. You have to start a bizarre eugenics pipeline or force-feed your Pokemon drugs to change almost everything about them. The game can't be proud of its competitive potential because it runs in opposition to its entire remit. So instead, the game sequesters these systems away, trusting that the hardcore audience will root them out for themselves. Many, of course, do, but it leaves little room to engage with these mechanics on a more casual basis. There's clearly interest in it, as evidenced by the popularity of funny Pokemon Showdown videos, but there seems to be little interest in getting to that point in-game. Of course, you may argue that sweating about the stats like this isn't really necessary, especially when you're going up against the AI. Pokemon's type system diminishes the need for min-maxing, after all. But you still need to take every advantage available. You need as much consistency as possible in the Battle Tower. A single round has you fight 7 trainers in a row, each with 3 Pokemon apiece. There are so many fights that bad luck becomes guaranteed. Any possibility, no matter how slim, becomes a certainty over a sufficient stretch of time. In those cases, you want every advantage in your corner. Many Pokemon explicitly exploit random chance. I ran into a Weezing with Will-O-Wisp, Double Team and Substitute, designed to whittle you down as you whiff hits over and over. If you have a move like Aerial Ace or get some good luck, the fight is already over. Otherwise, you just have to cross your fingers. Not exactly what you want to be doing 20 matches in. Part of the problem here is the Battle Tower's ridiculously harsh punishments. 3-on-3 fights mean that one false move, bad matchup, or bit of bad luck, and you lose a third of your team. Lose all 3 and you're kicked right back to square one. I don't mean you have to fight all 7 trainers again, or get knocked down a rung, that would be fine. I mean that you start the entire thing from scratch. Back to fighting first form Pokemon, back to earning 3 BP for defeating 7 trainers. It's unbelievably cruel. Imagine if that was how ELO worked. You lose 1 game against Kasparov and you're back to the after-school chess club. It makes losing genuinely stressful. Those down-to-the-wire decisions or skin-of-your-teeth escapes lose all of the romance when they mean a Sisyphean climb to reclaim your progress. Take this moment, for example. I made the mistake of underestimating Frostlass's speed stat, and I lost both Borealis and Giblets as a result. That's a learning moment. Frostlass is incredibly fast, now I know. But I can't put that knowledge into practice in future until I crawl my way back out of the Little Leagues, unless of course Slush Puppy can pull something out of the bag.
You don't always get so lucky. On top of all this, you've also got to contend with Tower Tycoon Pammer, who represents not just 1, but 2 pretty severe difficulty spikes.
We haven't even unlocked Master Rank, where you can really start generating BP, if you're good enough. But, of course, you probably don't have the BP to be good enough to reach it, let alone compete. On top of all this, there's the fact that switching out a Pokemon involves another few hours of prep work. I tried using Scramble a few times, but decided her patented Paraflinch combo wasn't consistent enough to get the results I wanted. I would have loved to have tried a Yanmega instead. I've always wanted to use Yanmega, but never had the occasion. but the idea of spending another couple of hours getting one, making sure it had the right nature and ability, getting the proper moves, either through breeding or tracking down the limited TMs, making sure it had no weird IVs like giblets, all of this shit from scratch, again. I couldn't do it. After about 20 hours of this, I was ready to pack it in. Every loss, whether that be from inexperience, a bad roll of the dice, or both, came with a demoralising and time-consuming punishment. Learning about one of my team's shortcomings and switching Pokémon came with another few hours of prep work. And I wasn't earning anywhere near enough BP to correct some of my Pokémon's flaws. It may well be that I was just playing poorly, but discovering where I was going wrong and learning to play better was a miserable experience.
The gap between recognising a problem and organising a response is enormous.
I genuinely don't know how the hell you're supposed to pull this off. Although then again, Pokémon is, of course, a social game. If Pokémon Home gives you more points, I'll just import my whole back catalogue. If Sword and Shield systems are really that much more convenient, I'll just ask my partner for some help. They even traded me over a shiny Yanmega from Legends Arceus. Meet Damsel, her and Aplomb got us to our first Master Rank victory. Don't ask me how they get so many shinies, by the way, it's legitimately frightening. I was worried that this might be going against the spirit of an exhaustive look at Pokémon Brilliant Diamond, but any look at Pokémon that doesn't acknowledge the social features can't really be called exhaustive now, can it?
And I'm glad I did.
Because after all of this work, I finally got to experience the battle system at full strength. If you want to know why I'm so frustrated with the Battle Tower, if you want to know why I go on and on about hidden stats, if you want to know why I nitpick every little thing, this is why. I had so much fun, the systems are so good. All of its flaws are backgrounded, all of its strengths emphasised.
I got a doubles team together and went on a tear through Master Rank. You guys were right, this is me now a doubles convert. Although technically this is a multi-battle which gives you a huge advantage as you can focus down one side to make it a 2v1, but that's not the point. The point is, I loved it. I was rewarded with huge chunks of BP and items, letting me train my Pokémon for myself. Master Rank doesn't reset progress completely on a loss. You have a couple of chances before being knocked down a single rung. Honestly, I started planning new teams even after all this. I would love to put together a Sun team. I would love to use Venusaur in particular. I finally saw the end of Barry's arc. I think it's lovely, a really satisfying conclusion for your rival. See what you think.
This is what I would love to see more of in these games. This is what I want more people to experience. Not because it's difficult, if anything I think it should be more accessible, but because Pokémon, at its best, is really, really fun. So, having conducted this elongated look at Pokémon Brilliant Diamond, what have we learned? Well, nothing conclusive. I wasn't really driving towards a singular point here. I hesitate to say that Brilliant Diamond is emblematic of the problems the series faces. I think it's more a byproduct of the problems it faces.
Generation 8 has been a transitional period for Pokémon. It's seen the series struggle to adjust to new hardware and audience expectations. It's had to make an enormous hardware leap in a single stride, while also continuing to expand.
The release schedule on the Switch has been exhausting, practically annual releases since 2018, even in the midst of a global pandemic. From that perspective, I think it's remarkable the games have been as good as they are.
And yes, I feel the same way about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. The brilliance of Sinnoh's design and atmosphere shines, even through modest visuals. The expanded Pokémon selection improves replayability, and the Switch makes social features more accessible than ever. But those improvements feel like the bare minimum. Many of the game's qualities lie in the strength of the original design. Many of its shortcomings lie in the changes and adaptations. Longtime fans had special cause for disappointment because we'd already had a version of these games that many consider definitive. Even conceding all of the positives, there's just no getting around the Copper-Raja in the room. I played a better version of these games back in 2009. And it's not like Pokémon has ever been perfect even then.
Brilliant Diamond inherits a lot of shortcomings. Drama necessary to convey the game's themes feels disruptive, information about moves and stats is obscured by a kaleidoscope of hidden values, and the series still hasn't found a way to package digestible tutorials about its nuances. I don't think I need to prove that I have criticisms at this point. Unless for some reason you have skipped to that sentence specifically, in which case I have a lot of criticisms. The hardcore fans seem to be with me on that, even if we disagree on some of the details. But I haven't found the conversation about those problems particularly helpful or pleasant. It's been downright nasty at times. I'm not going to point fingers or name names, so you'll have to take my word for this, but I've seen a lot of misdirected hostility from the fanbase, ad hominem attacks that mischaracterise developers as lazy or malicious. Now, I can't tell you what goes on behind the scenes, but I would wager 100 of His Majesty's finest quid that nobody is deliberately making the games worse. If you are disappointed by recent releases, that isn't necessarily a moral outrage. You should be allowed to vocalise your disappointment, and it should also inform your purchasing habits going forward. But criticism should not be a way for us to avenge ourselves upon the developers. Their crime, such as it is making a game that we didn't like as much as we wanted.
I don't mean to lecture you. I get it. There's a big difference between my mentality now and my mentality 5 years ago that I think has softened my stance in the series. I've stopped waiting on that ultimate Pokémon game. I'm happy to take the series as it comes. New releases are no longer competing with the ideal Pokémon game that I've got in my head. I went into Pokémon Brilliant Diamond with tempered expectations, and I enjoyed my time with it. I'm admitting, in a roundabout sort of a way, that this video is not the best critical approach. A lot of my criticisms are petty. Little things seem a lot bigger when you look too closely. Major flaws are given as much time as minor nitpicks. You're bombarded with so much information it's impossible to retain it all, and videos of this length take so bloody long to make that the series has often moved on in intervening time. Generation 9 is now out, and I can think of at least one criticism that's now outdated. This is almost certainly the last exhaustive look video I make. Still though, I had fun. Making it has given me the opportunity to organise and articulate my thoughts anew. And, flaws acknowledged, I'm left with a newfound appreciation for Diamond and Pearl, the remakes, and the series as a whole. It's not the same kind of appreciation that I had back in the day, of course, but then I'm a very different person than I was in 2007. I think the only way I could possibly enjoy Sinnoh on the same level I did back then is if I could somehow go back in time.